Killed a mutated wild rabbit, 3 points. Ding. Killed a tier 1 monster, the wild boar king, 20 points. Ding. Killed a tier 2 monster, the hyena queen, 50 points. Yang Fan transmigrated to a world where spiritual energy was reviving and demons and monsters roamed freely. Starting as the top student at Mengxi Middle School, he was found to have no spiritual root, becoming the laughingstock of the entire school. Just when he thought his life was over, he unexpectedly awakened a points-based lottery system. Killing monsters earns points, and enough points allow for unlimited lottery draws. Ding. Congratulations on 100 points, drawing the strongest Emperor-grade void spiritual root on Earth. Ding. Congratulations on 500 points, drawing the Xian-grade high-level martial skill, the 9 Swords of Dugu. Ding. Congratulations on 1,000 points, drawing the Chaos Dao body, the top of the 10 sacred bodies. Ding. Congratulations on 5,000 points, drawing the Ancient Emperor. The college entrance exams are in 100 days. Late-stage body tempering allows you to get into top universities. Early-stage qi refining allows you to apply to Tsinghua and Peking universities. Yang Fan. Teacher, which university should I apply to at the nascent soul stage? The entire audience erupted. We just took the college entrance exam, and you're already at the nascent soul stage? Chapter 1 Awakening Points Lottery System. Yang Fan. No spiritual root. Staring at the shining result on the awakening stone tablet, Yang Fan stood there dumbfounded, as if struck by lightning. The crowd on the playground, craning their necks in anticipation, erupted in a commotion. No spiritual root. Our Mengxi Middle School's #1 genius doesn't even have a spiritual root. Genius and trash, truly, are separated by a single thought. What's the use of studying cultivation theory so well? Heh. Without an awakened spiritual root, after graduating from high school, he can only go home and find a job in an electronics factory, screwing in screws. Screwing in screws? Not quite. I heard his dad's a butcher at a slaughterhouse. Going to be a butcher with his dad is more promising than screwing in screws. Yang Fan ignored the crowd's sarcasm. A bitter, resentful smile played on his otherwise expressionless face. His clenched fists were so tight that his nails dug deep into his palms. This was a world where spiritual energy was reviving. Demons and monsters roamed freely, and everyone could awaken their spiritual roots and cultivate immortality. Yang Fan, a transmigrator, found himself in the body of a brilliant student with the same name. He initially thought it was a perfect start, blessed with protagonist's halo. However, today's spiritual root awakening ceremony revealed that he had no spiritual roots. No spiritual roots meant he couldn't sense the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and couldn't gain cultivation points. His life had come to an end. Zhang Ting, 6th grade water and wood spiritual root, the awakening instructor announced again, eliciting another uproar from the audience. Yang Fan instinctively looked up. Zhang Ting, his girlfriend before the transmigration. Unexpectedly, she had awakened a 6th grade water and wood spiritual root. While offering his blessings, Yang Fan felt an increasing bitterness and self-mockery. Spiritual roots are divided into 12 grades. Waste, grades 1 to 9, Immortal, and Emperor. The higher the grade, the more singular the attribute, the better. He, the top student at Mengxi Middle School, hadn't even awakened the worst kind of spiritual root, waste. It was both laughable and pathetic. Yang Fan. Zhang Ting approached Yang Fan as soon as he returned to the group. Yang Fan forced a smile. Ting, congratulations. Yang Fan, let's break up. Break up? Yang Fan looked stunned. He'd been dumped? You haven't even awakened the worst kind of spiritual root. You're not good enough for me. Zhang Ting's tone was disdainful and cold, as proud as a swan. Fine, let's break up then. Yang Fan replied expressionlessly. Also, don't call me by my nickname anymore. It'll cause misunderstandings. Yang Fan didn't speak, clenching his fist tightly, veins bulging on the back of his hand. Brother Xiao Fan. Li Fei ran over from afar, her bright and beautiful face full of concern. Even if you don't have a spiritual root, in Feier's heart, you're still the best. Li Fei was Yang Fan's childhood sweetheart. She had big, watery eyes, and when she smiled, she had 2 pairs of cute little tiger teeth, making her adorable and kawaii. The best? Going home to the slaughterhouse with Uncle Yang to kill livestock. Zhang Ting's face was full of sarcasm. What Brother Xiao Fan does in the future has nothing to do with you. Li Fei suddenly turned her head, her face revealing a sharp and assertive look. Zhang Ting was somewhat intimidated by Li Fei's gaze, her face turning red. Feier, forget it. Yang Fan pulled Li Fei aside and shook his head. At this moment, the awakening mentor called her name. Brother Xiao Fan, I'm going to test my spiritual root. I'll be right back. Li Fei said sweetly. Okay, good luck. Yang Fan encouraged. Li Fei turned and went to the awakening stone tablet, to test her awakened spiritual root. Buzz. A dazzling light shot straight into the sky. Holy crap, that light is blinding. Several times brighter than Zhang Ting's 6th grade water spirit root. I bet Li Fei's spirit root is definitely at least 8th grade. That's obvious. With such a dazzling light, it could even be a 9th grade spirit root. A group of students exclaimed in surprise, and Yang Fan was also astonished. Li Fei, a mutated immortal grade, ice spirit root. As the awakening instructor announced in an emotional voice, the entire playground erupted in exclamations. An immortal grade spirit root. And a mutated water attribute, ice spirit root. The grade of this spirit root is comparable to a quasi-emperor grade. Zhang Ting's face was grim, she bit her lip hard. Originally, she was already proud of awakening a 6th grade water spirit root. But compared to Li Fei, she paled in comparison. Yang Fan looked at Li Fei on the high platform, surrounded by admirers, and smiled bitterly. Sigh. In the end, he was the only one who suffered the most. Li Fei came down from the platform and ran over to him. Brother Xiao Fan, you always protected Feier when we were little, now it's Feier's turn to protect you, Li Fei said expectantly. Yang Fan's face stiffened, but he smiled and said, okay. Li Fei, you have such a good spiritual root, don't ruin your future because of a good-for-nothing, Zhang Ting said jealously. I'm happy, what's it to you? Li Fei retorted coldly. Faced with Li Fei's cold retort, Zhang Ting wisely stopped talking and turned to leave. At this moment, the homeroom teacher, Zhang Dongliang, walked over. He patted Yang Fan on the shoulder to comfort him, giving him a few days off to go home and rest. Yang Fan thanked him and turned to leave, his back looking somewhat lonely. He could hear the teacher's gossip and mockery. Yang Fan bit his lip hard until it bled. Leaving the campus, Yang Fan walked home like a lost soul. Woof woof, woof woof. Suddenly, a stray dog rushed out from the roadside and lunged at Yang Fan without warning. Damn it, I've already been mocked by those people, and now even a stray dog like you dares to bite me. The anger that had been suppressed in Yang Fan for so long exploded instantly. In the past, when this stray dog chased him and tried to bite him, he would always avoid it. Today, Yang Fan didn't run away, his face contorted with rage as he charged forward. The next moment, he grabbed the stray dog by the neck and slammed it hard against a nearby rock. Ding! Killed a stray dog, 2 points. 2 points? What points? Yang Fan jumped up in surprise. At that moment, a virtual panel appeared in his field of vision. Name, Yang Fan Realm. None, Midnight, Spiritual Root, none Bloodline, none. Physique, none Martial Skill, none Magic Weapon, none points. 2. System, is this the System Master? Points, used to draw spiritual roots, magic weapons, bloodlines, martial skills, etc. Reaching the nascent soul stage activates the points shop. This draw requires 100 points. Yang Fan excitedly shouted, the System Master hasn't let me down. Crazy. A passerby was startled, cursed, and hurried away. Killing stray dogs earns points. What about killing chickens, ducks, geese, and pigs? His dad works at a slaughterhouse. Tomorrow he'll go to the slaughterhouse to help as a butcher. A moment later, Yang Fan returned home and found 2 wasps gnawing on dried cured meat on the clothesline. He picked up a fly swatter from the table and swatted it twice. Ding! Killing a wasp earns 0.2 points. Ding! Killing a wasp earns 0.2 points. What? You can get points for killing a wasp with a fly swatter. Yang Fan's eyes lit up as he remembered a large wasp nest in the woods behind the house. Chapter 2. Drawing the most powerful ethereal root, Yang Fan rushed back into the house, eager to retrieve the insecticide and lighter. In his childhood, he often ignited the insecticide with the lighter to burn insects and ant hills. Engaging in such destructive antics had become second nature to him. With just 100 points, a lottery could be drawn. Perhaps he wouldn't even need to go to the slaughterhouse tomorrow to accumulate the points necessary for the draw. Equipped with his tools, Yang Fan dashed towards the small grove behind his home. Moments later, he discovered a wasp nest nestled in the branches of a grand tree. He quickly climbed onto a nearby pile of grass, gazing at the basketball-sized wasp nest with a twinge of apprehension. With so many large wasps, what if he miscalculated and was stung to death on the spot? Just then, the mocking laughter of his classmates echoed in his ears once more. Gritting his teeth, Yang Fan ignited the insecticide and sprayed it at the wasp nest. Buzz! Buzz! The wasps swarmed out of the nest, not even having time to flap their wings before being singed. In an instant, the entire nest was engulfed in flames. Ding! Killed a wasp, points 2. Ding! Killed a wasp, points 2. A series of notifications announcing his points rang in his ears, filling him with exhilaration. The initial anxiety had dissipated entirely. After several minutes, Yang Fan finally annihilated every last wasp in the nest. Points, 626. Each wasp granted him 2 points, and he had dispatched 302 wasps in total. But he still had a significant distance to cover to reach 100 points. It was still insufficient. It seemed he would indeed have to work at the slaughterhouse tomorrow. A flicker of disappointment crossed Yang Fan's mind. Returning home with the insecticide, his gaze fell upon a few flies crawling on the table. If killing wasps earned points, would these flies do the same? Swat! Swat! Yang Fan struck down 7 or 8 flies in quick succession, but the system failed to chime with any notifications. Alas! It seemed that killing flies was futile. When his parents returned from work that evening, Yang Fan recounted his lack of awakened roots and his plan to assist at the slaughterhouse the next day. Despite Yang Daejin's attempts to console him, he could only acquiesce. That night, as Yang Fan lay in bed, he gazed at the points displayed on the system's virtual panel. He still needed 40 more points. Tomorrow, he must gather enough points to draw a more powerful ethereal root. Yang Fan felt a strong premonition that he would surely awaken a root. Ding! His phone chimed with a message. The class teacher, Zhang Dongliang, had sent a notification to everyone. Students, everyone has awakened their roots today. Those with roots, please note down their attributes and grades. There are only 100 days left until the college entrance examination. Let us strive together. The stages of cultivation are divided into body refinement, chi cultivation, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, transformation, void refinement, union, great ascension, and tribulation crossing. Each stage further divides into early, mid, late, and peak phases. Upon receiving the teacher's message, the group instantly buzzed with excitement. Is this year's college entrance examination so competitive? Only those in the late body refinement stage can enter prestigious schools? No worries. I have a grade 4 wood and earth root. With effort, I can get into a good school. I'm in a dire situation with a grade 1 mixed root. Even a vocational college is the best I can aim for. Teacher, I suggest we remove the students without roots from the group. The college entrance exam has nothing to do with them. This last statement came from Zhang Ting. The once lively group fell into an abrupt silence. With nearly 50 students in the class, less than a third possessed roots. Zhang Ting's elitist remarks undoubtedly offended the majority. Yet she continued unabashedly, revealing her true colors. Yang Fan exited the group chat, refusing to witness the unfolding drama. He felt a surge of frustration and anger. This hypocritical and scheming girl was truly despicable. At that moment, Yang Fan's resolve solidified. He would awaken a root to slap her face with reality. The next morning, Yang Fan accompanied his father, Yang Daejin, to the slaughterhouse. The air was thick with the pungent scent of blood. While the cries of livestock being slaughtered occasionally pierced the atmosphere, Yang Fan felt a shiver run down his spine, anxiety creeping in. Old Yang, why did you bring your son to such a place? What else? I heard people say that this top student of ours has failed to awaken his roots. Failed to awaken? Not even the most inferior root. That's rather unfortunate. The murmurs of the crowd turned Yang Daejin's face crimson with embarrassment. Yang Fan clenched his fists tightly, feeling the sting of their ridicule. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed his fear and followed his father's lead in learning how to slaughter livestock. Ding! Killed a chicken, points 1. Ding! Killed a duck, points 1. The day passed swiftly. Yang Fan transitioned from initial nervousness to eventual calmness. Finally, as closing time approached, he successfully accumulated 100 points. Setting down his knife, he hurried to the restroom. Lottery time. A virtual spinning wheel appeared before him, whirling rapidly. Ultimately, the pointer halted on a translucent white ethereal root. Ding! Congratulations. You have drawn the imperial ethereal root. The next lottery requires 500 points. Ethereal root. Yang Fan's eyes widened. What kind of root was this? Ethereal root. The most powerful imperial root, cultivation speed 500, compatible with any attribute of spiritual energy, comprehension 100, breakthrough rate 30. After reading the introduction of the ethereal root, Yang Fan's hands trembled with excitement, and he covered his face, tears streaming down. Those who strive are not forsaken by heaven. He had finally awakened a root, and it was the most powerful imperial ethereal root on the planet. Who would dare to mock him as a worthless being without roots now? Son, Yang Daejin's voice called out to him. Yang Fan turned, his voice choked with emotion. Dad, I have a root now. I have the strongest imperial ethereal root. Son, having a root is good, very good. Yang Daejin trembled, his eyes glistening with tears. Although he echoed his son's sentiments, his heart remained skeptical. To him, the blow of being rootless had been too great, making it difficult to accept this newfound reality. After a long while, the father and son emerged from the slaughterhouse and rode home. Upon returning, Yang Fan noticed 99 messages on WeChat. Most were from Li Fei. Xiao Fanji, why weren't you at school today? Xiao Fanji, why aren't you replying to Fei? Xiao Fanji, are you ignoring Fei? One message after another conveyed Li Fei's concern and urgency. Fei, sorry. I was at the slaughterhouse helping out and didn't have my phone. Yang Fan replied apologetically, then waited quietly for her response. He wondered if the little girl was upset with him, as she had yet to reply. At that moment, Yang Fan glanced at the class group messages. Wow, a grade 6 water and wood root is incredible. I feel like I can break through to the early body refinement stage in just half a month. Goddess Tingting is truly impressive. I fear it will take me a month to reach the early body refinement stage. From now on, us rootless mortals can only look up to Goddess Tingting as she ascends. With Zhang Ting's lament, a flurry of sycophantic messages followed. Yang Fan chuckled. A worthless grade 6 root felt the need to flaunt themselves like this? He hadn't even made his presence known with his most powerful imperial ethereal root yet. Chapter 3. Advanced Martial Technique. The 9 Swords of Dugu. Having perused the class group messages, Yang Fan chose not to respond. With only 100 days until the college entrance examination, he resolved to deliver a shocking surprise to certain narrow-minded individuals. After a while, Li Fei finally replied to him. It turned out she had just finished taking a shower and sent him a picture of her fair, freshly washed legs. The two chatted until nearly 11 at night before bidding each other goodnight and heading to bed. The next day, Yang Fan continued to accompany his father to the slaughterhouse, where they slaughtered livestock to accumulate points. The points required for the lottery system increased incrementally. The first draw required 100 points, while the second required 500. Ding. Killed a chicken, gained 1 point, and 55 cultivation value. Ding. Killed another chicken, gained 1 point, and 55 cultivation value. After awakening his spiritual root, Yang Fan resumed slaughtering chickens and ducks. Not only could he earn points, but he also accrued cultivation value. Yang Fan was overjoyed. Truly, the Earth's most formidable emperor-grade spiritual root. With the speed of acquiring 500 cultivation value, he believed that within 3 days, he could break through to the initial stage of body refinement. Given this rate of progression, what realm could he achieve by the time of the college entrance examination in 100 days? Golden Core? Nascent Soul? Or perhaps even the transformation stage? Just imagining a student at the transformation stage participating in the exam was exhilarating. After work that evening, Yang Fan checked his attributes. Name, Yang Fan. Realm, none, 5406. Spiritual root, ethereal root. Bloodline, none. Constitution, none. Martial skills, none. Treasures, none. Points, 98. With 98 points, his cultivation progress had reached 54. At this rate, he would break through to the initial stage of body refinement by tomorrow. Once cultivators reach the body refinement stage, they can learn martial skills, significantly enhancing their strength, speed, and reflexes. Yang Fan felt a surge of excitement. Oh, isn't that Yang Fan? Haven't seen you in school for days. Have you really been at the slaughterhouse with your father, playing butcher? As Yang Fan and his father exited the slaughterhouse on their tricycle, they encountered Zhang Ting. Initially, Yang Fan had no intention of engaging with her. However, she deliberately provoked him with her snide remarks. What does that have to do with you? Yang Fan retorted, not willing to indulge her. It has nothing to do with you. Someone like you, from the lowest echelons of society, is only fit for such dirty and exhausting work. Zhang Ting mocked. Yang Fan regarded her with the same disdain one might reserve for a fool before riding away with his father. The lowest echelons of society? Only fit for dirty and exhausting work. Soon enough, you'll discover who the true ignorant clown is. The following afternoon, as Yang Fan slaughtered a chicken, he felt a powerful surge of spiritual energy, a breakthrough in his cultivation. Realm, initial body refinement. At this moment, Yang Fan distinctly sensed his strength and explosive power increase several-fold. With his current abilities, he no longer needed to return to the slaughterhouse. He could venture outside the city to hunt the mutated beasts that had emerged due to the revival of spiritual energy. That evening, Yang Fan informed his father of his intention not to return to the slaughterhouse the next day. Yang Daijun readily agreed, relieved to see Yang Fan gradually emerging from his previous despondency over his lack of spiritual roots. At dawn, after finishing breakfast, Yang Fan set off for the outskirts of the city, armed with his father's pig-killing knife. Due to the revival of spiritual energy, the city was a safe zone. But the area outside was fraught with danger. The beasts that had absorbed spiritual energy had undergone significant mutations, particularly in the deep mountains and forests far from the city, where various monstrous creatures roamed, ideal training grounds for powerful cultivators. As a novice who had just awakened his spiritual root, Yang Fan had zero survival experience in the wild, and thus could not venture too far. He merely wandered in a small grove not far from the city gate. After a while, he came across a wild rabbit, which was as large as a goose and unafraid of humans. Yang Fan drew his knife and swiftly struck twice. His recent experience at the slaughterhouse had honed his skills, and his movements were both rapid and decisive. Ding! Killed a mutated wild rabbit, gained 3 points. And 128 cultivation value. Due to the rabbit's absorption of spiritual energy, the points in cultivation value obtained were significantly higher than those from the ordinary chickens and ducks at the slaughterhouse. What a fortunate find. Yang Fan's spirits soared as he began searching for a second mutated beast. Moments later, he spotted another mutated wild rabbit. Ding! Killed a mutated wild rabbit, gained 3 points. And 128 cultivation value. Ding! Killed a mutated hedgehog, gained 4 points, and 155 cultivation value. Ding! Killed a mutated wild rabbit, gained 3 points. And 128 cultivation value. Yang Fan continued until dusk. Points, 503. After 3 days of accumulation, he finally had enough points for another lottery draw. Eagerly, he initiated the draw. The familiar spinning wheel whirled rapidly, displaying an array of treasures that dazzled Yang Fan's eyes. At last, the wheel came to a halt. Ding! Congratulations on winning the advanced martial skill Duga 9 Swords. The next lottery requires 1,000 points. Duga 9 Swords? The swordplay of Dugu Kyubai? Yang Fan's eyes widened in disbelief. Dugu 9 Swords, a total of 9 forms with 80 variations. Mastered to perfection, it creates afterimages and kills unseen. Martial skills are categorized into mortal, yellow, Xian, earth, and heaven ranks. Each rank is further divided into beginner, intermediate, and advanced. Duga 9 Swords is an advanced Xian grade martial skill, exceedingly formidable. Yang Fan clicked to learn it, and perhaps due to his high comprehension, he grasped the essence almost instantly. He hurriedly checked his attributes. Name, Yang Fan. Realm, initial body refinement, 7817. Spiritual root, ethereal root. Bloodline, none. Constitution, none. Martial skills, Duga 9 Swords, advanced Xian grade. Proficiency level 1, 01000. Treasures, pig-killing knife. Points, 3. Before Yang Fan could revel in his success, a series of grunting noises interrupted him. He looked up to see a massive wild boar, a beast of considerable size. This wild boar was undoubtedly a first-tier demon beast. There is a fundamental difference between mutated beasts and first-tier demon beasts. Ordinary mutated beasts can generally be dealt with by cultivators at the body refinement stage, while a first-tier demon beast requires at least a chi refining stage cultivator to handle, and he had yet to reach the mid-body refinement stage. What to do? The wild boar, having noticed him, charged forward at an alarming speed. Damn it, I have no choice. Yang Fan steeled himself, unable to afford to be anxious or fearful. With the wild boar's speed, escape was futile. He could only fight with all his might. Fortunately, he had just drawn the advanced martial skill Duga 9 Swords. Gripping the pig-killing knife, Yang Fan employed the intricate footwork and unleashed his potential to engage the wild boar in combat. 20 minutes later, with a desperate strike, he plunged the knife into the wild boar's heart. The wild boar let out a mournful cry before collapsing to the ground, twitching briefly before falling silent. Ding! Killed the first-tier demon beast Wild Boar King, gained 20 points, and 1088 cultivation value. Chapter 4, Breakthrough to Mid-Body Refinement. With a clang, Yang Fan could no longer stand and dropped the pig-killing knife, gasping for breath. He was utterly exhausted. Had he not defeated the first-tier demon beast, it would have been him lying dead today. After resting for a while, Yang Fan mustered his weary body and began to harvest the valuable materials from the Wild Boar King, placing them in a sack to carry back to the city. Both first-tier demon beasts and mutated beasts possessed materials that could be sold for a profit, with the more powerful beasts yielding more valuable materials. Upon returning to the city, Yang Fan sought out a materials shop and sold all the materials he had collected from the mutated beasts that day. The shopkeeper was astonished, struggling to believe that Yang Fan had awakened his spiritual root just 3 days prior and had already reached the body refinement stage. 3665 spirit stone coins. Yang Fan gazed at his first significant earnings, overwhelmed with excitement. At this rate of progression, it wouldn't be long before his parents could retire and enjoy a life of leisure at home. Reaching home, Yang Fan headed to the bathroom for a warm shower. Afterward, he grabbed a bite to eat and returned to his bedroom to scroll through his phone. The class group chat was still bustling with activity. My dear family, my cultivation level has reached 12. At this rate, within a month, I shall attain the initial stage of body refinement. My cultivation level stands at 33. In no more than 2 weeks, I will undoubtedly be the first genius in our class to reach the body refinement stage. You first? My cultivation level is 40. Do you dare claim you can reach the body refinement stage before me? Wow. Goddess Zhang Ting is impressive. In just a few days, her cultivation level has already reached 40. At this rate, admission to Tsinghua or Peking University is almost guaranteed. Suddenly, someone shared a photo of a male student in a school uniform from Mengxi Middle School. Wang Dazwang, what are you sharing? Breaking news. A student from Mengxi Middle School has already reached the body refinement stage. What? Someone from our school has reached the body refinement stage? Who did you hear that from? The owner of the materials shop. Didn't you see the photo above? That's him. Impossible. I refuse to believe anyone can elevate their realm so swiftly. I also do not believe it. The materials shop owner is my uncle. He would never deceive me. Wow. Who is this big shot? To reach the body refinement stage in just 3 days. Incredible. Hey, have you noticed that figure resembles someone? Let me take a closer look. It does bear some resemblance to Yang Fan, but didn't he lack a spiritual root? If it's him, I'll just tag him and ask. Yang Fan, is this photo of you? Have you awakened your spiritual root and already broken through to the body refinement stage? Yang Fan was engrossed in the chat content when suddenly a background photo caught his eye. Just as an ominous feeling arose within him, someone tagged him. No, I'm just lying in bed sleeping. It couldn't possibly be me. Yang Fan, unwilling to engage with these vain individuals, casually replied. TCH. I actually thought it was someone specific. What a letdown. Zhang Ting was the first to mock. If it's not Yang Fan, then who could it be? I've never heard of anyone so extraordinary from Mengxi Middle School. Wang Dazwang. It's possible your uncle made a mistake. Our school uniform looks quite similar to the one from the neighboring school. The crowd, disappointed that it wasn't Yang Fan, speculated about the identity of this prodigious talent. Yang Fan closed the chat group, secretly relieved that the material shop owner hadn't taken a frontal photo. Otherwise, he would have no way to shock those condescending individuals during the college entrance exam. The following morning, Yang Fan still did not attend school. After all, the old class teacher had granted him several days off, which was perfect for advancing his cultivation level. Yang Fan ventured out of the city once more, casually purchasing a mask and a sword from a department store. The mask was meant to conceal his identity and prevent being recognized by acquaintances. Such an incident from last night must not happen again. As for the sword, he had learned the Duga 9 swords and found it much more effective than a butcher's knife, greatly improving his efficiency. Oh, what is this? There's a notice posted at the city gate? Just as Yang Fan was about to exit the city, he noticed a large red paper affixed to the gate and curiously began reading. After a while, Yang Fan finally discerned the contents of the notice. Due to recent unrest outside the city caused by attacks from demonic beasts, starting tomorrow, only those holding a badge from the Cultivation Association would be allowed to leave the city. Ordinary individuals or cultivators without a badge issued by the Cultivation Association are prohibited from exiting. It seems I must visit the Cultivation Association tomorrow to obtain a badge. Yang Fan muttered to himself as he stepped outside the city. He proceeded to the nearby grove, just as he had done the day before, to hunt mutated beasts. Ding. Killed a mutated wild rabbit. Points 3, cultivation value 128. Ding. Killed a mutated wild rabbit. Points 3, cultivation value 128. Ding. Killed a mutated poisonous scorpion. Points 5, cultivation value 155. Thanks to the enhancement provided by the Duga 9 swords technique and wielding a sword, Yang Fan efficiently dispatched the mutated beasts, almost slaying one with each strike. As noon approached, a powerful surge of spiritual energy emanated from Yang Fan. His realm had broken through. Name, Yang Fan. Realm, mid-body refinement, 011. Spiritual root, void root. Bloodline, none. Physique, none. Martial technique, Duga 9 swords, high-level profound. Proficiency level 1, 566-1000. Magic artifact, iron sword. Points, 263. As his realm increased, the cultivation value required for further breakthroughs also escalated. Yang Fan was still benefiting from the 500 cultivation value bonus due to his void root. One can only imagine how slowly students with inferior spiritual roots would progress. In the afternoon, Yang Fan continued his slaughter. The proficiency of Duga 9 swords elevated to the second level. His swordsmanship became even more agile and deadly, with every strike proving fatal. Should he encounter a first-tier demonic beast again, Yang Fan was confident he would not be as beleaguered as the previous day and could easily defeat it. By evening, Yang Fan returned to the city with a sack full of materials. Boss, I'm back to sell materials again. Returning to the same shop as yesterday, Yang Fan had learned from his previous experience. This time he wore no school uniform and donned a mask, so he was not concerned about being photographed. Little brother, Did you rob a nest of mutated beasts? There's so much material. Boss Wang Fugui was utterly astonished. Last night, Yang Fan had brought half a sack of materials, which had already left him dumbfounded. Now, before nightfall, he had a full sack. Where did this freak come from? Though most of the materials were of lower quality. Let us see how much they're worth. Yang Fan offered little explanation and urged Wang Fugui to tally the amount. 5,800 spirit stones. While the materials Yang Fan brought today were double what he had brought yesterday, the previous day's haul included a first-tier demonic beast's wild boar king tusks, which alone were worth 1,300 spirit stones. After selling the materials, Yang Fan took the money and left the shop. Noticing that it was still light out, he immediately headed to the Cultivation Association to obtain his badge, ensuring it would not hinder his plans for monster hunting and leveling up. Chapter 5. Obtaining the Cultivator Badge from the Cultivation Association. 20 minutes later, Yang Fan arrived at the Cultivation Association. Elder, I am here to apply for a Cultivator Badge. The hall was sparsely populated, with only an elderly man dozing in a recliner. A form lay on the table for self-completion. The elder didn't even open his eyes as he replied. His demeanor was rather aloof. Yang Fan acknowledged and went to fill out the information. A few minutes later, after completing the form, Yang Fan returned. The elder took the form, glanced at it, and showed a look of surprise. You are a new student from Mengxi Middle School this year? Indeed. Impressive. Awakening your spiritual root just 3 days ago, and already breaking through to the mid-body refinement stage. It seems Mengxi Middle School has produced another promising talent this year. The elder praised, leading Yang Fan to the testing stone tablet. Although students had already undergone spiritual root awakening tests at school, to receive a cultivator badge from the Cultivation Association, they must be tested again according to the official procedure. Buzz. As Yang Fan placed his hand on the stone tablet, it suddenly radiated a blinding light. What is this? The elder, who had been squinting, suddenly opened his eyes wide. Name, Yang Fan, spiritual root, imperial grade, realm, mid-body refinement. The information emerged, shocking the elder into a state of disbelief. You, young man, awakened your spiritual root 3 days ago and have reached the mid-body refinement stage? The elder stared at Yang Fan, astonished and incredulous, his mind swirling with tumultuous thoughts. In the past, there had been prodigies who came to the association to obtain their cultivator badges, but he had seen quite a few top-tier geniuses who reached their peak in 3 to 4 days. However, the highest test result was always the initial body refinement stage, because that was already the limit for a prodigious breakthrough. Yet here was this extraordinary youth, defying all logic to achieve the mid-body refinement stage. The elder rubbed his eyes vigorously, suspecting that his old age was causing him to misread. Returning, elder. I barely managed to break through to the mid-body refinement stage today, Yang Fan replied truthfully. Hiss. The elder gasped in shock at Yang Fan's words, astonished at how casually he spoke of such an achievement. The cultivation value required to progress from awakening a spiritual root to breaking through to the initial body refinement stage is not overly demanding. If one possesses a spiritual root above the top-tier celestial grade, 3 days of diligent effort would suffice. However, from the early to the mid-stages of body refinement, the required cultivation value increases by no less than threefold. Threefold? How on earth did this young man accomplish such a feat? Has he resorted to drugs? At this moment, Elder Tang stared at him in astonishment, particularly captivated by the resplendent imperial-grade spiritual root, which made him salivate uncontrollably. Imperial grade. Hadn't he, the headmaster of Dreamstream Academy, Jiang Dainin, mentioned that their best spiritual root this year was merely celestial grade? Senior, have I passed the assessment? Yang Fan felt uneasy under Elder Tang's intense gaze. You have indeed. Well done, splendidly done. I shall craft your badge immediately. Elder Tang regained his composure, his demeanor shifting from aloof to exceedingly warm. Moments later, he presented Yang Fan with a bronze badge inscribed with his name, his identification as a cultivator. Once his realm ascends, he may return to the Cultivation Association for an upgrade. After completing the badge procedure, the night had already fallen. Elated, Yang Fan held the badge as he exited the Cultivation Association, intending to return home. However, just a few steps later, he encountered Zhang Ting. Damn it, why must I run into this green tea once more? Yang Fan's previously jubilant mood soured instantly. Oh, out at the Cultivation Association at this late hour? Perhaps you're here to secretly awaken your spiritual root again, feeling dissatisfied with your lack thereof? Zhang Ting spotted Yang Fan as well. Upon seeing him emerge from the association's hall, she scoffed derisively. Mind your own business. Green tea. Yang Fan retorted mockingly before striding away. You, Yang Fan, how dare you call me green tea? You will regret this. Zhang Ting's expression stiffened, her anger flaring. Although she was indeed clad in green attire that day, it was unreasonable to label her as such. Inside the association hall, Elder Tang scrutinized the form Yang Fan had filled out. Name, Yang Fan, Senior Year Class 7 of Dreamstream Academy, Residence. What an intriguing young fellow. Elder Tang mused to himself, committing Yang Fan's details to memory. Ding dong. Suddenly, a message pinged on Elder Tang's WeChat. It was a message from Jiang Dayanan, the headmaster of Dreamstream Academy. Elder Tang, let us have a drink tonight, my treat. Jiang Dayanan, you sly old fox. You've concealed it well. What have I concealed? Elder Tang inquired. Stop playing coy. There's a young prodigy with an imperial-grade spiritual root in your academy who, after awakening, has progressed to the mid-stage of body refinement in just 3 days. This is unprecedented. Elder Tang, you must be joking. Our academy has no students with an imperial-grade spiritual root this year, let alone someone who has reached mid-stage body refinement in 3 days. Are you unaware? Truly unaware? Have you made a mistake? I assumed you would know. Since you don't, I shan't tell you. Come on, Elder Tang, don't be like that. Please. Tell me. Meanwhile, adhering to the confidentiality principles of the Cultivation Association, Elder Tang resolutely refused to divulge any information. On the other side, Yang Fan returned home, weary. As he had done the previous day, he first took a shower, had a bite to eat, and then retired to his bedroom to rest. Suddenly, the class group chat lit up with a message. Class teacher Zhang Dongliang to all, tomorrow. All students must return to school for the second round of spiritual root awakening tests. A second round of awakening tests? What is going on? Didn't we just finish testing 3 days ago? Why another one? Our class has never had such a thing before. Could it be that some students missed out? But even so, there's no need to drag everyone back for retesting, is there? Something significant must have occurred at our school. The chat erupted with astonished discussions and speculations. At this moment, the class teacher Zhang Dongliang sent a message to clarify. This is the latest notice from the headmaster. It is said that our academy has produced an extraordinary prodigy. An extraordinary prodigy? Who? Is it me? ISNT our academy's top prodigy Li Fei. But she has already awakened an anomalous ice spiritual root. What is the point of testing again? I'm not entirely clear on the specifics. But the headmaster mentioned we have a top-tier imperial-grade spiritual root prodigy. Furthermore, this prodigy went to the Cultivation Association today to take the assessment for a cultivator badge and has already advanced to the mid-stage of body refinement. No way. Mid-stage of body refinement? Am I dreaming? How is this possible? While everyone else is still striving in the early stage, a great figure has already reached the mid-stage. And they are a senior student from our school? An imperial-grade spiritual root. I'm going to lose it. With the class teacher's explanation, the entire group of students went into a frenzy. Various discussions and exclamations ensued, startling Yang Fan. What the hell? That old man Tang. Is his mouth really that loose? He barely got home before spilling the beans. However, judging by the situation described in the chat, it seemed Tang hadn't revealed everything. All right, everyone. Let us cease the chatter and get some rest. Tomorrow, we will find out who that extraordinary prodigy is. Chapter 6. The third lottery draw the next morning. Yang Fan did not attend school. Instead, he finished his meal and ventured out of the city to hunt monsters and level up. At this point, going to school for the second round of spiritual root testing would undoubtedly expose him. Firstly, he was not one to seek the limelight or indulge in vanity. Secondly, he had already resolved to lay low until the college entrance examination, hoping to deliver a slight shock to certain hypocritical individuals who had mocked him. Kid. The city gate is under strict control today. Without a cultivator badge issued by the Cultivation Association, you cannot leave the city. As Yang Fan approached the city gate, 2 guards halted him. Gentlemen, I possess a cultivator badge, which I acquired just yesterday. What? You, a senior student, have reached mid-stage of body refinement so quickly? The guards were astonished as they beheld Yang Fan's bronze badge. Yang Fan smiled, offering no further explanation. Seeing his badge, the guards did not impede his passage and allowed him to exit the city. Which school does this young man belong to? There's a prodigy emerging in our city this year. No idea. I recall he left the city a couple of days ago. A couple of days ago? Are you sure you're not mistaken? Mistaken? No way. He returned the other evening with a half sack of materials. Wait. So, he had already reached the early stage of body refinement back then? But at that point, senior students had only just awakened their spiritual roots 1 day prior. The guards murmured in astonishment. At this moment, Yang Fan exited the city gate, heading toward the small grove he frequented a couple of days prior. Ding. Killed a mutated wild rabbit. Points 3, cultivation value 128. Ding. Killed a mutated wild rabbit. Points 3, cultivation value 128. Ding. Killed a mutated poisonous scorpion. Points 5, cultivation value 155. Within the grove, various mutated beasts fell beneath his sword with ease and grace. As his proficiency with the Dugu 9 swords increased, Yang Fan's execution of the technique intensified in power. After a while, Yang Fan grew frustrated with the slow pace of points and cultivation value accumulation from the mutated beasts. After some contemplation, he resolved to venture to the small valley ahead to hunt a first-tier demon beast. Upon entering the valley, a massive first-tier demon beast resembling a giant beetle emerged. Yang Fan, undaunted, brandished his iron sword. With agile footwork, he dashed forward like a dancer in the wind, ready to engage. Clang, clang. The strength of the first-tier demon beast surpassed that of the mutated creatures by at least tenfold, especially this beetle creature. With its armored shell rendering it difficult to pierce with his iron sword, Yang Fan found the battle quite challenging. Ding. Killed first-tier demon beast beetle, points 12. Cultivation value, 888. After approximately 10 minutes, Yang Fan finally managed to vanquish the resilient beetle demon beast. However, the points and cultivation value awarded were not as high as he had anticipated. Yang Fan calculated the rewards in his mind. The efficiency of killing the ordinary mutated beasts in the small forest was still not as high as that of the wild beasts. Thus, Yang Fan had no choice but to retreat from the small forest, continuing to hunt the mutated wild rabbits and wild chickens. Approaching noon, the proficiency of his martial skill, Dugu 9 swords, had leveled up. Martial skill, Dugu 9 swords, advanced Xian level, proficiency level 3, 310. 000. With the proficiency of Dugu 9 swords elevated to the 3rd level, Yang Fan's swordsmanship became even more formidable. However, the requirement to reach the 4th level demanded a significantly increased proficiency. Yang Fan made his way back to the small valley in front of the forest, intending to test the upgraded Dugu 9 swords on first-tier demon beasts. He encountered a first-tier demon beast, a beetle, and charged forward with his sword. Clang, clang. After a fierce battle, 5 minutes later, the first-tier demon beast beetle let out a reluctant cry and succumbed to the ground. Ding. Killed a first-tier demon beast beetle. Points, 12, cultivation value, 888. The efficiency of killing monsters had increased threefold compared to before. This way, Yang Fan could hunt these solitary first-tier demon beasts in the small valley. As long as he avoided being surrounded, he could slaughter freely. Ding. Killed a first-tier demon beast beetle, points, 12, cultivation value, 888. Ding. Killed a first-tier demon bee, points, 11, cultivation value, 800. Ding. Killed a first-tier demon lizard, points, 13, cultivation value, 988. Among the first-tier demon beasts, the points and cultivation values varied based on their strength. Importantly, the materials dropped by first-tier demon beasts were far more valuable than those from ordinary mutated beasts. His hopes of making a fortune and providing a better life for his parents rested upon them. Before night fell, Yang Fan's large sack was filled to the brim, and he could only sigh as he returned to the city. Alas, this bag was too small. It seemed he needed to save some money to buy a storage ring. However, although the storage ring was convenient for storing items and materials, it came with a hefty price. Even the cheapest storage ring would cost around 100,000 spirit stones. Boss, I'm here to sell materials again. Yang Fan called out as he arrived at the material shop. He then opened his sack. The shopkeeper, upon seeing the sack filled with first-tier demon beast materials, nearly dropped his jaw in astonishment. Goodness, young man, are you some kind of devil? How did you manage to hunt only first-tier demon beast materials today? Wang Fugui was shocked. He had seen Yang Fan selling materials since his first day. Just yesterday, it was all mutated beast materials, and now today, it had all transformed into first-tier demon beast materials. The shock was simply immense. Let's see how much this amounts to. Yang Fan didn't want to explain much. He was eager to return home for a shower. All right, I'll calculate that for you right away. After a moment, Wang Fugui provided Yang Fan with the total price, 36. 880 spirit stones. Today's earnings were equivalent to several days' worth of work. This delighted Yang Fan immensely. At this rate, he would be able to purchase a storage ring within 3 days. By then, when he ventured out to hunt demon beasts for materials, he would no longer have to carry a cumbersome sack. After selling the materials, Yang Fan returned home, where the results of the second test of his spiritual root were announced. He opened his phone. Class WeChat group messages were buzzing. Is the dean mistaken? The test results are the same as a few days ago, showing no signs of an imperial-grade spiritual root. What a joke. Indeed, the best spiritual root, Li Fei, has only just broken through to the initial stage of body refining. I feel the dean is getting old. He might have dementia. A group of people babbled on. Yang Fan casually glanced through the messages before closing the group chat and lying down on his bed to sleep. After a day of hunting first-tier demon beasts, he felt both mentally and physically exhausted. The next morning, Yang Fan ventured out of the city with 2 sacks. With the breakthrough in his realm and the increase in martial skill proficiency, he found hunting those first-tier demon beasts as easy as slaughtering pigs or dogs. 1 sack was no longer sufficient. Ding. Killed a first-tier demon beast beetle. Points. 12. Cultivation value. 888. Ding. Killed a first-tier demon beast mountain goat. Points. 11. Cultivation value. 820. Ding. Killed a first-tier demon lizard. Points. 13. Cultivation value. 988. After 3 hours, Yang Fan once again felled a demon beast and paused. Points. 1011. Enough for a draw. Yang Fan felt exhilarated, eagerly anticipating the treasures he might uncover in his 3rd draw. Drawing. The grand prize will reappeared and spun rapidly. Chapter 7. The Supreme of the 10 Sacred Bodies. The Chaotic Tao Body. Ding. Congratulations, you have drawn the Imperial Grade Chaotic Tao Body. The next draw requires 5,000 points. The strongest Imperial Grade physique? Yang Fan's eyes widened in surprise, his heart brimming with joy. Chaotic Tao Body. Supreme among the 10 sacred bodies. Cultivation speed, 200. Comprehension, 200. Breakthrough rate, 20. Martial skill proficiency, 500. Upon reading the description of the Chaotic Tao Body, Yang Fan was left in a state of shock. All aspects, cultivation value, comprehension, breakthrough rate, and proficiency, were enhanced. This was truly extraordinary. Physiques, like spiritual roots, were categorized as trash from 1 to 9 grades, celestial, and imperial. With his 1,000 points, just a random draw yielded the supreme, chaotic Tao Body. At this moment, Yang Fan seriously doubted that the prize will contain any worthless items. Subsequently, he checked his attributes panel. Name, Yang Fan. Realm, mid-body refinement, 8633. Spiritual root, ethereal root. Bloodline, none. Physique, chaotic Tao Body. Martial skill, Duga 9 swords. Advanced Xian level, proficiency level 3. 186. 010, 000. Magic artifact, Iron Sword. Points, 11. His bloodline had yet to awaken. At this point, he was eager to see what powerful bloodline he might draw next. Surely it would be at least celestial grade, if not imperial. After the draw, Yang Fan gripped his iron sword and once more hunted first-tier demon beasts. With the awakening of the sacred body, his speed, explosive power, strength, reaction time, and endurance saw a substantial enhancement. Previously, it took him around 5 minutes to slay a first-tier demon beast. Now, with the awakening of the sacred body, he could finish it in just 3 minutes. Of course, this small valley was not teeming with first-tier demon beasts for him to hunt. He needed to search for them himself and gather materials. When encountering a large number of demon beasts, he also dared not attack recklessly. If surrounded, it could spell danger. Ding. Killed a first-tier demon beast king crab. Points, 11. Cultivation value, 1508. Ding. Killed a first-tier demon lizard. Points, 12. Cultivation value, 1588. Ding. Killed a first-tier demon fire rat. Points, 12. Cultivation value, 1666. The increase in cultivation value acquisition speed from the chaotic Tao Body also significantly enhanced the cultivation value gained from each demon beast killed. The proficiency of his martial skills saw a similar rise. As evening approached, both of Yang Fan's large sacks were nearly filled. Suddenly, a sharp and piercing cat's cry echoed. He looked up to see a gigantic black cat, the size of a dog, pouncing towards him. Clang! Yang Fan raised his iron sword to block its fierce strike. Sparks flew from the sword's body, leaving 5 glaring claw marks. Thanks to his timely defense, had that claw landed on his face, it would have surely crushed his skull in an instant. A first-tier cat demon king. Among demon beasts of the same tier, there were both strong and weak. The wild boar king he encountered days prior and the present cat demon king were the elite among first-tier demon beasts. They possessed immense strength. The wild boar king was known for its power, while the cat demon king excelled in speed and explosiveness. Meow. The first-tier cat demon king, realizing it had not defeated Yang Fan instantly, let out another cry and launched a second wave of attacks. Yang Fan set down his sacks and wielded his iron sword, unleashing the Dugu 9 swords as he engaged in battle. He was no longer the novice he had been 3 days prior. With the proficiency of Dugu 9 swords at the 3rd level, his cultivation realm at mid-body refinement, and the awakening of the supreme chaotic Tao Body, he was ready for the fight. After a fierce battle, Yang Fan gained the upper hand, overwhelming the first-tier cat demon king, who was exhausted from defending itself. Sensing impending doom, the cat demon king attempted to flee. Not so fast. Leave your life behind. Yang Fan sneered, shaking his iron sword, unleashing a flurry of sword petals, and fiercely thrusting forward. Meow. The cat demon king let out a heart-wrenching scream as it was pierced through the heart, meeting its demise. Ding. Killed a first-tier demon beast. Cat demon king. Points. 23. Cultivation value. 3663. With the cat demon king's death, Yang Fan's iron sword could no longer bear the strain and broke at the blade. Yang Fan could only force a bitter smile. This sword is terribly fragile. It has barely lasted a few days and is already rendered useless. I spent over 1,000 spirit stone coins on it. Sigh. I'll need to procure a new weapon upon returning to town. Noticing the sky darkening and his trusty iron sword damaged, Yang Fan decided against continuing to hunt first-tier demon beasts. He harvested the materials from the cat demon king, slinging a large sack over each shoulder as he made his way back. Good grief. Did that boy really come back yesterday carrying one sack? And today he is hauling two? Not to mention, have you seen how his sword is all bent? He must have spent the entire day hunting first-tier demon beasts. Hunting for a whole day? He is just a beginner in the body refinement stage. How could he possibly handle first-tier demon beasts? At the city gates, two guards watched in astonishment as Yang Fan approached, carrying two sacks larger than himself. Their eyes nearly bulged out in disbelief. Yang Fan, donning a mask, paid no heed to the curious gazes of passers-by as he headed to sell his materials. Boss, I'm back, he called out upon reaching the materials shop. Goodness gracious. What have you brought back today, my dear Lord of Fortune? 2 sacks of materials? Wang Fugui, emerging from the shop, rubbed his eyes in disbelief. He had barely slept the previous night after being stunned by Yang Fan's return with a single sack of first-tier demon beast materials. And now, he had doubled the amount. Let us see how much it's worth. I still need to buy a decent weapon, Yang Fan urged. Of course, my Lord of Fortune. Please step inside for some tea while I calculate your total. Wang Fugui beamed with flattery. This truly is a stroke of luck. For a roadside material shop like ours, it's rare to receive such a substantial amount of demon beast materials all at once. Yang Fan has been coming in every night to sell his materials, starting from half a sack, then a full sack, and now tonight he brings in 2 sacks of first-tier demon beast materials. Wang Fugui's heart raced with excitement, fearing that if he didn't serve Yang Fan well, this Lord of Fortune might not return to sell materials again. Your total comes to 78,900 spirit stone coins. As a loyal customer, I'll add an extra 100, making it a neat 80,000 spirit stone coins. Wang Fugui calculated the amount and transferred the funds to Yang Fan's account. Seeing his savings surpassing 100,000, Yang Fan felt an exhilarating rush as he prepared to leave. Please wait, my Lord of Fortune. Is there something else? Yang Fan paused, puzzled. Well, our shop urgently needs a batch of first-tier demon beast hyena materials. Could you possibly gather some for me? I assure you the price will be satisfactory. Wang Fugui gazed at Yang Fan with eager anticipation. Hyena materials? I'll see if I can hunt a few tomorrow. Yang Fan agreed readily. Before heading home, Yang Fan visited a magical artifact shop and purchased a Xian iron sword. Magical artifacts are categorized into various tiers: ordinary, magical, precious, acquired spiritual, innate spiritual, acquired Taoist, innate Taoist, and celestial artifacts. Each category further divides into beginner, intermediate, and advanced levels. Yang Fan spent 30,000 spirit stone coins on the intermediate magical Xian iron sword. Were it not for the influence of artifact grade on the speed of mastering martial skills, he would have hesitated to spend such a sum on an intermediate artifact. That evening, upon returning home, Yang Fan looked up the coordinates of the hyena's habitat. The next day, he set out with 2 sacks, determined to make a significant haul. By nightfall, he would have enough to purchase a storage ring. Upon reaching the outskirts of the hyena's territory, he encountered several cultivators engaged in hunting demon beasts. They sneered at Yang Fan as he entered the hyena territory. Another fool lured by greed, heading to his doom. Chapter 8. Ambushed by the second-tier hyena queen. Ignoring the taunts, Yang Fan pressed on. Howl! A first-tier hyena spotted him and charged with a ghastly wail. Unfazed, Yang Fan slightly raised his Xian iron sword, unleashing a streak of sword light. Howl! The hyena emitted a tragic cry as it was swiftly dispatched. Ding! Killed a first-tier demon beast, hyena. Points: 12, cultivation value, 1220. Ding! Killed a first-tier demon beast, hyena. Points: 12, cultivation value, 1220. Ding! Killed a first-tier demon beast, hyena. Points: 12. Cultivation value, 1220. Continuing onward, Yang Fan felt as if he were slicing through vegetables. This 30,000 spirit stone artifact, Xian Iron Sword, was undoubtedly superior to an ordinary iron sword. He did not require a second strike to slay these first-tier hyenas. With a mastery of the profound footwork, he moved gracefully forward, while the cultivators outside the hyena territory gaped in astonishment. The earlier two who had mocked him were now left speechless, their faces turning a deep shade of maroon. Goodness, have I stumbled upon a hidden master? This young man wielded exceptional swordsmanship and struck with formidable ferocity. I disagree. Hyenas are pack animals. If he encounters the hyena queen, he is surely doomed. Some were astonished, while others reveled in his potential misfortune. The hyena queen, a second-tier demon beast. Despite the mere difference of one tier, the disparity in strength was at least fivefold. This young man, armed only with his sword, ventured deep into the hyena territory. Should he encounter the hyena queen, his fate would be sealed. As Yang Fan delved deeper into the hyena territory, he encountered an increasing number of hyenas. Initially, he faced only solitary hyenas, but now he frequently encountered packs of 3 to 5. With his Xian Iron Sword in hand, he dispatched them with ease. Though he felt some pressure, it was manageable. Although his martial skill, Duga 9 Swords, was merely an advanced technique of the profound tier, its power, when fully mastered, rivaled even that of Earth-tier techniques. Ding. Killed a first-tier demon beast, hyena. Points, 12. Cultivation value, 1220. Ding. Killed a first-tier demon beast, great hyena. Points, 15. Cultivation value, 1620. Ding. Killed a first-tier demon beast, great hyena. Points, 15. Cultivation value, 1620. The great hyenas deeper in the territory, though still first tier, were twice the size of those on the outskirts, yielding greater points and cultivation value. However, Yang Fan found it somewhat troublesome that he had to pause to collect materials after each wave of hyenas, which wasted valuable time. Otherwise, his efficiency would have been significantly higher. Suddenly, a cacophony of urgent hyena howls rang out. Yang Fan looked up, his expression shifting slightly. In the distance, a pack of over a dozen great hyenas rushed towards him. Fight! Yang Fan temporarily halted his material collection, brandishing his Xian Iron Sword to meet them head-on. With so many great hyenas, being surrounded would place him in a precarious situation. Thus, he had to take the initiative. Facing over a dozen great hyenas, Yang Fan felt immense pressure. Ding. Killed a first-tier demon beast, great hyena. Points, 15. Cultivation value, 1620. He swiftly pierced through another great hyena's heart with his sword. A surge of spiritual energy coursing through him. I've broken through. Realm, late body refinement. This breakthrough significantly enhanced Yang Fan's strength. The Duga 9 swords in his hand became increasingly fierce, each strike lethal. Even when faced with a dozen attacking hyenas, he remained undeterred. Yang Fan showed no sign of weakness whatsoever. The large hyena beasts, unable to overpower him after prolonged assault, emitted a series of eerie, piercing cries. It seemed they intended to intimidate him by frightening him like a wild animal, hoping to catch him off guard and kill him. Alas, beasts are but beasts, lacking in intellect. Such a simplistic tactic was utterly ineffective against Yang Fan. With a flurry of strikes, over a dozen large hyenas fell beneath Yang Fan's sword, becoming lost souls under his blade. Observing the materials filling nearly half a sack, Yang Fan felt a surge of satisfaction. Today's harvest was bountiful. 4 hyenas being pack creatures made the process far more efficient than before. Just as he finished collecting the materials, a chilling, spine-tingling howl echoed. A colossal hyena, tiger-sized, appeared, the hyena queen herself. Yang Fan's pupils contracted sharply. He had seen this creature in his online research the previous night. How could the hyena queen be so close to the outskirts rather than deep within the hyena territory? Perhaps the earlier howls of the large hyenas had drawn her here. Beside the hyena queen stood several guards, each about 1.5 times the size of the large hyenas. Damn it! Unable to fight, he decided to flee. Without hesitation, Yang Fan hoisted the sack and retreated along his path. The hyena queen howled again, and her guards, each the size of a calf, lunged forward. Their strength was twice that of the large hyenas. Their fur resembled steel needles. Yang Fan's black iron sword barely scratched them. Instead, their terrifying power nearly forced Yang Fan to lose his grip on the sword. At that moment, Yang Fan was grateful that despite the pain, he had spent 30,000 silver coins last night to purchase a heavy black iron sword. Had it been a light sword, he would have been finished by the guard's initial assault. Roaring, Yang Fan unleashed the full might of the solitary 9 swords technique. From afar, his fierce swordsmanship left faint afterimages. Even as several guards attacked simultaneously, none could approach him. However, exerting the solitary 9 swords drained Yang Fan's stamina rapidly. Were it not for his extraordinary endurance derived from the Chaos Dao body, he would have collapsed from exhaustion. The Hyena Queen, seeing her guards unable to break through, personally attacked. With a terrifying howl, she charged swiftly. A thunderous clang erupted as Yang Fan's black iron sword sparked wildly. The force pushed him several steps back. His expression darkened. After sending a sneaky large hyena flying with a sword strike, he fled. The second-tier Hyena Queen was terrifying. If he didn't escape, death was certain. Though fast, Yang Fan was outpaced by the Queen, who quickly caught up and blocked his path. Desperately, Yang Fan noticed a shallow cave nearby. Without hesitation, he hurled the sack at the Hyena Queen and dashed toward the cave. The cave was shallow and empty, but sufficient to prevent being surrounded and ambushed from behind. The Hyena Queen howled fiercely again and charged. Yang Fan gripped his sword with both hands and struck with all his might, blocking her ferocious attack. His arms went numb, nearly dropping the sword, but he managed to repel her several steps, leaving a visible bloodstain on her body, a wound. The intelligent Hyena Queen feared death. Instead of attacking directly, she commanded her guards to wear down Yang Fan's stamina. Once exhausted, she would finish him off. Yang Fan seized this brief respite. Truthfully, if the Hyena Queen had fought him desperately, he wouldn't have lasted 5 rounds. But with her guards cycling attacks, Yang Fan was less intimidated. The cave entrance was narrow, allowing only one guard to enter at a time. In a one-on-one duel, he feared nothing. Holding the cave's entrance, sword in hand, Yang Fan resisted fiercely. The hyenas resorted to a cruel tactic, rotating attacks to sap his strength. One would attack until exhausted, then retreat, replaced by a fresh adversary. After a day, Yang Fan's body weakened, even with his remarkable endurance. Yet, on the brink of death, his latent potential ignited, allowing him to persevere. Failure meant death. After his transmigration, he had yet to truly thrive and was unwilling to perish now. Night fell. The hyenas, exhausted from relentless assaults, finally slowed. The Hyena Queen, unable to wait longer, launched another attack, but was driven back by Yang Fan's fierce shouts and wild slashes. She dared not advance further. Some large hyenas attempted to harass him, but were swiftly slain by 2 sword strikes, forcing them into submission. Seeing the guards resting, tongues lolling far away, Yang Fan took the opportunity to rest. His stomach growled fiercely, but with no food, he could only cut some previously harvested hyena meat to quell his hunger. Nearly vomiting, he swallowed with great effort, knowing that without sustenance, his strength would fail and death would ensue. Exhausted and fatigued, Yang Fan's survival depended solely on his indomitable will. That night, he barely understood how he endured. Several times, he felt death approaching, yet his unyielding resolve and anger pushed him onward. At dawn, the sun rose anew, heralding a fresh beginning and hope. Dragging his weary body, Yang Fan repelled another wave of hyena attacks. His mastery of the solitary 9 swords technique advanced to the 4th level. Suddenly, a Hyena Queen guard charged again. Yang Fan tightened his grip on the heavy black iron sword, his tired eyes icy as frost. With a decisive step, he launched a counterattack. The heavy sword moved as if weightless, executing a seamless flow of stabbing, slashing, and cleaving. A piercing scream rang out. One of the once proud guards was instantly slain, its skull pierced and severed. This spectacle startled the Hyena Queen, who was feasting nearby. She howled fiercely, urging all her guards to attack simultaneously. Swiftly circling behind Yang Fan, she blocked the cave entrance, fearing he would retreat again. "Today shall be your end, beast," she snarled. Yang Fan smiled coldly, shaking his sword as its fierce light cut through the remaining guards like a deity of swords. Time passed unknowingly until Yang Fan felled the last Hyena Queen guard. Turning abruptly, he faced the second-tier Hyena Queen with a feral grin. "Beast, your time has come," he declared, gripping his bloodied black iron sword as he charged. The Hyena Queen roared and counterattacked, and the clash of sword against beast echoed with sparks flying from the blade. The formidable force of the collision compelled Yang Fan to exert every ounce of his strength. In due course, the palms of his hands were bruised and torn. He tore a strip from his clothing and wrapped it around his wrists, resolutely continuing the battle. "Ding! You have slain the second-tier demon beast, the Hyena Queen," earning 50 points and 7685 cultivation value. At last, Yang Fan pierced the heart of the Hyena Queen with his sword, ending the wretched creature's life. With a clang. After vanquishing the Hyena Queen, He could no longer maintain his stance and collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. Coughing, he spat out blood. Feeling the exhilarating rush of the encounter. Outside the hyena territory, the group of cultivators from the previous day murmured among themselves. That novice who entered yesterday has yet to emerge? Emerging? He has long since become food for the hyena queen. Agreed, he has probably digested by now. Wait. Look over there. What in the world? He is alive? Survived the night in the hyena territory? As they speculated, a blood-soaked figure appeared, burdened with 2 large sacks. Yang Fan, with a sack in each hand, was in tatters, his body smeared with blood and his hair disheveled. The blood from the heavy iron sword he carried dripped onto the ground with each step. This sight left the gossiping cultivators in stunned silence. What had he experienced in the hyena territory to emerge in such a state? What could possibly be in those 2 bulging sacks? Could they contain materials from the slain hyenas? Yang Fan paid no mind to the astonished onlookers and walked past them, heading back to the city. Exhausted, his eyelids felt heavy as if they could close at any moment. After he departed, the cultivators hurried into the depths of the hyena territory. Upon discovering the multitude of hyena corpses, including the slain queen, they were utterly astounded. Returning to the city, Yang Fan first visited the material shop to sell his spoils. Wang Fugui stared at him in a daze for a full 5 minutes upon seeing the 2 sacks of hyena materials. Just the night before, they had agreed he would merely hunt a few hyenas, yet here he was, returning with 2 enormous sacks after a full day and night. Had he slaughtered every hyena in the territory? Wang Fugui began to tally the materials, and, upon spotting the teeth and claws of the second-tier hyena queen, he trembled in disbelief. Good heavens! This youth is not merely a fortune-bringer, he is a true treasure. He calculated the price, totaling 150,000. After selling the materials, Yang Fan, weary to his core, was about to head home when suddenly a hefty figure charged toward him from a distance. Idle, wait. Wang Dazwang. Yang Fan gasped in shock, instinctively exclaiming. The moment the words escaped his lips, he felt a pang of dread. What a disaster. He had inadvertently called out a classmate's name while wearing a mask. He must not be recognized. Idle, do you recognize me, the chubby one? Wang Dazwang's eyes widened in astonishment, his excitement causing the fat on his face to quiver. Not really. We've only met once before. Yang Fan steadied himself, attempting to brush it off. Once before? Idle, are you truly a senior from Mengxi High School? Wang Dazwang inquired nervously. Had he not been afraid of repercussions, he would have ripped the mask off to see Yang Fan's face. Yes, but I have matters to attend to, so I must be off. Farewell. Fearing that excessive conversation might lead to recognition, Yang Fan hurriedly took his leave. Hey, Idle, I wanted to ask for your autograph. Wang Dazwang snapped back to reality. But Yang Fan's figure had already vanished. Phew, that was close. How did that chubby guy appear here so suddenly? Oh right. I think I heard him mention in the group that the material shop owner is his uncle. Yang Fan sprinted home, muttering to himself. He quickly washed up and changed out of his soiled clothes, ravenously devouring a meal. Damn, a full day and night without food. And gnawing on some raw hyena meat had made him feel nauseous. Nothing compares to a home-cooked meal. After satisfying his hunger, Yang Fan lay down on his bed, ready to sleep. Just then, the class group chat erupted with activity. Guys, I saw the idol this morning. Idol? What idol? It's the modern age. Why are we still chasing stars? Not a star chaser. It's that extraordinary student from our school with the imperial spirit root. Goodness. That prodigy is truly from Mengxi High School? He confirmed it this morning. He came to my uncle's shop to sell materials, with 2 large sacks full of them, including materials from the second-tier hyena queen. My heavens. Wang Dazwang, you can't be serious. How could a body refining stage cultivator possibly slay a second-tier demon beast? The group erupted in a frenzy of disbelief. The class teacher, Zhang Dongliang, was also stirred by the commotion and quickly inquired about the situation. Yang Fan, upon seeing Wang Dazwang's loud proclamations, felt an overwhelming urge to curse. Damn it. Thank goodness that fat fool didn't recognize me. Otherwise, the entire school would know that the top student has awakened the imperial spirit root. He muted the class group chat, yawned, and closed his eyes to sleep. Exhaustion engulfed him. He had nearly perished in the hyena territory the previous night. Reflecting on it now sent shivers down his spine. At that moment, Yang Fan resolved never to be reckless again. Meanwhile, at Mengxi High School, led by Principal Jiang Danan, a group of school leaders gathered in the conference room, each with furrowed brows. Over the past few days, they had been preoccupied with the sudden emergence of the prodigious talent. Principal, could there have been a mistake from the Cultivation Association's Elder Tang? I also suspect so. All our students were retested, and the best was only that girl, Li Fei. I personally approached Elder Tang. He doesn't seem to be joking. It's truly baffling. I've been pulling my hair out over this. Tonight, I'll go drink with Elder Tang and get him drunk to find out who it is. Bang. The conference room door was kicked open, and everyone turned to see Zhang Dongliang rushing in. Zhang Dongliang, are you rebelling? How dare you kick open the conference room door? Jiang Dainin thundered in fury. Principal, our student Daz Wang saw the prodigy this morning. It's definitely a senior from our school. Zhang Dongliang's slightly agitated words caused the entire assembly of school leaders to rise collectively. That evening, Yang Fan finally awoke. The first thing he did was check his attributes. Name, Yang Fan, stage, late body refinement, 1122. Spirit root, void spirit root. Bloodline, none. Physique, chaos Dao body. Martial skill, Duga 9 swords, advanced mystical level. Proficiency level 4, 3866150000. Treasure, heavy iron sword. Points, 985. It seemed he hadn't attended school for nearly a week. His stage had already reached the late body refinement level. His martial skill, Duga 9 swords, had also progressed to the 4th tier. Not too shabby. At this rate, he might indeed reach the spirit transformation stage by the time of the college entrance examination. Yang Fan pondered on his attributes, climbed out of bed, and headed to a restaurant for a meal. Subsequently, he made his way to the marketplace. Carrying 2 large sacks to slay demon beasts every day was far too conspicuous. Now that he had the financial means, he wished to procure a storage ring. A storage ring would not only facilitate storage, but also accommodate the vast amounts of materials he collected from demon beasts daily. Perfect. The bronze storage ring was priced at 150,000 spirit stones. Its space was roughly equivalent to 4 large sacks. Alas, yesterday was a relentless endeavor, costing him several tens of thousands of spirit stones, leaving Yang Fan's heart aching. However, with the acquisition of this storage ring, he could finally settle his mind and diligently strive to elevate his realm, aiming to break through the peak of the body refinement stage within 3 days. On the following day, as per routine, Yang Fan finished his meal and ventured out of the city to slay first-tier monsters. Given his current strength, dispatching those first-tier beasts was akin to slicing through vegetables. Ding. Killed a first-tier beast, hyena. Points gained, 12. Cultivation value, 1220. Ding. Killed a first-tier beast, poison lizard. Points gained, 15. Cultivation value, 1620. Ding. Killed a first-tier beast, black snake. Points gained, 13. Cultivation value, 1420. Yang Fan chose not to return to the hyena territory. Firstly, he had already depleted the population there, and secondly, he feared encountering a second-tier beast again. One second-tier beast had proven challenging enough. Encountering several at once would surely spell disaster. A day passed in the blink of an eye. Yang Fan's storage ring was brimming with materials from nearly 3 large sacks of defeated beasts. He felt a surge of excitement as he estimated the value of these materials. Although they were not as valuable as those from the hyena, they would still fetch over 100,000 spirit stones. To his astonishment, he spotted the principal and his old teacher at the material shop. Startled, he turned on his heels and fled. It was all Wang Dazwang's fault. His loud mouth had led them to the material shop. Fortunately, he had come to exchange the storage ring today, rather than carrying the 2 large sacks, or he would surely have been discovered. Yang Fan sneaked back home, took a hot shower, and enjoyed dinner with his parents. Late at night, he pondered that the principal and his teacher should have departed by now. Thus, he quietly slipped out to sell the materials. Upon arriving, he stealthily surveyed the surroundings and, confirming that the principal and his teacher had left, he dared to enter. Boss, I'm here to sell materials. Principal, why are you still here? Yang Fan entered and was taken aback. On the upper floor of the shop, 2 familiar figures were grinning at him. Who else could it be but teacher Zhang Dongliang and Principal Jiang Dainin? Kid, as a student of Mengxi High School, why do you hide and run upon seeing me? Principal Jiang chided with a smile as he descended the stairs. His heart was filled with excitement. After days of searching for this troublesome student, he had finally caught him. Principal, I prefer to keep a low profile and focus solely on improving my cultivation, Yang Fan replied with an awkward smile, removing his mask. Yang Fan, is that really you? My heavens, what am I witnessing? Teacher Zhang's eyes widened in disbelief. He suddenly recalled that during the second assessment of spiritual roots, all the students from their class were present, except for Yang Fan, the former top scholar. At that time, he had not thought much of it, nor had he considered that the school's super prodigy could be him. Teacher, it wasn't me, Yang Fan chuckled awkwardly. Principal Jiang turned to Zhang Dongliang with a look of suspicion. Previously, he had ordered all third-year students to undergo a second assessment of their spiritual roots. After checking, they had still failed to find the super prodigy. Now, it turned out that this prodigy was none other than Yang Fan, the once top scholar of Zhang's class. Jiang Danan harbored serious doubts that this was a scheme between Zhang and Yang. Principal, please don't look at me like that. I genuinely had no idea. I'm innocent. Yang Fan hadn't awakened his spiritual root, so I gave him a few days off to avoid adding to his mental stress. Zhang Dongliang quickly distanced himself from any implication. Indeed, Principal, my spiritual root awakened later, Yang Fan corroborated. Kid, I sense your aura is remarkably stable. What stage have you reached now? Jiang Danan asked curiously, not lingering on the issue of spiritual roots. I have barely reached the late stage of body refinement. Yang Fan replied honestly. Barely at the late stage? What do you mean? You've achieved that in just a week? Jiang Danan nodded, but before he could finish speaking, he was astounded, jumping 3 feet in surprise. Zhang Dongliang's eyes widened as well, his mouth agape. While others were still struggling to break through the initial body refinement stage, this lad had effortlessly reached the late stage in the blink of an eye. Was he riding a rocket to elevate his realm? Wait, I recall that the materials I sold yesterday included the teeth and claws of a second-tier beast, the hyena queen. The rest were all from first-tier beasts. How could he be at the late body refinement stage? Wang Fugui, puzzled, interjected. What? Second-tier beast materials? Jiang Danan and Zhang Dongliang were momentarily stunned again. Normally, handling second-tier beasts required foundation-building cultivators, with only a few exceptional prodigies able to contend with them during the Qi refinement stage. Yet here was Yang Fan, merely at the body refinement stage. Having slain a second-tier beast? What a ridiculous notion. At that moment, all eyes were glued to him, as if observing a rare creature. Are second-tier beasts really that formidable? I find them rather unremarkable, Yang Fan said innocently. Jiang Danan, Zhang Dongliang, and Wang Fugui exchanged glances of disbelief, feeling as though he was boasting. However, when they saw the 3 large sacks of first-tier beast materials he poured out from his storage ring, they collectively fell silent. While other cultivators sought to hunt monsters for materials, it felt as if he was merely restocking supplies. Kid, come to school tomorrow. You and that girl Li Fei are the most outstanding prodigies of our academy. I will invest more resources in nurturing you both to ensure you excel in the college entrance examination. Jiang Danan, after recovering from his shock, expressed his admiration. Initially, he had felt regret that Yang Fan, the former top scholar of Mengxi High School, had failed to awaken his spiritual root. Now, however, he felt no pity. This young man had awakened the most powerful imperial-grade spiritual root. While others struggled to break through the initial body refinement stage, he had already slain second-tier beasts. This was no mere prodigy. He was a veritable anomaly. Principal, I prefer not to return to school for the time being, but rest assured, I will attend the entrance exam on time, Yang Fan replied, shaking his head in refusal. Why not? Jiang Danan inquired, puzzled. My situation is rather unique. Returning to school would only hinder my cultivation progress, Yang Fan explained without elaborating further. He could not disclose to the principal and his teacher that he possessed a point-based lottery system that allowed him to gain points and cultivation value by slaying monsters. Very well, if you encounter any difficulties, feel free to come directly to the academy or reach out to your homeroom teacher. Additionally, I will keep your awakening of the imperial-grade spiritual root a secret for the time being. I want to deliver a slight shock to those old-timers from other academies during the entrance exam. Jiang Danan, not wanting to press further, chuckled mischievously, already anticipating the expressions of those who usually flaunted their prowess before him when they witnessed the prodigious Yang Fan. After the principal and teacher departed, Yang Fan sold his materials and returned home to rest. A week later, Yang Fan's cultivation soared, reaching the pinnacle of the body refinement stage. The system notification chimed. Ding! System alert. Cultivation has reached the pinnacle of the body refinement stage. No further cultivation value can be obtained for the time being. Breakthrough to the Qi refinement stage to continue acquiring cultivation value. Breakthrough rate, 100. Do you wish to proceed? Yes. Yang Fan made an unwavering choice to break through immediately. Ding! Breakthrough successful. In an instant, Yang Fan felt a pure spiritual energy flowing through his meridians like a rushing stream. Buzz! Holding the Xian iron sword, Yang Fan gave it a slight shake. Sword energy began to swirl around the blade. Practitioners in the body refinement stage, being novices, lacked spiritual power within their bodies and could only rely on brute strength in battles against monsters. However, upon breaking through to the Qi refinement stage, the situation was entirely different. Spiritual power began to take shape within him, allowing him to infuse it into his treasures, generating energy to confront his foes. With the Xian iron heavy sword in hand, Yang Fan ventured toward the gathering place of second-tier demon beasts. Roar. Ahead, a two-headed turtle, a second-tier demon beast, spotted him and charged forward with a shriek. Humph. Just in time. It was the perfect opportunity to test how much stronger I've become since breaking through to the initial stage of chi refinement. Yang Fan smirked coldly, advancing rather than retreating. Footing the 7-star step, he lunged at the two-headed turtle. Swish. Swish. Empowered by sword energy, the Xian iron heavy sword sliced through the air with ease. In a single encounter, the two-headed turtle was slain by Yang Fan. Ding. Killed the second-tier demon beast. Two-headed turtle. Points gained. 36. Cultivation value. 56.85. After defeating the two-headed turtle, Yang Fan paused, choosing not to press on. Points. 85.61. I can draw again. Initially, 5,000 points were required for a draw. However, when he amassed the necessary points, he decided to wait until he reached the chi refinement stage to claim his reward. After all, his current strength was already adequate. Who knows, with a higher realm, he might obtain even better rewards. Lottery. The virtual roulette wheel reappeared, spinning rapidly. Ding. Congratulations on drawing the Ancient Emperor bloodline. The next draw requires 10,000 points. Chapter 12. Class Group exposes the shameless Zhang Ting. Ancient Emperor bloodline. Yang Fan's spirits soared as he eagerly examined the details. This name sounded magnificent and highly prestigious. Ancient Emperor bloodline. Purity 1. Cultivation value acquisition speed 10. Comprehension 10. Breakthrough rate 1. Martial skill proficiency 10. Points can be used to increase purity. 1,000 points for 1 purity. Wow. Points can enhance the purity of the bloodline? However, only 1 purity for 1,000 points seems a bit meager. Yet, this also indicates that the Ancient Emperor bloodline is incredibly formidable. After awakening the Ancient Emperor bloodline, Yang Fan's strength saw a significant enhancement once more. Though not explicitly stated in the description, he could distinctly feel the increase. Similar to when he acquired the chaotic Dao body, his power, explosiveness, speed, reflexes, and endurance had all improved dramatically. As darkness began to descend, Yang Fan refrained from continuing his hunt for demon beasts and turned back toward the city. On his way home, he checked his attribute panel. Name, Yang Fan. Realm, Initial Chi Refinement, 001. Spiritual Root, Ethereal Root. Bloodline, Ancient Emperor Bloodline, Purity 1. Physique, Chaotic Dao Body. Martial Skills, Duga 9 Swords, Advanced Xian Rank. Proficiency Level 6, 6866300000. Treasures, Xian Iron Sword. Points, 3561. With over 3,000 points, he could indeed enhance the purity of the Ancient Emperor bloodline. However, given that it took 1,000 points to increase purity by just 1, it seemed imprudent to waste points on bloodline purification at this early stage when points were scarce. It was better to wait until he had more points in the future. After selling the materials and returning home, he took a hot shower. The class group was lively again that night. Family, I have broken through. I am now at the initial body refinement stage. Who else has achieved this in just 2 weeks? Huh, you just broke through tonight. What is there to boast about? I broke through to the initial body refinement stage the day before yesterday. You broke through 2 days ago? Goddess Ting, what was your breakthrough rate? How did you do it so quickly? My breakthrough rate for the initial body refinement stage was 33. I failed the first attempt, but succeeded on the second. Lucky me. Wow. A 33 breakthrough rate? I only have a 25 breakthrough rate with a 6th grade spiritual root. Truly impressive. Upon hearing Zhang Ting's breakthrough rate of 33, the group erupted in exclamations. Yang Fan, bewildered, couldn't help but interject. Is 33 really that high? Isn't the breakthrough rate supposed to be 100? This was not an intentional display of arrogance on his part. Not to mention, when he broke through to the initial body refinement stage, there was no indication of what his breakthrough rate was. Even today, his success rate in transitioning from body refinement to chi refinement was also 100. He had assumed everyone else experienced the same. Now, observing the conversation in the group, it seemed that was not the case. Could it be that he was cultivating a false immortal technique? As soon as Yang Fan sent his message, the group fell silent. What is wrong with you all? Did I say something wrong? Yang Fan asked weakly. Wang Dazhuang replied, Yang Fan, there is indeed a breakthrough rate for major realm transitions. The higher the realm, the lower the breakthrough rate. A breakthrough rate above 30 for the body refinement stage is already quite high. Everyone, please understand, after all, some people don't even have spiritual roots, so it's normal not to know about breakthrough rates. Zhang Ting mocked sarcastically. Humph, no spiritual root? How can you be so sure I lack a spiritual root? Yang Fan retorted with a cold smile. Uft. Did you awaken your spiritual root? Oh right. I saw you sneaking off to the Immortal Cultivation Association late at night. Were you hoping for a second awakening of your spiritual root? Class teacher Zhang Dongliang, everyone. Please don't argue. Yang Fan has indeed awakened his spiritual root. I can attest to that. What? He has awakened his spiritual root? Why haven't I heard about it? Why hasn't he been attending school after awakening his spiritual root? It's been half a month. What else could it be? He probably has the worst trash spiritual root and is too self-conscious to show his face at school. A chorus of astonishment erupted among the group, surprised by Yang Fan's awakening of a spiritual root. This was indeed a rare occurrence. Zhang Ting, still unwilling to let it go, continued her sarcastic jabs. Dimwit. Yang Fan, weary of her taunts, cursed before muting the group chat. Yang Fan. You. Teacher, Yang Fan is cursing. After all, he has awakened the most pathetic trash spiritual root. Why not just kick him out of the group? Zhang Ting, with her 6th grade spiritual root, had already established herself as the queen of the group. Upon seeing Yang Fan insult her in front of everyone, she immediately pleaded with teacher Zhang Dongliang to have him removed from the group. Students in a class should help and support each other, not scheme against one another, Zhang Dongliang said sternly. Zhang Ting, I used to see you as a girl. I didn't hold your harsh words against you in the group. However, if you continue to disrupt the relationships among classmates, I will be the first to kick you out. Just when everyone expected the teacher to favor the talented Zhang Ting, he unexpectedly reprimanded her. The students in the group were left dumbfounded. Wow, what is going on? Did the teacher drink fake wine tonight and mistakenly scold Zhang Ting instead of Yang Fan? The next day, Yang Fan rose early, intending to venture outside the city to hunt demon beasts and elevate his realm. As he opened the door with a creak, he was startled. What the? Fei what are you doing here? Standing outside was none other than Li Fei. Li Fei gazed at him, her eyes slightly reddened. Little Fan, why haven't you been to school for so many days? Her voice trembled, revealing her sadness. Fei I've been busy advancing my realm and haven't had time to attend school, Yang Fan awkwardly explained. Advancing your realm? I don't believe you don't even have a spiritual root. Seeing Yang Fan's poor attempt at lying, Li Fei's tears began to flow uncontrollably. Initially, she had thought Yang Fan would have moved on from the disappointment of not awakening a spiritual root after such a long time. However, it seemed he had not only failed to recover but appeared to be in a worse state. Fei come, I'll take you somewhere. Where to? You'll know when we get there. Yang Fan contemplated for a moment and decided to share the truth about his spiritual root with the naive girl, lest she worry more than he did. Yang Fan grasped Li Fei's hand and raced towards the outskirts of the city. Moments later, they found themselves in a small valley notorious for the presence of first-tier monsters. Little Fan, why have you brought me here? There are first-tier monsters everywhere. What if we encounter one? Oh no, we really have, Li Fei exclaimed, her voice filled with panic. As she regained her composure, a first-tier beast, a hyena, appeared in the distance, leaving her pale with fright. Despite her fear, she bravely positioned herself in front of Yang Fan, urging him to flee while she would protect him. Yang Fan was taken aback, deeply moved by her courage. With a sharp clang, his sword, forged from mysterious iron, emerged from his storage ring. In an instant, he unleashed a wave of sword energy that annihilated the advancing hyena. Little Fan, you, Li Fei gasped, her eyes wide as she stared at Yang Fan, who had effortlessly dispatched the beast. Do you now believe that I have awakened my spiritual roots? Yang Fan raised his hand, the heavy sword returning to his grasp as if weightless. Li Fei's mouth fell slightly agape, her astonishment adorably evident. In her eyes, Yang Fan stood tall, illuminated by sunlight, exuding an aura of handsomeness and charm that left her in awe. Are you still in shock, little girl? Yang Fan teased, ruffling her hair with a smile. Have you reached the chi refinement stage already? Li Fei stammered, her mind reeling as she gazed at the hyena that had just been slain. As if caught in a dream. Is that hyena truly a first-tier monster? How could it be so weak? Could it be that my little Fan orchestrated this? Indeed. I just broke through yesterday, Yang Fan replied with a smile. Wow, little Fan, you great deceiver. Li Fei suddenly leaped into his arms, bursting into tears. Yang Fan's smile faltered, taken aback by her intense reaction. After much coaxing, he finally managed to calm the distraught Li Fei. Subsequently, he guided her in slaying more first-tier monsters. With a long sword in hand, Li Fei watched in awe and envy. Though her own swordsmanship was impressive, it paled in comparison to Yang Fan's advanced technique, the solitary 9 swords. Oh no, that's a second-tier monster. Li Fei suddenly screamed, spotting a beast larger than a human. However, before her exclamation could finish, Yang Fan wielded his sword and swiftly dispatched the second-tier creature. Second-tier monsters can be defeated in seconds too? Li Fei was left stunned, her small hands covering her mouth, her eyes nearly popping out in disbelief. After a while, she finally snapped back to reality, feeling a mix of joy for Yang Fan and a tinge of disappointment for herself. It seemed that, without her realizing, this talented girl from Dream Creek Academy was being left far behind by the seemingly unremarkable Yang Fan. No, I must strive harder. I will catch up to Yang Fan. She resolved. Wait until I master the solitary 9 swords to perfection. I will pass it on to you. Yang Fan promised as they made their way back to the city at dusk. Really? Li Fei's eyes widened with excitement. Having witnessed Yang Fan's swordsmanship, which flowed like a breeze imbued with grace and deadly intent, she was thrilled. Indeed, just give me a few days, by the end of the month at the latest. I will reach perfection and teach you, Yang Fan assured her. Martial arts can be imparted to others, but only after achieving complete mastery. Upon returning to the city, Yang Fan, as usual, headed to sell materials. Wow, Fan, you're actually with the goddess Fei. Wang Dazwang, a rotund fellow, exclaimed upon seeing them in the shop. His eyes wide with disbelief. Yang Fan's heart sank. He had been so preoccupied with bringing Li Fei to sell materials that he had forgotten to wear his mask. I'm so envious of you. Just awakened your spiritual roots, and you have our academy's flower by your side to help you level up. I wish I had such luck. But I'm aiming for just a diploma, Wang Dazwang said, slow to connect the dots about Yang Fan being his idol. He looked at them with admiration, noting their striking compatibility. Li Fei, holding Yang Fan's hand, blushed shyly, feeling a mix of embarrassment and joy. Yang Fan is already at the chi refinement stage, while I'm still in the body refinement stage, yet I'm the one assisting him in leveling up. All right. We have matters to attend to with Fei, so we'll be off now. Yang Fan quickly deflected, pulling Li Fei away. Wait, something feels off, Wang Dazwang pondered as they left. That evening, Yang Fan and Li Fei enjoyed a meal together before returning home. As soon as Yang Fan opened his phone, he saw Wang Dazwang's frantic messages in the group chat. Hey everyone, I have some big news to share tonight, Wang Dazwang announced, tagging everyone. Yang Fan felt a sinking feeling. What's the scoop, fatty? Hurry up and tell us. The group urged, eager for the revelation. I just saw Fan and the goddess Li Fei holding hands, going to my uncle's shop to sell materials. Fan is amazing. No wonder he hasn't been to school in half a month. He must be wooing Li Fei. Wang Dazwang's comments left Yang Fan dumbfounded. Seriously? Where did this absurd thinking come from? Is he in love? Get out of here, Yang Fan thought, wanting to roll his eyes at the bizarre assumptions. As the group reacted to Wang Dazwang's claims, a chorus of envy and chatter erupted. Don't listen to the fat guy's nonsense. Li Fei and I are just good friends, Yang Fan awkwardly clarified. Right. Just friends, who are already holding hands. My dream goddess, my heart is shattered. I'll never love again. Someone lamented. Of course, he has the weakest spiritual roots, needing help even to break through the body refinement stage. I'll be at the mid-body refinement stage in a week, Zhang Ting mocked, boasting her own talents. Yang Fan observed the sycophants and felt a surge of disgust. He swiftly exited the group chat. Just wait, you scheming girl. When the day of the exams arrives, I'll soar through the skies, proving who the true master is. Suddenly, he noticed a post on the forum from the Cultivation Association announcing a mission to eliminate second-tier monsters and offering chi refinement pills as a reward. Intrigued, Yang Fan read through the details, noting that the task involved exterminating ogres and obtaining their hearts, which would greatly enhance the success rate of breaking through the chi refinement stage. While the pills held little value for him, they were a treasure for Li Fei. However, to accept the task, one needed a second-tier bronze badge. After some contemplation, Yang Fan resolved to visit the Cultivation Association the following morning to obtain the necessary badge. The next morning, Yang Fan arrived at the Cultivation Association. You've grown stronger since I last saw you. Well done. What brings you here so early? Elder Tang remarked as he noticed Yang Fan's presence, slowly opening his eyes. Senior, I have reached the chi refinement stage and am here to obtain the level 2 bronze badge. Yang Fan responded earnestly. Good. You've reached the chi refinement stage? What did you say? Tang Lao suddenly sprang up from his recliner, leaping 3 feet in astonishment, his expression akin to that of a terrified specter. Chapter 14. Elementary Earth Grade Martial Technique Explosive Step. Senior, let us proceed with the test. I have other matters to attend to, Yang Fan urged. Last night, he had made an appointment with Li Fei, who was still waiting for him at the city gate. All right, let us conduct the test now. Tang Lao took a deep breath, his heart racing at an alarming rate. Without requiring Yang Fan to fill out any forms, he hurriedly led him to the testing stone tablet. Buzz. The testing stone tablet illuminated with a blinding radiance, even more dazzling than before. Several lines of results appeared on the tablet. Name, Yang Fan, Spirit Root, Imperial Grade, Cultivation Level, Qi Refinement Initial Stage, Bloodline, Ancient Emperor Bloodline, Physique, Chaotic Tao Body. The results caused Tang Lao's heart to stop momentarily. The next instant, he rolled his eyes and collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Senior, someone come quickly. The senior has fainted. Yang Fan exclaimed, startled, hastily attempting to call for an ambulance. I'm fine. You little rascal, are you a devil? Tang Lao jolted back to life, turning to Yang Fan with a look of shock and horror, as if he were gazing at a monster. Senior, at your age, how can you speak so harshly? Am I scolding you? I'm praising you. Is this how you praise someone? Yang Fan muttered, somewhat dissatisfied with Tang Lao's manner of complimenting. However, seeing the old man's age and his apparent heart troubles, he decided not to dwell on it. After attaining the second level of the cultivator badge, Yang Fan accepted a mission to hunt the man-eating ogres and acquire their hearts. Subsequently, he hurriedly bid farewell to Tang Lao and made his way to the city gate to meet Li Fei. Fei, I apologize for being late. I had some matters to attend to, Yang Fan said apologetically. Li Fei shook her head. It's all right, I just arrived as well. Let us go outside the city. Yang Fan replied with a smile. All right. Brother Xiaofan, I want to be going out of the city with you today. Why not? Yang Fan asked, taken aback. Confusion written across his face. Your cultivation level is so much higher than mine. I don't want to impede your progress, she stated. Little girl, what are you saying? Yang Fan's expression stiffened as he hurried to explain. Brother Xiaofan, I really want to go. Here, take this martial arts manual as a gift. Yang Fan's eyes widened in astonishment as he looked down and discovered it was an elementary earth-grade martial technique explosive step. Fei, this martial technique is far too precious. I cannot accept it, he quickly refused. Martial techniques are categorized into mortal, yellow, profound, earth, and heavenly grades, each further divided into initial, intermediate, and advanced levels. Yang Fan's own Duga 9 swords only ranked as advanced profound grade. To receive an elementary earth-grade martial technique from Li Fei was quite extraordinary. Such high-level martial techniques are rare and often have no market value. Brother Xiaofan, nothing is more important to me than you. This martial technique is too difficult for me. My understanding is insufficient, and I cannot grasp it. You are different. I believe it will unleash tremendous power in your hands. The little girl, Li Fei, was adorably cute yet remarkably stubborn. She resolutely pressed the elementary earth-grade martial technique explosive step into Yang Fan's hands. Thank you, Fei. Yang Fan gazed at the martial arts manual in his hands. Deeply touched. Brother Xiaofan, you can head out of the city. I need to work hard to improve my strength as well. Let us both strive together to achieve excellent results in the upcoming examinations. Goodbye. Li Fei slightly shook her head, embraced Yang Fan, her cheeks flushed, and hurried away. Sigh. Yang Fan exhaled, a bitter smile spreading across his face. This little girl was truly too innocent. He then turned his attention to the elementary earth-grade martial technique explosive step in his hands. Explosive step, an elementary earth-grade martial technique. When executed, it generates a sonic boom with each step, enhancing the practitioner's strength and explosive power by 10. The potency increases with mastery. The description was straightforward. It was a movement-type martial technique. Perhaps due to Yang Fan's exceptionally high comprehension ability, he learned it after merely glancing at it. The entire martial arts manual transformed into a beam of white light and vanished from his hands. A new martial technique explosive step appeared in his system's martial technique section. Is it truly that challenging to comprehend? It seems rather simple, Yang Fan muttered, seriously doubting whether Li Fei had tricked him. 20 minutes later, Yang Fan arrived at the territory of the second-tier monster, the man-eating ogres. As this was an official mission released by the Immortal Cultivation Association, many cultivators were present to hunt the ogres. A second-tier bronze badge? What am I witnessing? My goodness. A mere Qi refinement rookie dares to venture into the territory of second-tier monsters? Little brother, this isn't a place for you. The valley of first-tier monsters is over there. A crowd laughed mockingly. Yang Fan, unfazed, paid them no mind. He retrieved his heavy sword made of black iron from his storage ring and boldly stepped into the ogre's territory. Roar! A man-eating ogre appeared ahead. It charged at Yang Fan with a furious roar, its massive size and speed intimidating. The onlookers, reveling in Yang Fan's naivete, stood by, not offering any assistance. Swish! Swish! Yang Fan wielded his black iron heavy sword, swiftly striking down the ferocious charging ogre with 2 slashes. What? He just killed a second-tier, man-eating ogre with 2 strikes? My heavens. Isn't he just a rookie in the chi refinement stage? Little brother, your swordsmanship is impressive. Let us form a team. The crowd erupted in astonishment, unable to believe their eyes. Some girls, believing themselves somewhat attractive, approached Yang Fan, attempting to team up with him. Yang Fan ignored them, shouldering his heavy sword and continuing deeper into the territory of the man-eating ogres. Humph! Acting all high and mighty. The group of girls who had been rebuffed turned red with embarrassment and began to hurl insults. At that moment, Yang Fan vanished from their sight, beginning to practice the martial technique explosive step that Fei had gifted him. Movement-type martial techniques, like combat-type techniques, require constant practice to enhance proficiency. Boom. With each step Yang Fan took, a deep sonic boom resonated beneath his feet. Boom. Another step forward shattered several small stones. Ahead, a wandering man-eating ogre appeared, and Yang Fan raised his sword and charged forward. Roar! Due to Yang Fan's incredible speed, the ogre had no time to react before it met its end. A swift kill. Yang Fan came to a halt, utterly astonished. This explosive step was indeed powerful for an elementary Earth-grade martial technique. With his current level of proficiency, he could manage to take only 3 steps. This meant that with 3 steps, his strength and explosive power received a 30 boost. If he were to practice diligently and reach the ability to take more than 10 steps at once, he would undoubtedly be capable of slaying 3rd-tier monsters with ease. Yang Fan did not rush forward, but intentionally slowed his pace to practice explosive step. Boom, boom. The sound of sonic booms echoed continuously. With each step, he covered several meters. After 3 steps, he had already moved 10 meters away. The terrifying speed resulted in an overwhelming burst of power, allowing him to dominate the territory of the man-eating ogres effortlessly. Ahead, a much larger ogre chief appeared. Yang Fan smirked disdainfully, activating explosive step as he charged forward. Black iron sword in hand. Chapter 15. The one-eyed giant ogre chief swish. Swish. In just 2 strikes, Yang Fan dispatched the ogre chief. Ding. After vanquishing the second-tier demon beast, the ogre chief, Yang Fan earned 33 points and 800 cultivation points. Following this, he excavated materials from the ogre's remains and pressed onward. As dusk approached, Yang Fan found himself deep within the ogre territory. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed through the air. Looking up, he beheld a towering cyclops, standing at least 3 meters tall. The heart of the ogre must reside within this creature, Yang Fan murmured to himself. He prepared to strike down the cyclops. With a clang, a sword chi descended from above, striking the cyclops. Surprised, Yang Fan turned to see a stunning figure in white robes appearing in the distance. She possessed enchanting features, with bright eyes and fair skin that made her resemble a celestial being. However, her expression was one of cold nobility. My lady, there is a certain order to things. Is there not? I discovered this cyclops first, he remarked, believing it only proper that he should be the one to slay the beast. Yet, before he could make his move, she had already acted. Without acknowledging Yang Fan's words, the woman deftly wielded her sword, launching an assault on the cyclops. Her swordplay was remarkably agile, radiating a lethal glint that resembled a swift serpent poised to strike. Yang Fan's eyes widened in astonishment. He had not anticipated that this woman was a master swordsman. Nevertheless, despite her beauty, he could not simply relinquish the cyclops to her. As he sought the ogre's heart to exchange for a cultivation pill for little Fair. Boom, boom. Yang Fan brandished his heavy sword with determination, unleashing a flurry of attacks. Each strike reverberated, causing the ground to tremble in response. Particularly, the immense sword he wielded moved with an ease that belied its weight, evoking a flicker of surprise in the woman's otherwise impassive gaze. As a fellow swordsman, she recognized the prowess of Yang Fan's technique. However, their styles differed significantly. Her agile swordplay was precise and lethal, while Yang Fan's approach relied on raw power and explosive force to overwhelm his adversaries. Undeterred, the woman quickened her tempo, aiming to outdo Yang Fan in their battle against the Cyclops. Meanwhile, the Cyclops, despite its formidable strength as a second-tier beast, found itself in dire straits under the dual onslaught. Within moments, it was battered and on the verge of collapse. Suddenly, the Cyclops let out a deafening roar, its aura surging as it activated its latent power in a desperate, frenzied transformation. Yang Fan's heart raced, and he hastened his assault. Clang, clang. As the Cyclops went berserk, its skin hardened like stone. Yang Fan's heavy sword could no longer penetrate its defenses, nor could the woman's slender blade. The tide of battle shifted, plunging them into peril. The Cyclops, its blood-red eyes fixed on them, charged forward with ferocity. Instantly, Yang Fan and the woman found themselves on the defensive, struggling to withstand the onslaught. From afar, several more ogres charged towards them, compounding their danger. Just then, Yang Fan's proficiency in explosive steps increased, greatly enhancing his strength and explosiveness. With a thunderous boom, he propelled himself forward, striking the Cyclops with all his might. The impact sent the enraged creature staggering back several paces. Impressive, the woman exclaimed, her face betraying her astonishment. Yang Fan, panting heavily, felt the strain in his palms as they cracked under the pressure. Although his explosive steps had become significantly more powerful, they had nearly drained his energy reserves, leaving him unable to perform another. The Cyclops, enraged by Yang Fan's actions, retaliated with a roar. Yang Fan's expression shifted, and he quickly dodged, barely managing to evade the attack. Just then, the woman rushed over, intercepting some of the Cyclops' blows. With a graceful motion, she tossed a small white jade vial to Yang Fan. He instinctively caught it, realizing it contained a potion to restore his energy. "Thank you," he said gratefully. But the woman remained aloof, ignoring him entirely, leaving him feeling somewhat embarrassed. After consuming several energy-restoring pills from the vial, Yang Fan felt a surge of revitalizing energy coursing through him. Observing the woman bravely facing the Cyclops alone amidst a flurry of danger, he charged in to assist. With a resounding crash, the battlefield erupted once more as Yang Fan, emboldened and fierce, struck the Cyclops with his heavy sword. He relentlessly pursued the creature, unleashing his explosive steps in tandem with the art of the solitary sword, denying the Cyclops a moment's respite. Meanwhile, the woman dealt with the approaching ogres. After approximately 20 minutes of relentless cooperation, they finally succeeded in slaying the Cyclops. With a final, defiant roar, its massive form collapsed to the ground. Yang Fan, breathless and exhausted, approached the fallen creature to extract its heart, the coveted ogre's heart necessary for his quest. "Only one," he observed with a wry smile. "Hello, I am Yang Fan. This ogre's heart is for you," he said, extending it toward the resting woman. Normally, he would not have offered such a prize willingly, but her earlier gift of the energy restoration potion had enabled him to triumph over the Cyclops. It would be impolite to turn his back on her now, especially after she had aided him so significantly. "No," she replied coolly, rising to her feet and turning to leave. Yang Fan was taken aback, momentarily stunned. By the time he regained his senses, she had already walked quite a distance away. "Hey, what is your name?" he called after her, but she remained unresponsive. Disappearing from view, Yang Fan sighed, bemused by her icy demeanor. Suddenly, he noticed a jade pendant where the woman had been seated. "Oh," he exclaimed, bending down to pick it up. He considered chasing after her to return it, but decided against it, opting to keep it for their next encounter. Placing the pendant in his pocket, he noted that night was fast approaching and turned to head back to the city. On the road, Yang Fan opened his attributes panel to take a look. Name, Yang Fan. Realm, initial stage of Qi cultivation, 2998. Spiritual root, ethereal root. Bloodline, ancient emperor bloodline, purity 1. Physique, chaos Dao body. Martial skills, Duga 9 swords, high level profound rank. Proficiency level 6, 238, 663, 0000. Explosive step, initial stage of earth rank, proficiency level 2, 12665000. Magic tool, Xian iron sword. Points, 4561. This explosive step truly deserves its reputation as an earth rank martial skill. Although the difference between low tier and profound tier martial skills is merely one level, the demand for spiritual energy from cultivators is exceedingly harsh. When Yang Fan executed the Duga 9 swords, he encountered no issues with spiritual energy. However, after a few attempts with the explosive step, he found himself drained. It seems that upon returning to the city, he would need to procure some potions for spiritual energy recovery, just in case. Half an hour later, Yang Fan returned to the city and completed his task, receiving 2 Qi cultivation pills and a reward of 50,000 spirit stones. He took out his phone to send a message to the young girl, Li Fei. However, perhaps it was too late, as she did not respond for quite some time. Shaking his head, he decided to hold on to the Qi cultivation pills for now and give them to her later. The next morning, after leaving his home, Yang Fan first went to purchase some spiritual energy recovery pills. They were outrageously expensive, 30,000 for a bottle, and each bottle contained only 5 pills. In other words, he had consumed 30,000 from the white-clad woman yesterday. My goodness, cultivating was truly not something an ordinary person could afford. "Brother Fan, what are you doing here?" Suddenly, someone patted Yang Fan on the shoulder. It was Wang Dazwang. "I couldn't sleep, so I came out for a stroll," Yang Fan replied with a smile. Let us go. I'll take you to enhance your realm, Wang Dazwang exclaimed. You'll take me to enhance my realm? Yang Fan's eyes widened in disbelief. Was Wang Dazwang serious or merely joking? How could a mere beginner in Qi cultivation, capable of defeating second-tier beasts, require assistance? What? Are you looking down on me, fatty? Wang Dazwang puffed out his chest. I'm no longer pretending. I've already reached the initial stage of body refinement. Initially, my goal was just to get into a mediocre college, but now I feel I might be able to aim higher. Yesterday, I encountered the goddess Li Fei, who mentioned she would be secluding herself for cultivation. Since she can't take you, let me, your brother Fatty, take you instead. Wang Dazwang's boastful remarks left Yang Fan feeling bewildered. A novice who had just broken through to the initial stage of body refinement was going to guide him. A Qi cultivation beginner? How had he fallen to the point of being looked down upon by someone like Wang Dazwang? Fatty, forget it, I don't need it. Yang Fan declined politely. No, you need it. Wang Dazwang insisted, gripping Yang Fan's arm. I know you feel inferior because of your pathetic spiritual root. Otherwise, you wouldn't have hidden away for over half a month and avoided school. I'll take you to the school's designated hunting grounds for your upgrade. Even though your spiritual root is quite lacking, making your cultivation speed slower, with some effort, getting into a mediocre college is not impossible. Wang Dazwang admonished the self-pitying Yang Fan. Without waiting for Yang Fan's agreement, he dragged him towards the school. Sighing, Yang Fan observed Wang Dazwang's enthusiasm and couldn't help but smile wryly. This misunderstanding had escalated. The hunting grounds were a place designated by the academy for students who had just awakened their spiritual roots to enhance their realms. Various mutated beasts were kept here. Due to being artificially raised, their strength was relatively weak, making it suitable for beginners to gain cultivation points and elevate their levels. Wow. Isn't that Yang Fan from our class? Yang Fan, the one so self-deprecating that he hid at home and hasn't he been to school in half a month? I heard he awakened his spiritual root, but it's still the worst kind. An awakened spiritual root is hardly better than having none at all. The arrival of Yang Fan sparked a flurry of discussions among the senior students in the hunting grounds. In the distance, their homeroom teacher, Zhang Dongliang, also noticed him. He rubbed his eyes vigorously, doubting his vision. Yang Fan, why are you willing to come to school? Zhang Dongliang inquired hesitantly. Old teacher, it's thanks to Fatty. Yang Fan replied. Your thanks. Zhang Dongliang was even more bewildered. Wang Dazwang beamed with pride. Yeah, I saw Brother Fan wandering around aimlessly, feeling dejected. So I brought him to the hunting grounds to help him level up. You? Taking him? Are you sure you're not joking? Zhang Dongliang could hardly believe it. Absolutely. I've broken through to the initial stage of body refinement. Guiding this novice is more than enough for me. I told Brother Fan that even with a trash spiritual root, it's entirely possible to get into a mediocre college with some effort. Wang Dazwang's breakthrough had instilled him with confidence. Meanwhile, Zhang Dongliang's facial muscles twitched at his words. That foolish fat man. Do you even hear what you're saying? Yang Fan stood there awkwardly, unsure how to respond. Admittedly, Wang Dazwang had good intentions. Subsequently, Yang Fan borrowed an iron sword from the teacher and walked deeper into the hunting grounds with Wang Dazwang. As they proceeded, the senior students they encountered cast strange glances at them. Some, like Zhang Ting, even mocked him openly. Yang Fan chose to ignore them and continued toward the less populated area with Wang Dazwang. Yet, one could not deny that Wang Dazwang's bulk gave him an advantage in dealing with mutated beasts, especially wielding a massive hammer. The beasts that lunged at them were either crushed or sent flying, leaving Yang Fan in awe. Brother Fan, do you now understand how impressive my weight class is? Wang Dazwang asked, basking in his glory as he noticed Yang Fan's astonished expression. Suddenly, a roar echoed from ahead. Yang Fan looked up, his expression shifting subtly. A second-tier mutated beast, the Crimson Flame Tiger. Wasn't this supposed to be an area for the Academy's controlled mutated beasts? How could a second-tier mutated beast emerge unexpectedly? Oh no, Wang Dazwang stammered, his legs trembling in fear. The Crimson Flame Tiger lunged fiercely. Yang Fan raised his iron sword to block the attack. Crack! The tiger's immense strength shattered the iron sword. Brother Fan, Wang Dazwang shouted in alarm, fearing for Yang Fan's life. In that instant, a black glimmer flashed in Yang Fan's hand, revealing a heavy Xian iron sword. Wait, I feel like I've seen that sword somewhere before, Wang Dazwang exclaimed, eyes wide with confusion. Boom, boom. Yang Fan activated the explosive step, releasing a thunderous blast that sent the second-tier mutated beast, the Crimson Flame Tiger, flying back several meters. Chapter 17. The Fat Lord in our school's extraordinary genius, our brother's woe. What just happened? Wang Dazwang could hardly believe his eyes. Suddenly, He recalled where he had seen that heavy Xian iron sword. Clang. The massive hammer in his hand dropped to the ground. Brother Fan, you. Wang Dazhuang stuttered, overwhelmed with astonishment, unable to articulate his thoughts. Roar. The crimson flame tiger, having been repelled by Yang Fan's sword strike, let out a ferocious roar. In the next moment, it lunged at him again. Humph. Yang Fan sneered disdainfully, showing no fear. Surging spiritual energy poured into the Xian iron sword as he activated the explosive step once more. Boom, boom. A resounding blast echoed through the air, leaving Wang Dazhuang slack-jawed in shock. Powerful. This was beyond anything he had ever witnessed. Was this still the Yang Fan he knew? What had he accomplished in half a month of absence from school? How had he grown to such an extraordinary extent? Wang Dazhuang reflected upon his previous boastful words, feeling a deep sense of shame and self-reproach. How could he possibly guide Yang Fan in breaking through to a higher realm? With his meager initial physique cultivation, he was hardly worthy even to carry Yang Fan's shoes. Yang Fan, on the other hand, pierced the heart of the crimson flame tiger with a single sword strike. The creature let out an earth-shattering roar as its massive body collapsed to the ground. The system notification chimed. Congratulations. You have slain the second-tier mutated beast, Crimson Flame Tiger. Points earned, 26. Cultivation value, 8860. Yang Fan took a moment to catch his breath, relieved. That second-tier mutated beast was indeed formidable. Had it not been for the Earth-level initial martial skill, Explosive Step, gifted to him by Little Fayer, which significantly augmented his strength, he could have met his demise. Are you alright, fatty? Yang Fan approached the stunned Wang Dazhuang with concern. Brother Fan, sob. Wang Dazhuang suddenly burst into tears, his large frame crashing into Yang Fan for an embrace. Goodness, this suffocating grip nearly dislocated my bones. Brother Fan, how could you deceive my innocent heart? He lamented. I was so worried you would feel inferior that I ignored the ridicule of others and insisted on helping you level up. Now I realize the true fool is me. Wang Dazhuang wept, his tears and snot staining Yang Fan's clothing, bringing Yang Fan close to tears himself. I'm sorry. Yang Fan quickly admitted his fault. Suddenly, a flurry of sounds pierced the air. Looking up, Yang Fan saw the academy headmaster, Jiang Danan, approaching. Headmaster. Yang Fan seized the opportunity to push the sorrowful Wang Dazhuang aside. What has happened? Jiang Danan was taken aback upon seeing the lifeless form of the crimson flame tiger on the ground. This was the academy's exclusive hunting ground. How could a second-tier mutated beast appear here? Headmaster, that rascal Fan deceived me. He harmed my tender heart. Wang Dazhuang exclaimed. You should have seen him wielding that heavy sword, striding with such power, creating sonic booms with every step, sending the crimson flame tiger flying several meters with a single strike. At this moment, Wang Dazhuang had ceased crying and, without waiting for Yang Fan to speak, animatedly recounted the recent events to Jiang Danan. The headmaster listened in utter astonishment. You, young man, have reached the Qi refinement stage already? I just arrived a couple of days ago. Yang Fan sheepishly scratched his head. Just arrived? Only a few days? Jiang Danan stumbled, nearly ready to reprimand him. What do you mean just arrived? It has only been a few days since we last met. This young man was simply extraordinary. Jiang Danan inhaled deeply, his gaze returning to the deceased crimson flame tiger, his eyelid twitching violently. A second-tier mutated beast possessed strength comparable to an ordinary third-tier beast. This boy, with the power of the Qi refinement stage, had effortlessly slain it. In comparison, he felt that the so-called geniuses in the academy were mere fools. Go on. I will handle this matter, Jiang Danan instructed, choosing not to inquire further. The appearance of a beast in the hunting ground was highly unusual, especially a second-tier mutated one, thus warranting serious investigation. Yang Fan and Wang Dazhuang departed the scene, and soon after, they began slaying mutated beasts in the hunting ground to accumulate cultivation points. By evening, the two emerged from the hunting ground, Wang Dazhuang's face glowing with excitement. His cultivation had significantly increased. At this rate, he would soon surpass the confines of a mere second-tier university, aiming for top-tier institutions instead. Just as they exited the hunting ground, they encountered Zhang Ting. Oh, the so-called waste with an awakened subpar spirit root, hiding in self-pity for half a month, finally mustered the courage to come to school? Zhang Ting mocked, perhaps still harboring resentment from Yang Fan's earlier reprimand. Fool. This time, Yang Fan remained silent, allowing Wang Dazhuang to retort first. Who are you calling a fool? Zhang Ting's expression stiffened, her anger palpable. I called you a fool. Why are you getting so worked up? Wang Dazhuang looked at her as if she were simple-minded. Subpar spirit root? Do you have some misunderstanding about that? If I hadn't seen Brother Fan's prowess today, I might have been swayed by your green tea antics. Yang Fan ignored the commotion and walked away, disinterested in Zhang Ting's antics. He merely awaited the day of the examinations to deliver a harsh lesson, making her realize who the true underperformer was. Wang Dazhuang followed suit. Before parting ways, Yang Fan contemplated gifting him a qi refinement pill. Yesterday, he had completed the task to obtain the heart of the man-eating demon and received 2 qi refinement pills. One was sufficient for little Li Fei, leaving the other for his hefty friend. Father, you shall be my father from now on, Wang Dazhuang exclaimed, his excitement causing his flesh to jiggle. As he spoke, he nearly knelt to bow to Yang Fan. Get out of here. I have no son as large as you. Yang Fan laughed, playfully kicking the comical, overweight boy away. After exchanging a few words, Yang Fan informed him he would not be returning the next day, promising to keep his spirit root and realm a secret before bidding him farewell and heading home. Upon arriving home and finishing his shower, Yang Fan discovered Wang Dazhuang stirring trouble in their group chat. What the sun? Dazhuang, where did you get the qi refinement pill? Qi refinement pills were exceedingly rare, valued yet scarce, and one could only consume a single pill. Hehe, I'm not pretending anymore. I'm brothers with the unparalleled genius of our academy. He gifted me this. What? Dazhuang, you know the mysterious genius of our academy? Is that for real? Humph, would I lie about something like this? But I won't tell you who he is. Hehe. As Wang Dazhuang's words spread, the entire class group erupted in excitement. Zhang Ting, Dazhuang, brother Dazhuang. Could you introduce that mysterious genius to me? I'll pay you. Zhang Ting, abandoning her previous haughty demeanor, sweetly flattered Wang Dazhuang. Not a chance. Green tea doesn't deserve it. Chapter 18. A sudden minor beast tied outside the city suddenly. From the depths of the distant forest, several cultivators came stumbling forth, panic and blood covering them. Some even bore broken arms, looking utterly wretched. A beast tied? Yang Fan perked up. He had been lamenting the scarcity of beasts in the woods, struggling to find the next one after defeating each. Just when he was feeling drowsy, an opportunity presented itself. The fleeing cultivators paid no mind to Yang Fan as they desperately rushed towards the city gate. Roar! A cacophony of growls echoed from within the forest. Yang Fan hefted the heavy iron sword and sprinted forward. Upon entering the woods, he encountered a group of cultivators from Fengcheng, engaged in frantic battle while attempting to flee. Roar! A frenzied first-tier beast lunged at him, its massive jaws wide open. With a sudden flick of his hand, Yang Fan wielded the heavy sword of mysterious iron, unleashing an unparalleled sword light that instantaneously pierced the skull of a first-tier beast. Boom! Boom! As he executed explosive steps, a series of muffled sonic booms resonated, propelling him forward in a relentless assault. Wherever he passed, a flurry of blade gleams danced. Regardless of whether it was a first-tier or second-tier beast, they all fell to his sword in a single strike. What incredible strength! Who is this masked youth? Who knows? But his swordsmanship is overwhelmingly fierce, akin to that of a grandmaster. We are saved. I intend to offer my gratitude in return for his kindness. Are you certain that as a man you won't disgust him? The fleeing cultivators were left astounded, halting in their tracks with wide eyes, gasping in awe. Compared to 3 days prior, Yang Fan's explosive steps had become remarkably more agile, allowing him to execute up to 8 steps in a single bound. Naturally, those beasts could not withstand the onslaught of his enhanced sword strike. Within a normal 3 steps, they were easily dispatched. Ding! Killed a first-tier beast, the Overlord Crab. Points gained, 11, cultivation value, 1708. Ding! Killed a first-tier beast, the Poison Lizard. Points gained, 12, cultivation value, 1788. Ding! Killed a second-tier beast, the Two-Headed Turtle. Points gained, 36, cultivation value, 5885. With the staggering number of beasts, Yang Fan's cultivation value soared. He sensed that if he continued at this pace, he would break through to the late stage of qi refinement within the day. However, the intense battle was taking a significant toll on his spiritual energy. In a short span, he consumed several recovery pills. Whoosh! Whoosh! Just then, a sound of slicing through the air caught his attention. Yang Fan looked up to see Elder Tang from the Cultivation Association, accompanied by several formidable experts from Feng City at the Golden Core stage and above. Who is this youth? What lineage does his swordsmanship stem from, to be so fearsome? Who knows, but judging by his domineering swordplay and exquisite footwork, one can only presume he has received guidance from an esteemed mentor. I've never heard of such a remarkable sword master in Feng City. The group of prominent figures from Feng City were all astonished by the ferocity of Yang Fan's swordsmanship. They could discern at a glance that his cultivation level was merely at the qi refinement stage. Yet, despite this, he was able to comprehend and unleash such terrifying sword techniques and movement. This only further attested to the extraordinary talent and comprehension of the young man. Unlike his companions, Elder Tang immediately recognized Yang Fan's identity. Although Yang Fan was masked, his aura and figure were unmistakable. Tang's heart was filled with shock and admiration. The supreme quality of the ethereal root, capable of accommodating any attribute of spiritual energy. The foremost among the 10 sacred bodies, the chaotic Tao body, and the imperial-grade bloodline of the ancient emperors. Alas, indeed, some prodigies are born to be the protagonists. Elder Tang, why do I get the impression that you are familiar with this youth? I am not. How could an old man like me, guarding the gates of the Cultivation Association, possibly know this lad? Upon seeing the skeptical gazes directed at him, Elder Tang hastily defended himself. The Cultivation Association adheres to strict regulations. Information regarding cultivators cannot be carelessly divulged. This is precisely why, even though he is close friends with Jiang Danan, he never revealed Yang Fan's identity. Yang Fan felt his spiritual energy deplete once more, and the spiritual energy pills he had prepared were nearly exhausted. Thus, he decisively abandoned the idea of continuing to slay the beasts, leaving them to Elder Tang and the others. Without turning back to greet them, he prepared to depart. Hey, handsome young man, wait a moment. As Yang Fan sheathed his heavy sword and had taken only a few steps, he was intercepted. A fragrant breeze wafted towards him, and a mesmerizing woman with a curvaceous figure appeared before him. Her skin was porcelain white, and her lips were alluringly seductive. The aura she exuded was noble and elegant. Yang Fan's first thought was that he had stumbled upon a wealthy matron. Senior, may I inquire what business you have? While the woman was indeed beautiful, her terrifying prowess was not to be underestimated. She had arrived alongside Elder Tang, flying on a sword, a feat achievable only by those at the Golden Core stage or above. I was quite impressed by your swordsmanship and movement techniques. If you have the time, do come to the combat arena for a visit. I eagerly await your arrival, she said, producing an exquisite card and handing it to Yang Fan. I will certainly make time to visit, he replied, taking the card and offering a perfunctory response before turning to leave. The combat arena. Yang Fan had heard of it before, but had never visited. It was rumored to be a place for cultivators to compete in martial skills, with rewards for victories. Though the truth of such claims was uncertain. Upon returning to the city, Yang Fan sold the materials dropped by the beasts he had slain and went to the market to purchase spiritual energy pills. Hey, have you heard? A genius female swordsman has emerged at the combat arena these past few days. A genius female swordsman? Yes. She has achieved 7 consecutive victories in martial competitions. She is truly formidable. While buying the recovery pills, Yang Fan overheard a group of people chatting nearby. Hearing the mention of the combat arena piqued his interest. Back at home, he took out the card given to him by the alluring woman. It bore contact information. After a moment of hesitation, he dialed her number. Half an hour later, Yang Fan arrived at the Feng City combat arena. Giggling, handsome little brother, you're here. Xiao Tong was delighted by his arrival. Sister Tong, I apologize for the trouble. I was merely curious and came to take a look, Yang Fan said, his face slightly awkward. Fortunately, his mask concealed his expression. No trouble at all. We welcome talents like you, whose potential is simply astonishing. Without waiting for Yang Fan to respond, Xiao Tong took his arm and led him towards the combat arena. Oh, Yang Fan's face turned stiff as he felt an overwhelming elasticity. This woman has quite the figure. However, given that this was only their second meeting, such familiarity felt a bit inappropriate. Upon entering the combat arena, he beheld dozens of stages of varying sizes. The platforms were arranged in a circular formation. In simple terms, the outer stages were smaller and more numerous, while the larger stages dwindled as one approached the center. After surveying the arena, Yang Fan's gaze landed on stage 13, where a graceful figure was engaged in combat. It was none other than Li Fei. This girl had been ignoring him for days. Could it be that she had been immersed in training here? Moreover, could the genius female swordsman mentioned earlier also be her? Are you interested in that little girl? Xiao Tong teased with a playful laugh as she noticed Yang Fan staring intently at Li Fei's stage. Sister Tong, please don't joke. Yang Fan replied, averting his gaze, his expression slightly embarrassed. That little girl is my niece. If you're truly interested, I can facilitate an introduction. However, she has discerning tastes and often mentions her little brother Fan. Xiao Tong teased, leaving Yang Fan utterly speechless. What? You are her aunt? You know her? This revelation left Xiao Tong equally surprised. She scrutinized Yang Fan from head to toe, as if she wished to unmask him immediately to see his true face. Didn't he know? I was merely surprised to hear you say she was your niece. Yang Fan quickly defended himself. The combat arena was a place of mixed company, with all sorts of individuals present. Although Xiao Tong is a woman of striking beauty and allure, one cannot judge the heart by mere appearances. Before understanding her true identity, Yang Fan is reluctant to reveal his own. On the arena, Li Fei effortlessly triumphed over her opponent with her exceptional swordsmanship, eliciting a chorus of cheers from the crowd. Suddenly, a shaven-headed swordsman leaped onto the stage, a mocking grin on his face. "Little sister, I hear you are the pride of Mengxi High School?" His gaze shamelessly roamed over Li Fei. "What does my identity have to do with you? Enough with the chatter, face my sword." Li Fei retorted fiercely, drawing her sword. The lecherous look in the swordsman's eyes disgusted her. "Such a fiery spirit, I like it. Let me witness the prowess of the Mengxi High School prodigy." The swordsman wielded a broad blade, launching a series of ferocious strikes aimed at her vital points. Despite the grace and agility of Li Fei's swordplay, she found herself at a disadvantage, being relentlessly pushed back by the shaven-headed swordsman. Yang Fan, watching from the sidelines, felt a surge of anxiety. Even as she faltered, Li Fei gritted her teeth and refused to concede. Xiao Tong glanced at Yang Fan, her expression filled with suspicion. Did he truly not recognize her niece? Why was he so concerned? Xiao Tong began to explain the rules of the duel. They were straightforward, to ensure fairness. All cultivators must suppress their cultivation level below the body refinement stage and could only rely on their physical strength without utilizing spiritual power. Otherwise, they would be deemed defeated. With a resounding clash, the two engaged in another round of combat, and Li Fei's sword was knocked from her grasp, sent flying. "Tisk tisk. Little sister, your swordsmanship leaves much to be desired. How about practicing your technique with your big brother tonight?" The swordsman leered, his gaze growing ever bolder. "You." Li Fei's face flushed with indignation, trembling with rage. Laughter erupted from the crowd, accompanied by various taunts that further provoked her. On the verge of tears, she felt overwhelmed. "I'll handle this," Yang Fan declared, leaping onto the stage. Instantly, all eyes turned to him. "Little brother Fan, what are you doing here?" Li Fei exclaimed, her surprise evident as she turned to him. Despite his mask, she recognized him at once. "Little brother Fan? Is he really the one she constantly mentions?" Xiao Tong's eyes widened in disbelief. How could he have lied about not knowing her niece? "Let's discuss this later. You should step down for now." Yang Fan gently ruffled Li Fei's hair. "Okay, little brother Fan, good luck." Li Fei's chubby cheeks broke into a smile as she obediently left the arena. "You are also a student of Mengxi High School?" The shaven-headed swordsman sneered at Yang Fan. "You are not worthy to know my identity," Yang Fan replied coolly. "How audacious." The swordsman's expression darkened as he brandished his broad blade with a fierce strike aimed at Yang Fan. Yang Fan raised his hand and produced a heavy sword from his storage ring. Clang, clang, boom. 3 thunderous sounds echoed. To everyone's shock, the swordsman was sent flying off the stage, his blade shattered, and he collapsed on the ground, blood gushing from his mouth. Gasps of astonishment filled the arena as all eyes turned to Yang Fan, who stood resolute with his massive sword. Such formidable swordplay was unprecedented to them. How absurd. To think he could so easily defeat a prodigy from Dongzhong High School. Yang Fan looked down at the crumpled swordsman with disdain, as if observing a mere dog. "You." The swordsman, furious, struggled to his feet, only to spit out more blood in his wrath. "How dare you injure my junior brother? You have a lot of nerve." A chilling voice suddenly pierced through the air. In the next moment, a towering figure, standing nearly 2 meters tall, appeared on the arena. My heavens, it is Zhang Yong, the foremost swordsman of Mengxi High School. The crowd buzzed with excitement, having heard tales of his unparalleled prowess. Li Fei's heart raced with anxiety, fearing that Yang Fan might not be a match for this formidable opponent. "Kneel," Zhang Yong commanded, looking down at Yang Fan with an imposing presence. "Huh, where did this dog come from? Is it not leashed?" Yang Fan replied with scorn. Undeterred by Zhang Yong's intimidating aura, the crowd gasped in disbelief. Yang Fan had just insulted Zhang Yong, calling him an unrestrained dog. Fury ignited within Zhang Yong, and he tightened his grip on his black blade, charging at Yang Fan. Boom. The impact sent Yang Fan stumbling back 3 steps. Impressive. No wonder he is hailed as the finest swordsman from Dongzhong High School. His strikes carry the weight of his blade, the spectators murmured in awe. Indeed, Zhang Yong's strength stemmed from his imperial-grade sword's spiritual root, granting him an innate advantage in combat. Yet, Yang Fan had withstood his ferocious blow, much to the crowd's astonishment. "Interesting," Zhang Yong remarked, his expression shifting to one of intrigue. "Is it? I hope you can still smile after this," Yang Fan replied, raising an eyebrow. "Fool. Do you think you're worthy of being my opponent?" Zhang Yong laughed dismissively, not taking Yang Fan's words seriously. Yang Fan gripped his heavy sword tightly, leaning forward slightly as he gathered his strength. Boom. The sound resonated like thunder in the audience's ears. Zhang Yong's eyes widened in shock as Yang Fan's sword was suddenly upon him. Clang. A deafening clash reverberated through the air, the force propelling Zhang Yong back several meters. Had the arena not been spacious enough, Yang Fan's strike could have sent him tumbling off the stage. What? This boy is actually using spiritual power? That violates the competition rules. Rules? Open your eyes. He just produced an explosive sound with sheer physical force. What kind of movement technique is that? Such a commotion. Coupled with that heavy sword, he sent Zhang Yong flying over 10 meters. Incredulity filled the crowd, who had initially doubted Yang Fan's capabilities. Zhang Yong ignored the murmurs. His gaze fixated on Yang Fan, his heart churning with shock. No one understood better than him the sheer power behind Yang Fan's strike, which had nearly caused him to lose his grip on his blade. The strength of this boy's sword surpassed that of his own blade. How could this be possible? You have underestimated me, but your strength is commendable. It is worthy of a duel. Zhang Yong breathed deeply, his demeanor shifting to one of seriousness. Is it worthy of a duel with you? Yang Fan chuckled. Do you even deserve it? How dare you? Zhang Yong roared in fury. He remarked that Yang Fan was already being gracious by considering him a worthy opponent. To his surprise, Yang Fan audaciously mocked his worthiness. Zhang Yong, the Dominator Blade, could hardly tolerate such insolence and charged at him with a fierce expression, wielding his blade with the intent to sever him from the arena within 3 strikes. Yang Fan let out a cold chuckle and moved once more. Boom. The sound reverberated, a terrifying aura emanating from him. The spectators, accustomed to witnessing remarkable martial skills in the arena, had never before encountered such a technique capable of producing sonic booms with each step. Most fearsome of all was how his momentum and power escalated with every stride. After just a few steps, the might of his sword seemed to rend the very air, generating a formidable shockwave. With a thunderous clash, their weapons collided again. Zhang Yong staggered back, his palms bruised and nearly losing grip on his ebony blade, which he barely managed to reclaim. Gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd, their faces reflecting sheer disbelief. Yang Fan did not relent, launching another ferocious attack powered solely by his physical prowess. 1 step, 2 steps, 8 steps. This time, he advanced a full 8 paces. The audience felt a jarring impact against their eardrums. In the next moment, they were horrified to see Zhang Yong, a towering figure over 2 meters tall, propelled from the ring like a cannonball, crashing to the ground. Crack! His obsidian blade shattered into 2 pieces. Defeated? The renowned Dominator Blade Zhang Yong had been vanquished. It was surreal. They had just witnessed him being struck down from the arena by 3 swift strikes. Hiss! Where had this monstrous youth emerged from? Wasn't swordsmanship supposed to be characterized by agility and finesse? How was he wielding it like a blade? After a moment of stunned silence, the crowd's attention shifted to the fallen Zhang Yong, their astonished cries filling the air. On the stage, Yang Fan stood with a heavy sword made of mysterious iron, his face masked, exuding an air of disdain. Though not particularly tall, the fierce aura he radiated commanded respect. Those who had previously derided Yang Fan as weak were now left speechless, their faces flushed with embarrassment. The mighty eagle soars alongside the wind. Yet I find myself the jester. The slap to the face came too swiftly. Some still struggled to grasp the reality. The first Dominator Blade of Ruzhong High was not as impressive as it seemed, unable to withstand even 3 of Yang Fan's strikes. Yang Fan's mocking words caused Zhang Yong, who had fallen from the arena, to turn a deep shade of purple. With a ferocious glare, he fixed his eyes on Yang Fan. Uffed! In the next instant, he coughed up a mouthful of blood, nearly fainting on the spot. The crowd below was filled with awe and admiration. Li Fei clapped her hands excitedly, her face alight with infatuation. Wow! Brother Fan, you are so handsome. Xiao Tong also looked on in admiration, her curiosity about Yang Fan's true appearance beneath the mask intensifying. She understood Li Fei's character well. Typically, no matter how handsome a boy was, he would not catch her eye. Yet, this Brother Fan had mesmerized her to the point of distraction. Was he truly that handsome, or had he cast a spell? I shall now experience your swordsmanship. Suddenly came a cool, clear voice. A graceful figure in white leaped onto the stage. It's you? Yang Fan was taken aback upon seeing the white-clad woman before him. It was Han Bing, the foremost swordmaster of Ruzhong High. Rumor had it that her swordsmanship had reached the Grandmaster level, her talent surpassing even that of the Dominator Blade. I can attest to this. The Dominator Blade had faced her 3 times, and each time he had been bested. Hiss! Was she truly that formidable? A duel between 2 swordmasters promised to be quite the spectacle. What spectacle! In my opinion, that boy from Mengxi High won't last 10 rounds. Agreed. Sword weapons are characterized by their agility and versatility. If one could wield a blade, why not simply use a sword? The audience buzzed with discussion. Yang Fan's gaze fell upon Han Bing, standing across the arena. This woman in white was indeed Han Bing, the leading sword master of Ruzhong High. Oh, the jade pendant she had lost still remained in his possession. He would return it to her later. Go, brother Fan, Li Fei shouted, cheering him on. This kid is very strong. Be careful. Zhang Yong, struggling to rise from the ground, called out to Han Bing on the stage. He glanced down at his trembling hands, marred by cracks, remnants of the injuries sustained from Yang Fan's 3 strikes. Damn, this kid was no ordinary person, wielding a heavy sword. He unleashed a power even more terrifying than his own. Zhang Yong began to doubt the authenticity of his awakened imperial-grade sword spirit. Long time no see. Yang Fan greeted her with a nod. Han Bing, with her noble and cold demeanor, ignored him. Whoosh. In the next moment, a sword as flexible as a serpent sprang forth from her sleeve, lunging towards Yang Fan. Yang Fan's expression shifted. He could not afford to underestimate her. Previously, they had briefly allied in the domain of the man-eating demons. This girl's swordsmanship was exceedingly formidable, not at all inferior to his own. Clang. Yang Fan countered with a strike, yet a spring-like force surged back at him, causing his hand to tingle slightly. Humph. Yang Fan scoffed, unleashing his full power. Boom. Boom. With explosive strides, he advanced towards Han Bing, launching a torrential onslaught. The mysterious iron sword appeared as colossal as a coffin lid, yet in Yang Fan's hands, it felt as light as a feather. He maneuvered it with incredible agility, slicing, thrusting, cleaving, and flicking. The seamless flow of his movements left the spectators in awe, almost causing their eyes to pop out. My heavens, is this fellow a freak? A heavy sword can be wielded like this? It seemed that during his earlier confrontation with Zhang Yong, he had barely exerted himself. Shoo, keep your voices down. Zhang Yong is still watching, and we mustn't harm his pride. The crowd murmured in hushed tones. Zhang Yong's pale complexion flushed with shame. In his entire life, he had never experienced such humiliation. The worst part was that he truly could not compete. What could he do? There was no denying it. Clang, clang. Han Bing showcased to everyone why she was deemed the foremost female swordsman of Ruzhong High. Her swordplay lacked the visual impact of Yang Fan's, yet it was far more terrifying in its agility. The soft sword transformed into a nimble viper, striking with lethal precision, leaving no openings. One could say that only a freak like Yang Fan could hold his ground against her. If it were anyone else, they would likely have been pierced with several fatal wounds after just 2 exchanges. The two engaged in a dazzling exchange of sword techniques, their forms blurring as they moved with pure physical strength, leaving behind trails of afterimages. The audience was filled with awe and tension. If either of them were struck by the opponent's blade, they would not merely be injured, they could very well face death. Zhang Yong's expression of shame deepened. What nonsense was this about being the first blade of Ruzhong High? His swordsmanship was not worthy of comparison to these two. At this moment, Yang Fan, while grappling with Han Bing, was astonished to find his proficiency in the Duga 9 swords rapidly ascending. Uffed. Distracted, Yang Fan was grazed by Han Bing's slender sword. While it merely nicked the surface, it startled him nonetheless. Yang Fan promptly refocused his attention, determined to give his all. The duel persisted for a full half-hour. With neither side able to claim victory, the crowd below could only secretly marvel. These two, of similar age, possessed swordsmanship that was truly astounding. It was likely that few could rival them throughout the entirety of Feng City. After some time had passed, the two figures, moving at remarkable speed, nearly came to a simultaneous halt. Yang Fan, wielding the heavy sword forged from black iron, pointed it at Han Bing's head. In response, Han Bing held her slender sword against his abdomen. It was a stalemate. Ultimately, their fierce contest concluded in a draw. Incredible. This year, Mengxi High School is truly destined for greatness. I concur. I had heard rumors of a prodigious talent emerging from Mengxi, and it must be this young man. I had also heard such tales before, and I dismissed them as mere gossip, yet it appears to be true. That old fellow Jiang Danan certainly kept a tight lip. After a few drinks, he revealed nothing. The audience, witnessing the draw, could not help but express their astonishment. At that moment, Yang Fan's exceptional swordsmanship earned him the respect of all present. No one dared to underestimate him any longer. Yang Fan sheathed his heavy sword, and Han Bing also returned her soft sword to its place. Then, she turned to leave. Miss, wait. Yang Fan called out. Han Bing paused, glancing back at him. Is there something you need? This is the jade pendant you dropped, Yang Fan said, retrieving a jade pendant from his storage ring. Han Bing's expression froze, momentarily stunned. Instinctively, she lifted her gaze to meet Yang Fan's eyes. He remained silent, simply observing her. Han Bing shifted her focus, took the pendant from Yang Fan's hand, and without a word, departed. Is she really that aloof? Not even a simple thank you? Yang Fan sighed, feeling a twinge of disappointment. Humph. From the audience. Li Fei's dissatisfied snort broke the silence. Yang Fan turned to see the young girl pouting, clearly upset. Her pursed lips could almost hang a scale weight. Ahem. Feier. How about I avenge you? Yang Fan remarked awkwardly as he descended from the stage. So, you are the little brother Fan that Feier often speaks of. Xiao Tong teased as she approached. Aunt, that is not how it is. Please don't say such things, Li Fei protested, clutching Xiao Tong's arm, refusing to relent. Indeed. Feier and I are merely friends. Oh dear. Feier, why are you pinching me? Yang Fan awkwardly concurred. However, before he could finish his sentence, Li Fei had already given him a playful pinch. Xiao Tong erupted in delightful laughter, her enchanting shoulders swaying with charm and allure. Wait. Feier calls her aunt, yet I call her sister Tong. Is there some confusion in these titles? Yang Fan pondered, but decided to let it be. Given Xiao Tong's age, she could not be more than 30. To address her as aunt would likely provoke her wrath. After exchanging a few words with Xiao Tong, Yang Fan noticed that the day was growing late, so he bid farewell and headed home. Before departing, he gifted Li Fei a chi training pill, which elicited another round of teasing laughter from Xiao Tong, causing Li Fei's cheeks to flush with embarrassment. Upon returning home, Yang Fan discovered that chaos ensued in the class group chat. Big news. Tonight at the Fengxi Arena, our Mengxi High School's prodigy has ruthlessly defeated the two top talents of Dongzhong High School. What a thrill. What? Our mysterious prodigy from Mengxi is heading to the arena? Absolutely. He utterly overwhelmed the formidable Zhang Yong, making him vomit blood and fall from the stage. Is that for real? Any videos? Don't spread rumors. It's illegal to do so under real name registration. I don't have a video, but I have a few photos to share. It was indeed true. Has Mengxi High School become so formidable that even the top talent from Fengxi No. 1 High School cannot match them? In the midst of the uproar, someone declared, I've made up my mind. Suddenly, Zhang Ting posted, Goddess Ting, what have you decided? I've decided to pursue our school's prodigious talent. What? You intend to chase after him? The group erupted in astonished exclamations. Though many girls would be enamored by such an exceptional young man, Zhang Ting reasoned. Even if I pursue him and fail, how would I know the outcome without trying? Yang Fan found her words distasteful. Previously, he had not felt this way. But after the failure of his spiritual root awakening, he began to see Zhang Ting's true colors and felt increasingly repulsed. With someone like you, don't even think about pursuing me or my friends. I wouldn't give you a second glance, Wang Dazhuang scoffed, unable to hold back his derision. Wang Dazhuang, don't go too far. Zhang Ting snapped back, her anger flaring like a prickly hedgehog. Going too far? Is that so? I'm merely helping certain shallow green tea types recognize reality. With the college entrance exam just around the corner, I eagerly await the sight of them in tears. Wang Dazhuang showed no mercy. Speaking as harshly as possible, the group chat descended into chaos. Yang Fan, unable to bear the spectacle, quickly exited the chat. Although Wang Dazhuang was often a bit of a jokester, he truly stood up for Yang Fan in this instance. The night passed without incident. The following day, Yang Fan continued his routine of hunting demon beasts outside the city to accumulate cultivation points. After the battle at the arena, he discovered a swift method to enhance his martial technique proficiency, executing martial skills relying solely on physical strength without the aid of spiritual energy. Though this method significantly increased his physical exertion, it also accelerated his martial skill proficiency. Boom, boom. Yang Fan dashed forward, wielding his heavy sword, commencing the slaughter of first-tier demon beasts. As for the territory of second-tier demon beasts, he refrained from venturing there for the time being, as facing them without utilizing spiritual energy would be perilous. Notification: killed a first-tier demon beast, the Overlord Crab. Points: 11, cultivation value, 1708. Notification: killed a first-tier demon beast, the Poison Lizard. Points: 12, cultivation value, 1788. Notification: killed a first-tier demon beast, the Black Wild Dog. Points: 14, cultivation value, 2005. As dusk approached, Yang Fan paused to gather the materials from the demon beasts. On his way back to the city, he checked his attributes. Name: Yang Fan. Realm: Mid-Chi Refining, 7998. Spiritual Root: Ethereal Root. Bloodline: Ancient Emperor Bloodline, Purity 1. Physique: Chaotic Dao Body. Martial Skills: Dugu 9 Swords, Advanced Xian Level. Proficiency Level 8, 6086 610 0000. Explosive Step, Beginner Earth Level, Proficiency Level 6, 222 623 0000. Magic Treasure, Black Iron Sword. Points, 10665. His martial skill proficiency consists of 9 levels. This means that Yang Fan's advanced Xian level martial skill, Duga 9 Swords, is merely 40,000 proficiency points away from reaching its perfected 9th level. The beginner Earth level martial skill, Explosive Step, still has a considerable gap, currently sitting at only the 6th level. However, he had unwittingly amassed over 10,000 points. With 10,000 points, he could draw again. Yang Fan felt an exhilarating anticipation for the upcoming draw, eager to see what he would obtain. The long-awaited virtual spinning wheel appeared, whirling rapidly. Ultimately, it came to a stop on an emblem resembling a martial skill book. Notification: Congratulations, you have drawn the special technique Puppet Control Technique. The next draw requires 20,000 points. Puppet Control Technique? A special martial skill? What could that possibly be? Yang Fan's expression froze in astonishment. The information regarding Puppet Control Technique materialized before his eyes. Puppet Control Technique, a special martial skill that utilizes demon beast materials to create puppets that assist in combat. The grade of the puppets is contingent upon the level of puppet control technique and the materials used. Puppet grades: Common, Xian, Spirit, Earth, Heaven, Immortal, Divine. What a remarkable technique for creating and controlling puppets in battle. Yang Fan's eyes widened in shock. He hurriedly clicked to learn it. In an instant, visions of crafting and controlling common puppets filled his mind. The materials required for the creation of these common puppets were precisely the remnants left by first-tier demon beasts. Yang Fan felt a surge of joy in his heart. He set aside the useful materials for crafting the common puppets and sold the remaining useless ones at Wang Fugui's shop. Hey, isn't that the useless Yang Fan? Just a day at school, and he's too self-conscious to show his face again? A mocking voice emerged from outside Wang Fugui's shop. Yang Fan looked up, his brow furrowing slightly. It was Zhang Ting, that conniving girl. What brings you here? He inquired. I'm waiting for the super prodigy from our academy, Zhang Ting declared haughtily. Waiting for our academy's super prodigy? Yang Fan's expression stiffened in bewilderment. What did this scheming girl want from him? Did she wish to reconcile? Had she discarded her pride? Indeed, I mentioned in the group that I intend to pursue our school's extraordinary genius. Although I don't know who he is, I have gathered intel that he frequently visits this shop to sell materials. Only such a paragon deserves my attention. What business do you have here, you useless wretch? Hurry and leave before he arrives and gets the wrong idea. As she spoke, Zhang Ting pulled a small mirror from her pocket to touch up her makeup. Yang Fan felt a wave of disgust wash over him. Damn it, the soul of the previous owner of this body must have been blind. Why would he forsake a delightful girl like Li Fei for this insipid Zhang Ting? Well, take your time. I wish you the best of luck in your endeavors. Yang Fan smirked at Zhang Ting before heading into the shop to sell his materials and retreat to his home for a long nap. An hour later. Ugh, where is that insufferable prodigy? Is he trying to freeze me to death? 2 hours later. I know it. He's hiding in the shadows, watching to gauge my sincerity. 3 hours later, in the class group chat. Extra, extra. That green tea stalker was loitering outside my uncle's shop, bothering my brother. And now she's caught a cold because he didn't show up. Haha. Chapter 23. Crafting the mysterious puppets. A wave of laughter erupted among his classmates, especially from Wang Dazhuang, who had even snapped a high-definition photo. In an instant, everyone knew who that green tea was. Meanwhile, Yang Fan paid no heed to the uproar in the class group and lay in bed, fast asleep. Morning arrived. After finishing breakfast, he rushed out of the city with great anticipation. Upon reaching the outskirts, he did not immediately hunt demon beasts for cultivation points, but instead practiced his puppet mastery technique. This technique comprises 2 parts, crafting puppets and controlling them. Controlling the puppets requires no elaboration, but crafting them is the true challenge. He took out the materials from the first-tier demon beasts in his storage ring and began his attempts at creation. Failure. After several minutes, his initial attempt at crafting a common puppet ended in disappointment due to unfamiliarity with the process. However, even in failure, he gained some proficiency in the puppet mastery technique. With each failure, he accumulated experience, and his proficiency in the technique improved rapidly. Half a day slipped away unnoticed. His stock of materials from the previous day had been completely consumed, yet he had not successfully produced a single puppet. Sigh. This puppet crafting is excessively difficult. Yang Fan sighed, pulling out his heavy iron sword from his storage ring to hunt monsters for cultivation points and materials. He refused to believe that he could not produce a single puppet after an entire day. In the afternoon, having gathered enough materials. Yang Fan paused once more to craft a puppet. At last, success. The puppet resembled a human, though its form was rather fearsome due to the various monster materials used in its construction. Yang Fan attempted to control it using the puppet mastery technique and was astonished to see it move. Suddenly, a first-tier demon beast appeared in the distance. Yang Fan wasted no time commanding the common puppet to engage it. With a dull thud, the newly crafted puppet was sent flying several meters, nearly falling apart upon impact. Goodness, how weak can it be? Yang Fan felt utterly disappointed and quickly dispatched the first-tier demon beast. Originally, he had planned to craft several common puppets to assist him in hunting demon beasts for leveling up, but it seemed his aspirations were overly ambitious. The strength of this common puppet was likely inferior to that of a beginner in body refinement. Yang Fan rummaged through his storage ring, pulled out a small knife, and placed it in the puppet's hands, instructing it to gather materials from the deceased first-tier demon beast. Surprisingly, it managed to perform this task, albeit clumsily and with low efficiency. However, if he could create multiple puppets, he could fully devote himself to slaying demon beasts and delegate the material gathering to them. What a brilliant idea! Yang Fan's disappointment reignited with fervor. He proceeded to hunt a group of first-tier demon beasts, collecting plenty of materials, and continued crafting common puppets. As evening approached, he successfully crafted 3 common puppets. With his proficiency in the puppet mastery technique increasing, he found himself more adept at controlling them. To his astonishment, he discovered that these newly crafted common puppets, though initially clumsy and awkward, seemed to possess a degree of learning ability. Take the first one he crafted, for example. Its speed in gathering materials from demon beasts had significantly improved. Ding! Proficiency in the puppet mastery technique has risen to level 2, allowing the crafting of mysterious puppets, which can be categorized into combat, defense, and support types. After yet another failed attempt at crafting, Yang Fan celebrated the elevation of his proficiency in the puppet mastery technique to level 2. The most exhilarating news was that he could now craft more advanced mysterious puppets. These mysterious puppets were superior to common puppets, boasting combat, defense, and support capabilities. Originally, Yang Fan had intended to venture into the territory of second-tier demon beasts to gather materials and attempt crafting a mysterious puppet. However, darkness had fully enveloped the land. The risk in the dark wilderness escalated tenfold. He reluctantly suppressed his excitement and returned to the city to rest, planning to return the following day. The next morning, Yang Fan finished breakfast and dashed out of the city at breakneck speed. Arriving at the second-tier demon beast zone, he released the common puppets he had crafted the previous day from his storage ring. Then, he brandished his heavy iron sword and began to slay the second-tier demon beasts to collect materials. The 3 common puppets followed closely behind him like devoted acolytes. Each time a second-tier demon beast fell, they rushed forward to collect the materials. Remarkably, Yang Fan's efficiency in slaying beasts not only remained intact, but actually increased. After a full morning of hunting second-tier demon beasts, he couldn't contain his excitement during the midday break and eagerly set about crafting a mysterious puppet. Success! Yang Fan was thrilled by his stroke of luck. He had successfully crafted a mysterious puppet on his first attempt. This mysterious puppet was notably larger than the most basic common puppet. The one he crafted was a support-type mysterious puppet. Upon attempting to control it with the puppet mastery technique, Yang Fan was astonished to find it far more functional than the most basic common puppets. This support-type mysterious puppet had commands for scouting, luring monsters, and providing warnings. Wow, high-quality goods are truly different, Yang Fan exclaimed, instructing the support puppet to lure monsters for a test. Whoosh! The puppet dashed away at incredible speed, disappearing in the blink of an eye. A few minutes later, it returned, racing back with 3 or 4 demon beasts hot on its heels. Yang Fan's eyes nearly popped out in disbelief. Good heavens! Is it really that powerful? The demon beasts were closing in rapidly. Yang Fan hastily drew his heavy iron sword and charged to engage. Boom! Boom! The explosive steps produced a series of deep, resounding booms. Ding! Killed a first-tier monstrous beast. Poison lizard. Points earned. 12. Cultivation value. 1788. Ding! Killed a second-tier monstrous beast. Two-headed turtle. Points earned. 36. Cultivation value. 5885. Ding! Killed a second-tier monstrous beast. Black phosphor snake. Points earned. 30. Cultivation value. 4700. Moments later, Yang Fan had slain all the monstrous beasts. He turned to gaze at the auxiliary puppet of the Shin grade, standing there in a daze. This little short-legged creature runs remarkably fast. Moreover, its intelligence surpasses even the most basic of common puppets by a significant margin. Subsequently, Yang Fan once again issued a command to lure the monsters. Whoosh! The auxiliary Xian grade puppet darted off into the distance once more. The several silly common puppets waved their small knives, gathering materials from the corpses of the slain beasts. Yang Fan was in high spirits. This puppet mastery technique is truly a treasure of the highest order. With this skill, he no longer need venture out himself to hunt monsters. He could simply wait for the puppets to lure them back for slaughter. Meanwhile, he could refine puppets to enhance his proficiency in the puppet mastery technique. Perfect. Shortly thereafter, the auxiliary Xian grade puppet returned, accompanied by a horde of monstrous beasts. Yang Fan unsheathed his sword and swiftly dispatched them. Afterward, the auxiliary Xian grade puppet continued to lure more creatures, while the common puppets gathered materials. And he focused on refining puppets. The entire process was well organized and meticulously executed. By evening, Yang Fan's cultivation realm had advanced from mid-Qi training to late-Qi training. Although he spent most of the day refining puppets, the speed at which he accumulated cultivation value not only did not wane, but rather increased significantly. Throughout the afternoon, Yang Fan not only refined another auxiliary puppet, but also crafted both an offensive puppet and a defensive puppet. When he tested their capabilities, the combined strength of the three puppets was comparable to that of first-tier monstrous beasts. The Xian grade puppets possessed the power of first-tier beasts. What of the even more formidable spirit grade, earth grade, and heaven grade puppets? Chapter 24, The Third-Tier Beast, Human-Faced Demon Spider. On the way back to the city, Yang Fan checked his realm attribute panel. Name, Yang Fan. Realm, Late Qi Training, 108. Spirit Root, Ethereal Root. Bloodline, Ancient Emperor Bloodline, Purity 1. Physique, Chaotic Dao Body. Martial Arts, Duga 9 Swords, High Xian Grade. Proficiency Level 8, 7086, 610, 0000. Explosive Steps, Low Earth Grade. Proficiency Level 7, 2620500000. Puppet Mastery Technique, Special Skill. Proficiency Level 2, 886, 5000. Magic Item, Xian Iron Sword. Points, 1966. The puppet mastery technique could only be improved through the crafting of puppets, resulting in a slow upgrade rate. The next day, Yang Fan ventured out of the city as usual to hunt monstrous beasts for cultivation value. With the increasing number of Xian grade puppets he had crafted, his efficiency in slaying beasts had exponentially increased. In the afternoon, Yang Fan dispatched for auxiliary Xian grade puppets to lure monsters. Suddenly, one of the auxiliary puppets lost connection with him. What is going on? Yang Fan stood up. He then made his way toward the last known location of the auxiliary puppet. It was a dense thicket. After searching for a while, he finally found the missing auxiliary puppet. At that moment, the puppet had already been reduced to a pile of white bones. Uft, uft. It was emitting white vapor, seemingly corroded to death by a potent poison. Suddenly, the other puppets following Yang Fan were ambushed. Yang Fan's expression changed dramatically as he turned abruptly. His scalp prickled with terror. In the distance, a human-faced demon spider was gazing at him with an alluringly sinister expression. Despite knowing it was a third-tier beast, the human-like face and its eerily realistic expression made it truly terrifying amidst the desolate wilderness. Hiss! The human-faced demon spider emitted a shrill scream, its 6 spider legs leaping towards Yang Fan like springs. Boom! Boom! Yang Fan activated his explosive steps, wielding the Xian iron heavy sword to confront it. Whoosh! Whoosh! Suddenly, the human-faced demon spider spat forth a green liquid. Yang Fan's face changed in alarm as he raised his sword to block. Uft! Uft! The surface of the Xian iron heavy sword was instantaneously corroded. Previously, it was this ghastly creature's venom that had slain his auxiliary puppet. Die! Yang Fan's face twisted with rage as he unleashed the full power of the Duga 9 swords combined with explosive steps. Bang! With a single stroke, he sent it flying. Hiss! The human-faced demon spider emitted a painful shriek. Though it was a third-tier beast with formidable strength, its true prowess lay in its ability to unleash deadly venom unexpectedly. In a genuine contest of strength and explosiveness, it was vastly inferior to the monstrous Yang Fan. Boom! Boom! Yang Fan did not give the human-faced demon spider a moment to breathe, his feet pounding the ground as he launched another ferocious assault. To dare ambush and slay the puppets he had painstakingly refined, it clearly did not know the meaning of the word death. Ding! Killed the third-tier beast, human-faced demon spider. Points earned, 55, cultivation value, 10666. As the human-faced demon spider was pierced through the head by his sword, the notification sound for points earned echoed in Yang Fan's ears. Huff! Huff! Yang Fan took a moment to catch his breath and commanded his puppets to gather materials. Before the puppets could harvest the valuable materials from the human-faced demon spider's body, a shadow streaked through the sunlight and cast onto the ground before Yang Fan. Instantly, a wave of extreme danger sent a jolt of alarm through him. Yang Fan did not dare to turn around. He dashed away. Bang! Just as he took a step, a sharp pain struck him, and his body was sent hurtling backward like a cannonball. Hiss! With no time to tend to his wounds, Yang Fan scrambled to escape. Meanwhile, he commanded the gathering puppets to hold back the foe. Crack! Crack! The sound of bones breaking echoed, sending chills down Yang Fan's spine. The Xian-grade puppets he crafted possessed at least the strength of first-tier beasts. Particularly, the defensive puppet, while lacking in offensive capability, boasted defense comparable to second-tier beasts. Yet, without a single one escaping, they all met their end. Hiss! An ear-piercing shriek reverberated through the air. Even from a distance, it pierced Yang Fan's eardrums painfully. After rolling out of the thicket, Yang Fan unleashed his explosive steps to their utmost, desperately fleeing towards the city gates. Behind him, a trail of blood marked his path. At last, he reached the city gates. Safe at last, Yang Fan confirmed that the terrifying creature had not pursued him before daring to stop and catch his breath. What happened to you? Suddenly, a cool voice inquired. Yang Fan looked up to find Han Bing, a talented individual from East Central High School, approaching with a look of astonishment. I'm fine. Yang Fan shook his head. Just as he was about to respond, a wave of dizziness overwhelmed him. Bang! The next moment, he lost his balance and collapsed into Han Bing's embrace. Instantly, a fragrant scent enveloped him, soft and comforting. Ah, you rascal! A high-pitched scream erupted. Clang! Yang Fan's head struck the wall behind him, plunging him into unconsciousness. After an indeterminate amount of time, Yang Fan slowly regained consciousness. As he awoke, a large face came into view. A chubby face, quivering as it smiled at him. What the hell? A ghost? Yang Fan shuddered in fright and instinctively slapped out. Smack! The chubby face was sent flying, accompanied by a series of wails. Huh, not a ghost. Yang Fan was bewildered, his mind gradually clearing. What the hell? Fatty, why are you here? Where's Han Bing? In the distance, he saw Wang Dazwang, whose already plump face had become even rounder. A bright red handprint adorned his cheek. Fangirl, I curse you. You heartless scoundrel, have you no conscience? You wake up and slap me right in the face, and you're more concerned about Han Bing? Wang Dazwang rubbed his swollen face while cursing vehemently. The look in his eyes resembled that of an aggrieved young bride. My apologies, my apologies. I just opened my eyes and was startled by that round face. It's a natural reflex, Yang Fan said, his expression filled with embarrassment as he hurriedly apologized. He then promptly inquired about the events that transpired after he lost consciousness. It turned out that at the city gate, after being pushed by Han Bing, he had collided with a wall and was knocked out. When she brought him back to the city, they fortuitously encountered Wang Dazwang, who, upon recognizing Yang Fan, quickly took him home. Hearing this, Yang Fan felt a pang of regret. He had lost 2 million. Brother Fan, how did you get so badly hurt? When I saw you, your wounds were still bleeding, Wang Dazwang expressed with concern. What a stroke of bad luck. While leveling up outside the city, I inadvertently encountered a terrifying creature. What kind of creature? Who knows? I was so frightened that I ran for my life without daring to look back, nearly losing my own life in the process. The recollection of his previous encounter in the thicket sent a chill down Yang Fan's spine. It had truly been perilous. If not for those puppets that had intervened, he might have already met his end. Brother Fan, you should stay out of the city for a while. The dean mentioned that Feng City has not been peaceful lately. Understood, Yang Fan replied. Dazwang, go buy me some materials. What materials? Wang Dazwang asked, bewildered. Yang Fan didn't elaborate much. Instead, he wrote down the materials needed for crafting puppets and handed the list to Wang Dazwang. His uncle Wang Fugui owned a materials shop, so he wouldn't charge too much. While Wang Dazwang was out buying materials, Yang Fan took out the remaining supplies from his storage ring and began crafting puppets. An hour later, Wang Dazwang returned. Brother Fan, you won't believe it. My dear mother, what on earth is that thing? It scared the life out of me. Wang Dazwang trembled, his legs shaking, wanting to flee. Yet they seemed to have a mind of their own, refusing to budge. Dazwang, don't be alarmed. This is a puppet I crafted. It won't harm anyone. Yang Fan hurriedly explained. You made this puppet? Wang Dazwang steadied himself, his anxiousness finally easing. Once he confirmed that the puppet obeyed Yang Fan's commands, he dared to approach and examine it. Brother Fan, this puppet looks formidable. Can it fight? Wang Dazwang asked, pulling his gaze back. You'll find out if you try it, Yang Fan replied with a mischievous smile. All right, Let me give it a shot. With a mighty crash, Wang Dazwang exclaimed. Oh my goodness! How can this puppet be even stronger than me? He attempted to attack, only to be swiftly subdued by Yang Fan's puppet. This is no joke. This is a mystic-grade puppet. Its power rivals that of a first-tier monster. Yang Fan proclaimed proudly. Rivals a first-tier monster? Wang Dazwang's eyes lit up. Suddenly, he dropped to his knees before Yang Fan. What are you doing, Dazwang? Have you lost your mind? Yang Fan exclaimed in shock. Brother Fan, you are truly my father. Sell me 2 of these puppets. My family has resources, you can name your price. Wang Dazwang declared, repeatedly bowing to Yang Fan, who, not wanting to endure the gesture, kicked him over. Enough. I don't even have a girlfriend. How could I have a son as big as you? I might consider gifting you a few puppets. But only if you can learn the puppet control technique. Yang Fan teased him playfully. In school, he didn't have many friends. But Wang Dazwang was definitely one of his closest allies. As the saying goes, a brother is revealed in times of hardship. When everyone distanced themselves and mocked Yang Fan for not awakening his spiritual roots, Wang Dazwang remained by his side. That was enough for him. Puppet control technique? What is that? Wang Dazwang asked, utterly perplexed. I'll teach you. It's simply a method to command the puppets. If you can learn it, I'll give you a few. If you can't, it's of no use, as they won't heed your commands. Yang Fan briefly explained and began teaching Wang Dazwang the puppet control technique. The technique comprised 2 main components: crafting the puppets and controlling them. Compared to the core aspect of puppet creation, the method for controlling them was relatively straightforward. Wang Dazwang was invigorated, realizing that specific incantations were required to command the puppets. He studied with an intensity surpassing that of watching a captivating film. After 2 hours of relentless practice, Wang Dazwang finally managed to issue simple commands to the puppets. Overjoyed, he began to dance and was about to kneel again to thank Yang Fan when Yang Fan playfully kicked him aside. Goodness, Brother Fan, you were gravely injured. And now you're up and about? Wang Dazwang exclaimed, getting to his feet. Suddenly, he widened his eyes in astonishment, unable to believe what he was seeing. Yang Fan had been carried home by him after losing consciousness, and at that time, Wang Dazwang had helped bandage his wounds. Thus, he was acutely aware of the severity of Yang Fan's injuries. It's only been a few hours, and you're already lively again? I'm fine. I have some healing elixirs, Yang Fan lied. In reality, his rapid recovery was solely due to the prowess of his chaos body. Initially, while leveling up against monsters, Yang Fan had discovered that his chaos body not only accelerated the acquisition of cultivation and proficiency, but also healed injuries. The entire afternoon, Yang Fan remained at Wang Dazwang's home, crafting puppets. As dusk approached, he bid farewell and gifted Wang Dazwang 4 mystic-grade puppets, 2 for offense, 1 for defense, and 1 for assistance. This way, even if he encountered a second-tier monster, he would be able to escape unharmed. Upon returning home that evening, and while bathing, Yang Fan examined his wounds. Aside from some faint redness, there were no visible injuries. This astonishing healing ability left him in awe. Truly, the premier among the 10 sacred bodies is remarkable. After showering and lying in bed, he noticed that Wang Dazwang was exuberantly stirring up excitement in their class group chat. Everyone, I'm done pretending. My goal is not some mediocre university. I aim to attend Qinghua or Baida. Uft, Dazwang, with your slow progress in awakening your spiritual roots, do you really think you can get into Qinghua or Baida? That is laughable. Even I, with my 6th grade Waterwood spiritual root, wouldn't dare claim such a feat. A classmate retorted as soon as Wang Dazwang finished speaking, prompting a wave of ridicule from their peers. Unfazed, Wang Dazwang didn't back down. Despite his lackluster academic performance and unremarkable looks, he possessed a sharp tongue. When he became enraged, he posted several impressive photos of the puppets he had crafted. Silencing the group chat instantly. Those who had mocked him just moments ago were now praising him. The next day, Yang Fan continued to hunt monsters outside the city to elevate his cultivation level. However, he dared not return to the thicket where he had been attacked the previous day. To this day, he remained uncertain about the terrifying creature that had assaulted him. A few puppets had vanished upon encountering it. How truly frightening. Yang Fan continued to utilize the materials he had purchased the day before to craft more puppets. The support puppets were tasked with luring monsters for him to defeat. The offensive puppets gathered materials, and the defensive puppets stood guard. At noon, while pausing to eat from the provisions in his storage ring, he unexpectedly ran into Hanbing. She was walking past him towards the thicket where he had been attacked the day before. Hanbing, don't go over there. There's a terrifying creature you cannot handle. Yang Fan called out, trying to warn her. She turned to glance at him, but continued on her way, ignoring him. Yang Fan was left speechless. For goodness sake. This school beauty from Zhongdong High is rather aloof. Isn't she? It's not like I intentionally bumped into her yesterday because of excessive blood loss. Seeing that Han Bing disregarded his advice, Yang Fan decided not to press the matter further. After finishing his lunch, he resumed hunting monsters and crafting puppets. A day swiftly passed, and as evening descended, Han Bing, the belle of the neighboring academy, had yet to return. Yang Fan furrowed his brow, contemplating whether to check on her. Suddenly, a ferocious roar of a beast echoed from that direction, accompanied by the sounds of a fierce battle. This little girl, ignoring my advice, is bound to face dire consequences. Yang Fan muttered under his breath as he hastily unsheathed his heavy sword and rushed towards the commotion. Although he and Han Bing were not particularly close, they had fought side by side before, and after she had caught him in a vulnerable moment at the city gate the previous day, he could not stand idly by while she was in danger. As he sprinted through the underbrush, the sounds of combat abruptly ceased. Yang Fan's heart sank, a sense of dread enveloping him. His keen gaze scanned the surroundings, yet he found no trace of Han Bing. Could it be that the shadowy creature from yesterday had devoured her? Just then, a faint rustling from the dense thicket caught his attention. Instantly alert, he tightened his grip on the sword and approached cautiously. With a clang, the sound of metal clashing rang out. A tremendous force knocked Yang Fan back several steps, and he immediately prepared to retaliate. Upon realizing the source of the disturbance, his eyes widened in shock. What on earth? Han Bing, why are you undressing in broad daylight? Ah, you scoundrel, what are you doing here? Han Bing, holding a slender sword and barely clothed, was equally stunned. She had been tending to her wounds when the noise startled her, leading her to think another beast had appeared. In her haste to confront the threat, she had neglected to dress properly. Now, she found herself exposed before Yang Fan, the very person who had taken advantage of her vulnerability the day before. Please, don't misunderstand. I heard the sounds of battle and thought you might be in trouble, Yang Fan stammered, his face burning with embarrassment. Quickly, turn around. Han Bing's cheeks flushed crimson with indignation and fury. Right away, Yang Fan complied. However, just then, a shadow loomed behind Han Bing. Without a second thought, Yang Fan lunged toward her. Thud! In an instant, he tackled Han Bing to the ground, both of them momentarily stunned. The sudden exposure of her neckline revealed an alluring sight. You fool, I'll deal with you later. Han Bing, furious at the unwelcome interruption, pushed Yang Fan away as a dark figure soared overhead. Despite her embarrassment, she had no time to settle the score. Yang Fan scrambled to his feet, mortified. He swore it was an accident, a moment of desperation in a critical situation. He retrieved his heavy sword, focusing on the rapidly approaching beast, a third-tier mutated creature known as the Gale Leopard. With a fierce roar, the Gale Leopard charged again after missing its strike. Yang Fan, undeterred, met its attack with determination. As he advanced, his steps created sonic booms, a testament to his formidable presence. Meanwhile, Han Bing hastily fastened her clothing, her face still flushed from the earlier incident. Together, the pair launched an assault on the Gale Leopard. Despite its strength and speed, their synchronized efforts swiftly brought the beast down. Is this the creature that ambushed you yesterday? Han Bing panted, puzzled. I couldn't tell at the time. I was nearly killed, Yang Fan replied, shaking his head, uncertainty gnawing at him. The sun dipped below the horizon, casting an eerie gloom over the thicket, and they hurried back to the city. As they departed, an unsettling silence enveloped the woods. The once vibrant sounds of nature abruptly silenced, creating an ominous atmosphere. Suddenly, a colossal shadow emerged from the rocks below, devouring the Gale Leopard's carcass whole. Days later, after eliminating a wave of second-tier beasts summoned by his auxiliary puppet, Yang Fan finally mastered the advanced sword technique, Dugu 9 Swords. With a sudden release of tension from his hand, the heavy sword floated mysteriously just above his palm. At that moment, another puppet attracted a horde of beasts, one of which was a third-tier, bloodthirsty wolf. Perfect timing to test the full power of my Dugu 9 Swords, Yang Fan thought excitedly. With a flick of his finger, the floating sword was drawn into his grasp. In an instant, after images of his strikes pierced through the advancing bloodthirsty wolf. Previously, he would have needed to augment his attack with lower-tier techniques to defeat such a creature, but now, with the mastery of Dugu 9 Swords, the wolf stood no chance. With a mournful howl, the bloodthirsty wolf fell before him, having never had the opportunity to showcase its prowess. System notification: killed a third-tier bloodthirsty wolf. Points awarded: 50. Cultivation value: 9,600. After defeating the bloodthirsty wolf, Yang Fan inspected his attributes. Name: Yang Fan. Realm: late-stage Qi cultivation, 8938. Spiritual root: Ethereal Root. Bloodline. Ancient Emperor Bloodline. Purity. 1. Physique. Chaos Dao Body. Martial Techniques. Duga 9 Swords. Advanced. Mastered. Explosive Steps. Beginner. Level 8. 2160-010-0000. Puppet Control Technique. Special. Level 3. 581-0000. Treasure. Heavy Iron Sword. Points. 12866. At last, Duga 9 Swords was perfected. Yang Fan reflected on the arduous journey that had spanned nearly 20 days since he first grasped the technique. He had just tested its full potential, finding it had increased in power by nearly 5-fold. Every effort had been worthwhile. Now, he eagerly anticipated how much more powerful the beginner technique Explosive Steps would become upon reaching mastery. The proficiency of puppet control technique had also ascended to level 3, allowing him to craft spiritual-grade puppets. However, the materials required for such puppets included the heart of a 4th-tier beast, the Netherworld Demon Tiger. Given his current strength, encountering a 4th-tier beast would be perilous. He would have to rely on luck to procure the necessary materials from a shop. Even if he succeeded in acquiring them, the odds of successfully crafting a spiritual-grade puppet were slim. The day passed swiftly, and upon returning home that evening, Yang Fan sent a message to Li Fei, recalling his promise to teach her Duga 9 Swords once he achieved mastery. After sending the message, he waited, but Li Fei did not respond. That girl. She hasn't gone to the arena to level up again, has she? Yang Fan grumbled before switching off his phone and going to bed. The following morning dawned. Li Fei, that little girl, has replied. Yang Fan invited her to meet at the city gate to impart the advanced martial art technique, Duga 9 Swords. Half an hour later, the two arrived at a grassy area outside the city. Yang Fan began to teach Li Fei the Duga 9 Swords. Li Fei stood attentively, earnestly absorbing the teachings. The technique comprises 9 forms: the sword breaking style, the saber breaking style, the arrow breaking style, the rope breaking style, the spear breaking style, the whip breaking style, the palm breaking style, the chi breaking style, and the grand finale. This sword technique emphasizes anticipating the enemy's moves, advancing without retreating. When perfected, it becomes formless yet surpasses form. Feier, watch closely. Yang Fan's heavy sword transformed into 9, leaving behind a series of stunning afterimages, astonishing and terrifying. Chapter 27. The Third Stage Demon Beast. The black-spotted iron-bone snake. Li Fei's eyes widened in shock and horror. Initially, she could remember Yang Fan's moves, but as time passed, she became increasingly flustered and confused. At last, Yang Fan finished his demonstration. Feier, did you remember? He turned to ask. It's so difficult, Brother Xiao Fan. Could you demonstrate it again? Li Fei stuck out her adorable tongue, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Yang Fan, perplexed, recalled that he had learned the Duga 9 Swords in just one go. How could this little girl not remember? With a nod, Yang Fan slowed down his demonstration. Li Fei's eyes widened, holding her breath as she focused, determined to engrave the moves in her mind. 2 hours later, Yang Fan, exhausted, asked, Feier, this is the 10th time. Have you remembered? Brother Xiao Fan, I barely remembered this time, Li Fei said, her cheeks rosy and her demeanor shy. So foolish. How could you call me foolish, Brother Xiao Fan? I've been trying very hard. It's just that your sword technique is too difficult. Li Fei exclaimed softly, rushing at Yang Fan to playfully tussle. Difficult? Why was it so easy for me? Yang Fan teased. You foul Brother Xiao Fan, I won't let you off. Li Fei, more indignant than ever, pounced at him. Haha, come on, catch me. Yang Fan laughed, retreating, but he accidentally tripped over a tree root. Thud. The next moment, he lost his balance and fell to the ground. Li Fei couldn't stop herself in time, cried out, and landed on him. Instantly, Yang Fan's eyes widened in confusion. Li Fei's mind went blank as well. The once cheerful and light atmosphere suddenly turned awkward. Cough, cough. Suddenly, a series of coughs broke the silence. Startled, the two scrambled to separate and stand up. Brother, what are you doing here? Li Fei exclaimed. Your brother? Yang Fan was taken aback, sensing an ominous feeling rising within him. In the distance, a man approached with a commanding presence, robust and strong, exuding the aura of a skilled warrior. Cough, cough. I was just teaching Feier swordplay, Yang Fan quickly explained upon noticing Li Fei's brother's gaze. He swore he had no intention of taking advantage of Li Fei. He merely tripped over an old tree root and fell inadvertently. Teaching swordplay, and you end up on the ground together? Li Jian observed, his eyelids twitching, a half-smile on his face. Yang Fan's face flushed crimson, unsure of how to explain. What a misunderstanding. Brother, Xiao Fan was just teaching me swordplay, and I tripped while chasing him. What are you doing here? Li Fei's face turned crimson as she quickly ran over, wrapping her arms around Li Jian's, acting coy. It was evident that the sibling bond was strong. I was helping my comrades with a beast hunting task in the mercenary group, Li Jian explained while scrutinizing Yang Fan from head to toe. The peculiar look made Yang Fan feel uneasy. Were it not for the fear of Li Fei's potential wrath, he would have found an excuse to slip away. Are you at the Qi refinement stage? Yes. Just in time, my group is short-handed. Why not join us? Li Jian extended an invitation to Yang Fan. All right, Yang Fan replied, his expression stiffening. Brother, Xiao Fan just reached the Qi refinement stage. Your group's tasks are too dangerous for him. Li Fei protested, believing her brother was deliberately making things difficult for Yang Fan. You little brat, you aren't even married. And you're already trying to take him along? Nonsense. I'm just bringing this lad to gain some experience. Is that too much to ask? No, then it's settled. Let us go. Li Jian decisively put an end to Li Fei's protests, making arrangements without giving her a chance to argue further. Li Fei did not accompany them. Firstly, her cultivation level was too low, and secondly, having just learned the Duga 9 swords, she needed to practice diligently. Yang Fan sighed repeatedly, reluctantly following Li Jian ahead. Is this what it feels like to be conscripted? On the way, Li Jian chatted casually with Yang Fan, inquiring how he and Li Fei had met. Upon learning that they were classmates in their senior year, he was taken aback. Among past senior students, those who could reach the Qi refinement stage before the college entrance examination were exceedingly rare geniuses. And Yang Fan, this lad, had awakened his spiritual roots less than a month ago and had already reached the Qi refinement stage. Truly impressive. A few minutes later, Li Jian arrived at the assembly point. Yang Fan looked up to see several burly men gathered there. Boss, why did you bring a pretty boy along? Is this kid even at the foundation establishment stage? A bearded giant frowned, clearly displeased with Li Jian's choice. He is my sister's classmate. We just ran into each other on the road, so I brought him along for some experience, Li Jian explained. He then introduced Yang Fan to several members of the mercenary group. The bearded giant was named Huzi and was known for his fiery temper. Yang Fan greeted him, but Huzi merely grunted in response, ignoring him. Yang Fan awkwardly smiled and chose not to say more. The other companions, however, were friendlier. Once everyone had gathered, Li Jian led the group deeper into the forest. Yang Fan was unaware of their destination or what kind of demon beast they were tasked to hunt. In any case, following along would suffice. Suddenly, a second-stage demon beast emerged from the jungle. Humph! A two-tailed scorpion dares to act recklessly. Huzi snorted, swinging a pair of massive axes as he charged forward. With a few swift strikes, the two-tailed scorpion succumbed to his furious assault. Be careful, Huzi reminded the others. Suddenly, from behind, a black-spotted iron-bone snake sprang from the tree trunk. The black-spotted iron-bone snake was a third-stage demon beast. Not only was it remarkably swift, but it also possessed venom of unparalleled potency. Just a single drop could fell a fully grown elephant. If a person were bitten, without an antidote, death was inevitable. Hurry! Behind you, Huzi! Li Jian's expression changed as he shouted a warning. Whoosh! Just as Huzi turned to defend himself, a shadow darted past him. What speed? Huzi gasped. When he looked up, he realized that the person who had just zipped by was none other than Yang Fan, the pretty boy. His expression froze, eyes wide in disbelief. With the heavy sword in hand, Yang Fan unleashed a flurry of stunning afterimages, driving the black-spotted iron-bone snake back with 3 swift strikes. In the distance, Li Jian was astonished, exclaiming, "How is this possible?" The other teammates were equally flabbergasted, unable to believe their eyes. This lad, wasn't he just at the Qi refinement stage? How could he possess such remarkable strength? To face a third-stage demon beast and repel it with just 3 strikes? Observing Yang Fan's fierce and extraordinary sword techniques, Li Jian finally believed that Yang Fan had indeed been teaching his sister swordplay rather than taking advantage of her. At that moment, after repelling the third-stage black-spotted iron-bone snake with 3 strikes, Yang Fan did not cease his relentless assault. Huzi, who had previously looked down on him and mocked him as a pretty boy, was left in a state of bewilderment. Chapter 28. Brother Huzi presents the junior treasure. The Overlord Sword Boss, where did you find this kid? How is his sword technique so outrageously strong? My heavens, that is indeed a third-tier demon beast. And he is actually holding his own in combat? Several companions in the group turned to Li Jianyi, inquiring eagerly. Well, did I not mention it earlier? My sister is a senior in high school. A senior? Good gracious. He has only just awakened his spiritual root a month ago, and he has already reached the Qi refining stage? What is truly astonishing is not just his attainment of the Qi refining stage, but the fact that within such a brief span, he has honed his swordsmanship to this remarkable level. Truly impressive. The crowd was in awe. Their gazes toward Yang Fan markedly changed. Li Jianyi steadied himself, feeling an immense sense of pride. His sister certainly has an eye for talent. This young man is undoubtedly a dragon among men, destined for immeasurable achievements. Hughesy, what's wrong? Why is your face so flushed? At that moment, someone noticed the silent Hughesy, his face red with embarrassment, and teased him. You old rascal. Just because you're quiet doesn't mean no one considers you a mute. Hughesy snapped back, causing a wave of laughter to erupt. Suddenly, a deafening roar pierced the air, announcing the arrival of yet another third-tier demon beast. Hughesy complexion changed dramatically as he seized a pair of colossal axes, ready to rush in for assistance. However, before he could even set foot forward, Yang Fan unleashed his power once more. Boom, boom. The ground beneath Yang Fan shattered with each step he took, fragments scattering in all directions. What? Explosive step? He has actually refined it to this extent. Good heavens. The explosive step is a basic technique of the Earth rank. Is this young man a demon? Hughesy came to an abrupt halt. The onlookers gasped in astonishment, their faces etched with disbelief. If Yang Fan's application of the solitary 9 swords against the third-tier demon beast, the black-spotted iron-boned serpent, had already left them astounded, then his combination of the solitary 9 swords with the explosive step utterly terrified them. The explosive step is a local Earth-rank technique they had previously encountered, notoriously difficult to comprehend. Even Li Jianyi had struggled for days without success. Later, when the young girl Li Fei was about to leave, Li Jianyi had assumed she was set on mastering it herself. To his surprise, she had gifted it to Yang Fan. That little girl, what generosity! But this was not the crux of the matter. The real focus was that Yang Fan not only understood it, but had nearly perfected the explosive step. Truly frightening. Boss, are you pulling our leg? Is this kid really your sister's high school classmate? High school, my foot. Have you ever seen a senior who can single-handedly challenge 2 third-tier demon beasts? After the initial shock, the group redirected their incredulous gazes toward Li Jianyi, expressing their grievances. Please don't look at me like that. I truly had no idea he was this formidable, but I can assure you, he is indeed my sister's classmate. Li Jianyi shrugged, asserting his honesty. The group responded with disdainful looks, utterly disbelieving his words. Clang, clang. Each swing of Yang Fan's dark iron-heavy sword resonated like a clash of steel. Crack. Eventually, when Yang Fan infused his spiritual energy once more and struck fiercely at the third-tier demon beast, the black-spotted iron-boned serpent, the dark iron-heavy sword shattered. Yang Fan was left dumbfounded. Hiss. The black-spotted iron-boned serpent let out a chilling cry, swiftly lunging to retaliate. Yang Fan hurriedly retreated, narrowly avoiding its venomous fangs, almost meeting his end. At that moment, Li Jianyi and the others noticed Yang Fan's broken sword and rushed over to assist. Moments later, the group united to slay the 2 third-tier demon beasts. Yang Fan, are you alright? Li Jianyi approached, concern etched on his face. The earlier situation had genuinely startled him. If anything had happened to Yang Fan, he would have been at a loss to explain it to the young girl, Li Fei. Subsequently, his gaze fell upon the half of the dark iron sword in Yang Fan's hand, sighing in contemplation. It could be said that had it not been for the dark iron-heavy sword's inability to withstand the burden, it was likely that he would have single-handedly defeated those 2 third-tier demon beasts. This seemingly delicate youth is truly terrifying. It's nothing. Yang Fan shook his head, discarding the broken dark iron-heavy sword. 30,000 coins, just like that, down the drain. Once he returned to the city, he would need to purchase a better sword. I owe you an apology for my earlier mockery regarding your delicate appearance. At that moment, Hughesy approached, his face flushed with embarrassment as he expressed his regret. Though he had looked down on the delicate youth, he was not unreasonable. Moreover, when he found himself in peril, while others were still reacting, Yang Fan had rushed in to save him without hesitation. Such magnanimity alone made him feel ashamed. Hughesy, no need for formality, we are brothers, and it is only natural to help each other. Yang Fan smiled and waved him off. Despite his pale complexion, over the past month, he had slain countless demon beasts in the perilous wilderness outside the city. Yang Fan's combat experience was not lacking at all. This was precisely why he could react instantaneously when Hughesy was ambushed. I have a heavy sword here that suits your fighting style perfectly. I want you to have it, Hughesy said, pulling a black heavy sword from his storage ring and offering it to Yang Fan. Yang Fan noticed the luminous sheen of the black heavy sword, recognizing its considerable value, and quickly declined. Hughesy, no, this sword is far too precious. You've called me Hughesy. If you refuse to accept this sword, it would be as if you looked down on me. Hughesy was insistent, blocking Yang Fan's path. Yang Fan's expression froze, caught off guard. In that moment, he felt torn, unsure of how to respond. Yang Fan, just accept it. It's merely a weapon, and it's a token of Hughes's goodwill. Li Jianyi came over, patting Yang Fan's shoulder, urging him to accept. At this moment, he felt quite pleased. He knew Hughes's nature better than anyone. Unless he gained Hughes's approval, even the king himself wouldn't be able to sway him. Then thank you, Hughes. When we return to the city, I shall treat you to a drink. Yang Fan expressed his gratitude, no longer refusing. Ha! You said it. No backing out. Otherwise, I want to accept it. Hughes laughed heartily, clearly delighted. Yang Fan accepted the heavy sword, feeling its substantial weight. An entry-level precious weapon. Yang Fan's eyes widened upon recognizing the sword's classification. My goodness, Hughes is truly a good friend. This sword, if placed in a treasure shop, would not be found for less than 500,000 spirit stones. Just then, there was movement in the distance. Yang Fan was about to express his gratitude to Hughes when Li Jianyi suddenly spoke up. The crowd's hearts sank, and they quickly turned to the direction Li Jianyi was indicating. Due to the dense foliage, although they sensed movement, they could not discern its nature. Li, please don't panic. I'll send a puppet to investigate, Yang Fan declared, summoning 2 auxiliary puppets from his storage ring. He then performed a series of hand seals, commanding them to scout ahead. Whoosh, whoosh. The 2 dark-grayed puppets sprang into action at Yang Fan's command, disappearing in the blink of an eye. What on earth is that? The crowd's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets, their faces painted with shock and disbelief. Chapter 29, 4th-tier Demon Beast, the Four-Eyed Demon Fox. That is a puppet I crafted, which, when driven by a technique, can be sent for reconnaissance, alertness, or to lure beasts. Its strength is quite limited. Yang Fan nonchalantly introduced, leaving the others in stunned silence. The group stared at him with wide eyes, as if he were a creature from another world. What are you all staring at me for? Yang Fan felt a twinge of anxiety. It's nothing, we're just observing. Is it true that high school students are so talented nowadays? Boss, is this kid just a casual friend of your sister, or is there something more? Why do you ask that? I also have a sister, who is both alluring and charming. If this kid isn't your sister's boyfriend, I might just have to make a move. Laughter erupted around them. Yang Fan's face was flushed with embarrassment as he repeatedly waved his hands. Brother Hu, please. This joke is not amusing at all. Who is joking? I am being serious. My younger sister has a stunning figure, and I will introduce you to her later. Hughes's expression was earnest, devoid of any jest. Yang Fan, terrified, turned pale. Damn it, is being too outstanding a flaw? Just then, a scout puppet he had sent out returned, relaying information about the situation deep in the woods. Brotherly, there is a 4th-tier demon beast ahead. A glimmer of excitement flashed in Li Jianyi's eyes. Subsequently, everyone drew their magical weapons and proceeded with caution. It's a 4-eyed demon fox. Moments later, upon seeing the form of the 4th-tier demon beast, the group erupted in excitement. Huh, Brother Hu, why are you all so delighted? Yang Fan asked, bewildered. Xiao Fan, our mercenary group's mission is to hunt the 4-eyed demon fox and collect its eyes. Understanding dawned on Yang Fan's face. They then split up to flank the 4-eyed demon fox and attack together. Sensing the impending danger, the fox emitted a strange howl. Its eyes sparkled with a dazzling sapphire-like brilliance. Just one glance from Yang Fan made him feel as if his soul was being ensnared. Do not look into its eyes. Li Jianyi's stern shout jolted Yang Fan back to reality. Damn, what an eerie gaze. He cursed, feeling a wave of dread wash over him. He quickly gripped the black heavy sword gifted by Hughes and charged in to assist. Boom, boom. The sound of explosive footsteps was deafening. Coupled with the power of the primary magical artifact, the Overlord sword, the force unleashed was truly terrifying. Even though the 4-eyed demon fox was a 4th-tier beast, it was forced back several steps by Yang Fan's full-on assault. This kid is simply a demon. Boss, if this kid isn't your sister's boyfriend, I might just swoop in. Who says he isn't? He wasn't before, but he is now. Li Jianyi and Hughes both had beautiful younger sisters. Earlier, Li Jianyi had felt displeased seeing his silly younger sister being close with Yang Fan. However, as they journeyed on, Yang Fan's terrifying talent and potential had completely overturned his views. This engagement, he, as the brother-in-law, had agreed to. Hughes felt the same way, moving from initially mocking Yang Fan to now harboring respect for him. From his perspective, despite Yang Fan currently being a high school student, it wouldn't be long before he soared to great heights and became a true dragon among men. Yang Fan was left speechless. What on earth? What is wrong with these people? They are just here to join the fun, and now they're talking about introductions? 20 minutes later, the 4-eyed demon fox let out a mournful cry, its massive body collapsing to the ground. Hughes pulled out a dagger, preparing to collect its eyes, when suddenly, a hidden weapon struck without warning. Huzi was hit in the calf, letting out a piercing scream. Brother Hu. Yang Fan's face turned pale, rushing over in alarm. Rustling footsteps echoed around them. From all directions, 7 or 8 men clad in mercenary uniforms emerged. The leader, with red hair and a devilish grin, was none other than Bloodwolf. How dare you ambush me? Li Jianyi's expression darkened upon recognizing the intruders. The Bloodwolf mercenary group. They are the sworn enemies of our Ghost Fox mercenary group. Although the two mercenary groups had previously been on uneasy terms, direct conflict had never occurred. Today, Li Jianyi never expected that while on a mission with his brothers, they would be ambushed by Bloodwolf and his crew. Brother Li, we have also taken on the mission to hunt the four-eyed demon fox, so we kindly ask for its eyes. Bloodwolf's smile grew ever more sinister. His companions from the Bloodwolf mercenary group grinned with ill intentions. Go to hell. Before Li Jianyi could respond, Huzi roared in anger, struggling against the pain in his leg as he pulled out the hidden weapon and bandaged his wound. If that is the case, I'm afraid we can't oblige. Attack. Bloodwolf's smile vanished as he commanded his subordinates to strike. Although these members of the Bloodwolf mercenary group claimed to be after the eyes of the four-eyed demon fox, their actions clearly indicated they were intent on taking the lives of Li Jianyi and his group. Damn it. If you want to kill me, you better see if you're worthy. Hughes's face twisted in rage as he gripped his axe, ready to fight. However, before he could take 2 steps, the world spun around him, and he fell to the ground. What the hell? This hidden weapon is poisoned. Hughes's face turned grim as he shouted angrily. Hee. Stupid who? Do you want the antidote? Kneel and beg, and I might just give it to you. A man with a rooster comb haircut approached, mocking Hughesy, who was pale and disoriented. He waved a small vial in his hand, seemingly containing the antidote. Wang Gang, you son of a b. Hughes's face contorted in rage as he roared. He struggled to rise, but the dizziness only intensified. Brother Hu, don't move. Let me handle this. Yang Fan stepped forward, taking charge. A mere chi refining novice? Am I seeing things? Wang Gang was taken aback, sneering at the state of the Ghost Fox mercenary group. Whether I am a novice or not, you will find out soon enough. Yang Fan smiled coldly, though he had never killed before. He believed that killing a human was akin to slaying a demon beast. You arrogant little brat. Wang Gang's face darkened as he lunged toward Yang Fan, intent on eliminating this novice. Swish. The two bodies brushed past each other, and an arm fell to the ground. Now I see. That arm looks familiar. What is going on? Where is my arm? Wang Gang looked at the severed limb on the ground, initially intending to act tough, but as he gazed down, horror dawned upon him. He quickly turned his head to check his right arm, and a blood-curdling scream escaped his lips. Brother Hu, take the antidote first. I'll deal with this bastard. Yang Fan handed the looted antidote to Hughesy. Brother, you are incredible. I, Hughesy, will bow to no one but you. Hughesy glanced at the severed arm on the ground and then at the antidote in Yang Fan's hand, giving him a thumbs up. This kid, despite his delicate appearance, was ruthless beyond belief. Yang Fan awkwardly smiled, hoisting his sword and charging back into the fray. In the distance, Wang Gang, now missing an arm, was terrified of Yang Fan, the so-called chi refining novice, and fled in haste. Boom, boom. Yang Fan sprinted with explosive speed, catching up to him in 3 strides. Then, with the Overlord heavy sword in hand, he unleashed a series of swift strikes. Thud. With a dull sound, Wang Gang's head rolled away. Chapter 30. The Ancient Emperor's bloodline power is activated. Upon hearing the commotion, Bloodwolf turned to look. When he saw a head flying through the air, he was taken aback. Wang Gang. Upon recognizing whose head it was, Bloodwolf's eyes bulged with rage as he roared. The two fighting sides ceased their clashes, collectively stunned and shocked by the sight. A chi-refining youth had just slain the infamous Wang Gang with 2 swift strokes. This was unbelievable. Though Wang Gang had underestimated him, thinking little of a chi-refining novice, he was still a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator. There was a significant disparity in their realms. You little brat, I will make you pay? Bloodwolf's face twisted in fury as he charged forward. Yang Fan, be careful, Li Jianyi shouted, trying to intervene, but was blocked by 2 members of the Bloodwolf mercenary group, unable to reach him in time. Heh, want me dead? Let us see if you have the capability. Yang Fan sneered, his expression devoid of fear. He then tightened his grip on the Overlord heavy sword and launched himself into battle. Boom, boom. Yang Fan unleashed his full power, the sound of his footsteps echoing ominously. Bang. With a dull thud, he was forced back 7 or 8 steps, while the enraged Bloodwolf was also shaken back 3 steps. How can this be possible? The Bloodwolf leader is a master of the early Golden Core stage. Damn it, has this kid taken drugs? It must be his movement technique and martial skills that are exceptionally formidable. Even if his skills are extraordinary, he shouldn't be able to contend against someone 2 ranks above him, right? The members of the Blood Wolf mercenary group collectively gasped in astonishment. Yang Fan's hands were numbed from the shock, his heart racing with the realization of the Blood Wolf's true strength. Even when he exerted himself to the utmost, he was still at a disadvantage. Kid, even if you are a monster today, you will still die. The Blood Wolf was equally shaken. Yang Fan's monstrous performance only strengthened his resolve to eliminate him. Before Yang Fan could catch his breath, the Blood Wolf lunged at him once more. His weapon was a long spear, and the piercing spear energy stung Yang Fan's cheek. Yang Fan wielded the Overlord Heavy Sword, executing the spear-breaking technique with a flawless and impenetrable defense. The explosive sounds of his rapid steps reverberated incessantly. In that moment, the torrential onslaught from the Blood Wolf failed to breach his defenses. This scene once again left the onlookers in utter shock. A devil. This boy is undoubtedly a devil. Break. The Blood Wolf, filled with both astonishment and fury, unleashed all his power without regard for his status. Boom. Yang Fan was propelled backward by the force. The Overlord Heavy Sword nearly slipped from his grasp. At that moment, the Blood Wolf, infused with a chilling aura of death, thrust his spear forward once more, determined to pierce Yang Fan's head. Brother, be careful, Tiger shouted, hurling an axe to block the attack. Clang. The axe was sent flying. Yet the Blood Wolf's spear continued its relentless descent toward Yang Fan. Thud. A muffled impact echoed. Just when everyone thought Yang Fan had been speared through the head, a puppet figure appeared, blocking the deadly thrust. The puppet shattered instantly, allowing Yang Fan to narrowly escape disaster. Kid, you are lucky to have dodged that strike. I wonder how many more times you can evade. The Blood Wolf's expression turned grim as he launched another assault. Damn it, if you want me dead, I'll take a piece of you with me today. Yang Fan roared. In an instant, his eyes transformed into a blood-red hue. Then, a bizarre scene unfolded. The Blood Wolf's spear, as it approached Yang Fan, seemed to slow down in his eyes, moving at half speed. Yang Fan tilted his head to evade, gripping the Overlord Heavy Sword tightly, and struck back fiercely. Boom. A deafening roar erupted as the Blood Wolf was sent flying several meters away. What? What just happened? The Blood Wolf leader was sent flying? The scene erupted in gasps and screams. The outrageous spectacle before them left everyone thoroughly shaken. Initially, they were incredulous that Yang Fan could withstand the Blood Wolf's attacks. Now he had turned the tide and was brutally overpowering him? What the hell? Did the Blood Wolf, who received so many rewards last night, become so weak that he couldn't even defeat a chi refinement novice? No, it's impossible. How did you evade my spear? The Blood Wolf's eyes widened in horror and disbelief. To hell with this. My mother is still around. Yang Fan sneered coldly, tightening his grip on the Overlord Heavy Sword and charging forward. The sounds of anguished screams filled the air. At that moment, Yang Fan resembled a crazed beast. His speed and strength amplified manifold. Even his explosive power and reflexes surged dramatically. As such, the Blood Wolf, a master of the early Golden Core stage, found himself in a pitiful state, begging for mercy in fear and agony. However, Yang Fan had no intention of sparing him. Thud. Ultimately, Yang Fan delivered a decisive blow, severing the Blood Wolf's head and killing him. What the hell? The Blood Wolf leader has been slain. Run for your lives. This boy is a devil, a monster. Everyone flee. My dear mother, I want to go home. I want my mother. With the death of the Blood Wolf, the members of the Blood Wolf mercenary group lost their leader and scattered in a frenzy, desperately trying to escape, devoid of the courage they had upon arrival. Each one cursed themselves for not having grown 2 more legs, running as fast as they could. Li Jianyi, Tiger, and the others felt their scalps go numb. At that moment, a single question arose in their minds. Is this kid really just a high school student? As the Blood Wolf mercenary group fled, the crimson glow in Yang Fan's eyes gradually faded. He shook his head vigorously, feeling as though he had been completely drained of energy. His body swayed unsteadily, resembling a drunken man on the verge of collapsing. Li Jianyi hurried over to steady him, concern etched on his face. Little Fan, are you all right? Brotherly. I'm fine, just feeling extremely fatigued. Yang Fan shook his head and added, what just happened? You don't remember? Everyone stared at him wide-eyed. I remember, but I can't quite grasp why my body underwent such a drastic change. Yang Fan awkwardly explained. If I'm not mistaken, you must have activated your bloodline power in that critical moment. Bloodline power? Yang Fan's expression froze, bewildered. He indeed possessed a bloodline, the strongest imperial-grade ancient emperor bloodline. However, Its purity was only at 1. Can that even be activated? It seems you don't quite understand bloodlines. Let me explain briefly. While anyone can awaken their bloodline power later on to significantly enhance their strength, it comes with risks. Awakening without sufficient strength to control the bloodline power can easily lead to backlash, potentially damaging one's foundation. Yang Fan's mood sank. Initially, he had planned to gather some points to raise his bloodline purity to 100. Now, he felt fortunate that he had not refined his bloodline purity. A purity of 1. After just a few minutes of explosive power, left him feeling utterly drained. If his bloodline purity were higher, the consequences would have been unimaginable. This mercenary mission was successfully completed. Upon returning to the city, Yang Fan and Tiger agreed to share a drink when they had the chance, dragging their weary bodies home. Brother, are you back? Where's little Fan? You didn't deliberately make things difficult for him, did you? As Li Jianyi arrived home, Li Fei rushed out from the yard, anxiously inquiring. The corner of Li Jianyi's eye twitched violently as he glared at her. Make things difficult for that kid? What a joke. The blood wolf's head was severed by that kid. Would he dare to make things difficult? Chapter 31. Green Tijong Ting gets slapped in the face by the puppet. Brother, say something. Seeing Li Jianyi standing there in a daze, Li Fei grew even more anxious. No. That kid performed like a monster. How could I possibly make things difficult for him? Little sister, let me tell you something. In the future, when you go out with that kid, dress less and be more proactive and enthusiastic. Li Jianyi suggested earnestly. Brother, are you feeling unwell? Li Fei exclaimed, utterly bewildered. After returning from a mission, she felt her older brother had lost his mind. What kind of older brother gives such advice to his younger sister? Of course, I'm not unwell. I'm perfectly fine. Li Jianyi patted his chest and continued. I'm telling you, Tiger has his eyes on that kid. Tiger likes little Fan, but he is not even a girl. Li Fei misunderstood. Her face filled with terror. You silly girl, what are you thinking? I meant that Yang Fan performed exceptionally well in this mission. Tiger wants to introduce him to his sister as a potential boyfriend. And you know, Tiger's sister is very beautiful, not at all inferior to you. Li Jianyi spoke with utmost seriousness. Had it been before, if Yang Fan dated Li Fei, he would have needed to consider and observe Yang Fan's character. However, after this mercenary mission, he was completely satisfied with this prospective brother-in-law. Brother, if Tiger wants to introduce him, then let it be. I believe little Fan is not someone so easily swayed. Li Fei's adorable face turned shy yet joyful. Shyly, she found it quite incredible that her brother would suggest she wear less clothing and be more enthusiastic. How embarrassing. However, on a brighter note, her brother held a very favorable impression of Yang Fan. Meanwhile, Yang Fan returned home and examined his attributes. Name, Yang Fan. Realm, late stage Qi refinement, 9138. Spirit root, ethereal root. Bloodline, ancient emperor bloodline, purity 2. Physique, chaotic Dao body, martial skills, Duga 9 swords, high level profound rank. Perfected, explosive step, initial level earth rank, proficiency level 8. For 160-010-0000. Puppet control technique, special skill, proficiency level 3. 581-0000. Treasure, overlord sword, points, 13166, as his life faced peril. He activated his bloodline power, causing the purity of his ancient emperor bloodline to rise to 2. Alas, it seemed he would need to exert double the effort to elevate his cultivation realm to suppress the backlash from his bloodline power. Suddenly, his phone chimed with a WeChat message. Upon checking, he discovered it was from Wang Dazwang. Brother Fan, I've secured the heart of the 4th tier demon beast, the netherworld magic tiger. Come collect it quickly. Below the message was the location coordinates provided by Wang Dazwang. On my way, Yang Fan felt a surge of excitement, instantly shaking off his drowsiness. He promptly left to rendezvous with Wang Dazwang. A few minutes later, they met. Fatty, impressive. I asked you to keep an eye on the heart of the 4th tier netherworld magic tiger, and you actually managed to obtain it. How much shall I transfer to you? Yang Fan exclaimed, his face alight with excitement as he gave Wang Dazwang a thumbs up. Brother Fan, don't say that. I'm not short on cash. My family has resources. Besides, what is our relationship? Discussing money would harm our friendship. Just take the heart. Wang Dazwang vigorously shook his chubby face, refusing to accept Yang Fan's money. All right then. If you need anything in the future, just let me know. Yang Fan chuckled, giving Wang Dazwang a playful punch. Feeling quite moved. Although he was not lacking in funds, Wang Dazwang had proven to be a true friend since the day they met. Hee. Brother Fan. You said it yourself. Those puppets you gifted me are incredibly useful. Could you possibly? Wang Dazwang's eyes sparkled as he rubbed his hands together with a sheepish grin. You glutton. I didn't expect you to be so eager to get me the netherworld magic tiger's heart at night. You must have had ulterior motives. Yang Fan's expression stiffened as he understood Wang Dazhuang's sly intentions and began to scold him. Brother Fan, no. I was just casually asking, Wang Dazhuang replied. Yet his squinty eyes were eagerly fixed on Yang Fan. I still have a few profound-grade puppets here. They're all yours for free. Just keep an eye out for materials for me in return. Yang Fan took out several puppets from his storage ring and presented them to Wang Dazhuang. 1, 2. Seeing a total of 5 puppets, Wang Dazhuang was so excited that he fell to his knees. Brother Fan, you're like my father. From now on, I'll call my old man bro, and you dad. Yang Fan kicked him in the rear, laughing. Get lost. I need to keep my puppet crafting a secret. Don't go blabbing about it. Brother Fan, don't worry. Even if someone pried my mouth open with pliers, I wouldn't say a word. After chatting for a bit, Yang Fan bid farewell and returned home. Upon arriving home, Yang Fan did not immediately start crafting spiritual-grade puppets. His proficiency in the puppet control technique had just reached level 3, and the success rate for crafting spiritual-grade puppets was likely not even 1. Materials from 4th-tier demon beasts were not easy to come by, so he would need to continue improving his proficiency and wait until he was confident before attempting to craft spiritual-grade puppets. After taking a shower and filling his stomach, Yang Fan habitually picked up his phone to check before sleeping. At once, he noticed that Wang Dazhuang was causing a stir in their group chat again. Previously, Yang Fan had gifted him 5 puppets, and just a few days earlier, he had given him 3. Wang Dazhuang, this glutton, lined up the 8 puppets and snapped a group photo to flaunt in the chat. Whoa, fatty, how much are you selling those puppets for? Sell me one. I want one too. My dad is in real estate, and we're not short on money, just in need of your amazing puppets. Fatty, if you sell me a puppet, you'll be my dad from now on. A chorus of envy and drool filled the chat. In recent days, Wang Dazhuang had been quite the force in the school's designated hunting ground. With several puppets at his side, he had been dominating, making the mutated beasts their cry for mercy. His cultivation realm was also advancing swiftly. It was estimated that in another 3 to 5 days, he would reach the mid-stage of body refinement. At this rate of breakthrough, he might truly gain admission to King Bay. All the credit went to those impressive puppets. Naturally, the other wealthy classmates were coveting them. Zhang Ting, from King Bay, Wang Dazhuang, can you gift me one of your puppets? Zhang Ting had shed her earlier aloofness, sweetly pleading with Wang Dazhuang. Wang Dazhuang from King Bay, Zhang Ting, if you want something, go home and beg. Don't annoy Fatty in the group chat. Don't even think about calling me brother or dad. Wang Dazhuang showed no leniency towards Zhang Ting at all. Previously, when she was still Yang Fan's girlfriend, she had acted quite pure. But after Yang Fan's failure to awaken his spirit root, becoming the laughingstock of the entire school, she had directly dumped him in front of all the students. Wang Dazhuang's disdain for her had reached its peak. How dare you still try to flirt and ask him for puppets? Are you still dreaming? Fatty, don't go too far. Zhang Ting exploded with rage. The entire group of students witnessed Wang Dazhuang's harsh words, and she could hardly bear it. Am I going too far? Other classmates have asked to buy them, and I haven't sold any. Do you think your words are made of gold? Just because you call me brother, I should give you one? Where's your dignity? Did you leave it on your backside? Wang Dazhuang had a knack for insults. His words left Zhang Ting so enraged that she sent a voice message, screaming threats. Wang Dazhuang, you wait. I, Zhang Ting, will make you regret this. Chapter 32. Crafting spiritual-grade puppets in the following days. Yang Fan was wholly absorbed in elevating his realm. With continuous puppet crafting, his proficiency in the puppet control technique rapidly improved. Roar. One day, after finishing off a wave of demon beasts attracted by his auxiliary puppets, a series of roars echoed. What is happening? Yang Fan's expression stiffened as he looked up. In the distance, a group of cultivators rushed toward him, panic written all over their faces. Quick, run. A beast tide has appeared again in the woods over there. Unbelievable. It's only been a short while since the last beast tide. Everyone, flee for your lives. There are 3rd-tier demon beasts among them. The group of cultivators shouted as they rushed past Yang Fan. Behind them, numerous demon beasts were hot on their heels. Roar. When these demon beasts spotted Yang Fan standing there in a daze, they charged at him with ferocious roars. Boom, boom. Yang Fan brandished the overlord sword, employing the explosive step to confront them. Although these 2nd-tier demon beasts were formidable to Yang Fan now, they were merely targets for his sword. Ding. Killed 2nd-tier demon beast. Venomous snake B. Points. 30. Cultivation value. 4885. Ding. Killed 1st-tier demon beast. Venomous lizard. Points. 12. Cultivation value. 1788. Ding. Killed 2nd-tier demon beast. 2-headed turtle. Points, 36. Cultivation value, 5885. The series of sonic booms generated by the explosive step startled the fleeing cultivators. Who is this masked figure? So impressive. What incredible agility. Those demon beasts can't even close the distance. Moreover, look at that coffin-like heavy sword in his hand. He slaughters second-tier demon beasts with a single strike. Amidst the astonished murmurs of the crowd, Yang Fan's Earth-rank martial skill, explosive step, reached full proficiency at level 9. In an instant, his strength underwent a qualitative leap. His figure left behind a trail of afterimages. Those weaker cultivators could hardly keep up with the unfolding spectacle. Originally, after executing a burst of speed, Yang Fan would experience a brief moment of pause. However, now that his proficiency in the technique had reached perfection, he could execute it seamlessly. From a distance, one could observe him weaving through the throng of beasts, leaving a trail of demise in his wake. Even the third-tier beasts were no match for Yang Fan's 3 strikes, which was truly astonishing. As the cultivators regained their composure, they hastily pulled out their phones to record videos for the forum. Family, a true powerhouse has emerged in Feng City. Isn't that the prodigious student from Mengxi High School? Who is this prodigy? I still don't know. Whoever they are. They are from our school. Someone shared the video from the forum into their class group, causing an uproar in the WeChat group of Class 3-7. Zhang Ting, noticing the messages, was overwhelmed with excitement. Earlier, she had waited for this prodigy outside Uncle Wang Dazhuang's materials shop, hoping to catch a glimpse of him. Unfortunately, after several hours of waiting in the cold, she caught a cold without ever seeing him. Today, she finally had the chance to see him. Zhang Ting hurriedly dressed up, planning to venture outside the city for a serendipitous encounter with this prodigy. Meanwhile, Yang Fan remained oblivious to Zhang Ting's intentions. Wearing a mask, he was unconcerned about being recognized. After dispatching the beasts, Yang Fan had finally broken through to the pinnacle of chi refinement after days of effort. He aimed to make a breakthrough to the foundation establishment stage within 10 days. Hey, prodigy. Just as Yang Fan collected the materials from the beasts and reached the city gate, he was intercepted by Zhang Ting. What do you want? Yang Fan replied coldly. He was no longer the sycophant of this body, and her failure in awakening her spiritual roots had made him see her true colors. Her recent behavior in the group only further disgusted him. I want to be friends with you, Zhang Ting said, deliberately tossing her hair and adjusting her collar. Confident in her appearance, she believed that with a bit of warmth and initiative, no one could resist her charm. Not interested, Yang Fan retorted, walking past her. You. Zhang Ting's smile faltered, disbelief etched on her face. Moments later, she tried to catch up but found herself unable to match Yang Fan's pace. Frustrated, she stomped her foot. Prodigy, I waited for you at the materials shop and caught a cold. No response. Undeterred, Zhang Ting continued. I like you, and I want to pursue you. Even if you reject me, I want to give up. She was deeply moved by her own words. However, before she could finish, Yang Fan had already vanished from sight, leaving her feeling more miserable than if she had swallowed a fly. Someone captured this scene on video and shared it in the group. Wang Dazhuang laughed mockingly. Some green tea is acting up again. Too bad my bro isn't interested in her, huh? After selling off excess materials and purchasing ingredients needed to craft high-tier puppets, Yang Fan returned home to continue enhancing his mastery of the puppet control technique. A week later, his proficiency had ascended from the 3rd level to the 4th. Yang Fan took out the materials for crafting a spirit-grade puppet from his storage ring. At that moment, he felt a surge of confidence regarding the creation of a spirit-grade puppet. An hour later, success. The spirit-grade puppet, which was 100 times more challenging to create than the high-tier one, was finally completed. Before him stood a meticulously crafted humanoid puppet. Yang Fan's heart raced with exhilaration as he examined it closely. Eager to test its might, he hurried outside the city in search of beasts. Upon reaching the outskirts, he spotted a second-tier beast in the valley ahead. Roar. The second-tier beast charged forward with a deafening roar. Bang. The spirit-grade puppet lunged forward, delivering a devastating punch that obliterated the unfortunate beast's head. Instant kill. Yang Fan's eyes widened in astonishment. Although he had anticipated that the spirit-grade puppet, requiring materials from 4th-tier beasts, would possess formidable strength, he had not expected it to be this powerful. Realizing that 2nd-tier beasts were no longer a challenge, he decided to take it to the nearby Black Bear Forest, the territory of 3rd-tier beasts. Roar. As they arrived at the Black Bear Forest, a bear twice the size of a human charged at them. Yang Fan issued an attack command to the spirit-grade puppet. Today, he was determined to ascertain the limits of its strength. Whoosh. The spirit-grade puppet darted forward, launching an assault on the 3rd-tier black bear. Boom. Boom. The resounding impacts echoed thunderously. Yang Fan was astounded to discover that the puppet's strength and explosive power were on par with the third-tier black bear. This is simply extraordinary. If it weren't for the rarity of the materials required for the heart of the underworld, he would have wanted to mass-produce 100 of them. At that point in Feng City, even the dogs on the roadside would receive a couple of slaps. Just then, seeing that the spirit-grade puppet had reached its limits, Yang Fan had a sudden inspiration and tossed his heavy sword to it. The spirit-grade puppet effortlessly caught it. Yang Fan had assumed it would struggle to wield the heavy sword, but to his astonishment, it swung the weapon with ease, as if it were weightless. Its strength surged dramatically once more. Clang, clang, boom. The spirit-grade puppet, lacking any formal swordsmanship, relied solely on brute force and explosive power to slay the third-tier black bear. Yang Fan gasped in disbelief, filled with both shock and joy. The puppet control technique he had won in the lottery was simply a divine skill. The spirit-grade puppet he had crafted could wield weapons. How incredible! Ding! System notification. Cultivation level has reached the peak of Qi refinement. Unable to acquire cultivation points temporarily. Foundation establishment successful. Cultivation points can continue to be acquired. Foundation establishment rate 100. Proceed with foundation establishment? Yes, as Yang Fan marveled at his achievements. He heard the system's voice ringing in his ears. Unbeknownst to him, his relentless pursuit of leveling up over the past week had brought him to the brink of foundation establishment. Finding a clean stone, he sat cross-legged, channeling the flowing spiritual energy within him to gather in his danshin and begin the foundation establishment process. The spirit-grade puppet, wielding the heavy sword, stood vigilantly as his most loyal guardian. Once the puppet reached the spirit grade, it no longer had distinctions between offensive, defensive, or supportive types. This was because spirit-grade puppets were all-rounders, capable of both attack and defense, as well as scouting and drawing aggro. Yang Fan's aura intensified. The gaseous spiritual energy within him gradually thickened, ultimately transforming into a liquid state, flowing within his danshin. Foundation establishment successful. Boom. The stone beneath him shattered under the immense force of his successful foundation establishment. As Yang Fan slowly opened his eyes, two brilliant lights flashed within their depths. He emanated a more composed and serene energy than ever before. Upon closer inspection, he exuded a subtle yet palpable aura of lethality. This was likely related to his training in the domineering martial technique, the 9 Swords of Dugu. Name: Yang Fan. Realm: Foundation Establishment Initial Stage, 000. Spiritual Root: Ethereal Root. Bloodline: Ancient Emperor Bloodline, Purity 2. Physique: Chaos Dao Body. Martial Techniques: Dugu 9 Swords. High-level Xian rank. Perfected. Explosive Step. Initial level Earth rank. Perfected. Puppet Control Technique. Special Skill. Proficiency level 4. 1588200000. Treasure: Overlord Sword. Points: 25222. Having successfully broken through to the Foundation Establishment initial stage, Yang Fan's points had unknowingly surpassed 25,000. With 20,000 points, he could draw again. It was time to see what treasures awaited him. Just as Yang Fan was about to make his draw, a deep, thunderous roar echoed through the air. Crack, crack. In the distance, the dense forest was torn apart by a colossal figure. Soon, Yang Fan beheld a mutated black bear. Over 2 meters tall, with 2 heads. This 2-headed mutated black bear possessed strength comparable to that of a 4th-tier ordinary demon beast. Swoosh. The spirit puppet responsible for vigilance rushed forward with its sword drawn, launching an attack. Clang. The heavy sword of the spirit puppet failed to penetrate the bear's defenses. Sparks flew. Bang. Another muffled sound erupted as the bear's massive paw struck, sending the spirit puppet flying. The overlord's sword slipped from its grasp, embedding itself in the ground beside Yang Fan. Yang Fan could not help but be astonished. Is this the strength of a 4th-tier demon beast? So formidable. However, now that he had reached the Foundation Establishment initial stage, he was not without the means to fight against this 3rd-tier, 2-headed mutated black bear. With a clang, Yang Fan raised his hand, as if magnetized, and the Overlord's sword fell into his palm. Fueled by his abundant spiritual energy, the sword radiated a 3-inch blade of light. Roar. The 2-headed mutated black bear let out another ear-splitting roar, charging forward with a ferocious momentum. Boom, boom. Yang Fan activated his explosive step, producing a thunderous sound that reverberated through the black bear forest, gathering strength for a lethal strike. With 12 steps taken, the dense liquid spiritual energy within him was nearly exhausted. Yang Fan swung his sword. The unmatched sword light collided fiercely with the bear's sharp claws. Uft! The astonishing defenses of the two-headed mutated black bear crumbled under Yang Fan's full-powered strike, as fragile as tofu. In an instant, it was cleaved in two. Boom. The terrifying sword energy from the Overlord sword split the towering trees behind the strong, two-headed mutated black bear in half. Roar. The bear let out a heart-wrenching cry, its massive body crashing to the ground. Ding. Killed the third-tier demon beast, two-headed mutated black bear. Points, 66. Cultivation value, 13555. Yang Fan's eyes widened as he gasped lightly, astonished. Had his strength increased so significantly after successfully establishing his foundation? He gazed at the fearsome sword scar left behind by the bear, secretly marveling. Perhaps he had overexerted himself. At this moment, Yang Fan felt that dealing with this third-tier, two-headed mutated black bear did not require his full strength. It was likely that with just 30% of his power, he could slay it. Thinking back, his martial technique, Duganine swords, and his movement technique, explosive step, had both reached perfection. Coupled with his naturally potent holy body, spiritual root, and bloodline, he had indeed overreacted. Whoosh, whoosh. Just as Yang Fan contemplated finding another demon beast to test his strength, brilliant lights illuminated the sky from the direction of Feng City. Yang Fan looked up, his expression shifting slightly. This was an emergency summons from the Immortal Cultivation Association. Judging by the color, it was a call for Foundation Establishment cultivators. What could have happened? Why would the Immortal Cultivation Association issue an emergency summons? Yang Fan murmured to himself. Afterward, realizing that he had also broken through to the Foundation Establishment initial stage, he decided to return to the city to assess the situation. Emergency summons are only issued during significant events. Moreover, it was specifically calling for Foundation Establishment cultivators. Given the recent frequent appearance of beast tides near Feng City, something serious might have occurred. Half an hour later, Yang Fan returned to the city and headed to the Immortal Cultivation Association. At the Immortal Cultivation Association, he didn't know anyone. The only person he recognized was Elder Tang, who was in charge of assessing cultivator badges. Yang Fan arrived at the association's hall and found Elder Tang, who, as usual, was lazily napping in a recliner. Elder Tang, what has happened at the Immortal Cultivation Association? Why the sudden emergency summons for Foundation Establishment cultivators? Yang Fan inquired curiously. You little brat, why are you meddling in affairs that don't concern you? Go, go, go. This has nothing to do with you. Don't disturb my sleep. Elder Tang replied without even opening his eyes. Yang Fan felt awkward and said, Elder Tang, I have already reached the Foundation Establishment stage. If this has nothing to do with me, then I will take my leave. Go, go. What Foundation Establishment? What are you saying? Elder Tang suddenly jumped up from his recliner, nearly smashing the ceiling. He paid no mind to his own surprise, instead staring wide-eyed at Yang Fan, astonished. Just established my foundation today. Yang Fan shrugged and slowly raised his hand. Instantly, a blade of spiritual energy coalesced into sword energy at his fingertips. Clang. Elder Tang's eyes rolled back, and he fainted on the ground. Elder Tang, how did you faint again? Are you getting old? Someone quick. Yang Fan exclaimed in shock, urgently calling for help. No need. The old man is quite robust. Just a dose of heart-saving pills will do. Elder Tang swiftly regained his composure, crawling back up. He rummaged through his pocket and pulled out a bottle of medicinal pills, popping two into his mouth. Yang Fan's eyes twitched. He wanted to remind him that he had taken the wrong pills. Elder Tang grabbed him and rushed outside. Kid, come with me. I hope it's not too late. Chapter 34. Participating in the trial between the Huaxia and Sakura nations, Yang Fan was utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend why Elder Tang was suddenly acting so strangely. Elder Tang, where are you taking me? I'm taking you to the Stargazing Pavilion to register for the trial between Huaxia and Sakura nations. What? Register for a trial? I'm not going. Yang Fan pulled away from Elder Tang's grasp, expressing his unwillingness. He still wanted to continue striving for a higher realm to prevent the backlash from his bloodline awakening. You brat, don't be ungrateful. This is a golden opportunity to make a name for yourself. Others wish to be recommended, and I wouldn't even agree to that. Elder Tang scolded, placing a heavy burden of responsibility on Yang Fan. Yang Fan was rendered speechless. It was merely a trial among Foundation Establishment cultivators. Why was it elevated to a national level? The most terrifying part was that this old man was putting such lofty expectations on him. Ultimately, under Elder Tang's coercion and persuasion, Yang Fan reluctantly agreed. 10 minutes later, Elder Tang brought Yang Fan to the Stargazing Pavilion. The Stargazing Pavilion was the residence of the prominent figures of Feng City. Esteemed leaders, I strongly recommend this young man to participate in the trial against Sakura Nation, to bring honor to our country. Upon entering the grand hall of the stargazing pavilion, Yang Fan felt a wave of nerves wash over him. Elder Tang immediately began to advocate for him. Instantly, all the dignitaries in the hall turned their heads to look. Yang Fan felt an immense pressure, struggling to breathe. Yet, he was no longer the weakling he had been when he first awakened his spiritual root. Even under the invisible pressure, he stood tall and calm. This scene drew curious glances from the assembled dignitaries, who were secretly astonished. This youth, youthful and seemingly like a high school student, exuded such composure and serenity. Elder Tang, you are a moment too late. Our slots for Foam City have already been filled. Qin Bei spoke, retracting his gaze with a solemn tone. The leader of Qin, with the quota filled, decided to exercise his privilege and grant an additional slot. Old Tang, once again he said, using your privilege to create an extra opportunity for him? Old Tang, who is this young man that you advocate for so fervently? Qin Bei, he exclaimed in astonishment. This lad is Yang Fan, a newcomer in his senior year at Mengxi High School this year, yet to take the college entrance examination. What, a senior newcomer? With only 100 days left until the exam, and he has already established his foundation? How is that possible? Even if he has laid a foundation, it is still shaky. How could we squander such a significant opportunity on him? I cannot agree. The crowd gasped in disbelief, with opinions split among them, resulting in a cacophony of discussions within the Star Observation Pavilion. Yang Fan stood awkwardly, feeling out of place as he did not recognize any of the esteemed figures around him, unable to contribute to their debates. Old Tang, since you are so insistent, I shall grant him a chance. However, before bestowing the opportunity upon him, he must first pass the test of the third-level mechanism dummy. Qin Bei he contemplated for a moment before making his decision. A newcomer in his senior year, achieving a breakthrough to the foundation stage within a mere month was indeed astonishing. It was no wonder that someone of Old Tang's esteemed reputation would advocate for his participation in the trials. Nevertheless, although as the leader of Fengcheng, he could use his privilege to grant Yang Fan a shortcut, he needed to assess Yang Fan's abilities first to determine if he was qualified. A few minutes later, Yang Fan was led by the crowd into a colossal hall designated for testing strength. Inside the hall, rows of mechanized dummies were displayed. One of the dummies, activated by the staff's incantation, approached with agile steps. Yang Fan stared in astonishment. This mechanized dummy resembled the puppets he had crafted. A third-level monster strength mechanism? Could this truly be his opponent? Yang Fan was not underestimating the dummy. He feared it might not even be able to withstand his spiritual-grade puppet. Are you intimidated, young man? This trial with the Sakura Kingdom is extraordinary. Defeating a third-level monster strength mechanism is merely the baseline. Old Tang encouraged him. Watching Yang Fan's growth over the past month, his potential and talent were unparalleled. Thus, Old Tang had complete faith in him. Esteemed leaders, I am not frightened, rather, I am concerned about damaging this mechanism and incurring costs, Yang Fan awkwardly explained. The crowd exchanged glances, their expressions frozen in disbelief. Huh, youngster, your skills may be modest, but your bravado is exceptional. Qin Bei he chuckled lightly. This mechanism is sturdy and possesses remarkable defenses. If you manage to break it, you will not be liable for any damages. Is that true? If so, I shall relax, Yang Fan sighed in relief. After pondering for a moment, he refrained from making the first move. With his current strength, he was confident that he could defeat even a fourth-level monster within 3 strikes. He decided to let his spiritual-grade puppet practice against the mechanized dummy. With this thought, Yang Fan waved his hand and summoned the spiritual-grade puppet from his storage ring. What on earth is this thing? A mechanized dummy? No, this is not a mechanized dummy. You little rascal, what have you summoned? Someone exclaimed. Regardless of what it is merely a trivial matter, not worthy of note. The crowd gasped at the sight of Yang Fan's summoned spiritual-grade puppet. Esteemed leaders, this is my crafted spiritual-grade puppet. If I utilize it to defeat the mechanized dummy, that will suffice, Yang Fan declared, tossing a heavy sword to the puppet. The puppet deftly caught it, and with a flick of its wrist, it unleashed a flurry of sword flowers, creating a breathtaking spectacle. Goodness, your spiritual-grade puppet is so advanced. And it can wield weapons? The assembled dignitaries were nearly left speechless. At that moment, Yang Fan formed a hand sign, and the puppet swung its sword. Whoosh! It moved with lightning speed, leaving afterimages in its wake. Boom! Crash! Snap! In just 3 strikes, the mechanized dummy, which had barely begun to defend itself, was reduced to a heap of scrap metal. Gasp! The entire hall echoed with the sound of collective inhalation, the atmosphere tense and silent. Everyone was astounded by the prowess of Yang Fan's spiritual-grade puppet. Did that third-level monster strength mechanism truly fall in 3 strikes? Is this serious or merely a jest? In an instant, all gazes turned toward Yang Fan, who wore an innocent expression and quickly spoke. Qin leader, you previously stated that if I damaged this mechanism, I would not have to compensate. Upon hearing this, Qin Beihe's eyes twitched furiously. What was this young man thinking? Would he, as the esteemed leader of Fengcheng, go back on his word over a mere mechanized dummy? Youngster, while this puppet is indeed formidable, it does not reflect your own strength, thus it does not count. You must personally demonstrate your prowess. Chapter 35. Defeating the 5th-level mechanized dummy. Esteemed leaders, I assure you, Yang Fan's strength is undoubtedly on par with most foundation stage cultivators. Old Tang interjected, placing his hand over his heart as a guarantee. Even so, the crowd remained skeptical, still processing the earlier events. Very well. I shall demonstrate my own strength, Yang Fan said, retracting the spiritual-grade puppet into his storage ring and stepping to the center of the hall. His gaze scanned the rows of mechanized dummies until it settled on a massive 5th-level mechanism standing alone. Qin leader, let us test against that 2-meter-tall mechanism. It appears significantly stronger than the typical 3rd-level ones. As soon as Yang Fan spoke, gasps erupted throughout the hall. What? You wish to test against a 5th-level mechanism? Young man, are you mad? With your current strength, do you truly believe you can challenge a 5th-level mechanism? The strength of a 5th-level mechanism rivals that of late golden core stage cultivators. Are you certain? The crowd regarded Yang Fan as if he were a madman. Seeing Yang Fan's audacity, Old Tang hurried over to advise him. Yang Fan ignored him, raising his gaze to Qin Beihe. If I were to damage it, would I be required to compensate? The crowd's muscles twitched in unison, a surge of frustration rising within them. What a ridiculous concern. They were more worried about Yang Fan's arrogance and hubris. This young man was worried about damaging the 5th-level mechanized dummy? What a ludicrous joke. With his meager foundation stage strength, could he truly destroy a 5th-level mechanism? Young fellow, since you are so confident, give it a try. Should you manage to destroy that wretched mechanism, I would commend you for doing so. Qin Beihe smiled slightly, eager to see Yang Fan's performance. At that moment, he had resolved that if Yang Fan could last 2 rounds against the 5th-level mechanism, he would make an exception and grant him a trial participation slot. In the distance, many awaited the spectacle with bated breath. Old Tang wore a worried expression. Originally, he had brought Yang Fan here to secure a trial participation slot for him. Now, however, things had spiraled out of control, and the esteemed figures of the Star Observation Pavilion were notably displeased with Yang Fan's youthful bravado. If he failed to impress the esteemed audience, acquiring that slot would be nearly impossible. Yang Fan tightened his grip on the heavy sword, narrowing his eyes as he observed the approaching 5th-level mechanism. His choice to challenge the 5th-level mechanism was not born from ignorance or arrogance. Rather, he sought to gauge the limits of his own strength while silencing the incessant doubts from the esteemed figures. Let the test commence. Boom. The 5th-level mechanism lunged forward like lightning, its speed creating a flurry of afterimages. As the crowd observed, they shook their heads slightly, feeling that Yang Fan, a mere foundation establishment stage cultivator, could not withstand even a single blow. The clang of metal reverberated through the hall, sparks flying. Yang Fan's body was sent reeling backward, retreating several paces before he managed to dissipate the terrifying force of the 5th-tier mechanical dummy. What? He actually endured a strike from the 5th-tier mechanical dummy? This lad, merely a novice in foundation establishment, how is this possible? There must be some hidden depth. I underestimated this young fellow. Gasps of astonishment filled the air as everyone was taken aback by Yang Fan's unexpected performance. At that moment, the 5th-tier mechanical dummy launched its second assault. Yang Fan, refusing to remain on the defensive, wielded his heavy sword and boldly engaged in counterattack. Clang, clang. In the blink of an eye, they exchanged blows for 3 rounds, with Yang Fan once again being sent flying. Yet, despite this, he did not succumb. Hiss. The distinguished figures present gasped, their hearts churning with shock. Even Elder Tang trembled with excitement. This young man could withstand 3 rounds against a foe comparable to a late gold core stage cultivator. Even if he were to be defeated immediately afterward, his place in history was assured. Ha! I told you, this lad is destined to be a dragon among men. Indeed, I wager he will fall within 2 more rounds. 5 rounds. An initial foundation establishment cultivator enduring against a 5th-tier mechanical dummy for that long is remarkable. Elder Tang, your discerning eye has uncovered a youth of immense potential. The crowd continued to express their amazement, thoroughly impressed by Yang Fan's prowess. Clang, clang. In a flash, the combat continued for 5 rounds. Just when everyone expected Yang Fan to falter, he unleashed his full might and transitioned from defense to offense. Boom, boom. Yang Fan executed his explosive step technique, creating sonic booms beneath his feet as he vanished from sight, leaving behind a trail of afterimages. What? Wasn't he even using his full strength before? How could this be? He is merely a foundation establishment cultivator. How can he possess such terrifying speed and martial skills? The ground trembled under the force of his explosive power. Is this lad a demon? The onlookers were left awestruck, nearly biting their tongues in disbelief, their eyes wide with astonishment. At that moment, the crowd's concern shifted from how many rounds Yang Fan could last to how a mere foundation establishment cultivator could possess such formidable explosive power. As they watched Yang Fan engage the fifth-tier mechanical dummy in a fierce back and forth, their hearts were tumultuous with shock and awe. Moments later, they regained their composure and turned their gazes in unison towards Elder Tang. Elder Tang, is this young man truly a senior from Mengxi High School? Has he not yet participated in the college entrance examination? Qin Beihe inhaled deeply, attempting to steady his mind. Absolutely true. He is a student from Class 3-7 of Mengxi High School, previously the school's top scholar. However, when the school tested his spiritual roots, he did not awaken them at that time and was unclear about the reasons. Yet later, he underwent 2 assessments at the association, one revealing an imperial-grade spiritual root, and the other indicating a chaotic Tao body and ancient emperor bloodline. Upon hearing this, the crowd staggered, almost fainting on the spot. Not only does he possess the strongest imperial-grade spiritual root, but he also has the foremost chaotic Tao body and ancient emperor bloodline? My goodness. What on earth is this young man's background? Could he be the reincarnation of an ancient powerhouse? Elder Tang observed the battle from a distance, his heart similarly tempestuous. This young man's growth has utterly shattered his worldview. Feeling his heart race, Elder Tang hastily retrieved 6 flavor Remania pills from his pocket, popping 2 into his mouth. At this point, Yang Fan had completely abandoned defense. The ultimate technique of the lone sword, anticipating the enemy's moves, advancing with no retreat. The formless triumphs over the formless. Offense is always the best defense. The moment Yang Fan relinquished defense, his true strength was unleashed. The 5th-tier mechanical dummy, overwhelmed, could only defend itself. Clang, clang. A torrential storm of sword energy rained down upon the 5th-tier mechanical dummy with overwhelming force. Crack. Ultimately, Yang Fan, with overwhelming superiority, obliterated the 5th-tier mechanical dummy. This breathtaking, visually striking battle concluded, leaving the entire hall in stunned silence. Chapter 36. Devouring the Imperial Sword Spirit Root, everyone was left dumbfounded. He, a mere novice in Foundation establishment, managed to obliterate a mechanical dummy with strength comparable to a late gold core cultivator? The crowd turned to the charred remains of the 5th-tier mechanical dummy, still smoldering, their facial muscles twitching in disbelief. Then, in unison, they looked towards Yang Fan, their eyes reflecting a mixture of awe and reverence. A genius? A prodigy? Suddenly, they realized that those other so-called geniuses paled in comparison to this young man, who seemed like a demon. Qin Beihe, you previously stated that if I destroyed the mechanical dummy, I wouldn't have to compensate. Yang Fan panted slightly. The previous storm-like offense had drained him significantly. However, through this intense battle, he had a clearer understanding of his limits. Does he possess strength comparable to a late gold core cultivator? Quite so. You, young man, should broaden your horizons. I, Qin Beihe, am the leader of Fengcheng. When did I become so petty? Qin Beihe jested, his tone markedly different from before. The previously skeptical dignitaries now greeted Yang Fan with enthusiasm. Subsequently, Qin Beihe announced on the spot that he would make an exception to grant Yang Fan a trial quota, allowing him to prepare for it. As Yang Fan departed, the dignitaries returned to the Great Hall, all wearing expressions of excitement and joy. Elder Tang, I still find it hard to believe. Let me ask again. Is this young man truly a senior from Mengxi High School? Although Elder Tang had already answered clearly, the crowd remained in a daze, as if in a dream. Elder Tang, brimming with pride, boasted, Indeed, my dear colleagues, what do you think? This young man is truly remarkable, is he not? Remarkable is an understatement. Our collective strength as Foundation establishment cultivators in Fengcheng ranks at the bottom among the 38 cities nationwide. With this young man, we shall undoubtedly become the strongest dark horse in the trials, sweeping through all the talents of Sakura country. The crowd buzzed with excitement, expressing their anticipation for Yang Fan's upcoming performance in the trials against Sakura country. Meanwhile, Yang Fan, exhausted, returned home. Upon opening the door, he found both his parents at home. Dad, Mom, why are you here? Aren't you supposed to be at work today? Yang Fan asked, surprised. Son, if something is troubling you, just tell your parents. Don't keep it bottled up inside. Mom, I don't quite understand what you mean. I have nothing to hide. You little rascal, you're not being honest. Your father went to school today, and the teacher said you haven't attended class for a month. So that's what happened. Yang Fan felt embarrassed and added, did the old class tell you about me awakening my spiritual root? Awakening your spiritual root? You silly boy. How can you still be fixated on the matter of spiritual roots? Yang Fan's mother, Duan Kuohua, teared up as she stroked his head. It's been over a month. Haven't you moved past the blow of not awakening your spiritual root? Mom, I really have awakened my spiritual root. Forget it. You probably won't believe me anyway. Let me show you. Yang Fan raised his hand and pointed gently at a brick in the corner of the wall. Whoosh. The brick was sliced cleanly by the sharp, sword energy emanating from Yang Fan's hand. This scene startled his parents, leaving them in shock. Sunyu, Mom and Dad, now do you believe I've awakened my spiritual root? Yang Fan smiled at them. You little rascal, when did you awaken your spiritual root? Why didn't you tell us? The couple's eyes turned red, overwhelmed with joy. Dad, do you remember that day I went to the slaughterhouse with you? In the restroom, I proclaimed my awakening of the spiritual root, and if you do not believe it, who can you blame? Yang Fan chuckled as he explained, only to be met with his father's furious glare and scolding. Mom and Dad, since you inquired about the spiritual root, there is something I must share with you as well. What is it? Mom and Dad, I have reached the foundation establishment stage and must leave for a period to represent Feng City in the trials against the Sakura Nation. What? You've reached the foundation establishment stage? And you are going to bring glory to the nation? You rascal, you haven't even taken your college entrance examination yet. I can't believe this. It is true. The command was issued personally by Leader Qin. I just returned from the Star Observation Pavilion and plan to depart tomorrow. Yang Fan wore a look of reluctance. After all, this would be his first time leaving Feng City since he traversed into this world. And who knows how long it would take to return home. I am proud of you, son. Go and slay a few of those little Japanese devils for the glory of the nation. Ha ha ha. You've really made something of yourself, haven't you? Since it is Leader Qin's command, go ahead. Yang Daijin and his wife, both open-minded, felt gratified by Yang Fan's achievements. At noon, the family of three enjoyed a harmonious meal together. In the afternoon, Yang Fan contemplated his situation and made his way to the talisman shop in the city, spending hundreds of thousands of coins to equip his spiritual puppet with an impressive array of gear. First, he acquired a high-grade magical sword. Next, he procured a set of training attire that offered a degree of protection. With these enhancements, the strength of his spiritual puppet increased significantly, making it capable of single-handedly defeating beasts below the 4th tier. In addition to weapons and armor, Yang Fan also purchased a substantial quantity of medicinal pills for unforeseen circumstances. With all preparations complete, he returned home, waiting patiently for the dawn to arrive. That night, feeling bored, Yang Fan recalled the accumulated points he had and realized he had enough for a lottery draw. Points, 25222 lottery. He clicked the virtual lottery button, and instantly, the long-awaited spinning wheel appeared, whirling rapidly. Yang Fan felt a twinge of nervous excitement. With 20,000 points at stake, what treasures might he obtain? Ding! Congratulations on winning the Emperor-level Sword Spirit Root. The next lottery draw will require 50,000 points. What is this? An Emperor-level Sword Spirit Root? I already possess a spiritual root. Why would I draw another? Could it be that I have a dual spiritual root? Yang Fan's eyes widened in disbelief. Sword Spirit Root, the strongest sword-type Emperor-level spiritual root, with a golden spiritual energy acquisition speed of 200, sword technique proficiency of 500, sword technique power of 100, and the ability to transcend limitations to achieve the extraordinary. Upon reading the description of the Sword Spirit Root, Yang Fan was astounded by its power. Compared to the Void Root, he felt that this Sword Spirit Root was far more suitable for him. With an exhilarating heart, he attempted to merge with it, hoping to create a dual root. However, after a long struggle, he found that the Sword Spirit Root simply could not be fused. Damn it, 20,000 points wasted? Yang Fan felt an urge to curse. Ding! The Void Root can devour the Sword Spirit Root. Would you like to proceed with the devouring? Devour? Yang Fan's expression froze, momentarily bewildered. Then, he clicked the Devour button. Devouring in progress. Please wait. Devouring successful. Void Root, the strongest Emperor-level spiritual root on the surface, with a single devour increasing cultivation speed to 700, compatible with any elemental spiritual energy, comprehension of 120, and a breakthrough rate of 40. Devoured attributes, sword technique proficiency of 500, sword technique power of 100, and the ability to transcend limitations to achieve the extraordinary. Chapter 37. Principal Zhang Danan was utterly bewildered. My void root can devour other roots to acquire attributes? Yang Fan's eyes widened in shock. He rubbed his eyes vigorously, convinced he must be seeing things. He truly had devoured it. The already formidable void root had its attributes significantly enhanced, and most importantly, it now possessed the attributes of the devoured emperor-level sword spirit root. Hiss! Yang Fan inhaled sharply, feeling both astonished and elated. At this moment, he began to imagine what would happen if he were to draw bloodlines or sacred bodies in the next lottery. Would they also be subject to devouring? If he could continuously accumulate and devour, he would truly be invincible. Suddenly, someone in the class group sent a new message. Xiaolei, everyone, big news. The annual trials between Huaxia and the Sakura Nation's cultivators are about to commence. So what? What does that have to do with us? That's a matter for the Foundation establishment elites. Moreover, Feng City's geographical location is remote, with hardly any Foundation establishment cultivators in the city, consistently ranking at the bottom in the trials. A group of students dismissed it as unimportant, thinking, what a big deal. You all don't understand. This year is different. Different how? Pray tell. According to insider information, this year, we have 2 new seniors from the 3rd year participating in the trials. What? 2 new seniors from the 3rd year? How is that possible? Zhang Ting, Xiaolei, I don't believe it. It can't possibly be true. Participation in the trials requires Foundation establishment cultivation, and 3rd year students can reach that level? Our old teacher said that only those at the later stages of body refinement could aim for top universities. And those in the early stages of qi cultivation could apply for Qingbei. Who could possibly reach Foundation establishment? The group erupted into chaos, with students expressing their disbelief that 3rd year students could awaken their spiritual roots and break through to Foundation establishment within merely a month. Yang Fan, upon seeing the messages, was equally astonished. Besides him, there were other 3rd year students participating in the trials? Who could they be? Xiaolei, who did you hear that from? Who are the 2 new seniors? Yang Fan could not help but send a message, inquiring. According to the information I received, one of them is the top student from Rudong High School, Han Bing. Hiss! Han Bing has reached Foundation establishment? How is that possible? My heavens! There are still over 70 days until the college entrance examination. This is too discouraging. If this is true, what level will she reach in 70 days? Golden Core stage? Or perhaps Nascent Soul stage? Good grief. A student at the Golden Core or Nascent Soul stage taking the college entrance examination. Is there any point in living? The chatter in the group grew louder, with everyone feeling their pride has been severely bruised. And the other person? You mentioned 2 new seniors, right? Who is the other one? I don't know the other one. Don't know? This information was leaked by my dad after a few drinks last night. I pressed him for details, but he scolded me and said it was a secret. Xiaolei awkwardly explained to the crowd. Upon hearing this, everyone was once again taken aback. The topic of conversation swiftly shifted from Han Bing back to the other prodigious student. Do you think this other prodigy could possibly be from our school? Impossible. Although he is a super prodigy at our school, he cannot compare to Han Bing from Rudong High School at all. I suspect it might be another prodigy from Rudong High School, the Emperor-level Blade Spirit Root. Dominator Zhang Yong. Not him. I overheard an old man mumbling while drunk that this second prodigy was personally nominated by Leader Qin. Although Dominator Zhang Yong is also a super prodigy, he has always been overshadowed by Han Bing. How could he be worthy of a personal nomination from Leader Qin? Having read this, Yang Fan lost all desire to continue. It seemed that the second individual was definitely not him. This journey would not be lonely. He would have a familiar face accompanying him. He silenced the group and went to sleep. The next morning, Yang Fan bid farewell to his parents. He then donned a mask from his storage ring and headed to the assembly point. Upon arrival, he found that everyone had gathered. There were a total of 50 spots from Feng City. At the forefront of the crowd stood Qin Beihe, accompanied by a group of prominent figures from Feng City to personally send them off. After all, this trial not only concerned the honor of Huaxia, but also held immense significance for Feng City. When Han Bing turned around and noticed Yang Fan approaching from a distance, donning a mask, a look of surprise and disbelief crossed her face. He has actually reached the Foundation establishment stage? How underestimated. Goodness, that's where the big shots are, including the principals of various high schools. When Jiang Danan, the principal of Mengxi High School, suddenly spotted Yang Fan in the crowd, he was momentarily stunned. Wasn't he this kid still in the Qi refinement stage just moments ago? How could he have advanced to Foundation establishment in the blink of an eye? Moreover, Jiang Danan was completely unaware of Yang Fan's participation in the trials in Sakura country. He raised his hand and rubbed his eyes vigorously. After confirming several times, he realized he had not made a mistake. The masked youth was indeed their school's prodigy, Yang Fan. Subsequently, Jiang Dainen's heart was filled with disbelief, and he discreetly took out his phone to snap a picture, intending to confirm it with Yang Fan's homeroom teacher, Zhang Dongliang. Up to this point, only 3 individuals within Mengxi High School truly knew Yang Fan's identity: himself, Zhang Dongliang, and Yang Fan's classmate, Wang Dazhuang. Moments later, Zhang Dongliang replied, his excitement surpassing that of Principal Jiang. "Oh my goodness. Principal, is that really our Yang Fan?" Jiang Dainen nearly cursed in response. "I took a picture to confirm with you, and you're asking me instead?" Zhang Dongliang replied. "Hold on, I'll ask our classmate Dazhuang. He is a good friend of Yang Fan and must know him." Thus, homeroom teacher Zhang Dongliang hurried off to find Wang Dazhuang. Shortly thereafter, Zhang Dongliang returned with a message. Finally, the 3 of them confirmed that the masked individual was indeed their school's prodigy, Yang Fan. "Old Jiang, are you dumbfounded? Our school's top prodigy, Han Bing, has successfully reached foundation establishment and is participating in the trials in Sakura country, bringing glory to our nation. Meanwhile, look at your school's misfits, still struggling in the great hunting grounds, striving to break through to the body refinement stage." Ha! Zhou Heidao, the principal of the neighboring Ruhing High School, beamed with pride. Yes, your school is indeed the best," Jiang Dainen replied, his expression stiffening as he forced a compliment. Watching Zhou Heidao's smug demeanor, Jiang Dainen felt no anger at all. "Your school has the prodigy Han Bing. Does ours not have one? Our Yang Fan is in no way inferior to your Han Bing. Strength and weakness will be determined come college entrance examination time. I am eager to see if you can still smile then." Chapter 38. The trial with 5,000 participants in Class 3-7. The class group chat erupted. Wang Dazhuang announced, "Urgent news. A reliable source has confirmed that another senior participating in the trials from Fengcheng is our school's prodigy." Wang Dazhuang, with his boisterous voice, rushed into the class group chat after seeing the photo from his homeroom teacher. "No way. Our school's prodigy? Is this for real? This can't be fake. I trust what Fat Brother says." 666. This year's college entrance examination, we at Mengxi High School are determined to compete with Ruhing High School. The chat exploded with excitement, filled with exclamations from everyone. Among them, Wang Dazhuang was the most exhilarated. Last night, when everyone speculated about who the other senior bringing glory to the country could be, he had considered Yang Fan. However, he later dismissed the idea, thinking that even with a rocket's speed, Yang Fan couldn't have advanced to foundation establishment so quickly. Little did he know, he woke up to a slap in the face. Though his pride was bruised, he felt a surge of joy and excitement. Meanwhile, Qin Beihe briefly addressed the group. 50 foundation establishment cultivators from Fengcheng were about to set off. Leading them was a stunningly beautiful woman, Yuji. She handed out electronic wristbands to everyone. "This wristband is vital for your upcoming trials. It will display the latest tasks and military achievements after defeating demon beasts," Yuji introduced, her alluring lips moving enticingly. Yet, no one dared to harbor any improper thoughts. She was a genuine powerhouse at the transformation stage. Yang Fan donned the wristband and checked its functions. Task: reach the designated coordinates. Time: 3 days. Total participants: 5,000. Military achievements: 0. Ranking: 5,000. After Yuji concluded her introduction, the 50 foundation establishment cultivators began to form their teams freely. Once the teams were formed, they could set off. The task coordinates were clearly marked. Participants only needed to reach the designated location within 3 days to complete the first stage of the trial. Of course, defeating demon beasts along the way to earn military achievements was equally crucial. This would affect subsequent rankings and rewards. Yang Fan looked up to see a group of cultivators enthusiastically forming teams. Everyone declared their spiritual root attributes and preferred combat styles, seeking suitable partners. Some were modest, while others were haughty. Yang Fan shook his head and, following the instructions of his electronic wristband, chose to proceed alone. He had no need for teammates due to his strength. Furthermore, he preferred solitude, finding it difficult to interact with others. In the distance, Han Bing was about to step forward when she noticed Yang Fan walking alone towards the forest and froze. He intends to approach the coordinates alone? While Han Bing was lost in thought, Yang Fan had already entered the forest. At that moment, those foundation establishment cultivators who had yet to form their teams took notice. "What do I see? That kid is going solo to the wristband coordinates? He must think he is invincible, showing off." They scoffed. "It's hundreds of miles to the coordinates. If he makes it alone, I'll broadcast a live stream with a 5-speed fan." Over the years, many had boasted similarly. But 9 out of 10 had met their doom. Did he think this was just a school hunting ground? A wave of mockery ensued. But Yang Fan paid no heed to the taunts from the Fengcheng cultivators and continued on his path. Yu Ji, responsible for this trial in Fengcheng, frowned slightly. Suddenly, a third-tier demon beast leapt out from the dense forest. What the heck? A third-tier demon beast? How could one appear so close to the city? The onlookers were thrilled, thinking that the arrogant young man was about to meet his demise before the trial even began. Seeing Yang Fan's bravado, they were eager for the spectacle. Yang Fan observed the charging third-tier demon beast, his lips curling into a disdainful smile. In the next moment, a flash of black light appeared in his hand. With a swift motion, he struck down, and the head of the charging third-tier demon beast rolled to the ground. Ding! Killed third-tier demon beast Ironbone Bear. Points, 52. Cultivation value, 14,600. Yang Fan's clean and decisive strike stunned the onlookers. The mocking and gleeful jeers turned into gasps of astonishment. What a swift sword technique. He actually killed a third-tier demon beast in an instant. Is this truly a new senior from Fengcheng? Some remarked. The Ironbone Bear is the weakest of the third-tier demon beasts. I could do that with one strike. It's nothing impressive. Some were shocked, others scoffed. Just then, they saw Yang Fan vanish from their sight as they resumed forming teams. A few cultivators, considering themselves dashing and handsome, approached to invite Han Bing, the school beauty of Mengxi High School. Han Bing, aloof, ignored them, casting a lingering glance in the direction Yang Fan had departed before also setting off alone. Wow. The top prodigy of Mengxi High School is also heading to the coordinate solo? Are this year's new seniors so arrogant? Should I lament their ignorance or commend their courage? Once again, the crowd gasped, the atmosphere electrified. Yu Ji felt a twitch in her eye, utterly speechless. What on earth are these two newcomers trying to do? Did they truly believe that once the new seniors successfully laid their foundations, they would be invincible? Yang Fan was unaware of the significant stir his solitary actions had caused. He swore it was not for the sake of showing off. Rather, he simply found it more comfortable to forge ahead alone, preferring solitude over the burdens of interaction. Moreover, he had several puppets within his storage ring, so it was not entirely a solitary endeavor. Upon entering the lush forest, Yang Fan did not rush forward at breakneck speed. Earlier, Yu Ji had made it abundantly clear that military merit was equally important. Hence, he intended to seize the next 3 days to slay more beasts and accumulate military achievements. He activated his wristband and discovered that the data had been updated. Military merit, 3. Ranking, 5,000. It appeared that the ranking data was not updated in real time. No matter. As long as the military merit updated continuously, that was sufficient. Roar. Ahead, another beast appeared. Yang Fan summoned a spirit puppet from his storage ring. Whoosh. The spirit puppet, wielding a high-grade weapon, charged forward and struck with a single sword. Thud. That second-tier beast was instantaneously vanquished. Ding. Killed a second-tier beast, twin-headed turtle. Points, 36. Cultivation value, 7589. Ding. Killed a second-tier beast, black phosphor snake. Points, 30. Cultivation value, 5880. Ding. Killed a first-tier beast, poison lizard. Points, 12. Cultivation value, 2568. As the ethereal root absorbed the imperial sword spirit root, the speed at which Yang Fan acquired cultivation value surged to twice its previous rate. Furthermore, his swordsmanship became sharper and more powerful. The absorption attribute of the sword spirit root was said to enable martial skills to transcend their limitations and reach the extraordinary level, wasn't he it? Yang Fan's mind stirred with curiosity, prompting him to delve deeper into this concept. Chapter 39, Target, Top 100 in Military Merit Rankings. Roar. Before Yang Fan could fully comprehend how to elevate his martial skill proficiency from perfection to the extraordinary level, a series of tiger roars echoed through the air. He looked up to find a massive beast, its form resembling a bull, covered in fur as dark as ink. The fourth-tier beast, the Netherworld Demon Tiger. Recognizing the beast type, Yang Fan felt a surge of excitement rather than fear. The heart of the Netherworld Demon Tiger was a crucial material for crafting his spirit puppets. Previously, he had asked his friend to keep an eye out for it, and while he had gathered quite a few other materials, he had only received a single heart from his friend. To encounter another Netherworld Demon Tiger today was akin to finding a needle in a haystack. What a stroke of fortune. Bang! Yang Fan's spirit puppet charged forward to engage, but upon collision, it was sent flying. The Netherworld Demon Tiger, a fourth-tier beast, was renowned for its explosive power and speed. While Yang Fan's spirit puppet could handle third-tier beasts, it was utterly outmatched against one of a higher tier. Such a confrontation required the master himself to step in. Yang Fan drew his Overlord heavy sword, and surged forward to deliver the killing blow. At that moment, Han Bing, who had been following closely behind, happened to pass by. Attracted by the roar of the tiger, she looked up and saw Yang Fan facing the fourth-tier beast. Her expression changed, and she rushed over to assist. Boom, boom. A resounding explosion erupted from beneath Yang Fan's feet. His formidable strength allowed him to contend with the explosive power and speed of the fourth-tier Netherworld Demon Tiger. In fact, his speed surpassed that of the beast itself. This scene left Han Bing in shock. Her raised foot faltered, then gently returned to the ground. This fellow had improved tenfold since she last saw him, half a month ago. How had he achieved such growth? Roar! The Netherworld Demon Tiger roared fiercely, unleashing its full might. Yet, even in the face of Yang Fan's relentless and torrential assault with the heavy sword, it could only defend itself. Boom! After an indeterminate amount of time, the massive form of the Netherworld Demon Tiger collapsed, lifeless. Yang Fan took a moment to catch his breath, feeling slightly fatigued. This beast was indeed a formidable fourth-tier opponent. Although it was not a mutated variant, its combat prowess was on par with such creatures. At that moment, Yang Fan noticed Han Bing standing at a distance and took the initiative to greet her, saying it had been a while. However, Han Bing ignored his greeting, maintaining an air of aloofness. She then turned her gaze away and continued forward. Yang Fan was left speechless, muttering to himself that there was no need for such coldness. Not one to force interaction, Yang Fan redirected his attention to the deceased Netherworld Demon Tiger's body, excitement bubbling within him as he harvested its heart. With this heart, he could potentially craft another spirit puppet. Continuing his journey through the vast and dense forest, he was grateful for the electronic wristband, which provided coordinates to prevent him from getting lost. As he traversed the terrain, his spirit puppet took the lead in dispatching beasts. The majority of the creatures encountered were first or second tier, with third-tier beasts being a rarity. As for fourth-tier beasts, he had only come across the Netherworld Demon Tiger thus far. At noon, his wristband vibrated with a notification. Yang Fan's expression froze in confusion. Then he looked down to check. Task: reach the designated coordinate. Time: 3 days. Total participants: 49, 985, 000. Military merit: 101. Ranking: 985th. It turned out the wristband's ranking had been updated. Yang Fan's position had skyrocketed from the initial 5,000th to the 985th. 985? Why not 211? It seemed that the participants in this trial were all formidable opponents. In this trial against the Cherry Blossom Nation, both nations had sent 2,500 foundation-level cultivators. As for the total number of participants, the decrease to 49, 998 likely indicated that some had met unfortunate fates at the hands of formidable beasts. This trial had only just begun, and already 2 cultivators had perished. Who knew how many more would fall? He needed to hasten the crafting of spirit puppets to enhance his strength. With this thought in mind, Yang Fan found a relatively safe spot to rest, instructing his high-grade auxiliary puppet to keep watch. He then retrieved materials for crafting and set to work on creating a spirit puppet. Meanwhile, Yu-Ji, a formidable being at the god transformation stage, had arrived at the designated coordinates. Alongside her were several strong individuals from the Cherry Blossom Nation, one of whom was the renowned god transformation expert, Kojiro. As the clock struck 12, the system updated the military merit rankings. Yu-Ji opened the leaderboard to review. Only responsible individuals like them could access the overall leaderboard. Yang Fan and the other participants were not granted such privilege. First place, Asakawa Kinyu, Cherry Blossom Nation. Second place, Yamano Juzan, Cherry Blossom Nation. Third place, Zhao Wujing, Huaxia Nation. Fourth place, Songbei Miyuki, Cherry Blossom Nation. Fifth place, Zhao Rulo, Huaxia Nation. In the top 10 of the military merit leaderboard, the Cherry Blossom Nation dominated with 7 positions, while Huaxia had a meager 3. The disparity was stark. Yu-Ji also took a moment to check the rankings of Yang Fan and Han Bing, the new seniors. 221st, Han Bing, Huaxia Nation. 985th, Yang Fan, Huaxia Nation. Han Bing's performance was commendable, while Yang Fan's could only be described as mediocre. Oh dear. It seems that Huaxia is poised for a dismal outcome in this year's trial. Huh? Kojiro leered at Yu-Ji's striking figure, his gaze unabashedly roaming. His words dripped with provocation. This is just the beginning. The outcome is far from certain. Yu-Ji replied coolly, though a hint of concern flickered in her heart. Foundation-level cultivators were the cornerstone of a nation. If they were to lose to the Cherry Blossom Nation in this trial, from this point onwards, the chances for their nation to turn the tide appear exceedingly bleak, and they may find themselves perpetually oppressed. reduced to a mere hunting ground for other nations until their eventual decline and demise. The alchemical process has succeeded, with Yang Fan completing the final step in the crafting of a spiritual puppet. A brand new spiritual puppet has finally been forged. Ha ha ha. 2 spiritual puppets, each possessing strength comparable to that of a foundational period cultivator. Perfection. Yang Fan laughed heartily. Once his rest concluded, he retrieved a spare heavy sword from his storage ring and tossed it to the new puppet. Subsequently, he commanded several auxiliary puppets to lure monsters. Roar, roar. Minutes later, 4 or 5 monstrous beasts chased after the auxiliary puppets. The 2 spiritual puppets, wielding heavy swords, charged forth to engage in battle. Ding. Killed a second-tier monster, giant snake, earning 30 points and 6580 cultivation value. Ding. Killed a first-tier monster, poison lizard, earning 12 points and 2568 cultivation value. Ding. Killed a second-tier monster, black centipede, earning 30 points and 5880 cultivation value. Points and cultivation values surged upward. Simultaneously, the military merit displayed on his electronic wristband soared rapidly. Yang Fan was uncertain how often the military rankings were updated. At this moment, he resolved that when the next update occurred, he would surely break into the top 100. Chapter 40. Did I accidentally become number 1? With the 2 spiritual puppets leading the way, Yang Fan advanced at a significantly swifter pace. However, he was not in a hurry. After all, he had 3 days to reach the coordinates indicated on his wristband. Before that, he intended to focus on hunting monsters and accumulating military merit. While others only garnered military merit and cultivation value, he was different. He could also earn points. As long as his points were sufficient, he could indulge in unlimited lottery draws. In the afternoon, during a brief respite, Yang Fan refined several auxiliary-type puppets of the Xian grade. These auxiliary puppets could lure monsters, serve as sentinels, and even gather materials. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the day hastily passed. Night fell, and the dense forest, with its foliage, posed a significantly higher danger than during the day. Yang Fan found a relatively safe spot to rest. Exhausted from a long day, both his spirit and body were fatigued, causing his eyelids to feel as heavy as lead. He summoned all the puppets he had refined from his storage ring, positioning several around him to guard through the night. Meanwhile, a few others continued their labor, stealthily luring monsters for the 2 spiritual puppets to slay. After all, they felt no fatigue and remained energetic around the clock. That night, Yang Fan slept soundly, undisturbed, with several puppets surrounding him like the most loyal sentinels. Even if monstrous beasts were to attack, they would first have to contend with them. What was there to fear? The following morning, as dawn broke, a thunderous roar roused Yang Fan from his slumber. Startled, he sat up and looked up to find a black bear towering over him, an esteemed 4th-tier monster, the Black Bear King. What a surprise! Had it come to present him with a paw for breakfast, knowing he was hungry? Yang Fan climbed off the rock, stretched, and drew his overlord sword. In the distance, the 2 spiritual puppets had already engaged in fierce combat with the 4th-tier Black Bear King. The duo fought valiantly, but the bear's strength was evidently superior, bolstered by its thick fur, which provided formidable defense. The spiritual puppets, lacking spiritual energy, struggled considerably. With the overlord's sword in hand, Yang Fan charged forward. Boom, boom. The explosive sound of his footfalls echoed, shattering the rocks beneath him. Roar. The 4th-tier Black Bear King bellowed and lunged at him. 1 sword, 2 swords, 3 swords. With immense power, the Black Bear King fell to Yang Fan and the 2 spiritual puppets after just 3 strikes. Ding. Killed the 4th-tier Black Bear King, earning 88 points and 18940 cultivation value. After defeating the Black Bear King, Yang Fan instructed the auxiliary puppets to gather its paw. Although cultivators could enter a fasting state once reaching the foundational stage, rendering them immune to starvation for days, Yang Fan had always been accustomed to 3 meals a day. Suddenly foregoing food felt quite unnatural. Moreover, roasted bear paw was an exquisite delicacy he could not resist. He lit a fire and began roasting the bear paw. While doing so, he reminded his puppets to maintain their efforts, as he aimed for a place in the top 100 of the military merit rankings. Who knew how much merit was required for the 100th position? Thus, he needed to accumulate as much as possible. After savoring his bear paw breakfast, Yang Fan proceeded with 7 or 8 puppets in tow. They ambled along, intermittently slaying the beasts lured by his auxiliary puppets. Before long, the morning passed swiftly, nearing noon. It seemed the military merit rankings updated daily. Yang Fan commanded all his auxiliary puppets to lure monsters, making a final push. Meanwhile, at the designated assembly point, Crescent Valley, Many prominent figures from 2 nations had already arrived. They anxiously awaited the military merit rankings update. Yesterday, only 3 individuals from Huaxia had made it into the top 10. What about today? Surely, they could not all drop out of the top 10, or they would become the laughingstock of the Sakura Nation as cultivators. Yuki. The 50 foundational period cultivators you selected from Feng City are underwhelming. Not a single one made it into the top 100. Little Shigeru mocked Yuki. Their relationship far from amicable. Just minutes remained until the military merit rankings updated. Little Shigeru continued his sarcastic taunts toward Yuki, exuding confidence as if victory in the rankings was already secured for the Sakura Nation. Humph. Little Shigeru, don't be too boastful. Perhaps today's South first place will be claimed by our Huaxia cultivators. Yuki retorted coldly. Uft. You think first place will be taken by you Huaxia? If your cultivators manage to make it into the top 3 today, I'll wash my hair upside down. Little Shigeru chuckled derisively as he finished his boastful proclamation. The military merit rankings data was finally updated. The leaders from both nations in Crescent Valley eagerly checked the results. What? How is this possible? Baka. Who is this young fan? Where did he come from? A chorus of astonished exclamations erupted among the prominent figures. The new military merit rankings were announced. First place, Young Fan, Huaxia. Second place, Shenyi Shizen, Sakura. Third place, Asakawa Kinyu, Sakura. Fourth place, Matsubayaki Kazuichi, Sakura. Fifth place, Zhao Wuja, Huaxia. Sixth place, Zhao Rulo, Huaxia. 22nd place, Han Bing, Huaxia. At this moment, Yuki could not help but drop her jaw in disbelief, questioning whether she was dreaming. Yang Fan and Han Bing, both new students from Feng City. One claimed first place while the other secured 22nd. My heavens, what were their rankings yesterday? What had they done from yesterday afternoon to this morning? Had they been grinding through monster lairs? Especially Yang Fan. If Yuki remembered correctly, this lad was ranked 985 yesterday, and now he had soared to first place? An increase of nearly 1,000 places overnight? Bakayara. Cheating. You Huaxia cultivators must be cheating. Little Shigeru's smile dissipated, his face contorted with rage and disbelief. Yuki composed herself, refusing to relent. Oh? Cheating? This wristband is specially crafted, and no one has the authority to alter the data. Can your Sakura Nation show me an instance of cheating? Haha. Little Shigeru, what did you say earlier? That our Huaxia would have cultivators in the top 3, and you would perform an upside-down hair wash? Come. Xiao Cie Lang. We are all quite bored. Why not entertain us with an acrobatic headstand? Here in Huaxia, the powerful and esteemed are unrelenting in their mockery. They seize upon Xiao Cie Lang's previous arrogant declarations to ridicule and humiliate him. You Huaxia pigs, stop spouting nonsense. I never said such things. In an instant, Xiao Cie Lang's face turned a deep shade of crimson, adamantly refusing to acknowledge the accusations. A multitude of scornful gazes were directed at him. Elsewhere, by the edge of a marsh, Shan Yishir-san gazed at the recently updated ranking on his electronic wristband, roaring in frustration. Baka, I surpassed Asakawa Qiangu, and yet I am only second with 302 military merits? Who is in first place? Chapter 41. The Rise of the 9 Swords of Dugu to Earth Grade Martial Technique. First place? I only have 520 military merits, and I'm in first? Yang Fan stared at the updated rankings on his wristband, bewildered. Military merits, 520. Ranking, first. Yang Fan lifted his hand, vigorously rubbing his eyes. He wasn't mistaken. He had indeed ascended to first place. 5,000 foundational cultivators from Huaxia and Sakura Nation participated in this trial, vying for supremacy. It was no easy feat to break through the competition and claim the top position. However, Yang Fan surmised that his rise to first place was largely due to luck, as he likely only surpassed the second place by a narrow margin in terms of military merits. Thus, he resolved to exert further effort, ensuring he remained within the top 10 when the military merits were updated the following day. With this thought in mind, Yang Fan summoned his advanced puppets to attract monsters, unleashing devastation alongside his 2 spirit-grade puppets. As the afternoon wore on, Yang Fan drew closer to the assembly point. Suddenly, a chilling howl of wolves echoed through the air. A wolf pack? Yang Fan's expression shifted as he approached to investigate. Minutes later, he arrived at the area where the wolves were prowling. From a distance, he spotted a pack surrounding and attacking a lone cultivator. Though he could not discern the cultivator's features due to the distance, the massive wolf king, resembling an adult water buffalo, was unmistakable. A 5-tiered demon beast, the 2-headed demon wolf king. Yang Fan inhaled sharply, a chill coursing through him. While he could barely contend with a 5-tiered demon beast, this wolf pack numbered at least 20 to 30. Rushing in to rescue the cultivator would undoubtedly spell disaster. Just as he contemplated retreating, the encircled cultivator turned around. "What the Hanbing?" Yang Fan exclaimed, taken aback. At that moment, Hanbing's white attire was stained red with blood, her complexion pale as she struggled against the assault of the wolves and the formidable two-headed demon wolf king. Death was merely a matter of time. Damn it! Yang Fan cursed under his breath, brandishing his heavy sword and charging forward. Simultaneously, he summoned his 2 spirit-grade puppets, commanding them to launch an attack. Boom, boom. The signature explosive steps he executed created a thunderous sound that instantly drew Hanbing's attention from afar. Yang Fan. Hanbing was incredulous as she rushed to join forces with him. At this juncture, Yang Fan's 2 spirit-grade puppets surged into the fray, flanking Hanbing to ensure her safety. Meanwhile, Yang Fan himself charged directly at the intimidating two-headed demon wolf king. "Be careful. That's a 5-tiered demon beast," Hanbing warned loudly. Clang. A resounding crash echoed as Yang Fan struck the wolf king, forcing it back several steps. Hanbing's voice fell silent, her eyes widening in shock and horror. He actually repelled the 5-tiered, two-headed demon wolf king with a single strike? How? The two-headed demon wolf king, a 5-tiered demon beast, was no trivial foe. It let out a ferocious howl and lunged at Yang Fan with incredible speed and terrifying explosive power. The sharp claws of the wolf collided against Yang Fan's heavy sword, sparks flying. The clang of steel rang incessantly. Despite Yang Fan's formidable strength and agile techniques, he was merely at the foundational initial stage. Faced with the relentless onslaught of the two-headed demon wolf king, he found himself in a perilous defensive position. Seeing this, Hanbing, despite her injuries and exhaustion, attempted to assist. Yet her wounds were too severe, and having previously endured an assault from the wolf pack, she was too weakened to help. She staggered and nearly collapsed after just a few steps. In her current state, she would only be a liability, if not a hindrance. In the depths of his despair, Yang Fan suddenly comprehended something profound. The essence of Dugu 9 swords. Anticipate the enemy's moves. Advance without retreat. The formless transcends the form. In the face of desperation, he realized the truth. In the next instant, his heavy sword inexplicably vanished. No, it hadn't truly disappeared. Rather, it moved so quickly that it was beyond the naked eye's grasp. Transcendence. Yang Fan's exceptional insight allowed the advanced martial technique, Dugu 9 swords, to break free from its limitations and ascend to the legendary realm of transcendence. The martial technique had elevated from advanced to the initial stage of Earth grade. Bang, bang. In an explosive display of power, Yang Fan unleashed a fearsome strength that left even the 5-tiered two-headed demon wolf king retreating in panic, sustaining injury after injury. Hanbing, slightly agape, was stunned. As a sword master herself, she could comprehend the depth of Yang Fan's swordsmanship, which had reached a level she had never encountered. What a terrifying talent. What a remarkable insight. Even someone as proud as Hanbing couldn't help but feel a pang of inadequacy. At this moment, as Yang Fan engaged in fierce combat with the two-headed demon wolf king, a surge of bloodlust welled within him. Startled, he quickly suppressed the urge to kill. He recognized that this was the bloodline power within him stirring. If he allowed it to run rampant, he would surely lose his reason, just as he had days prior. Before long, Yang Fan managed to sever one of the Wolf King's heads with a single strike. How? The remaining head of the two-headed demon Wolf King emitted a chilling wail. At that moment, it gazed at Yang Fan as if he were a demon from the depths of hell. The intelligence of a 5-tiered demon beast was considerable. Realizing it had bitten off more than it could chew, it turned to flee, knowing its life was at stake. However, before it could escape, Yang Fan, like a specter, appeared behind it, sword raised. Thud! Its movements abruptly ceased, and its massive form collapsed to the ground, slain by Yang Fan's blade. How? With their king defeated, the remaining wolves howled and scattered in all directions. Seizing the opportunity, Yang Fan dispatched several more, only pausing when all that remained of the wolf pack had fled. Panting heavily, Yang Fan reflected on the changes that had occurred with Dugu 9 swords and checked his attributes. Name, Yang Fan. Realm, initial stage of foundation establishment, 3306. Spirit root, ethereal root, devoured once. Bloodline, ancient emperor bloodline, purity 2. Physique, chaotic Tao body. Martial techniques, Dugu 9 swords, earth grade initial stage. Transcendent, explosive steps, earth grade initial stage, perfected, puppet control technique, special skill. Proficiency level 4, 3558200000. Magic weapon, overlord sword, points, 12660 Duga 9 swords had transcended to a higher realm, elevating its grade from advanced to the initial stage of Earth grade. It seemed that such extraordinary insight was indeed quite valuable. Yang Fan stored away his attributes and approached Han Bing. Are you all right? I'm fine, Han Bing replied softly, shaking her head. However, mid-sentence, she stumbled towards Yang Fan. Be careful. Yang Fan quickly reached out to steady her, but in his haste, he accidentally grabbed the wrong spot. Time suddenly froze. Yang Fan was left dumbfounded. Han Bing widened her eyes, staring at him in disbelief. Chapter 42. The big shots of Fengcheng are all shocked. You scoundrel. Perverse fiend. Lecherous man. Where do you think your hands are going? A loud exclamation escaped Han Bing's lips. Her previously pale face instantly flushed like an apple, filled with shame and anger. Han Bing, this is not my fault. You stumbled and fell. I merely offered a helping hand, Yang Fan said, his expression awkward. He refused to take the blame, as he definitely did not want to wear the label of a lecherous man. Bah, and you dare to act innocent? What about that time at the gate of Fengcheng when you took advantage of me? Han Bing trembled with rage. You dare to do it, but not admit it. You coward. Last time at the gate, I was dizzy and unsteady on my feet, just like you were just now. Could it be that you did it intentionally? Get lost. I didn't do it on purpose. Then that settles it. I was unsteady too, so it's not my fault. Yang Fan shrugged, spreading his hands in a gesture of innocence. Seeing Yang Fan's twisted logic, Han Bing fell silent. Was it true that she had been taken advantage of by this guy twice because of her own clumsiness? However, as she pondered Yang Fan's words, they seemed to make sense. Yet, there was still an unsettling feeling lingering within her. Your injuries seem quite severe. Would you like my help in bandaging them? Yang Fan kindly asked. No need. Han Bing's face flushed as she firmly declined. After being taken advantage of, she certainly did not want Yang Fan's assistance in tending to her wounds. Yang Fan shrugged, not pressing the issue, and stepped aside. Soon, Han Bing moved behind a large tree to attend to her injuries. After several minutes, Han Bing called out, Yang Fan, could you come help me? There are some wounds I can't reach. Upon closer inspection, her voice trembled slightly, laced with embarrassment. At Jiangdong High School, Han Bing had always been aloof and rarely spoke to boys. Today, not only had she been taken advantage of, but she was also asking this guy for help with her wounds. She felt as if she were losing her mind. Yang Fan's expression stiffened, and he approached to assist her. At that moment, Han Bing's clothing was partially revealing, exposing her alluring shoulder, which stirred countless thoughts. He initially planned to admire her beauty, but under Han Bing's scrutinizing gaze, he had to focus on the task at hand. Why are your hands shaking? I'm just nervous, Yang Fan explained awkwardly, carefully tending to her wounds. Perhaps due to the pain, beads of sweat appeared on Han Bing's skin, making her already alluring complexion even more captivating. After a glance, Yang Fan found it hard to breathe and quickly diverted his gaze. The atmosphere was becoming rather peculiar. At that moment, Han Bing noticed Yang Fan's two spirit puppets still battling the demon beasts and broke the silence, asking, What is your military merit? What rank are you? Not much. Just over 600, currently in first place, Yang Fan answered casually. What? 6,600 military merits. Han Bing's eyes widened in disbelief, staring at him like a monster. That's right. At noon it was 520, and now it's just over 600, Yang Fan replied, showing her the information on his wristband when he noticed her disbelief. After reading it, Han Bing fell into silence. After a moment, she managed to utter, Monster. Hey, why are you insulting me? Yang Fan grumbled in dissatisfaction. By now, Yang Fan had finished bandaging Han Bing's wounds and was sitting on a rock to rest. Thank you for what you did earlier, Han Bing said, looking at him with gratitude. Initially, she thought today would end badly, but Yang Fan had disregarded the danger to save her life. If she said she wasn't touched, it would be a lie. No need. We're friends. There's no need for such formalities. Yang Fan shook his head and then asked, by the way, how much military merit do you have? Me? Just over 200. What? Just over 200? How can it be so little? Yang Fan exclaimed, his eyes nearly popping out in shock. He had 600 military merits, while Han Bing had only 200. A threefold difference? This was unbelievable. Do you think everyone is as weird as you? I only had 170 military merits before, ranking 22nd. I suspect the second place has at most around 300 military merits. And you somehow managed to get 520 in just one day? It seems you are undoubtedly the strongest dark horse in this year's trial with Sakura Nation. Han Bing rolled her eyes at Yang Fan, explaining with annoyance. Is this year's batch of Foundation Establishment cultivators really that weak? I can't believe everyone has such low military merits. Yang Fan felt dazed, struggling to comprehend that the others had so little. At that moment, a group of demon beasts was attracted by the nearby profound puppets. Without needing Yang Fan's command, the two spirit puppets charged forward with their swords. In mere moments, the demon beasts were swiftly dispatched. Han Bing widened her eyes, slightly parting her alluring lips. Is this how you kill demon beasts to gain military merit? Yes. Last night, I was worried my military merit was too low and would embarrass Fengchong. So I had these little workers kill demon beasts all night. Yang Fan nodded. Answering truthfully, Han Bing felt even more dejected. At that moment, she finally understood why Yang Fan was unwilling to team up with others and preferred to forge ahead alone. It turned out he had a group of little brothers assisting him. How infuriating. Han Bing's chest ached with frustration. Just then, another profound puppet attracted another wave of demon beasts. Yang Fan turned to the dejected Han Bing and said, since your military merit is so low, you can have these demon beasts. Give them to me. Han Bing's eyes widened in shock, taken aback. What else with that expression? Are you feeling touched and thinking of falling in love with me? Yang Fan couldn't help but tease. Whoosh. Before he could finish his sentence, a sword flew past his head, nearly slicing off a piece of it. Whoa, I was just joking. Why are you taking it so seriously? Yang Fan, startled, felt a cold sweat running down his back. Women are indeed a dangerous species. You scoundrel. If you dare to speak carelessly again, don't blame me for turning against you. Han Bing warned coldly, her face stern with embarrassment and anger. Afterward, she stood up and went to slay the lower-level demon beasts. Han Bing's sword technique was exceptionally skilled and graceful, each move lethal and precise. From a distance, she resembled a fluttering fairy. After taking a healing pill, Han Bing's injuries visibly improved. In the afternoon, the two continued their journey together. Along the way, Yang Fan gifted Han Bing a few extra profound puppets he had crafted and taught her the method to control them. As expected of the top prodigy from Jiangdong High School, Han Bing's comprehension was astonishing. In a short while, she grasped the technique for controlling the puppets. With this, their speed in gaining military merits significantly increased. In Fengchong, at the Stargazing Pavilion, a group of influential figures led by Qin Beihe gathered. Everyone wore bewildered and incredulous expressions. Could you please report again? What was Yang Fan's military merit ranking? Chapter 43. The twin talents of Fengchong dominate the top two spots. According to the report, he ranks first. As the informant spoke again, the entire quiet hall erupted in chaos. I knew this kid was special when I first saw him. Nonsense. You were the one who doubted him the most back then. Ahem. I was just trying to motivate him. This girl Han Bing is also impressive, ranking 22nd. Agreed. Most importantly, these two youngsters are both new students in their senior year, with limitless potential. A group of people discussed and reflected. This year, Fengchong finally didn't have to worry about being at the bottom of the trial. At this rate, they might achieve a remarkable result in this year's trial with Sakura Nation. As the crowd continued discussing, Elder Tang arrived, the leader of the Qin. Upon hearing that the military rankings for the following day were released, inquired about Yang Fan's performance. As soon as Elder Tang arrived, he asked about Yang Fan. He had also been present the previous day, and he held a high regard for the young man participating in the trials. First. Is it truly first? How remarkable. Elder Tang's eyes widened in disbelief, nearly popping out of their sockets. First? In his first participation in such a large-scale trial alongside the Sakura Nation. And he managed to secure the top spot by the second day? Is this for real? Could it be that he is merely dreaming due to his advancing age? In a flurry, Elder Tang retrieved a bottle of 6 flavor Remania pills from his pocket, hastily consuming a handful while pressing for more information. Meanwhile, Yang Fan and Han Bing formed a duo, hunting magical beasts while gradually making their way forward. According to the assembly time announced by the Spectre Princess the previous day, they merely needed to arrive at the designated location by 6 p.m. the next evening. With ample time, they aimed to defeat more monsters and accumulate military achievements. As the sun set, they took a moment to rest. Yang Fan checked his electronic wristband, which displayed his progress. Task: reach the designated coordinates. Time: 3 days. Total participants: 48, 855, 000. Military achievements: 808. Ranking: first place. After 2 days of hard work, his military achievements had surpassed 800. Yang Fan turned to Han Bing, who was sitting across from him, and asked, "What are your military achievements?" "Just over 400, she replied, feeling her pride deeply wounded. Once considered a top talent from Dongzhong High School, her confidence had been repeatedly shaken while teaming up with the extraordinary Yang Fan. At this point, she was nearly in despair. 400, you say? If I lend you 2 spirit puppets tonight, you should be able to reach 600 by tomorrow. Han Bing was taken aback, her eyes widening in disbelief. You want to lend me your spirit puppets to control? We should both strive to break into the top 10. bringing glory to Fengcheng and to our homeland, Huaxia. Who will dare to call the new seniors mere novices then? Yang Fan explained. Han Bing's eyes flickered, and she softly agreed, okay. Subsequently, Yang Fan taught her the incantations needed to control the spirit puppets. The commands varied according to the different grades of puppets, ordinary, profound, and spiritual, each more complex than the last. However, with Han Bing's exceptional talent, she learned efficiently, mastering the technique in less than half an hour. Soon after, she attempted to command the two puppets to hunt magical beasts and gain military achievements. She succeeded. Though she was exhilarated, she concealed her excitement. The next morning, Yang Fan awoke yawning, and Han Bing returned the puppets. At this point, their military achievements stood at 800 and 600, respectively. Based on Yang Fan's estimation, their impressive scores should secure them a place among the top 10. Meanwhile, amidst a thicket, several cultivators from the Sakura Nation gathered to rest. Damn it. I only slept 3 hours last night. After a night of intense battles, I have 488 military achievements. The first place is undoubtedly mine. I have 452. I should comfortably secure the second. One boasted. Those Huaxia pigs think they can surpass us and claim the top spot? Dream on. Another added. I have 417. Barring any surprises, the top 3 will undoubtedly belong to us from Sakura Nation. They had to admit that without the assistance of puppets to lure magical beasts, their reliance on experience to hunt had allowed them to rise above 4,000 other cultivators in just 2 nights of hard work. However, they were fated to encounter Yang Fan, whose exceptional abilities would bring them misfortune. At the rendezvous point in Crescent Valley, more and more cultivators from the 2 nations gathered. At this moment, the Spectre Princess felt quite anxious. Yesterday, Yang Fan, a mere high school senior, had suddenly exploded onto the scene, rising from obscurity to claim the top military ranking. She was taken aback, having barely slept well the previous night, consumed by excitement and anticipation for the 3rd-day military ranking update. Although they could see the rankings, they were unaware of the exact military achievements of each participant in the trials. Thus, the Spectre Princess was oblivious to how vast the gap was between Yang Fan and the second-place contender. Damn it. Princess Yuki, are you up for another bet? Little Jiichiro, having taken a nap, felt elated. He had already forgotten the humiliation of the previous day and sought to provoke her again. What kind of bet? The Spectre Princess replied with a sidelong glance. Let us wager whether any of your Huaxia cultivators can break into the top 3 today. What's the wager? She asked, smiling. If you lose, you'll perform a striptease in front of everyone. If I lose, I'll bark like a dog. You. The Spectre Princess's expression stiffened, her face turning an ashen shade with indignation. Yes, absolutely, I agree. I support this wager. Little Jiichiro exclaimed, egged on by his companions. The cultivators from Huaxia were equally indignant, retaliating fiercely. All right, it's just a dance. I'll take your bet, the Spectre Princess declared, taking a deep breath and gritting her teeth in acceptance. The top 3 is not the same as the first place. With so many foundational cultivators from Huaxia, surely one of them can secure a top 3 position. Yang Fan was first yesterday, even if his rank drops slightly. It's highly likely he can remain in the top 3. Heaven help us, we must win. Time ticked by slowly. Finally, at noon, all eagerly awaited the military rankings to be updated once more. The prominent cultivators from both nations gathered to scrutinize the results. What? He has maintained his first-place ranking? And who is this Han Bing? She wasn't even in the top 20 yesterday, yet she is second today? The crowd was left in shock, especially little Jiichiro, whose confident smile froze instantaneously. He raised his hand and rubbed his eyes vigorously, doubting his vision. Chapter 44. Are your Huaxia cultivators cheating? Damn it. You Huaxia cultivators are cheating. You must be using some sort of trick. How can your military achievements surpass our Sakura Nation's elites for 2 consecutive days? I refuse to believe it. Little Jiichiro raged, unable to accept the reality. The Spectre Princess was equally dumbfounded. Initially, she had merely hoped that Yang Fan would not fall out of the top 3. She would have been grateful for that. Yet now, Yang Fan had continued to hold the first position. Not only that, but Han Bing had also skyrocketed, surpassing all the talents from Sakura Nation to claim second place. My heavens, these 2 youngsters are freshmen from Fengcheng this year. They haven't even graduated high school, nor have they taken the college entrance examination yet. Is this not excessive? Nevertheless, this did not deter her from relishing the opportunity to humiliate little Jiichiro. Huh, you thought I would perform a striptease? Dream on. The Spectre Princess smirked, exuding a chilling aura as she fixed her gaze on little Jiichiro. At this moment, she resolved that if he dared to back out today, she would not let him off easily. Meanwhile, in the forest, Yang Fan stared at his wristband displaying the first place rank, then glanced at Han Bing's south wristband showing second place, utterly bewildered. Is the quality of this year's foundational cultivators from both nations really this poor? Yang Fan mused aloud, while Han Bing, walking beside him, stiffened, a dark expression crossing her face. Subsequently, she glared fiercely and retorted, "Do you think everyone is as abnormal as you? With his initial cultivation base, challenging a 5th-tier demon beast is a feat unparalleled globally, except for you." Yang Fan was met with a barrage of scolding from Han Bing. Although Yang Fan was taken aback, to Han Bing's ears, it sounded like sheer arrogance. "Where did you obtain this puppet? How is it so powerful?" Han Bing inquired with curiosity. "I inadvertently acquired a unique technique earlier and crafted it myself, but regrettably, I lack the heart of a nether tiger. Otherwise, I could have refined a few more." The heart of a nether tiger? This? Han Bing's expression changed as she retrieved a heart material from her storage ring. Yang Fan's eyes widened in disbelief. "What? You have such a thing? Why didn't you tell me sooner? Did you ask?" With this crucial material, I can craft a spiritual-grade puppet for you." Yang Fan felt a surge of excitement. Currently, he brimmed with confidence in creating a spiritual-grade puppet, provided he had the materials. Though he couldn't guarantee a 100 success rate, he was confident it would exceed 80. "Don't rush to refine it. I know where we can find another nether tiger. We should have enough time to hunt it down." After handing the heart to Yang Fan, Han Bing added, "What? You know where to find a nether tiger?" Yang Fan's eyes sparkled. If not for the pressing time, he would have loved to berate this little trickster. Why didn't she mention the location of a nether tiger sooner? "Let's go, I'll lead you." "But it's a bit far, so we need to hurry." Han Bing nodded and wasted no time, swiftly turning back the way they came. At this moment, it was already noon. Although they were not far from the gathering point at Crescent Valley, if they returned to hunt the nether tiger, the round trip would be tight. Arriving by 6 p.m. Meanwhile, Yang Fan and Han Bing hurried with all their might to hunt down the 4th-tier demon beast, the nether tiger. On the other side, in Feng City, at the Star Viewing Pavilion, the prominent figures gathered in the hall, awaiting the announcement of the military merit rankings. "What do you think Yang Fan's rank will drop to today? Who could predict? I don't think he'll fall out of the top 10. I feel the same. That kid is quite promising. After all, it's his first participation. Let's not put too much pressure on him." "Exactly. As long as our Feng City doesn't end up at the bottom this year, that is sufficient." A group of people exchanged thoughts, all believing that Yang Fan would be surpassed by the Sakura Kingdom. However, they lowered their expectations, hoping merely to maintain a position within the top 10. After all, this trial involved 5,000 prodigious talents from 2 nations, making the competition exceedingly fierce. At that moment, the informant who reported the situation yesterday rushed into the hall in a flurry. "Chief Qin, we have a significant situation." The informant, overly excited, stumbled over the threshold and fell. Qin Beihi's expression stiffened, his anger flaring. "What kind of conduct is this? Has the sky fallen?" Qin Beihi scolded, feeling increasingly anxious. The informant's frantic arrival led him to wonder if Yang Fan's ranking had merely been a fleeting moment of glory, and he had already dropped out of the top 100. "Chief Qin, I apologize. I was too excited." "Yang Fan. He is first again." "What? First again?" "Not only him, but Han Bing has surged to second place." Clatter. Just as Qin Beihi lifted the cup from the table to sip his tea and calm his nerves, the informant's next words made him tremble, causing the cup to shatter on the floor. Qin Beihi was oblivious to the mess, shock rendering him nearly speechless, his eyes wide with disbelief. Not only he, but the other dignitaries in the hall shared the same astonished expression. They collectively stood up. The once boisterous hall fell silent. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. "Is this news true?" After a long pause, Qin Beihi finally gasped, his mind buzzing as if in a dream. "Lady Yuji feared you wouldn't believe it, so she provided me with a screenshot of today's military merit rankings." The informant presented the screenshot to Qin Beihi. After a glance to confirm the news was genuine, Qin Beihi felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, nearly fainting as he hurriedly sat back down. After a moment, regaining his composure, he commanded, "The identities of Yang Fan and Han Bing must be kept strictly confidential. Anyone who leaks information will face military law. The details about these 2 youngsters must remain secret. If those evil factions learn of it, they will be in grave danger." "Yes," the informant replied respectfully. At this moment, the other dignitaries in the hall also regained their senses. "Wonderful, truly wonderful. I have a beautiful granddaughter who is 18 this year." "Old Chun, how shameless are you? It's barely the beginning. Are you already promoting your granddaughter? What a coincidence. I also have a granddaughter." "I have no granddaughter, but my precious daughter is in her 30s, in the prime of her life. She's both alluring and charming. She just got divorced last week. The group of dignitaries became so excited that their words tumbled together. Initially, they had aimed to avoid placing too much pressure on Yang Fan. But due to his outstanding performance, he had left them all far behind. What to do now? Chapter 45. First place reward. Enlightenment pill as evening approached. Nearing 6 o'clock, all the cultivators from both nations participating in the trial gathered at the Crescent Valley meeting point. However, Yang Fan and Han Bing were notably absent. Lady Yuji awaited anxiously, her heart racing. According to the rules of the first phase of the trial, it would conclude at 6 in the evening. If they failed to arrive at Crescent Valley within the designated time, they would be deemed eliminated. Yang Fan and Han Bing, having achieved first and second place in military merit, had astonished Lady Yuji. How could they still not have arrived? Lady Yuji's anxiety deepened. You don't think those two prodigious talents from Huaxia have encountered an accident and perished in the forest, do you? Little Ci's mood had been sour all day, especially after being mocked for barking like a dog earlier. Now, seeing Lady Yuji's worried expression, he felt a twisted sense of satisfaction. Lady Yuji cast him a glance, but ignored him, continuing to monitor the time on her wristband. 5 minutes. Only 5 minutes remain. If Yang Fan and Han Bing did not arrive within that time, they would be in serious trouble. They're coming. Suddenly, a powerful Huaxia cultivator shouted. Lady Yuji perked up and looked up. Sure enough, she spotted Yang Fan and Han Bing sprinting towards her in the distance. The tension in her heart dissipated entirely, replaced by a relieved smile. Why are you both arriving just now? Cutting it so close? Lady Yuji quickly approached them, her tone laced with reproach. You scared me. If you were late and got eliminated, I wouldn't know how to explain it to Chief Qin from Feng City. Cough. Lady Yuji. We had some matters to attend to and arrived late, Yang Fan awkwardly explained. Some matters? Lady Yuji's expression stiffened. She glanced at Yang Fan and then shifted her gaze to Han Bing. At this moment, both were drenched in sweat, panting heavily. Suddenly, her cheeks flushed with a hint of embarrassment as a misunderstanding took root. What could these two youngsters have been up to tire themselves out like this? Surely not. How shameless. Moreover, they timed their arrival right at the end of the first phase of the trial. Couldn't they have chosen a different moment? Han Bing's expression faltered as she noticed Lady Yuji's ambiguous smile, instantly realizing her thoughts. Her cheeks also flushed slightly, filled with frustration. This rascal, what nonsense is he spouting? How indecent. Cough. Your Excellency, please do not misunderstand. We merely went to slay a few demonic beasts, nothing more. Yang Fan explained, his expression filled with awkwardness. Yuji and Han Bing exchanged wide-eyed glances, bewildered by his hasty defense before they even had a chance to inquire. The sound of the wristband vibrating echoed, signaling the official conclusion of the first phase of the trial. Next, rewards would be distributed based on rankings. Yang Fan was pleasantly surprised to learn there were indeed phase rewards. As the first place winner, he received a wisdom pill, which, as its name suggests, could enhance a practitioner's comprehension. Overjoyed, Yang Fan carefully stored the reward. Why not consume it now? Han Bing inquired, her face a mask of confusion as she observed Yang Fan placing the wisdom pill into his storage ring. I have no need for it myself. However, that little girl Fayer is rather slow-witted. I plan to give it to her when we return to Feng City, Yang Fan explained, feeling slightly embarrassed. With his spiritual roots, sacred body, and bloodline, his comprehension was significantly enhanced. He could grasp any martial technique or skill with just a glance. Consuming the wisdom pill would yield minimal benefit for him. It was better suited for Li Fei, who had struggled for quite some time to grasp the basics of the Duga 9 swords he had previously taught her. Oh, Han Bing replied softly, refraining from further questions. At that moment, Yuji approached with graceful elegance. The air was filled with a delightful fragrance, reminiscent of a walking peach blossom. The struggles of ancient emperors flashed through Yang Fan's mind. Yang Fan, what is your military achievement? Yuji asked, her curiosity palpable. To have consecutively defeated several talented individuals from the Sakura Kingdom and maintain first place was indeed an extraordinary feat. The military achievement leaderboard only displayed rankings, not the specifics of the achievements, and she was eager to know more. Your Excellency, it's not much, just over 900 points, Yang Fan replied nonchalantly after glancing at his wristband. What? 9,900? Yuji exclaimed in shock, quickly realizing her voice was too loud and covering her mouth. At that moment, she seriously questioned her hearing. Indeed, it's 915. Yang Fan confirmed after checking again. He raised his arm, allowing Yuji to see the wristband clearly. My heavens, are you a monster? Yuji was utterly bewildered upon seeing the military achievements displayed on the wristband. Even her composure as a cultivator at the transformation stage faltered. Initially, She had speculated that Yang Fan's military achievement was only slightly higher than a few of Sakura Kingdom's talented individuals, but now she realized the gap was monumental. To put it plainly, from this moment on, Yang Fan could afford to lounge for an entire day, and he would likely still hold the top spot in military achievements tomorrow or even the day after. Your Excellency, he is indeed a monster. Han Bing chimed in from her perch on a nearby stone. Huh, what do you mean? Yuji asked, her curiosity piqued. Earlier, he even ceded a few hundred points of military achievement to me. Otherwise, his score would be even higher, Han Bing clarified, ensuring it was clear she had not stolen Yang Fan's glory. This statement was entirely true. Had it not been for Yang Fan's timely intervention during the ambush by the two-headed demon Wolf King, she might have met a grim fate. Not only did Yang Fan save her, but he also allowed her to claim most of the beasts they encountered on their journey, which enabled her to surpass many talented individuals from Sakura Kingdom and secure second place. What is your military achievement? Yuji could not help but ask. I have 720. Han Bing replied. What? Yuji gasped again, her mind reeling. You two are freaks. At that moment, Yuji felt utterly overshadowed. It was as if she had been jolted awake from a dying illness to discover that she herself was among the formidable powers. Initially, upon examining Yang Fan's military achievement, she only felt that he was an anomaly with a significant gap from the rest. But now, Han Bing's second-place score was also several hundred points above others. My heavens! What kind of prodigies have emerged from Feng City this year? She lamented, especially since they were both high school seniors who had yet to participate in college entrance examinations. It was simply outrageous. Enough. Yuji, don't get too cocky. Tomorrow's second phase will see you and your group of Chinese pigs lose for sure. In the distance, a voice belonging to Kojiro once again taunted them provocatively. Yuji, faced with Kojiro's mockery, did not retaliate, but wore a peculiar expression. Yes, we will surely lose. You will undoubtedly reclaim the top military achievement position. Of course, that is a given, Kojiro boasted with unabashed arrogance. Yet, to Yuji, his prideful demeanor resembled a monkey performing for a circus, utterly laughable. And as for that first place, those prodigies from Sakura Kingdom would be left trailing behind Han Bing, merely eating dust. Tomorrow would surely be an entertaining spectacle. Chapter 46. The fifth stage demonic beast, Thunder Lizard. On the following morning, the tasks on the wristbands were updated. Yang Fan raised his wrist to check. Task: hunt the fifth stage demonic beasts, Abyssbone Dragon and Ten-tailed Scorpion, in Crescent Valley. Time: 5 days. Total participants: 48. 055,000. Military achievement: 915. Ranking: first. No wonder the first phase of the trial required gathering at Crescent Valley. It turned out the second phase would also take place there. For Yang Fan, hunting fifth stage demonic beasts was child's play. After all, he had already defeated a fifth stage two-headed demon Wolf King on the way to Crescent Valley. Hunting down a few more fifth stage demonic beasts would be a walk in the park. After 3 days of fierce competition, the total number of participants had dwindled to just 4,805 cultivators. Nearly 200 foundation stage cultivators had perished between the two nations. The trials were indeed quite brutal. My goodness, we are actually tasked with hunting fifth stage demonic beasts? Last year, we only had to hunt fourth stage beasts. Indeed, this year's foundational cultivator trials are far more challenging than the last. A chorus of astonished voices erupted as the crowd beheld the updated tasks on their wristbands. Subsequently, everyone once again formed teams. Fifth stage demonic beasts possessed power comparable to core formation stage cultivators. As mere foundational cultivators, how could they hope to take them on alone? Moreover, Crescent Valley was a habitat for various demonic beasts. Venturing forth alone would be tantamount to walking into a death trap. Yang Fan and Han Bing exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Together, they made their way toward the depths of Crescent Valley. What? Those two dare to venture forth alone as a pair? Such arrogance. I'm eager to see how they meet their demise against fifth stage demonic beasts. Huh. Do they think Crescent Valley is their backyard? The onlookers, who were forming teams in the distance, mocked and jeered as they spotted Yang Fan and Han Bing walking side by side toward Crescent Valley. Han Bing glanced back at them, her expression one of incredulity, as if she were observing a group of simpletons. In the past, she would have thought that two individuals venturing into a habitat of third stage or higher demonic beasts would be tantamount to seeking death. However, after spending 2 days with Yang Fan, her perspective had shifted. Yang Fan was far from ordinary. He could single-handedly take on fifth stage demonic beasts. Moreover, he possessed several spiritual puppets of comparable strength to third stage demonic beasts. This year's foundational cultivator trial would undoubtedly see him as the strongest dark horse. From a distance, Yuji witnessed the scene, her expression filled with a sense of despair and helplessness. What did these two high school seniors think this Crescent Valley trial was? It felt as though they weren't there to test their skills, but rather to slay beasts and level up. Nonetheless, after reviewing their military achievements from the previous night, Yiji eagerly anticipated their performance over the next 5 days. Yang Fan and Han Bing arrived at the depths of Crescent Valley, finding themselves alone. They summoned the spiritual puppets from their storage rings. 1, 2, 5. A total of 5 spiritual puppets. Yesterday, Yang Fan and Han Bing had returned to eliminate that 4th-stage demonic beast, the Netherworld Magic Tiger. As a result, they were exceedingly fortunate. On their journey, they encountered yet another creature. Thus, the two wasted considerable time, rushing back just before the conclusion of the first phase of the trial. I present to you 2 spirit-grade puppets, Yang Fan declared, bestowing them upon Han Bing. Han Bing's expression stiffened, and she turned to him in bewilderment. What's wrong? Yang Fan asked, puzzled. Nothing, thank you, Han Bing replied, shaking her head slightly in gratitude. Suddenly, a cacophony of roars erupted from a nearby beast. A 3rd-tier monster. The Iron Bone Bear had spotted them and charged with a ferocious growl. Instantly, the 3 spirit-grade puppets beside Yang Fan drew their swords and surged forward. Ding. Killed 3rd-tier beast Iron Bone Bear. Points. 51. Cultivation value. 16, 100. Unbeknownst to them, the commotion from the defeat of the Iron Bone Bear had attracted several other beasts. Han Bing collected her scattered thoughts and quickly activated the puppets to engage in battle. Ding. Killed 3rd-tier beast Bloodthirsty Wolf. Points. 50. Cultivation value. 11, 600. Ding. Killed 3rd-tier beast Human-Faced Demon Spider. Points. 55. Cultivation value. 12, 666. Ding. Killed 3rd-tier beast Double-Headed Mutant Black Tyrant. Points. 66. Cultivation value. 15, 055. Together, the 2 and their 5 spirit-grade puppets wreaked havoc upon the advancing monsters. However, since these were not the designated beasts for their task, they received no military merit for their efforts. At that moment, Yang Fan observed that all the monsters inhabiting Crescent Valley were no less than 3rd tier. It was, without a doubt, a veritable paradise for leveling up. With a significant increase in cultivation value, his progress surged. At this rate, it would not be long before he advanced from the initial to the mid-stage of foundation establishment. You're leveling up so quickly. Is this how you usually train? Han Bing couldn't help but inquire after dispatching a wave of monsters. Yes. What's the matter? Yang Fan replied. You're a freak, Han Bing exclaimed. Having struggled to articulate her thoughts, Yang Fan chuckled. What is up with this little cool skin? Why is she always cursing? Boom. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed from ahead. A bolt of lightning struck one of the spirit-grade puppets, causing it to emit smoke. What the hell is that? Yang Fan exclaimed in shock, his eyelids flickering. It's a 5th-tier beast, the Thunder Lizard, capable of wielding lightning elemental power. Be careful, Han Bing warned. At that moment, Yang Fan noticed the enormous lizard up ahead. Its body was covered in thick blue-purple scales, crackling with electric arcs. From a distance, it resembled a creature clad in armor, exuding a striking presence. A 5th-tier beast. The Thunder Lizard. Wait. Isn't the claw of this 5th-tier Thunder Lizard a material required for crafting my Earth-grade puppets? Yang Fan's spirits soared as his eyes sparkled with fervor. Let us go. Let us take it down. Seeing that the 5 puppets could hardly withstand the Thunder Lizard's electric strikes, he charged forward with his heavy sword. Boom. Boom. Yang Fan propelled himself with explosive speed, unleashing a barrage of attacks. Clang. Han Bing also drew her slender sword, moving with a light-footed grace that left trails of afterimages in her wake. Yang Fan was uncertain of the nature of Han Bing's movement technique, but her agility was undoubtedly at the Earth tier. Moreover, her swordplay was exceptionally intricate and cunning. With each thrust, it resembled a venomous snake ready to strike. When she struck, it was always aimed at a vital point. Yang Fan wielded his coffin-board sword with sweeping might, showcasing an astonishing blend of strength and explosive force. Roar. The 5th-tier Thunder Lizard was formidable, yet it could not withstand the combined might of the 2 prodigies. In less than 5 minutes, it was slain with ease. After defeating the Thunder Lizard, Yang Fan eagerly commanded the puppets to gather materials from its body. Earth-grade puppets. Spirit-grade puppets could handle 3rd-tier beasts. Surely, the more advanced Earth-grade puppets could contend with 5th-tier beasts, right? If he could indeed gather all the necessary materials and successfully craft them. Sweeping through this trial against the Sakura Nation would pose no challenge. As they ventured deeper into Crescent Valley, the frequency of beast encounters intensified. Roar. Roar. Once again, monsters appeared ahead, and Yang Fan raised his gaze, his eyes gleaming with excitement. 1 species, 2 species, 3 species. So many materials for crafting Earth-grade puppets. He felt a premonition that within 5 days, he would surely be able to create an Earth-grade puppet. Chapter 47. Are beautiful women less alluring than beasts? Hee. Yang Fan laughed foolishly with delight. Beside him, Han Bing turned her head. Witnessing Yang Fan's lewd smile and drool, her expression stiffened. What are you thinking about? You creep? Han Bing misunderstood, a faint blush appearing on her coldly beautiful face. Nothing, just thinking of some delightful things, Yang Fan replied innocently, adding, Those beasts are charging in, let us go. With his heavy sword raised, Yang Fan charged forward, wreaking havoc. Han Bing eyed him skeptically, but soon followed suit. Most of these monsters were 3rd tier. Even the occasional 4th tier beast could not withstand their fierce swordplay. After vanquishing the monsters, Yang Fan tirelessly collected the materials. The materials for crafting Earth-grade puppets spanned from 3rd tier to 6th tier, covering a wide range. Moreover, there were nearly 20 types of beast materials. This indicated how high the crafting difficulty was. Nonetheless, it also proved that Earth-grade puppets possessed immense strength. Han Bing observed Yang Fan's relentless collection of beast materials after their slaughter. A look of confusion and disbelief etched on her face. This guy had just been smiling so lewdly. Now he was grinning like a fool at these beasts? What was wrong with him? As noon approached, Yang Fan glanced at the electronic wristband. It's past noon. Why hasn't the military merit ranking updated? He wondered aloud. What is there to update? The second phase task requires hunting designated beasts to earn military merit. In such a short time, who could hunt tin-tailed scorpions and abyssal bone dragons? Even if it did update, the rankings wouldn't change, Han Bing analyzed. That seems reasonable, Yang Fan acknowledged, coming to a sudden realization. Tin-tailed scorpions and abyssal bone dragons were not limited to just 2 in Crescent Valley. Many resided deeper within. However, due to their status as 5th-tier beasts, their strength was formidable. For Foundation establishment cultivators, the difficulty of defeating them was evident. Yet, precisely because of this, the military merit awarded for their defeat would undoubtedly be substantial. Roar. Hiss. Just as the two took a brief respite, a chorus of roars erupted from the dense stone forest ahead. Something's happening. Yang Fan's expression shifted slightly as he stood up. The two crouched low, moving stealthily to investigate. Peering through the stone forest, Yang Fan spotted 2 Huaxia cultivators surrounded by a horde of formidable beasts. Many of those beasts were 4th tier. There was even a 5th tier beast among them. Their strength was clearly inferior to that of Yang Fan and Han Bing. Coupled with the overwhelming number of beasts, they were in a perilous situation. With a sudden rip, the exquisite-looking girl among them was caught off guard, her clothing torn by the claws of a beast. Exposing a tantalizing expanse of fair skin, Yang Fan found himself momentarily breathless. Quickly averting his gaze, he focused on the beasts, his eyes sparkling with excitement. So many materials. Moreover, the 5th-tier beast was also a material essential for crafting his Earth-grade puppets. He was exhilarated. Hey, what is wrong with you? I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. Han Bing intended to say something to Yang Fan. However, as she turned her head, she caught sight of him staring fixedly at the girl whose clothing had been torn. Instantly, a misunderstanding ignited within her, and she felt a surge of anger toward him. What kind of person? Yang Fan asked, bewildered, unable to comprehend her thoughts. What kind of person do you think you are? Han Bing replied coldly, her expression a mix of amusement and disdain. Indeed, no good male exists. Initially, she believed Yang Fan to be different, but now it seemed she had overestimated him. Roar. In the distance, the howls of demon beasts grew increasingly frantic. Yang Fan's expression changed, and he hastily exclaimed, Those are our comrades from Huaxia. We must rush to their aid. With that, he unsheathed his formidable heavy sword and charged ahead. Bah! Such righteous words. Yet it's merely a sight of beauty that has spurred him on. How shameless. Han Bing grumbled, displeased. Nonetheless, she followed suit, engaging the demon beasts in battle. Meanwhile, the Zhao siblings were elated upon seeing Huaxia cultivators come to their rescue. Zhao Wuji quickly cautioned, Brother, be careful. These demon beasts are incredibly powerful. With a swift stroke, Yang Fan cleaved down, obliterating the head of a 3rd-tier demon beast. Holding a sword that resembled a coffin lid, he wielded it with astonishing ease. Wherever he passed, the demon beasts fell victim to his overwhelming strength, either dead or severely injured. Not a single one could approach him. He was as valiant as a war god. This sight left the Zhao siblings utterly astonished, nearly forgetting what they had just said. My heavens, brother, who is this youth? Has he taken some potent elixir? Such an impressive sword technique. Such raw power. Such a terrifying burst of energy. Zhao Ruoluo's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Sister, have you ever heard of any such exceptional swordmaster in the foundation building stage from Waxia? Once the crisis had passed, the Zhao siblings stood there, chatting idly, still in shock at Yang Fan and Han Bing's extraordinary swordplay. Had they not witnessed it with their own eyes, they would hardly have believed that two youths appearing younger than themselves could possess such formidable swordsmanship. In a mere 10 minutes, every demon beast in the stone forest had been annihilated. Even the 5th-tier demon beast could not withstand Yang Fan's explosive power for more than 5 minutes. This spectacle left the Zhao siblings' jaws nearly dropping to the ground in disbelief. Zhao Ruoluo's eyes shone with admiration. From afar, Han Bing observed everything with a cold smile. After vanquishing all the demon beasts, the Zhao siblings immediately approached to express their gratitude. Han Bing stood by, curious to see what excuse Yang Fan would concoct next. It was evident he was smitten with the beauty before him, yet he pretended to be so noble and principled. How hypocritical. In her mind, Han Bing had already labeled Yang Fan as a sycophant, insincere, and a scoundrel, eager to see him make a fool of himself. However, Yang Fan, without raising his head, eagerly began collecting materials from the demon beasts. This scene left the Zhao siblings dumbfounded and awkwardly standing there. The words of thanks had nearly formed on their lips. Had they truly been so easily ignored? Han Bing's expression stiffened, her brow furrowing in suspicion. Was this fellow not supposed to be courting the attention of the lovely lady before him? Why did he suddenly adopt such an aloof demeanor? Could it be that he was intentionally feigning indifference to attract her gaze? Surely that must be the case. Ahem. This brother here is quite the genuine person. Thank you for your timely rescue. I am Zhao Wuji, and this is my sister, Zhao Ruoluo. Zhao Wuji approached Han Bing with a slightly awkward expression of gratitude. Han Bing shook her head slightly, indicating it was no trouble at all. After a while, once Yang Fan had finished gathering the demon beast materials, he returned. The four exchanged pleasantries and settled down to rest and chat. During their conversation, Han Bing appeared distracted, occasionally glancing at Yang Fan, hoping to catch him casting lecherous looks at Zhao Ruoluo. Yet, after observing for a considerable time, she found no such expression on his face. What was going on? Was this stunning beauty truly devoid of allure compared to the demon beast materials? Or did he possess some peculiar preference? Chapter 48, The 6th-Tier Demon Beast. The Scarlet Demon Scorpion. Are you two from Feng City? I have heard that 2 exceptional prodigies have emerged from there this year. Do you know who they are? Zhao Wuji inquired with interest upon learning they hailed from Feng City. Exceptional prodigies? What do you mean? Yang Fan asked, puzzled. Just 2 high school seniors. I heard about them previously. They awakened their spiritual roots just over a month ago and have already reached the foundation building stage. Zhao Ruoluo chimed in. Yang Fan and Han Bing exchanged perplexed glances, their expressions peculiar. High school seniors? Foundation building stage? Were they referring to them? Uncertain, Yang Fan shook his head, preferring to remain low-key. Han Bing followed suit, feigning ignorance. After resting for a while, the four formed a team and continued deeper into Crescent Valley. Suddenly, a sharp, piercing screech echoed through the air. Ahead loomed a massive black scorpion, easily measuring 2 meters in length. 1 scorpion tail, 2 scorpion tails, 3 scorpion tails, 10 scorpion tails. A 5th-tier mutated demon beast, the 10-tailed scorpion. Yang Fan's face registered shock. He hadn't anticipated the 10-tailed scorpion to be so colossal. And a 5th-tier mutated beast at that. In this regard, its strength was comparable to that of ordinary 6th-tier demon beasts. Beside the 10-tailed scorpion, numerous other poisonous demon beasts shrieked and roared incessantly. Be cautious, it's the 10-tailed scorpion. Each of its tails is laced with deadly venom. Do not allow yourselves to be struck. Zhao Wuji warned gravely. At that moment, the 10-tailed scorpion let out a command, and the poisonous demon beasts surged forward aggressively. Yang Fan charged forth with his sword, with the other 3 following closely behind, engaging the poisonous demon beasts in battle. Zhao Wuji wielded a blade, while his sister Zhao Ruoluo brandished a spear. The 2 siblings were formidable, one at the late foundation building stage and the other at its peak. Together, the 4 of them swiftly dispatched the ordinary poisonous demon beasts before they could even approach. With a furious roar, the 10-tailed scorpion raised its 10 venomous tails and charged at them. The pressure on the group intensified, and the atmosphere grew perilous. Worry etched across Zhao Wuji and Zhao Ruoluo's faces. Given the current situation, it seemed unlikely they could defeat the 10-tailed scorpion. A single misstep could prove fatal. Suddenly, Yang Fan summoned 3 puppets. Han Bing mimicked his actions. While they feared the venomous tails, these 5 spirit-grade puppets were impervious to such threats. With strength rivaling that of third-tier mutated demon beasts, the puppets joined the fray, surrounding the 10-tailed scorpion. In an instant, the 10-tailed scorpion became overwhelmed. Forced into a defensive position, and the dynamics of the battle shifted. My heavens! What in the world is that? How incredible! Zhao Wuji and Zhao Ruoluo stared wide-eyed, utterly bewildered. As they turned their gaze back to Yang Fan and Han Bing, it was as if they were looking at two monsters. Zhao Ruoluo's eyes sparkled even more as she gazed at Yang Fan. So powerful, truly remarkable. No wonder they dared to venture so deep into Crescent Valley. They are extraordinary. Sister, do you think they could be those two super prodigies from Feng City? Could they? It's certainly possible. While the siblings were awestruck, more demon beasts emerged from the distant forest, prompting them to cease their idle chatter and engage fully in battle. Clang. Killed a third-tier demon beast, Ironbone Bear. Points, 51. Cultivation value, 16, 100. Clang. Killed a third-tier demon beast, Bloodthirsty Wolf. Points, 50. Cultivation value, 11, 600. Clang. Killed a third-tier demon beast, Human-Faced Demon Spider. Points, 55. Cultivation value, 12, 666. As demon beasts fell beneath their feet, Yang Fan's cultivation value surged. At a certain moment, his aura began to rise exponentially. He broke through to the mid-foundation building stage. His strength had more than doubled. Boom, boom. Yang Fan's explosive strides echoed loudly, his figure leaving behind afterimages as he charged violently towards the 10-tailed scorpion. Under the overwhelming might of Yang Fan, the 10-tailed scorpion howled in agony, suffering immensely. The Zhao siblings watched in horror, their faces filled with disbelief. What kind of monstrous creature had emerged? It was utterly terrifying. How could one in the Foundation establishment stage dare to confront a 5th-tier mutated beast, the 10-tailed scorpion? Good heavens! What had they just witnessed? Half an hour later, as Yang Fan severed the last scorpion tail, the massive body of the 10-tailed scorpion crashed to the ground, lifeless. Ding! You have slain the 5th-tier mutated beast, 10-tailed scorpion. Points, 166. Cultivation value, 29, 800. Military merit, 120. Truly, as a BOSS-level beast, the reward for slaying one was astonishingly high. Did you all receive military merit? Yang Fan turned to Han Bing and inquired. Yes, I have 60 military merits. I also have 60. So do I. The three nodded in agreement. It seemed that those who dealt the finishing blow to the target beast received double military merit, while participants in the attack received generous rewards as well. The previous battle had lasted nearly an hour, leaving the four exhausted as they sat down to rest, consuming recovery elixirs to restore their stamina and spiritual energy. Yang Fan commanded several spirit-level puppets to collect materials from the beast. He was merely a few types short of the materials needed to refine Earth-grade puppets. However, he was troubled by the most crucial materials, those from a 6th-tier beast. After all, a 5th-tier mutated beast like the 10-tailed scorpion had nearly bested him. The thought of facing a 6th-tier beast was daunting. Suddenly, a sharp, ear-piercing hiss pierced the air. Yang Fan's expression changed dramatically as he swiftly turned around. In an instant, he saw a spirit-level puppet being overpowered without resistance by a dark shadow. The next moment, the puppet's head was bitten off. Oh no! It's a 6th-tier crimson demon scorpion. Zhao Wuji recognized the assailant and exclaimed in alarm. What? Yang Fan's eyes ignited with a mix of shock and excitement. The 6th-tier crimson demon scorpion was precisely the material he needed for refining Earth-grade puppets. Just as he was about to doze off, a pillow had arrived. However, this 6th-tier beast was indeed formidable. Yang Fan's spirit-level puppet had been dispatched in an instant. The crimson-hued scorpion turned its gaze toward Yang Fan and the others, hissing ferociously as it lunged forward with incredible speed, reaching the four in the blink of an eye. Yang Fan raised his heavy sword of dominance, pouring forth a torrent of spiritual energy and striking down with all his might. Clang! A deafening crash echoed as Yang Fan was sent flying backward. The 6th-tier crimson demon scorpion merely swayed slightly, effortlessly absorbing Yang Fan's full-force strike. How terrifying! All present were taken aback, their faces painted with shock and dread. At that moment, the crimson demon scorpion, realizing it had failed to kill Yang Fan with its first strike, let out another vicious hiss and charged again. Damn it! Yang Fan shook his numb arm and gritted his teeth to fight again. Boom! A thunderous explosion resounded. With the combination of the Duga 9 swords and the explosive step, Yang Fan unleashed his full potential. Even so, facing the might of the 6th-tier crimson demon scorpion, he was still mercilessly beaten and left in a state of utter disarray. From a distance, the others wanted to rush in to assist, but found they could not keep pace with the scorpion's movements. Hiss. At a critical moment, the Crimson Demon Scorpion let out a shrill hiss, its scythe-like pincers sending Yang Fan's heavy sword of dominance flying. Its venomous tail lunged toward Yang Fan, aiming directly at his vital points. Yang Fan. Han Bing cried out in alarm, wanting to rush over to save him, but it was too late. Yang Fan fell to the ground, helplessly watching as the deadly scorpion tail approached. Whoosh. At the critical moment, a graceful figure suddenly dashed in from the side, propelling him away just in time. Yang Fan then felt a soft, suffocating sensation. He nearly suffocated. After a while, he regained his senses and found his head resting on Zhao Ruoluo's bosom. Oh, Zhao Ruoluo gasped in surprise, stunned. Just moments ago, she had been closest to Yang Fan, seeing him in mortal danger. Without a second thought, she had leaped over, not realizing she would land so perfectly, allowing him to take advantage. Yang Fan was equally taken aback. However, being experienced, he quickly responded, "Thank you. No need to be polite." Zhao Ruoluo instinctively replied. The moment the words left her lips, she realized something was amiss. Wait a minute. This guy just took advantage of her, yet he says no need to be polite? Hiss. From a distance, the Crimson Demon Scorpion emitted a series of hisses as it lunged toward Han Bing and Zhao Wuji. Yang Fan hurriedly scrambled to his feet, grabbed the fallen heavy sword of dominance, and rejoined the fray. Zhao Ruoluo glanced down at her ample bosom, her cheeks flushed. But at that moment, she could not dwell on the awkwardness of the situation and rushed forward to help. The four prodigies of Huaxia joined forces to battle the 6th-tier Crimson Demon Scorpion. Each unleashed their full power, fighting with all their might. Hiss. The scorpion hissed angrily as Yang Fan severed one of its legs with a strike, causing its speed to plummet, unable to defend itself. It was on the brink of being defeated. Yang Fan's heart surged with excitement. The most crucial materials he needed to refine Earth-grade puppets were the scorpion's massive pincers and venomous stinger. If he could slay it today, he was confident he could create an Earth-grade puppet. Suddenly, the severely weakened Crimson Demon Scorpion let out a sharp, piercing hiss that sent pain through Yang Fan's eardrums. Oh no, the Crimson Demon Scorpion is going berserk. We must flee. Before Yang Fan could comprehend what was happening, whispers of alarm reached his ears. He turned in shock to see the scorpion's eyes filled with rage and hatred, now entirely crimson. Clang! Yang Fan unleashed a powerful strike, but it merely sparked and was deflected. His hand went numb. The enraged Crimson Demon Scorpion had doubled its strength. Damn it, is this some kind of joke? Originally, the four of them found it challenging to deal with a 6th-tier beast. Now, as they were about to slay it, it had gone berserk. How could they possibly win? Flee. The only option was to escape. Go, Zhao Wuji shouted, leading the way back in retreat. Yang Fan and the others followed closely behind. Hiss. The Crimson Demon Scorpion emitted a shrill hiss as it pursued them. However, due to losing a leg, its speed had significantly decreased, and it could not catch up. In the end, the four of them managed to escape in a disheveled but fortunate manner. Look, they've captured 4 Daxia pigs. A group of practitioners from the Sakura Nation laughed mockingly at their pitiful state. What a sight! A bunch of useless Daxia pigs dare to venture so deeply into Crescent Valley? What is that old saying in Huaxia? Looking for shit with a lantern in the toilet. Haha. Before Yang Fan and his companions could catch their breath, a group of practitioners from the Sakura Nation approached them. Upon seeing them, the Sakura practitioners began to mock and jeer. The Zhao siblings' expressions darkened, ready to retort, but Yang Fan spoke first. Hey, fellow practitioners from the Sakura Nation, beware. There's a formidable beast ahead. You must not approach. Baka, do you think our Sakura Nation practitioners are as worthless as you Huaxia folks? One retorted, observing their flustered expressions. I wager it's a 10-tailed scorpion or an abyssal bone dragon. Agreed. They're surely planning to call for reinforcements, so step aside. You Daxia pigs, don't delay us from slaying the tasked beast. The Sakura practitioners disregarded Yang Fan's warning and arrogantly pushed past him. Wait, the beast ahead is not a task monster. If you recklessly approach, you'll be risking your lives. Yang Fan called out, his voice filled with genuine concern. The more he warned them, the less they believed him, and they laughed at Yang Fan and his companions, branding them as weaklings. Moments later, the group of approximately 10 practitioners from the Sakura Nation vanished from Yang Fan's sight. Han Bing and the Zhao siblings were left utterly astonished as they turned their gazes toward Yang Fan. With an expression of innocent nonchalance, he shrugged and questioned. Why are you looking at me? I merely offered a warning, but they chose to ignore it and march toward their demise. What could I do? This seemed to hold a semblance of truth. Suddenly, before Han Bing and the others could utter a word, a chilling, desperate scream pierced the air. The group shuddered and hastily departed from this place of chaos. As the sun sank beneath the horizon, darkness enveloped the sky, approaching 6 o'clock. When the military merit rankings were about to be updated, by a lake in Crescent Valley, several prodigious talents from the Sakura Nation gathered. Baka. That Chinese pig named Yang Fan has surpassed me in military merit rankings for 2 consecutive days. Today, I must reclaim my honor, declared Matsuboku Miyuki. And that Hanbing. Today I, Matsuboku Miyuki, shall certainly regain my position as second in the rankings. The group, including Yamano and Matsuboku Miyuki, eagerly prepared. Fueled by the fortune of having slain 3 ten-tailed scorpions, which should earn them hundreds of points in military merit. Suddenly, the smart wristbands vibrated, signaling an update in the military rankings. The Sakura warriors were impatient to check their standings. Baka, what is happening? I have over 700 military merits. Yet I am still ranked 3rd? I have dropped to 5th place. Those Chinese pigs must be cheating. The mood among the Sakura cultivators shifted from smug confidence to frantic rage, their sanity slipping away. Meanwhile, a vigilant observer of the rankings, Koji Ichiro, was also fuming. Initially believing that their talents would surely redeem their pride in the second phase of the trial, he was incensed to find himself overshadowed by the 2 Chinese contenders. Yuki observed Koji Ichiro's antics with a mocking gaze, aware of the military merits amassed by Yang Fan and Han Bing. She knew that while Han Bing remained silent, it was highly probable that Yang Fan would still top the rankings after tomorrow's update. She relished the sight of the Sakura warriors in their agitated state, finding great amusement in their turmoil. In a tranquil forest, Yang Fan and his companions rested. Zhao Wuji sighed as he reviewed the updated military rankings. Those Sakura dogs are truly formidable, having dropped 2 places. At this rate, they may find themselves outside the top 10 by tomorrow. I currently rank 10th. And I never anticipated that the Sakura cultivators would be so numerous and powerful, nearly occupying the entire top 10. Zhao Ruolo chimed in, acknowledging. The competition is far more brutal than we imagined. Yang Fan glanced at the rankings, still holding the 1st position, while Han Bing likely occupied 2nd. This left the Zhao siblings feeling rather awkward. Who were you cursing earlier? By the way, Yang, what ranks do you 2 hold? Your strength surely surpasses that of us siblings, so your rankings must be commendable? Zhao Wuji inquired, shifting his gaze to Yang Fan and Han Bing. Zhao Ruolo shared his curiosity. I am 1st, Yang Fan replied. I am 2nd, Han Bing added, both exchanging glances as they answered in succession. What? You 2 are ranked 1st and 2nd? Brother, did you just scold the wrong people? The Zhao siblings' eyes widened in disbelief as they exclaimed. Once they realized that Yang Fan and Han Bing were not jesting, they fell into a state of despair, feeling utterly defeated. Ahem. My apologies. I've been cursing our own people. How shameful. Zhao Wuji stammered, raising his thumb in admiration toward the 2. Yang Fan shook his head, humbly downplaying the significance of his ranking. He cared little for the number itself. As long as he did not bring shame to his homeland and met the expectations of the leaders like Qin. Currently, his sole focus was on the 6th-tier demonic beast, the Crimson Demon Scorpion. Without this creature, he could not successfully forge the Earth-tier puppets he desired. Resolutely, he decided that he would harness his bloodline power if necessary to defeat it, for such an opportunity was rare and should not be missed. Shaking off his wandering thoughts, he examined his status. Name, Yang Fan. Realm, Mid-Foundation Establishment, 188. Spiritual root, ethereal root, devoured once. Bloodline, ancient emperor bloodline, purity 2. Physique, chaotic Tao body, martial skills, Duga 9 swords, earth rank beginner. Extraordinary, explosive step, earth rank beginner, perfection, puppet control technique, special technique. Proficiency level 4, 186-602-0000. Treasure, overlord sword, points, 42220. The proficiency of the puppet control technique was nearing level 5. With an upgrade to level 5, the success rate for crafting earth-tier puppets would significantly increase. His points had surpassed 40,000, and with a few more days, he would reach 50,000, enough to draw from the lottery. He anticipated the treasures he might acquire from the 50,000 point draw, as defeating other demonic beasts did not yield military merit. And given the prevalence of 4th-tier beasts in the heart of Crescent Valley, Yang Fan assigned the remaining 2 puppets to keep watch during the night. Han Bing summoned her 2 puppets to ensure safety on another front. In the dead of night, a thunderous roar of a tiger jolted the 4 from their slumber. Yang Fan sprang up, wide awake, and saw a spiritual puppet being knocked to the ground by a colossal dark figure. A hellish shadow tiger? He gasped. immediately grabbing his overlord sword and charging forward. Fourth-tier beasts posed no threat to Yang Fan, and after a series of strikes, he swiftly dispatched the tiger. He then expertly harvested its heart, preparing to craft a new spiritual puppet. With his advanced proficiency in the puppet control technique, the success rate for creating spiritual puppets was exceedingly high. In no time, a brand new spiritual puppet emerged before them. Wow, Yang, you possess such remarkable skills, Zhao Wuji exclaimed, his eyes nearly popping out from shock. His astonishment led him to exclaim a string of expletives. Beside him, Zhao Rulo also gaped in disbelief. Not too shabby. I've picked up a bit of a side profession, Yang Fan said modestly, feeling a bit shy under their scrutiny. Impressive, impressive, Zhao Wuji praised. Then added, by the way, I saw you harvesting the hellish shadow tigeress heart. Do you need its heart for puppet crafting? I have one here. Zhao Wuji produced a heart from his storage ring, and Yang Fan's face lit up with joy. Gratefully accepting the heart, he retrieved other materials to continue his crafting. 20 minutes later, yet another brand new spiritual puppet appeared. The Zhao siblings were left astounded, their jaws nearly dropping to the ground. Zhao Wuji was practically drooling with disbelief. Such an incredible puppet. Is your success rate truly 100%? Is this fellow a demon? With 6 spiritual puppets keeping watch, safety was assured. The next day, the 4 set out to hunt the 10-tailed scorpions and abyssal bone dragons within Crescent Valley to earn military merit. After all, the competition between the cultivators of the 2 nations was intense, with minimal differences in rankings. Each additional kill or failure to kill a target beast could lead to a shift in positions. There was no room for complacency. Hiss! A 10-tailed scorpion ahead. Charge! Yang Fan commanded, gesturing for the 4 fearless spiritual puppets to advance. Han Bing also ordered her 2 puppets to join the fray, armed with his overlord sword. Yang Fan unleashed a tempest of strikes upon the 5th-tier mutated beast, the 10-tailed scorpion, leaving it gravely wounded. He then signaled Zhao Rulo to come over and deal the finishing blow to maximize military merit. Yang Fan, are you truly willing to cede your military achievements to me? Zhao Rulo exclaimed in astonishment, taken aback. Han Bing also froze, her face a mask of skepticism. We are comrades, bound to assist one another. The disparity in our military accolades cannot be too great. You have the least accomplishments. You should take the lead, and when you catch up, we can switch to your brother. Let us strive to secure the top 4 positions in the military rankings within 5 days, leaving those little devils to fend for themselves. Yang Fan articulated his thoughts, leaving the others utterly speechless. This fellow dares to dream and to speak so boldly. However, given the current prowess of the 4 of them, as long as luck is not too unfavorable, it is indeed possible for them to sweep the top 4 spots. After all, Yang Fan is, quite simply, a powerhouse. Thank you. Zhao Ruoluo felt a surge of emotion. Her gaze towards Yang Fan now significantly changed. Beside them, Han Bing wore a wary expression, an ominous premonition rising within her. After slaying the first 10-tailed dragon scorpion, the group resumed their quest for task monsters. By evening, during their rest, the 4 had collectively dispatched 5 10-tailed dragon scorpions and 3 abyssal bone dragons. Yang Fan's military achievements, 1680. Han Bing's military achievements, 1460. Zhao Rulo's military achievements, 1430. Zhao Wujin's military achievements, 1410. The abyssal bone dragons were colossal, with sinewy strength far surpassing that of the 10-tailed dragon scorpions, yielding nearly 100 more points in military accolades. Upon reviewing their accomplishments, the 4 exchanged knowing smiles, eagerly anticipating the update of the military rankings at 6 o'clock that evening. They wondered where they would place. Chapter 51. The 4 prodigies of Huaxia dominate the military rankings. As dusk approached 6 o'clock, a sudden rustling of footsteps pierced the air. Yang Fan looked up, his expression momentarily stunned. Baka, it's them. Those 4 big pigs from Daxia, who ambushed us yesterday. Indeed, they nearly led us to our doom at the jaws of a 6th-tier beast. I shall not let this slide. From the distance, a group emerged from the forest, those practitioners from the Sakura Kingdom encountered yesterday. Upon spotting Yang Fan and his companions, they too looked up. As they saw the setting sun refracting in the sky, revealing the faces of Yang Fan and his group, they howled, as if they had encountered their sworn enemies. Yang Fan could not help but smile. He felt no fear. With an innocent demeanor, he remarked, Hey, I say, brothers from the Sakura Kingdom. While one may indulge in careless eating, one must not speak carelessly. Yesterday, I kindly warned you of the formidable beast ahead. You, with your arrogance, chose to ignore my counsel. Can you blame me? Beside him, Han Bing, Zhao Wujin, and Zhao Rulo nearly burst out laughing. This guy, they suddenly felt, was quite audacious. Nevertheless, he spoke the truth. Indeed, he had cautioned those arrogant practitioners from the Sakura Kingdom. They, relying on their numbers, had disregarded him, pushing past to advance, only to collide with the ferocious sixth-tier beast, the Crimson Demon Poison Scorpion. "Baka, you treacherous Daxia pigs are surely conspiring against us," shouted one of the furious practitioners from the Sakura Kingdom, suddenly drawing a katana and launching a fierce attack at Yang Fan. The strike was swift, precise, and deadly. Should Yang Fan be struck, he would surely suffer severe injury. Yang Fan's eyelids flickered as he narrowly evaded the attack. Swoosh. Even so, the sharp blade grazed his sleeve. Had it not been for his quick reflexes, he would have sustained a grievous wound. Cursed be the one who dares to ambush me. Yang Fan's countenance darkened. His previous restraint towards these practitioners from the Sakura Kingdom did not imply that he was easy to provoke. "Bakayara, what of ambushing you for Daxia pigs? We are numerous. You dared to conspire against us yesterday. Prepare to meet your demise." The practitioners from the Sakura Kingdom surged forward, encircling Yang Fan and his companions. They revealed their sinister intentions, their true nature surfacing. Han Bing, Zhao Wujin, and Zhao Rulo drew their weapons, ready for battle. Yoshi. Ladies, splendidly so. You two lovely Daxia maidens shall accompany us until the trial concludes, and we may spare your lives. Several lecherous practitioners from the Sakura Kingdom leered at Han Bing and Zhao Rulo, drool pooling at their mouths. "Huh, you think your numbers intimidate us? Let us see who prevails." Yang Fan waved his hand, summoning all his puppets. "Baka, what are these creatures?" The practitioners from the Sakura Kingdom were taken aback by the 6 formidable puppets summoned by Yang Fan, each armed and appearing quite fierce. "Kill all these little devils." Yang Fan grinned menacingly, issuing a command to his puppets. Boom, boom. Yang Fan activated his explosive speed, the sound of sonic booms echoing as he vanished from his spot, wielding his colossal sword. Simultaneously, Han Bing moved with equal swiftness. Her agility rivaled that of Yang Fan. Her weapon, a supple sword akin to a venomous serpent, was both cunning and lethal. The Zhao siblings exchanged glances, unleashing their full power as well. "Baka, you Daxia pigs dare to challenge us." A piercing scream erupted as the loquacious practitioner from the Sakura Kingdom met his end, his head rolling to the ground before he could react. Yang Fan, relentless, charged towards another practitioner from the Sakura Kingdom. In an instant, the area was filled with cries of despair. Though these practitioners were among the best of the Sakura Kingdom's foundation stage, their strength paled in comparison to the true T0 super prodigies. Yang Fan, Han Bing, Zhao Wujin, and Zhao Rulo were the genuine T0 level practitioners among Huaxia's foundation stage. Especially Yang Fan, who could vanquish a 5th-tier beast as if it were child's play. What power does a 5th-tier beast possess? It rivals that of foundation stage practitioners. Thus, slaughtering these practitioners from the Sakura Kingdom was akin to dealing with mere dogs. "Do not kill me. Do not kill me. My grandfather is the great river Benchu, and I have a beautiful cousin. If you spare me today, I will introduce you to her tomorrow, I beg you." The practitioner who had previously ambushed Yang Fan was now trembling in terror. Witnessing his companion's body strewn about, he prostrated himself before Yang Fan, pleading for mercy. "Your grandfather is the great river Benchu?" Yang Fan approached, kicking him to the ground and placing his shoe on his face. "Ah, yes. My grandfather is indeed the great river Benchu. Do you know him? That is wonderful." The Sakura practitioner cried out in desperation. "What is the great river Benchu to me? Do not speak of your grandfather. Even if it were the emperor of the Sakura Kingdom, your life is forfeit today." Thud. Yang Fan's sword descended, and the practitioner's head tumbled to the ground. He has never shown mercy to his enemies. In the distance, Han Bing and the Zhao siblings were taken aback by Yang Fan's ruthless decisiveness. "This fellow, is he truly only 18 years old? How can one be so unyielding? Why are you looking at me?" Yang Fan noticed Han Bing and the others staring at him in shock, feeling a bit embarrassed. "Are you truly 18? Zhao Wujin swallowed hard, tentatively asking. "Of course, the hatred etched into my bones inevitably stirs strong emotions." "Etched into your bones? What do you mean by that?" Zhao Ruoluo could not help but inquire. "Adult matters, do not pry, little one." Yang Fan offered no further explanation. How could he admit to being a time traveler? TCH. Just a little brat, trying to act all mature. Zhao Ruoluo scoffed. Buzz. At that moment, the electronic wristbands on their arms vibrated. Unbeknownst to them, the clock had struck 6 o'clock, and the military rankings had been refreshed. First place, Yang Fan, Huaxia. Second place, Han Bing, Huaxia. Third place, Zhao Rulo, Huaxia. Fourth place, Zhao Wujin, Huaxia, at the entrance of Crescent Valley. The influential figures from both nations, upon witnessing the updated rankings, were rendered speechless in shock. They raised their hands, rubbing their eyes vigorously. They could not believe their sight. The top 4 positions on the military achievements leaderboard were entirely dominated by Huaxia practitioners. In the Sakura Kingdom, the highest military merits belonged to Asakawa Senya, Yamano Juzenshi, and Matsukita Kiaichi. Several others could only rank behind them. Yuki's chest heaved violently, her delicate face flushed with a captivating allure. Her exquisite, fragrant shoulders trembled with emotion, overwhelmed beyond belief, as if in a dream. Yang Fan maintained his first-place position, which did not surprise her. However, what truly stunned Yuki was the sibling duo Zhao Rulo and Zhao Wuji, who had surged ahead, surpassing all the prodigies of the Sakura Kingdom to dominate the top, for alongside Yang Fan and Hanbing. Oh my heavens! What have I witnessed? This is impossible. Kojiro roared in fury, his eyes rolling back as he fainted from anger. Chapter 52. Hunting the Crimson Demon Scorpion amidst a sudden beast swarm in Fengcheng. At the star-gazing pavilion, night had fully descended. A group of elites, having foregone dinner, gathered anxiously in the grand hall, awaiting the military merit rankings for the day. Since the trials began, they had suffered sleepless nights, haunted by dreams of Yang Fan's ranking, fearful he might lose his top position. Though these seasoned veterans had previously agreed not to place excessive pressure on the youngsters, only hoping they would avoid the bottom, their hearts were nonetheless restless. Witnessing the astonishing and unstoppable progress of these 2 young prodigies, they no longer concealed their ambitions. They too yearned to surpass the imperial capital and claim first place, becoming the strongest dark horses of this year's trials. Do you think those 2 can maintain their first and second ranks today? They speculated. It's perilous. From what I gather, several top-tier prodigies from the Sakura Kingdom have decided to join forces to challenge the rankings. Regardless, the remarkable achievement of these high school seniors was a source of pride. Amidst their discussion, a messenger burst through the door, excitement evident. Qin Beihe and other dignitaries rose abruptly. The rankings are out. Report for head Qin. Just look for yourselves. I'm nearly overwhelmed. The messenger announced, projecting the rankings onto a holographic display. Yang Fan held first place, Hanbing second. What? Third and fourth were also cultivators from our Huaxia nation? What am I seeing? Our Huaxia cultivators dominate the top 4 spots on the military merit leaderboard? I must be mistaken. I'm old. Chun, slap me and tell me this isn't a dream. The elders were flabbergasted, jaws nearly hitting the floor. Initially, they had only been debating Yang Fan and Hanbing's rankings. But now Zhao Wuji and Zhao Rulo had also risen impressively, surpassing several Sakura Kingdom prodigies to claim 3rd and 4th places. By my mother, this is undoubtedly the best performance our nation has achieved in the trials against the Sakura Kingdom in years. Qin Beihe laughed uproariously, gesticulating wildly. The other Fengcheng elites nodded in agreement, marveling at the prowess of these young foundation establishment stage cultivators. That evening, Yang Fan, despite his commanding lead and top military merit ranking, remained modest. To him, it was merely routine. After all, at Mengxi High School, he was a super scholar among a group of elites. Dominating the leaderboard was a customary feat. His thoughts then turned to the 6th-tier demon beast, the Crimson Demon Scorpion, a rare creature they had encountered only once in 2 days. This beast was essential, providing the most crucial core material for Yang Fan's plan to forge a more powerful Earth-grade puppet. He resolved to kill it at all costs. Yang Fan shared his intentions with the group, planning to abstain from joining them on the next day's beast hunting mission. Yang Fan, what are you saying? We're a team. If you want to kill that Crimson Demon Scorpion, we'll definitely assist. Agreed. Brother Yang, that wouldn't be right. Without you and Hanbing's help, we might have already dropped out of the top 10. The others expressed their unanimous desire to join the hunt. Moved by their support, Yang Fan fell silent. The next day, the group set out to hunt the Crimson Demon Scorpion. Suddenly, a ferocious roar shattered the silence. Yang Fan looked up to see 2 4th-tier phantom demon tigers bursting from the forest. His expression stiffened, eyes gleaming with determination. Although the phantom demon tiger's heart could only be used to forge spirit-grade puppets, having 2 more spirit-grade puppets increased their odds of defeating the Crimson Demon Scorpion by 10%. Without a word, the others brandished their weapons and charged. In moments, the 2 phantom demon tigers were surrounded and slain. Yang Fan commanded the spirit-grade puppets to collect the materials before seeking a safe place to forge new puppets. With his mastery of the puppet control art nearing the 5th level, crafting spirit-grade puppets was effortless. Within an hour, he had successfully forged 2 brand-new spirit-grade puppets. In total, They now commanded 8 spirit-grade puppets, alongside the 4 cultivators themselves, greatly improving their chances against the 6th-tier Crimson Demon Scorpion. They set off to hunt the beast. Half an hour later, they arrived at the Crimson Demon Scorpion's lair. The beast emerged instantly, its blood-red eyes fixed fiercely on Yang Fan, lunging aggressively. Clearly, it remembered Yang Fan having severed one of its legs previously and was intent on revenge. That scoundrel fled last time. Now he dares return? I shall kill him. It seemed to declare. Yang Fan snorted coldly, unafraid, unleashing his full combat prowess. Yet, he noticed the scorpion was weaker than before, not only in strength, but also in speed and explosiveness. It appeared to have exited its berserk state, entering a brief period of vulnerability. We came at the perfect time, Han Bing analyzed. Let us attack together and end this swiftly. Wielding a ring-back broadsword, Zhao Wuji charged fiercely, his face contorted with rage. Zhao Rulo, wielding a spear imbued with spiritual energy, danced deadly arcs, her attacks potent. Yang Fan and Han Bing matched their ferocity. The 4 prodigious talents, accompanied by 8 spirit-grade puppets, unleashed a relentless barrage upon the weakened Crimson Demon Scorpion. The beast screeched in agony as it was overwhelmed. Seizing an opportunity, Yang Fan severed one of its massive pincers. The scorpion writhed in pain, attempting to retreat to its den, but Yang Fan blocked its escape with his mighty coffin-lid sword, exerting all his strength. Han Bing, Zhao Wuji, and Zhao Rulo, inspired by Yang Fan's martial prowess, struck with lethal precision, bombarding the beast relentlessly. At last, the Crimson Demon Scorpion lay on the brink of death, moments away from defeat. Suddenly, a chorus of beastly roars erupted nearby. From the distant forest, a tumultuous clamor sounded. The group's faces turned pale. Disaster! It's a beast swarm. Let us retreat, Han Bing exclaimed. Yang Fan had encountered 2 such minor beast swarms in Fengcheng before. Though small, these swarms could number dozens or even hundreds of beasts charging simultaneously, a terrifying prospect, especially in the heart of Crescent Valley, where even the lowest-tier beasts were of the 3rd rank, making the threat even more formidable. Yang Fan glanced at the nearly lifeless Crimson Demon Scorpion. Once again gazing at the various monstrous beasts rushing from afar, a sudden determination surged within him. Today, the Crimson Demon Scorpion must be slain. To abandon this endeavor now would render all previous efforts futile. Moreover, should the Crimson Demon Scorpion recover from its weakened state, the prospect of vanquishing it again would be akin to scaling a towering peak. Everyone, hurry and take cover. Yang Fan, what are you doing? Are you out of your mind? Zhao Wujin urged the others to flee. Suddenly, Yang Fan, wielding the Overlord Heavy Sword, charged boldly towards the tide of beasts. Chapter 53. The second activation of the ancient emperor's bloodline. Everyone was taken aback. Han Bing attempted to rush forward to intercept him, but it was too late. An astonishing scene unfolded. Yang Fan's eyes turned blood-red in an instant, and his aura surged dramatically. At that moment, the approaching monstrous beast slowed significantly in his sight. Gripping the Overlord Heavy Sword, he infused it with his spiritual energy, executing the Dugu 9 swords with explosive speed. Boom, boom. The thunderous roars echoed, magnified several times over. Like a specter, he wove through the throngs of beasts. In the distance, Han Bing and the Zhao siblings felt their hearts leap into their throats. Even envisioning the horrifying scene of Yang Fan being torn apart by dozens of beasts. Yet, remarkably, he remained unscathed. Swish, swish, with each swing of his sword. One beast after another fell, severely wounded. His frenzied power and monstrous eruption left them either dead or grievously injured. What on earth is happening? Zhao Wujin gasped in disbelief, his eyes nearly popping from their sockets. What he witnessed was astounding. This boy, merely in the mid-stage of Foundation establishment, had suddenly unleashed a terrifying power comparable to that of a nascent soul cultivator. It was utterly shocking. The critically injured 6th-grade beast, the Crimson Demon Scorpion, struggled to rise with a feeble hiss. The crowd snapped back to reality. Han Bing decisively declared, "We must slay this 6th-grade beast first." United in purpose, they unleashed their full power to eliminate the weakened Crimson Demon Scorpion. They all understood that Yang Fan fought so fiercely for the materials from this formidable beast. Hence, they needed to act swiftly to assist him. Moments later, the Crimson Demon Scorpion roared in agony as its massive body collapsed to the ground. Roar! Without a moment to catch their breath, the cacophony of the monstrous horde's roars filled the air. Their hearts raced as they tightened their grip on their weapons and rushed to aid Yang Fan. The 4 of them, along with 8 spirit-grade puppets, managed to withstand the overwhelming tide of beasts. Ding! Killed a 4th-grade beast, Black Bear King. Points. 88. Cultivation value. 18940. Ding. Killed a third-grade beast, Ironbone Bear. Points. 51. Cultivation value. 16100. Ding. Killed a third-grade beast, Bloodthirsty Wolf. Points. 50. Cultivation value. 11600. Unlike the others, Yang Fan's slaying of these beasts not only yielded substantial cultivation value, but also garnered points. At this moment, he was as fierce as a god of slaughter. Wherever he passed, the beasts could not withstand even 3 strikes from him. Clang. Zhao Wujin's massive ringed blade struck fiercely against the body of an approaching beast, sending shockwaves through his arm. Previously, he had watched from a distance, marveling at Yang Fan's effortless slaughter of the beasts, as if he could do so himself. Yet, when he faced them directly, he realized the ferocity of this horde was far more formidable than he had anticipated, nearly sending him flying. And Yang Fan, this anomaly, not only withstood the initial onslaught of the beasts with his extraordinary agility and strength, but also navigated through their ranks like a fish in water, leaving behind a trail of their anguished cries. How terrifying! How monstrous! Time passed, and the tide of nearly 70 or 80 beasts was ultimately annihilated by the 4 of them and their 8 puppets. The ground lay in ruins, trees splintered and shattered. Yang Fan stood amidst the carnage, drenched in blood, his grip on the Overlord heavy sword tightening as the crimson droplets fell from its blade to the earth. Clang! Zhao Wujin, witnessing this scene, lost his grip on his weapon, dropping it to the ground in sheer astonishment. He was genuinely shocked and in awe. Throughout the vast history of China, countless prodigious talents had emerged, but never had he encountered someone as extraordinarily insane as Yang Fan. Brother Yang, in my lifetime, I have never submitted to anyone but you. Zhao Wujin panted, approaching with admiration. Boom. Before he could finish, Yang Fan sent him flying with a single swing of his sword. In the next moment, Yang Fan, gripping his sword with both hands, his blood-red gaze fixed on him, delivered a fierce strike. Zhao Wujin's expression turned to one of horror. What kind of terrifying gaze was that? It was as if he were staring into the eyes of death. Zhao Wujin attempted to evade, but Yang Fan's aura locked onto him, leaving him no escape. He could only watch helplessly as the bloodied Overlord heavy sword drew ever closer. Brother! No! Yang Fan! The 2 women in the distance cried out desperately. The Overlord heavy sword halted just an inch from Zhao Wujin's head. Had it been a fraction of a second later, his head would have been severed. Apologies. I lost control for a moment and mistook you for a beast. Yang Fan's blood-red eyes gradually returned to clarity. He raised his hand and patted his head, retracting the Overlord heavy sword. Han Bing hurried over, concern etched on her face. Yang Fan, are you alright? I'm fine, just a bit tired, Yang Fan replied, shaking his head. Suddenly, his body swayed unsteadily, and he collapsed towards Han Bing. Instinctively, she reached out to catch him, but his weight and the suddenness of the fall caused her to falter. Thud! Yang Fan's head landed squarely in her embrace, a sensation akin to soft cotton candy with astonishing elasticity enveloping him. Yang Fan was momentarily dazed. Han Bing, too, was taken aback. Again? How many times has this happened? This scoundrel, can he be any more shameless? Sorry, Yang Fan awkwardly apologized, feeling even more fatigued. Before he could muster the strength to rise, he succumbed to a deep slumber in Han Bing's bewildered embrace. He slept for an indeterminate period. When he finally awoke, he discovered that night had fallen. As he lay there regaining his senses, he reviewed his attributes. Name, Yang Fan. Realm, Mid-Foundation Establishment, 3806. Spiritual root, Ethereal root, devoured once. Bloodline, Ancient Emperor's bloodline, Purity 5. Physique, Chaotic Dao body, Martial skills, Dugan 9 swords, Earth grade. Initial level, Extraordinary. Explosive step, Earth grade. Initial level, Perfected. Puppet control technique, Special technique, Proficiency level 4, 196-602-0000. Treasure, Overlord sword. Points, 51280 psi. The purity of his bloodline had reached 5. While this purity level enhanced his attributes across the board, utilizing the power of the bloodline could plunge him into a frenzied state, making it increasingly difficult to control. During the day, he had nearly slain Zhao Wujin. What if it happened again? Would he awaken in time? It appeared that possessing a powerful bloodline without the corresponding strength to wield it was not necessarily a blessing. At that moment, Yang Fan resolved that unless absolutely necessary, he would refrain from utilizing the power of his bloodline in the future. Awake? Han Bing asked softly, approaching cautiously as Yang Fan stirred. About what happened during the day, my apologies. Not the first time, Han Bing replied casually, immediately regretting her words. What does that mean? Has she become accustomed to this scoundrel's advances? Is she addicted? Han Bing, what is wrong with you? Chapter 54. The Cherry Blossom Nation's cultivators seized the monstrous beast. The atmosphere grew awkward and heavy. Yang Fan appeared flustered and at a loss for words, uncertain of how to respond. Have you awakened your bloodline? Han Bing hastily changed the subject. Yang Fan nodded, stating, yes, as the concentration of my bloodline increases. I find it difficult to maintain control during each use. After exchanging a few more words, Han Bing handed him the materials collected from the slain Crimson Demon Scorpion. Yang Fan's spirits lifted as he quickly got to his feet. He then retrieved materials from his storage ring to craft a puppet. However, he did not immediately attempt to create an Earth-grade puppet, as his mastery of the puppet control technique was still slightly lacking in proficiency, just shy of reaching the 5th level. Achieving the 5th level would significantly enhance the success rate for crafting Earth-grade puppets. Gaining proficiency in the puppet control technique was not solely reliant on successful crafting. Even failed attempts would yield experience. Thus, Yang Fan frequently used low-tier, inexpensive materials, deliberately allowing his attempts to fail midway to gain proficiency. After all, low-tier puppets had little utility for him at this stage. Crafting a multitude of them would merely waste materials without being sufficient to satisfy even the needs of mid-tier beasts. At last, Yang Fan's puppet control technique ascended to the 5th level. Elated, he adjusted his mindset and prepared to begin crafting an Earth-grade puppet. The materials required for such a puppet predominantly consisted of 5th-tier beast components, making the crafting process exponentially more challenging. Despite his enhanced proficiency, Yang Fan approached the endeavor with utmost caution and deliberation, the process advancing at a painstakingly slow pace. He faced numerous near failures during this time. Fortunately, his extensive experience in puppet crafting allowed him to navigate the challenges, ultimately succeeding. The moment Yang Fan successfully crafted the Earth-grade puppet, joy surged within him, nearly causing him to leap for joy. Zhao Wujia and Zhao Ruoluo awoke and approached him. Brother Yang, is this the Earth-grade puppet? Why does it look so small and less imposing than the Spirit-grade puppets? Zhao Wujia circled the Earth-grade puppet, a puzzled expression on his face. Despite its size, its strength is formidable. It could easily take on 5 Spirit-grade puppets without issue. Is that for real? Let me give it a try. Skeptical, Zhao Wujia wanted to test the puppet's strength. Yang Fan did not refuse. He was also curious to see the puppet in action, and having a sparring partner was ideal. Brother Yang, just to clarify, if it gets destroyed, I won't be compensating you, Zhao Wujia said, glancing at the massive axe in his hand, and then back at the small Earth-grade puppet. Yang Fan reassured him with a smile, don't worry, even if it does break, you won't need to pay for it. Under the guidance of Yang Fan's incantation, the Earth-grade puppet assumed a battle stance. Once both sides were ready, the contest commenced. Clang. The puppet's heavy iron sword clashed violently against Zhao Wujia's axe. Boom. In the next moment, an astonishing and unbelievable scene unfolded. Zhao Wujia's body flew backward like a cannonball, crashing into 2 trees before coming to a halt. Whoosh. The diminutive Earth-grade puppet, akin to a phantom, pursued him, its iron sword aimed directly at Zhao Wujia's forehead. Had Yang Fan not sensed the imminent danger and quickly called for an end to the contest, Zhao Wujia would have been finished. Stunned, bewildered, Zhao Wujia lay on the ground, momentarily unable to gather his wits. Brother, are you alright? Zhao Ruoluo was the first to regain her senses and rushed over. I'm fine. I'm fine. What in the world is that thing? It's utterly incredible, Zhao Wujia exclaimed, his excitement rendering him incoherent. Brother, are you selling this Earth-grade puppet? I'll offer 100 million. If that's not enough, I'll have my sister date you. Zhao Wujia scrambled to his feet, excitement overwhelming him. Zhao Ruoluo's expression stiffened, and she chased after him, ready to deliver a beating. You silly brother, what nonsense are you spouting? I'll make sure you regret it. Ouch. Sister, I was just joking, Zhao Wujia cried out, hastily begging for forgiveness. After some playful banter, the group once again surrounded Yang Fan's newly crafted Earth-grade puppet, marveling at its capabilities. Who would have thought that such a small puppet could possess such astonishing power? Based on its earlier performance, it seemed likely that the puppet's strength was not far from that of a nascent soul-stage cultivator. Yang Fan felt a swell of emotions. The risk he took in slaying the 6th-tier Crimson Demon Scorpion had indeed paid off. He was uncertain of what challenges lay ahead in the trial. But with his current strength, overcoming the trials against the Sakura Kingdom would pose no issue. The night passed without incident. On the 4th day of the 2nd phase of the trial, the morning dawned. The group awakened, ready to continue their hunt for the tasked beasts. The 10-tailed scorpion and abyss-bone dragon. Roar. A 4th-tier beast, the Black Bear King, appeared ahead. Whoosh. The Earth-grade puppet, wielding its heavy iron sword, lunged forward with lightning speed, leaving a trail of afterimages in its wake. In the next moment, the puppet and the Black Bear King brushed past each other. Boom. The massive body of the Black Bear King crashed to the ground. Instant kill. This scene nearly caused Zhao Wuja and the others in the distance to drop their jaws in disbelief. No way. No way. Incredible. A freak of nature. After a moment of astonishment, they collectively berated Yang Fan, labeling him a monster. This was clearly a trial meant for foundation-building cultivators. Yet he brought along a puppet with strength rivaling the peak of the Golden Core stage, along with 6 spirit-grade puppets comparable to late foundation-building cultivators. What was the point of competing? The championship was practically guaranteed to him. Everyone else might as well vie for second place. With the assistance of several puppets, coupled with the strength of the 4 participants, they were already at the T0 level among foundation-building cultivators. Thus, hunting the 5th-tier mutated beast, the 10-tailed scorpion, proved to be exceedingly effortless. The only challenge was locating them. Fortunately, Yang Fan had crafted a dozen or so Xian-grade puppets to scout for monsters, ensuring efficient progress. In half a day's time, the 4 had already hunted 6 tasked beasts. During their midday break, Yang Fan checked the military merit rankings. Due to their earlier hunt of the Crimson Demon Scorpion and Yang Fan's subsequent fainting, they had not killed a single tasked beast. Consequently, aside from Yang Fan, who held the top position, the others had all fallen out of the top 4. The best among them, Han Bing, ranked 6th. With only 2 days remaining in the second phase of the trial, they needed to catch up quickly. In the afternoon, the Xian-grade puppet responsible for scouting inadvertently discovered a cave. Numerous 10-tailed scorpions and abyss-bone dragons were spotted in the vicinity, clearly more abundant than in other locations. The 4 rejoiced, preparing to set up a trap to slay the beasts. Their military merit would soar. Suddenly, a group of around 20 cultivators from the Sakura Kingdom rushed over. Baka, there are so many tasked beasts here. You 4 Chinese pigs, get lost. This place belongs to us. They were shocked yet elated to find numerous corpses of 10-tailed scorpions and abyss-bone dragons on the ground. Emboldened by their numbers, they attempted to seize the opportunity. Why should we give it to you? We discovered it first. Is there no sense of fairness? Zhao Rulo's chest heaved with anger as she glared at them. The 20-plus cultivators from the Sakura Kingdom wore mocking grins. Ha! Why should we? Because our fists are stronger. Because there are more of us. Not satisfied. Chapter 55. If you want to die, I'll grant you your wish. I'll give you Sakura dogs a chance. Immediately scram, and we'll overlook this. Yang Fan did not engage in an argument with the Sakura Kingdom cultivators, nor did he attempt to reason with them. Having lived in this world of spiritual revival and cultivation for so long, he understood one fundamental truth. Strength is the ultimate justification. For these bullies who relied on their numbers, the more you reasoned with them, the more arrogant they became. Conversely, if you took their heads, they would quickly learn their place. Baka, what are you, a Chinese pig, saying? Who's calling who a Sakura dog? Damn it, the 3 of you may leave. But this arrogant brat must pay with his life. With a single remark, Yang Fan thoroughly enraged over 20 cultivators from the Sakura Nation. They encircled him, cracking their knuckles, ready to strike. Since you squandered the opportunity given to you, do not blame me, Yang Fan, for being ruthless. Eliminate them all. Yang Fan, disinterested in further dialogue, instantly unleashed 7 puppets. Simultaneously, the spiritual energy within him surged violently into his mighty heavy sword as he executed the martial technique Duga 9, swords to attack. How audacious! A mere bug from Huaxia dares to challenge so many of our prodigies? The brazen provocateur from Sakura mocked derisively. Before the words had even left his mouth, Yang Fan's heavy sword had already appeared ominously before him. In an instant, accompanied by a chilling scream, a head tumbled to the ground. Damn it! This kid is uncanny. Let us all attack and kill him. The remaining cultivators from Sakura were petrified, roaring as they charged toward Yang Fan. Whoosh! Whoosh! Yang Fan summoned several puppets, demonstrating formidable prowess, weapons in hand, charging into the fray, especially the diminutive Earth-grade puppet, which moved like a phantom, wherever it went. Those unfortunate Sakura cultivators met with either death or severe injury. In an instant, chaos erupted, screams filling the air. Kill! Zhao Wuja and his companions snapped back to their senses, their expressions fierce as they joined the fray. Since the mask had been torn off, there was no need to hold back. In past trials, many talented cultivators from Huaxia had perished at the hands of Sakura. It was time to reclaim some interest. The anguished cries of the 20 Sakura cultivators echoed relentlessly. Originally, they had relied on their numbers, acting arrogantly and oppressively. Yet now, As they engaged with Yang Fan and his three companions, they were horrified to discover they were no match for them. Especially Yang Fan, who seemed like a demon. His speed was ghostly, his strength immense, and his explosive force was terrifying. What the hell? This demon is truly a cultivator at the Foundation establishment stage? From a distance, the terrified cultivators of Sakura dared not linger any longer at this task-laden treasure spot, screaming as they fled for their lives. Yang Fan, adhering to the principle of eradicating the root, pursued them relentlessly. Not one would be spared. Total annihilation. Bah, a bunch of worthless trash. Given an opportunity and failing to seize it, deserve to die. After dispatching the last of the Sakura cultivators, Yang Fan sneered, spitting disdainfully. I do not harm those who do not harm me, but if one dares to offend me, they shall surely be punished. This is Yang Fan's code of conduct in this life. After exterminating those oblivious Sakura cultivators, the group returned to their previous cave to continue searching for the task's demon beasts. A day passed swiftly. In the evening, as they rested, they tallied their respective military achievements. Yang Fan, 2460, Han Bing, 2110, Zhao Wuja, 2090, Zhao Ruoluo, 2030. Yang Fan's military merit remained the highest. A unanimous decision among the others. After all, their efficiency in slaying task beasts was largely due to Yang Fan's contributions, accounting for 70% of their success. Without his extraordinary Earth-grade puppets assisting, they could not have possibly surpassed 2,000 military achievements in such a short time. At this moment, the four awaited the update of the 6 o'clock military ranking, eager to see their standings, whether they had risen or fallen. Meanwhile, at the entrance of Crescent Valley, Kojiro was full of self-satisfaction. It's settled. Based on yesterday's momentum, it was a certainty that the prodigies of Sakura would surpass Yang Fan, claiming the top spot. Ha ha ha. Yuki, how does it feel to know that your Huaxia will soon lose the top position on the military ranking? Kojiro provocatively instigated. Get lost. Yuki was in no mood to engage. At this moment, her heart was laden with worry. In yesterday's military ranking, aside from Yang Fan, the other youngsters had all fallen out of the top 4. This was unexpected for Yuki, although Yang Fan still held first place. His military merit was barely ahead of Han Bing. In the second phase of the trial, each demon beast slain awarded over 100 points. A gap of 100 or 200 points could easily be closed with just 2 demon beasts. Alas, this year's trial revealed that the overall strength of the Foundation establishment cultivators from Huaxia was still inferior to that of Sakura. The military ranking updated. As Yuki sighed in concern, she was jolted back to reality by a sudden shout. Ah! Yuki gasped in astonishment, stunned. First, Yang Fan, Huaxia. Second, Han Bing, Huaxia. Third, Zhao Wuja, Huaxia. Fourth, Zhao Ruoluo, Huaxia. Fifth, Shenyi Shizen, Sakura. Impossible. This must be a mistake. Kojiro erupted in fury. Livid and beside himself, Yuki, regaining her composure, let out a mocking laugh. Haha, Kojiro, it seems your Sakura cultivators are not doing so well this year. What did you just say? That the Foundation establishment cultivators of Huaxia are collectively weaker than those of Sakura? She wished to retract that statement. Kojiro's face turned a deep shade of crimson, as if he had eaten something foul, pretending he had not heard. Just then, a Sakura cultivator rushed out from Crescent Valley, panting and shouting. Kojiro-sama, it's terrible. The Huaxia pigs have killed many of our Sakura cultivators. What? The Huaxia pigs killed our Sakura cultivators? Kojiro's frustration turned to rage at this news. Yes, it was that Huaxia's top cultivator, Yang Fan, leading the team. Along with Han Bing, Zhao Wuja, and Zhao Ruoluo. The Sakura cultivator was part of the group that Yang Fan had previously dispatched. At the time, he had been suffering from an upset stomach and left to relieve himself. When he returned, he found his companions had vanished. This scene terrified him, and he fled, rolling and scrambling to report. Damn it, that despicable, shameless, cunning Yang Fan must die. Kojiro roared in fury. Originally, he had harbored a deep-seated hatred for Yang Fan, who had taken their first-place position. Now he finally understood how Huaxia could dominate the top 4 rankings. It was all Yang Fan's doing. Damn it, this little brat must be eliminated. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly become a significant threat to Sakura. Kojiro's heart was filled with murderous intent. Chapter 56. Drawing the Supreme I Technique. Devouring I Technique. Nonsense. Yang Fan and his team of 4 killed your 20-man Sakura team? Didn't you all proclaim that every cultivator from Sakura was a genius? How suddenly do you appear like mere chickens? Yuki exclaimed in shock, questioning angrily, though she was unclear about the specifics. The frantic Sakura cultivator who had rushed out from Crescent Valley to report the situation indicated that this matter was indeed connected to that little brat. Yang Fan. A sense of worry arose within her once more. After considering, she reported the situation truthfully to the leader of Feng City, Qin Beihe. Feng City, Stargazing Pavilion. The esteemed figures gathered. The atmosphere in the Grand Hall today was markedly less lively than the previous day, somewhat gloomy and oppressive. Sigh. What did I say earlier? We old bones should not place too much pressure on those two youngsters. Yes. We must maintain a calm demeanor. As long as this year's trial does not fall to the bottom ranks, it is already quite commendable. Moreover, that little brat Yang Fan was still in first place yesterday. We shouldn't despair and underestimate him. A group of people discussed among themselves, their spirits low. At this moment, an informant rushed in from outside. Reporting today's military ranking. Leader Qin, I have good news and bad news. Which would you like to hear first? The good news. We must hear the good news first. The good news is that the cultivators of our Huaxia nation have once again turned the tide, reclaiming the top 4 positions. What? Back in the top 4? The prominent figures were taken aback, their eyes nearly popping out in disbelief. And the bad news? The bad news is that Yang Fan has fallen out with the Sakura nation, and he, along with Han Bing and the Zhao siblings, has eliminated 20 cultivators from the Sakura nation. What on earth? 4 individuals took down 20? Goodness. Is he a demon? How did he accomplish that? Who did you hear this from? Is it reliable? The prominent figures leapt from their seats in astonishment. Compared to Yang Fan and his companions returning to the top 4, the information from the informant was simply explosive. Lady Yuji emphasized this matter in her report. She advised an immediate cessation of the competition between Yang Fan and Han Bing. As a certain Ichiro from the Sakura nation harbors murderous intent, the informant then succinctly recounted the events. Instantly, the atmosphere in the hall fell silent. Qin Beihe and the other prominent figures resumed their seats to deliberate. I concur with these 2 youngsters. They should abandon this trial. I also agree that they have performed admirably. The third phase of the trial differs significantly from the previous 2. It permits killing and seizing military merits. With Yang Fan leading in military achievements, he will undoubtedly become a prime target for the Sakura nation. After thorough discussion, the prominent figures unanimously endorsed Lady Yuji's proposal. Yang Fan and Han Bing are to withdraw from the trial. Even if this year they end up at the bottom of the rankings, it would merely be another year of ridicule. In contrast, these 2 exceptionally gifted youngsters must not encounter any mishap. That evening, Yang Fan, Han Bing, Zhao Wujin, and Zhao Rulo received the news almost simultaneously. The content was straightforward. They were urged to agree to terminate the competition and return to Huaxia immediately. What has happened? Why must the competition be halted? Uncertain. If I am not mistaken, it should be that our actions against the Sakura cultivators were discovered. It is likely that Huaxia wants us to terminate the trial and return for our safety. What should we do? After some analysis, the 4 began to comprehend the situation. After all, they had just dispatched 20 Sakura cultivators during the day. That night, a special notification arrived via their wristbands. Even a fool could guess the reason behind it. I refused to comply. Yang Fan stood up. So what if I do? Are we only allowed to be bullied while we cannot retaliate? Those cultivators from the Sakura nation had better not provoke me. If they dare, I will slay 1 for every 1 that comes, and 2 for every 2. A true son of the Daxia nation is a hero who dies in battle, not a coward who surrenders. Yang Fan's voice was not loud, but the overwhelming aura he exuded was utterly intimidating. Han Bing looked up, increasingly perplexed by the enigma that was Yang Fan. He usually seemed quite low-key. Yet once the Sakura nation was involved, he transformed entirely. His cold, ruthless demeanor made Han Bing question whether he bore a deep-seated grudge against the Sakura nation. A fine son of Huaxia, who only seeks to die in battle and never to surrender. Count me in, Zhao Wujin. And I too. I shall not lag behind. Thus, the 4 unanimously pressed their wristbands to refuse the termination of the trial. Just as Yang Fan proclaimed, if the Sakura cultivators dare to provoke us, we shall eliminate them all. As long as the higher-ups of the Sakura nation do not intervene, with their current strength, among the 2,500 cultivators from the Sakura nation, who could possibly stand against them? The night passed without incident. On the 5th day, the final day of the second phase of the trial commenced. This evening at 5 o'clock, the trial would officially conclude. All participating cultivators must return to the entrance of Crescent Valley for assembly. With only a few hours left, everyone exerted themselves in the task of hunting magical beasts. Yang Fan not only targeted the designated magical beasts, but also hunted others. The notification from the previous night instilled in him a sense of urgency. Thus, he sought to accumulate more cultivation points to elevate his realm. Additionally, by slaying magical beasts, he could earn points. The points lottery system was a significant advantage that allowed him to outpace others. Ding! Killed a third-tier magical beast, Ironbone Bear, earning 51 points and 17100 cultivation points. Ding. Killed a fourth-tier magical beast, Black Bear King, earning 88 points and 19940 cultivation points. Ding. Killed a third-tier magical beast, Bloodthirsty Wolf, earning 50 points and 12600 cultivation points. Although Yang Fan's bloodline purity had increased to 5, presenting potential dangers, it also brought advantages as his cultivation points acquisition significantly improved. During the noon break, Yang Fan opened his attribute panel to check. Name, Yang Fan. Realm, Mid-Foundation Establishment, 6911. Spiritual Root, Ethereal Root, Devoured Once. Bloodline, Ancient Emperor Bloodline, Purity 5. Physique, Chaotic Dao Body, Martial Skills, Duga 9 Swords, Earth Grade. Beginner, Extraordinary. Explosive Step, Earth Grade, Beginner, Perfect, Puppet Control Technique, Special Skill. Proficiency Level 5, 150550000. Treasures, Overlord Sword, Points, 58889. Yang Fan felt that at this rate of acquiring cultivation points, he could elevate his realm to late foundation establishment within 3 days. His points were nearing 60,000, ample for a lottery draw. Lottery. The familiar grand will reappeared before him, spinning rapidly. At this moment, Yang Fan felt a mix of nervousness and anticipation. What would he draw with 50,000 points? Ding. Congratulations. You have drawn an Earth Grade Advanced Skill, Eye Devouring Technique. The next draw requires 100,000 points. Eye Devouring Technique. An Earth Grade Advanced Skill? Yang Fan's expression stiffened as he examined the skill's description. Eye Devouring Technique. A top-tier eye technique that can slow down an enemy's actions and intimidate them. When cultivated to perfection, it can unleash the martial skill Soul Strike, severely injuring the enemy's soul. Chapter 57. Ambushed by a God Transformation Stage expert from the Sakura Nation. After reading the description, Yang Fan was taken aback. An eye technique? Cultivated to perfection. It even comes with the martial skill Soul Strike to directly harm the soul? Goodness. Yang Fan gasped, filled with astonishment and elation. What a treasure. Drawing it with 50,000 points was a bargain. Understanding. Yang Fan closed his eyes in meditation, comprehending the Earth Grade Advanced Skill Eye Devouring Technique. In just a moment, he was able to grasp its essence. This was the benefit of his extraordinary comprehension. If it were another cultivator attempting to comprehend an Earth Grade Advanced Skill, it would likely take 3 to 5 days to even begin to understand. That little girl Li Fei, as the second genius of Mengxi Academy, had decent comprehension, right? Yet when Yang Fan taught her the Earth Grade Advanced Skill Duga 9 Swords, she struggled for an entire morning just to barely grasp it. Not to mention Earth Grade martial skills, which are tenfold more challenging than Earth Grade martial techniques. After comprehending Eye Devouring Technique, Yang Fan could hardly wait to test it out. Han Bing, look into my eyes. Yang Fan slowly opened his eyes and spoke. In the distance, Han Bing, who was resting, instinctively looked up. In an instant, she was startled by Yang Fan's bizarre black and white eyes. At that moment, her mind went blank, sitting there in a daze. Beside her, Zhao Wujin and Zhao Rulo were equally astonished. Yang Fan raised his hand, and a leaf brushed past Han Bing's cheek, slicing through a strand of her hair before she snapped back to reality. Han Bing shuddered and leaped up from the ground, staring at Yang Fan in shock. Her expression was akin to having seen a ghost. What did you just do to me? Han Bing coldly demanded. At this moment, cold sweat ran down her back. Had Yang Fan been an enemy and had the intention to kill her, she would have already become a corpse. Such a terrifying gaze. I didn't do anything. I just comprehended a kind of eye technique and wanted to see its effectiveness by testing it on you, Yang Fan awkwardly explained. He was secretly astonished. This eye technique was formidable. It was a means to intimidate foes. Previously, he had not paid much attention to the wording in the attribute description. It turned out that this so-called intimidation was truly about startling everyone into a stupor. No wonder it was a high-level Earth Grade skill. It was truly powerful. How terrifying. I felt as though my very soul had just trembled. What? Brother, what did you just say? You were sitting there in a daze. And you comprehended such an impressive eye technique? The Zhao siblings also regained their composure, equally shaken. Especially Zhao Wujia, who, upon hearing that such a terrifying eye technique was realized by Yang Fan, jumped 3 feet into the air in shock. Well, sort of. Yang Fan's face turned slightly awkward as he offered no further explanation. He could not disclose the fact that he could infinitely draw rewards. That was his secret. Not even his own son could know. The others, having received an affirmative answer, looked at him as if he were some sort of anomaly. Originally, Han Bing and the others were the cream of the crop among their peers throughout Huaxia. existing as prodigious talents. Yet, within just a few days of being with Yang Fan, they felt utterly disheartened. Roar! Just as everyone had finished resting, a sixth-tier monster beast leaped out from the distant forest. The faces of the group changed upon seeing the sixth-tier beast, and they immediately summoned their magical artifacts. Preparing for battle. Whoosh! At that moment, Yang Fan was the first to seize the heavy sword from the ground and charge forward. The eye technique, devouring eye technique, was activated. At that moment, he was pondering how to test the power of this newly learned technique. He did not expect to encounter such a big catch. The sixth-tier beast, initially about to pounce, became momentarily dazed upon locking eyes with Yang Fan's black and white orbs. Clang! Yang Fan struck with his sword, leaving a deep gash upon the beast. Roar! The sixth-tier beast bellowed in fury and lunged forward, though it was initially swift. In Yang Fan's eyes, under the influence of devouring eye technique, its speed appeared to have halved. This sensation was somewhat akin to activating the bloodline power of the ancient emperor. But this power was under his control, not dictating his body and consciousness. Such an eerie eye technique. Yang Fan mused, evading the furious charge of the sixth-tier beast and countering with his sword. Boom! Boom! The sound of sonic booms erupted beneath Yang Fan's feet as he executed explosive step to its fullest potential. Each swing of his sword perfectly avoided the beast's counterattacks, striking at its vital points. Once or twice could be attributed to coincidence, but when it happened consistently, it became rather exaggerated and frightening. Clang! Zhao Wuji's large cleaver slipped from his grasp, falling to the ground. He was so shocked he nearly drooled. My goodness, this is simply too sinister. Such a powerful eye technique. Truly impressive. We, the so-called geniuses, feel utterly humiliated in comparison to him. The three of them exclaimed in astonishment. When Zhao Ruluo finished speaking, Han Bing and Zhao Wujin nodded in agreement. Alas, it was too disheartening for their confidence in cultivation. Roar! After about 10 minutes, the sixth-tier beast, whose strength was comparable to that of a late-stage golden core cultivator, was slain by Yang Fan alone. A mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator defeating a late-stage golden core expert? This shattered the worldview of Han Bing and the others, making it hard to fathom. Yet the undeniable reality before them forced their belief. Too outrageous. A monster. Brother Fan, do you need any lackeys? Serving tea and water works for me. The three of them spoke in unison. The two women had fallen into a state of speechlessness. Zhao Wuji's eyes sparkled as he gazed at Yang Fan, even calling him Big Brother. The group continued their mission of hunting monsters, busy until dusk. Upon returning to the entrance of Crescent Valley, a shadow suddenly darted out from the crowd, its voice chillingly sinister. You foul insect. You dare to kill my Sakura Kingdom cultivator. I will see you dead. The sudden danger made Yang Fan's hair stand on end. He quickly raised his head and activated the devouring eye technique. In an instant, the shadow charging towards him slowed to half its speed. Yet it was still alarmingly swift. Clang! Yang Fan summoned the heavy sword to defend, sparks flying. A torrent of power surged from his arm into his entire body. Bang! Yang Fan was propelled backward like a cannonball, crashing into a large tree before finally coming to a halt. Damn it! You Sakura dog, how dare you ambush me? Yang Fan rose from the ground, his face pale and ferocious, his eyes glinting like a venomous snake. Kojiro, what are you doing? Yuki instantly arrived, her face ashen with fury. In the distance, Kojiro stood in shock, unable to believe what had just transpired. He was a transformation stage powerhouse, and this was a surprise attack. Despite using only a fraction of his strength, that strike should have been enough to eliminate Yang Fan, this foundation establishment trash, yet it merely sent him flying, injuring him. Other cultivators were equally astonished, their minds reeling. This young man, who consistently ranked first in military achievements, was certainly not relying on luck. He possessed genuine skill. Humph. What am I doing? This foul insect killed my Sakura Kingdom cultivator. I demand his life. Kojiro, realizing his ambush had failed, placed the blame squarely. Damn it. You shameless old fool. Do you mean to say that only your Sakura dogs are allowed to kill us, while I am not permitted to strike back? Furthermore, it was your Sakura Kingdom's 20 cultivators who, relying on their numbers, first surrounded us for. As a transformation stage expert, how can you utter such disgraceful words? Do you have no shame? Yang Fan's eyes glinted like a wolf, showing no leniency. Even against a transformation stage expert, he dared to shout in anger. Chapter 58. Whoever dares to harm my Yang Fan shall meet their demise. You foul insect, seeking death. Kojiro's face darkened, and he struck again. His 5 fingers coalesced into claws, darting towards Yang Fan's head with lightning speed. This time, he showed no mercy, confident that a single claw could crush Yang Fan's skull. Humph. A cold snort echoed. Yuki instantly intervened, blocking Kojiro's attack and forcing him back 5 to 6 steps. You dare to strike at me, Yuki? Kojiro growled in fury, his face contorted with rage. In the distance, a murmur of astonishment rippled through the crowd. No one had anticipated Yuki's strength to be so formidable, even among transformation stage cultivators. Kojiro was among the best, yet he was repelled by this woman with a single blow, indicating just how extraordinarily powerful she was. Kojiro, do you think I, Feng City of Huaxia, am without defenders? Yuki's face bore a fierce expression as she continued. Very well. Today I shall witness what strength you possess, Kojiro. To dare to kill in my presence. Whoosh. Yuki's figure vanished like a ghost. In the distance, Kojiro's expression changed dramatically, and he retreated frantically. Suddenly, Yuki appeared silently before him, slowly raising her hand. Bang! The next instant, Kojiro's body flew backward like a cannonball. You vile wretch. I will slaughter you. Kojiro howled in a mix of agony and rage, retaliating fiercely. Yang Fan stood by, utterly astonished. Is this how battles among transformation stage cultivators unfold? How domineering and exaggerated. Each move was lethal. Yuki, with her alluring appearance and graceful demeanor, exhibited tremendous explosive power in her confrontation with Kojiro. Her voluptuous form moved with the agility of a dragon, her delicate arms extending gracefully, creating a visually stunning spectacle. Each strike resembled a deadly dance. What magnificent martial arts! Zhao Ruoluo couldn't help but exclaim. Ahem. Yang Fan cleared his throat. Han Bing approached and turned with concern, asking, Are you all right? I'm fine. I was merely injured a bit by that scoundrel's sneak attack earlier, but it's nothing serious. Yang Fan waved his hand, indicating he was okay. Fortunately, his chaotic physique endowed him with remarkable resilience. Otherwise, that scoundrel Kojiro's strike could have cost him his life. Crack! The sound of bones breaking echoed. Followed by a chilling scream. Yang Fan's eyelid twitched as he turned to look. At that moment, Kojiro had already had one of his arms broken by Yuki, leaving him in a pitiful state. Hiss! The crowd collectively inhaled sharply, their shock deepening. This woman is ruthless. An unparalleled display of fierce protectiveness. Koshichiro merely struck Yang Fan with a slap, and observing Yang Fan's lively demeanor, it seemed he bore no serious harm. Upon her arrival, she immediately snapped Koshichiro's arm. Yuki, seeing him retreat into the crowd, ceased her assault. Her delicate face bore a deadly expression as she declared coldly, As long as I, Yuki, am here, whoever dares to lay a hand on Yang Fan among you old relics shall perish. Yang Fan was momentarily stunned, deeply moved in his heart. In the distance, the formidable cultivators of the Sakura Kingdom, though their faces were ashen, dared no longer provoke this woman. After all, Koshichiro's broken arm spoke volumes. With the conflict resolved, Yang Fan returned to the Huaxia resting camp and retrieved healing pills to tend to his injuries. Shortly thereafter, Yuki arrived accompanied by several Huaxia dignitaries. Lady Yuki. Yang Fan rose to greet her. Han Bing, Zhao Wuji, and the Zhao siblings also stood promptly. No need to be so formal. I came to discuss your withdrawal from the competition, Yuki said, a gentle smile gracing her once stern countenance. Her tone was far softer than before, for these past days. The 4 youngsters before her had brought her countless surprises and unforeseen developments, especially Yang Fan. She could hardly believe he was merely a senior high school student yet to undertake the college entrance examination. Han Bing, Zhao Wuji, and Zhao Ruoluo's expressions stiffened as they instinctively glanced at Yang Fan, seemingly awaiting him to speak first. Yuki was astonished by their deference to him. This young lad had somehow commanded the respect of these proud Huaxia prodigies. Impressive indeed. Lady Yuki, I have no intention of withdrawing nor surrendering, Yang Fan declared. Why so? Yuki inquired, frowning slightly as she regarded him. In previous Huaxia trials, the Sakura Kingdom always held the upper hand. This year is a rare opportunity for us to turn the tide, and I refuse to miss it. I understand your concern for our safety and your fear that we might be lost in the trial, but I disagree. A fledgling eagle must brave the storms to soar the skies. A life without trials is hardly a life. Cultivation itself defies the heavens. Which realm, be it nascent soul, void refinement, or integration, has ever been achieved without weathering fierce storms? Moreover, those aspiring to ascend immortality must endure heavenly tribulations. In comparison, these present hardships are but trifles. If Sakura Kingdom cultivators do not provoke me, so be it, but if they dare, death awaits them, without exception. Though his voice was not loud, Yang Fan's words profoundly shook Yuki and the Huaxia elites behind her. They stared in disbelief at this youthful, stubborn lad whose insight belied his tender years. How could someone so young grasp such profound truths? A hum arose as everyone's electronic wristbands updated their military merit rankings. As expected, the four maintained the top 4 positions. Just as Yuki was about to inquire about Yang Fan's score, a roar of curses echoed. Bakayero, Yang Fan, you filthy insect, come out here. Are you cheating? No matter how hard I try, I cannot surpass your military merit. Several figures emerged from the tent. Yamano Jusa, a notorious troublemaker from the Sakura Kingdom, stormed forward, exasperated. Over the past 5 days, he had nearly been driven mad. Despite his relentless efforts, he could not outpace Yang Fan. His best result was 2nd place, and he had hoped that with more effort, he could claim 1st the following day. Yet, the next update saw him plummet back to 5th place, a crushing defeat. Whose resolve would remain unshaken under such circumstances? Your incompetence is your own fault, not mine. Yang Fan sneered mockingly. This remark drew laughter from the onlookers who had come out to witness the commotion. Yamano Jusa's group's faces turned a deep purplish hue with suppressed rage. What is your military merit? Yamano Jusa demanded, his countenance darkening. Just over 3,000. Yang Fan replied with a playful smirk. What? Over 3,000? Good heavens. I barely have over 1,000, and he has surpassed 3,000? Incredible. No wonder Sakura Kingdom cultivators can't catch him, no matter how exhausted they are. The strongest dark horse in this year's 5,000 Foundation cultivator trial between the two nations has emerged. Upon Yang Fan revealing his score, all present gasped in astonishment. Even Yuki's face showed shock and disbelief. To have exceeded 3,000 military merits at the conclusion of the 2nd trial stage was unprecedented in the trial's history, a true prodigy among prodigies. In contrast, Yamano Jusa abandoned his usual furious outburst, instead wearing a sinister, cunning smile. Chapter 59. Attempting to slay me and seize my military merit? Foolhardy. Yang Fan's eyes flickered with slight surprise, pondering whether Yamano Jusa had been so crushed that he withdrew into himself. Suddenly, Yamano Jusa spoke meaningfully, surpassing 3,000 military merit. I wish you luck surviving till the end. Haha. He then turned and left with a sly grin, followed by his fellow Sakura cultivators, who bore greedy, malevolent smiles. Yang Fan furrowed his brows, suspecting something, but soon a smile curved his lips. In this day and age, why would some people choose to court disaster rather than live peacefully? Back at camp, Yuki wore a worried expression. Yang Fan, I cannot consent to your continued participation in the trial. Lady Yuki, I refuse to abandon it. Yang Fan retorted. Yuki's face stiffened, her fragrant shoulders trembling with anger. This youth, emboldened by his top military merit, dared defy her? Don't be obstinate. Lady Yuki only wishes to protect you. Indeed, the 3rd trial stage differed greatly from the preceding ones. It permitted the killing of opposing faction cultivators to seize their military merits. With your merit exceeding 3,000, you will undoubtedly become the prime target of Sakura Kingdom cultivators. Behind Yuki, a group of Huaxia elites urged caution. Though Yang Fan was not from their city, as fellow Huaxia, they wished to see him unharmed. Seniors, rest assured. Since I insist on entering the 3rd stage, I am fully confident, Yang Fan replied with unwavering confidence. As I said before, if Sakura Kingdom cultivators do not provoke me, so be it, but if they do, each shall meet death. His self-assured smile was met with skepticism from Yuki and the dignitaries, who thought him boastful or overly arrogant. Yet Han Bing, Zhao Wuji, and Zhao Ruoluo believed him. Having witnessed his extraordinary prowess these past days, undeniably the foremost among those below the Golden Core stage. The Sakura Kingdom cultivators who avoided him lived to tell the tale. Those who coveted his military merit would surely perish gruesomely. Ultimately, Yang Fan persuaded Yuki. Though reluctantly, she could do little against his stubborn nature. That evening, Yuki elaborated in detail upon the 3rd trial stage's rules. This final phase spanned 10 days, during which the bound electronic wristbands would update 7 missions, each increasing in difficulty and military merit rewards. Notably, killing enemy faction cultivators would yield corresponding military merits, with the amount proportional to the number eliminated. In essence, the more adversaries slain, the greater the merit plundered. Following the 2nd stage, Yang Fan received an aptitude pill and a dagger-type magical weapon. He chose the dagger as it complemented the high burst potential of his slender, low-grade puppet body. At dawn, the group's wristbands updated with fresh missions. The 3rd phase, the final trial, has arrived as scheduled. Yang Fan raised his arm to check the mission on his wristband. Mission 1. Proceed to the Blackwater Marsh and eliminate the 3rd-tier mutated beast, the Mandala Snake. Time, 10 days. Total participants, 46, 565,000. Military merit, 3,051. Ranking, first. Among the 5,000 cultivators from both nations, nearly 400 have perished within a week. Only 4,656 foundation-building cultivators remain. How many will survive by the end of this final phase? Young Fan, what is your mission? Han Bing inquired, turning to him. My mission is at the Blackwater Marsh. Ah, your mission is at the Blackwater Marsh. Mine is in Crescent Valley. Mine too. So is mine. Several exclaimed in surprise. Meanwhile, Yuji felt a sinking sensation in her heart. Historically, the number of cultivators from Sakura Country in the Blackwater Marsh has always exceeded those from Huaxia Country. Very few Huaxia cultivators managed to complete all 7 tasks and emerge alive. She truly did not expect Yang Fan's luck to be so poor. The mission refresh point is in the Blackwater Marsh. This is troublesome. Seeing that his 3 companions were all in Crescent Valley while he alone was in the Blackwater Marsh, Yang Fan couldn't help but let out a wry smile. Such luck is truly unfortunate. However, he was not overly anxious. After all, the skilled have courage. Soon after, he bid farewell to the others, wishing them well, and turned towards the Blackwater Marsh. The mission duration is 10 days. After 10 days, regardless of whether the 7 specific tasks are completed, it will conclude. At that time, rewards will be distributed based on military merit rankings. On the way, Yang Fan noticed that cultivators heading to the Blackwater Marsh were predominantly from Sakura Country. A dark mass stretched out before him. Many Sakura cultivators, seeing Yang Fan alone, cast him covetous glances. After all, he was currently ranked first on the military merit leaderboard with over 3,000 military merits. If they could take him down, the one who slays Yang Fan would undoubtedly rise to the top. The temptation of being first in military merit. Who wouldn't desire it? Yang Fan glanced at the predatory Sakura cultivators with a charming smile. He then quickened his pace towards the Blackwater Marsh. To these Sakura cultivators, he was merely a moving treasury of military merit. And for Yang Fan, were they not the same? He had heard that killing many would yield additional military merit bonuses. He would have to give it a try? Half an hour later, following the coordinates on his wristband, Yang Fan traversed a dense jungle and arrived at the mission location. The Blackwater Marsh. Behind him, a group of about a dozen Sakura cultivators relentlessly pursued him. Baka, where is he? Damn it. He runs faster than a rabbit. Everyone, search carefully. He must be nearby. A group of tenacious Sakura cultivators, realizing they had lost their target, shouted in frustration. However, before their curses could settle, a cultivator's head rolled to the ground. Baka, that pest is behind us, launching a sneak attack. The Sakura cultivators were startled upon witnessing one of their companions suddenly decapitated. They then saw Yang Fan, who had somehow positioned himself in their path. Their faces twisted in fury as they yelled, "Sneak attack? No, no, no. You little devils are surrounded." Yang Fan sneered disdainfully. Huh, surrounded? Just you alone? Ha ha, you must be out of your mind. The Huaxia cultivators are just a bunch of foolish pigs. His words sparked laughter among the Sakura cultivators, who revealed their ugly faces, regarding him as a fool. Hee. You'll soon find out how foolish you are. Yang Fan's face radiated with a brilliant smile. In the next moment, with a wave of his hand, all the puppets from his storage ring sprang into action. As the Earth Tier puppets emerged, they swiftly lunged at one of the Sakura cultivators. In an instant, the one who had laughed the loudest moments before found his neck severed, his voice abruptly silenced. Baka, what the hell is that thing? How is it so fast? Don't be afraid, everyone. Together, he is no match for so many of us. Yes, let us take him down and seize his military merit. The Sakura cultivators were terrified. They roared, summoning their treasures to unleash a joint assault on Yang Fan. Huh, unaware of their own demise. Yang Fan chuckled coldly, unleashing his full power. Chapter 60, the T0 level super genius from Sakura Country, Qiangu. Boom, boom. Yang Fan's signature explosive steps echoed with sonic booms. His figure, accompanied by trails of afterimages, charged towards the dozen or so Sakura cultivators. Wherever he passed, those Sakura cultivators were either slain or gravely injured by his heavy sword. Several Spirit Tier puppets, in concert with the Earth Tier puppets, displayed formidable strength. A cacophony of shrill screams filled the air. At this moment, the 10 or so foundation-building cultivators from Sakura Country were horrified to realize just how terrifying Yang Fan's strength truly was. A dozen cultivators? Even 20 more might not suffice to contend with him. They were frightened. They were terrified. They wanted to flee. Yet their speed was akin to that of turtles crawling in the presence of the ghostly Earth Tier puppets. Yang Fan activated his eye technique, the devouring eye technique, perceiving the movements of the Sakura cultivators in slow motion. Killing them was no different from exterminating a few dogs. This battle, seemingly overwhelmingly imbalanced, concluded in a mere 10 minutes. The outcome was that Yang Fan eliminated them all. Huh, a bunch of trash, daring to come and kill me for military merit? Tired of living, Yang Fan spat on the corpses, hoisting his bloodied heavy sword, and walked into the depths of the Blackwater Marsh. The Blackwater Marsh is rife with peril, its danger levels several times higher than those of Crescent Valley. Upon entering, Yang Fan remained vigilant, prepared for any sudden beast attacks from the marsh. Fortunately, he had over a dozen mysterious puppets at his disposal. These supportive Earth-tier puppets showcased their value at this moment. They scouted and paved the way. Even if they accidentally stepped into hidden marshy traps, it would not pose a significant problem. After all, if the Earth-tier puppets were lost, he could always forge new ones. Thus, what others considered a treacherous trial in the Blackwater Marsh felt akin to a leisurely outing for Yang Fan. When faced with beast attacks, the spirit-tier puppets, acting as his bodyguards, charged forward without hesitation. If they were outmatched, they would call for help. The Earth-tier puppets would then step in to dispatch the foe with swift strikes. Yang Fan, the master, strolled leisurely behind, entirely unbothered. Finally, Yang Fan discovered the first task beast, the Mandala Snake. The Mandala Snake, a third-tier mutated beast. Without the need for Yang Fan as command, the Earth-tier puppet brandished a sharp dagger and struck decisively. Ding! Killed the third-tier mutated beast, Mandala Snake. Points, 58, cultivation value, 17,770. With the system prompt echoing, the first task was accomplished. At that moment, Yang Fan's electronic wristband vibrated again, signaling the refresh of the second task. Task 2. Eliminate the fourth-tier beast of the Blackwater Marsh, the black-scaled python. Time, 10 days. Total participants, 46, 015, 000. Military merit, 7, 888. Ranking. First, indeed, the speed of accruing military merit from kills is significantly faster than completing tasks. If Yang Fan recalled correctly, completing task 1 had yielded a total of 500 military merits. The additional 3,000 military merits were entirely contributed by those dozen Sakura cultivators. What a delight! If this pace continues, by the end of the 10-day trial, will he surpass 100,000 military merits? According to the coordinates, the black-scaled python was not in this vicinity. Deeper within the Blackwater Marsh, Yang Fan skillfully circumvented a vast expanse of muddy swamp, determined to press onward. Suddenly, a shadow darted forth from the trees. With a sneer, Yang Fan raised his mighty sword to retaliate. A deafening clang echoed as the impact sent him staggering backward. Pain shot through his chest, and upon glancing down, his expression darkened. A crimson streak marred his clothing, a wound shallow yet perilously close to his heart. Had he not reacted swiftly, he could have easily been pierced through the heart and met his demise. What an astonishing display of ferocity and strength. Yang Fan lifted his gaze, momentarily stunned. To his disbelief, the assailant was a girl with a doll-like face. Judging by her attire, she was a practitioner from the Cherry Blossom Nation. Though her appearance was rather endearing, her demeanor was frigid, and her strikes were ruthless and venomous. "You vile woman, attempting to ambush me?" Yang Fan growled ominously. Without a word, the doll-faced girl lunged at him again, her speed astounding. "Die!" Yang Fan's eyes turned icy as he launched a fierce counterattack. However, his sword cleaved through empty air. Yang Fan's expression shifted drastically as he retreated hastily. At that moment, a sharp blade appeared to his left, slicing past his ear with a chilling breeze that raised goosebumps across his skin. He was certain that several hairs on his face had been severed by the blade's edge. What a bizarre and terrifying speed and power, rivaling his own. Who on earth is this woman? How can she be so formidable? A flurry of questions surged through Yang Fan's mind. Yet, he had no time to ponder as the terrifying girl launched another assault. In an instant, he summoned a low-tier puppet. The puppet emerged as a fleeting shadow, charging forward. A thunderous crash ensued, sending the fearsome girl from the Cherry Blossom Nation staggering back. However, one of the puppet's arms was pierced in the process. Yang Fan inhaled sharply. His low-tier puppet was supposed to be invincible against those below the Golden Core stage. Yet, it could not even vanquish a foundational cultivator from the Cherry Blossom Nation and was instead countered with a strike. "Who are you?" Yang Fan's face twisted in fury as he demanded an answer. "I am Shallow River Qiangu, the one who will take your life." The doll-faced girl finally spoke. In the next moment, wielding her razor-sharp blade, she vanished once more in a flash. "Take my life? We shall see if you possess such capability." Yang Fan retorted with a derisive laugh, his inner energy surging wildly. With a resounding boom, he unleashed his speed to its utmost limit. pursuing the elusive shallow river Qiangu. Clangs of metal echoed as their battles intensified, and Yang Fan's astonishment grew with each clash. He realized that this cold and alluring girl not only possessed remarkable speed, but also tremendous strength. Apart from lacking abdominal muscles, she was akin to a formidable warrior. After a series of exchanges, Yang Fan's hands were left numb. "Look into my eyes," he bellowed at a critical moment. Shallow River Qiangu, locked in fierce combat with him, instinctively raised her gaze. In that instant, she was ensnared by the captivating allure of Yang Fan's dual-colored pupils, causing her movements to falter. "Huh, you fell for it, now perish." Yang Fan sneered coldly, channeling his immense energy into his mighty sword for a decisive strike. Just as he was about to connect, Shallow River Qiangu regained her senses and cried out. In a bizarre twist, her form split into four, teleporting around Yang Fan. With a powerful swing, Yang Fan's sword struck one of the Shallow River Qiangu's illusions, causing it to explode. The remaining three shadows surged forth simultaneously, launching their assault. Yang Fan's heart raced in shock. This girl from the Cherry Blossom Nation was truly extraordinary. Instantly, he unleashed his eye technique, the devouring eye technique, at its pinnacle. The three approaching figures slowed to half their speed. Yang Fan swung his sword once more. Bam! The figure he struck detonated. Fake! Yang Fan's heart sank. And he swiftly targeted another. Bam! That shadow also shattered. Still a mere illusion. What the hell? Am I cursed with such poor luck? Yang Fan exclaimed, realizing that despite 3 strikes, he couldn't touch the real body, which was still hidden among the illusions. He quickly turned, raising his mighty sword to strike at the true Shallow River Qiangu. Too late. Her icy voice pierced through the air. With a metallic clash, Yang Fan was sent hurtling backward like a cannonball. A terrifying blade grazed his body, leaving a gaping wound that bled profusely. Enraged, Yang Fan charged back, disregarding his injuries. This was the first time since awakening his spiritual roots and becoming a cultivator that he had suffered such a grievous defeat at the hands of a woman. Today, if he did not flay this woman alive, he would not be called Yang Fan. His dual-colored pupils shimmered with a bewitching light, slowing Shallow River Qiangu's movements to a crawl. Shadow clone, she mocked with a sneer, once again employing her clone technique. Instantly, her petite figure split into 4 once more. 1 true body and 3 clones, all wielding blades in unique formations, charged toward him. Yang Fan's heart raced, forcing himself to remain calm. This tactic was utterly despicable. He commanded his puppets to engage the clones. With swift movements, 2 of his puppets were swiftly dispatched. What? All of them are real. Yang Fan's eyes widened in disbelief. How could this be possible? Normally, shadow clones lack combat prowess. Yet Shallow River Qiangu's illusions could effortlessly annihilate his puppets, which were on par with third-tier beasts. Yang Fan's scalp tingled. At that moment, the 4 Shallow River Qiangus were upon him. Yang Fan unleashed every ounce of strength and speed he possessed. Bam! 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 With 3 explosive shocks, he obliterated 3 of the clones. The final Shallow River Qiangu, employing her previous tactic, struck at his head with her blade. With a clang, his puppet appeared at the last moment, blocking the lethal blow, and the 2 forces collided. Staggering back, the puppet was forced 2 steps backward. But Yang Fan narrowly evaded her deadly strike. Breathing heavily, Yang Fan stood there, his eyes cold as a serpent. In the distance, Shallow River Qiangu also labored to catch her breath, clearly not as unscathed as she had anticipated. Yang Fan's heart was tumultuous. It seemed that among the practitioners of the Cherry Blossom Nation, the strongest was neither Shan Yi Shizhen nor Song Bei Mu Yi, but rather this formidable woman before him. How terrifying. He possessed an advantage through luck, having drawn numerous powerful rewards through points and lotteries to achieve his current strength. But did Shallow River Qiangu also possess some hidden advantage? If she had reached his level purely through talent, she would indeed be a devil among devils. As they locked eyes, both panting heavily, they prepared for yet another fierce battle. Suddenly, a chilling hiss echoed through the air. From the nearby marshy lake, a colossal shadow emerged, stretching dozens of meters in length, its surface adorned with palm-sized scales. It was the 7th-tier beast, the Xianming King Serpent. Yang Fan beheld a colossal shadow abruptly emerging from the swampy lake, causing his pupils to constrict sharply. In a flash, Qiangu, the woman from Shallow River, hastily retreated. A 7th-tier monster. Its power rivaled that of a Yuanying stage cultivator. It was not something they could contend with at this moment. If they did not flee now, being targeted by it meant certain doom. Upon witnessing that detestable woman make her escape, Yang Fan hastily followed suit. Unfortunately, misfortune befell him. Hiss. The Xianming King snake paid special attention to him, lunging forward with a fierce hiss. Its speed was lightning fast. In the blink of an eye, it was upon him. Oh no! Yang Fan was alarmed, quickly commanding his spirit puppets to charge forward as cannon fodder. He then stowed away his earth-tier puppet and fled in the opposite direction with utmost haste. Creak, creak. After only a few steps, the sound of something crunching peanuts reached his ears. Without needing to look back, he knew that several spirit puppets had bravely met their end. Flee! He exerted every ounce of strength, pushing his speed to the limit, not daring to glance back. Fortunately, he had enough spirit puppets, otherwise, he would have ended up as a delectable meal for that beast. Upon reaching a safe patch of woods, Yang Fan confirmed that the Xianming King Snake had not pursued him, summoning his earth-tier puppet to stand guard against any disturbances. He retrieved healing medicine from his storage ring, hastily tending to his wounds. Hiss! Waves of searing pain made cold sweat bead on Yang Fan's forehead. Damn it! Xiangu, just wait. I will surely flay you alive when I return. As he treated his wounds, he cursed loudly. The encounter with Xiangu had doused his inflated confidence with a bucket of cold water, bringing him back to reality. Even with his advantages, he was not an invincible being among cultivators of the same realm. In a small place like Sakura country, a rival of equal strength had appeared in Xiangu. What of other nations? Ah, you Sakura dogs, get away from me. In the midst of his chaotic thoughts, a high-pitched scream, filled with fury, reached his ears. Yang Fan's expression hardened as he swiftly turned to look. In the distance, a tattered girl, barely able to conceal her modesty, was frantically fleeing. Behind her, 6 or 7 Sakura country cultivators pursued her, hurling lewd taunts as they chased. At that moment, the fleeing girl suddenly spotted Yang Fan and dashed over. Handsome brother, help me. These Sakura dogs want to assault me, she cried as she ran. Judging by her ragged clothing, she was undoubtedly a cultivator from Huaxia. In the blink of an eye, the girl reached Yang Fan and hid behind him, her chest heaving violently, her face pale with fear. Yang Fan glanced at her, his eyelids twitching, breath catching in his throat. Damn, such a statuesque and generous figure, clad in torn and revealing garments. Even a righteous man like him was struggling to maintain composure. Rustle, rustle. The group of Sakura pursuers had drawn near. Isn't that Yang Fan from Huaxia? One exclaimed. What? The one who stole our Sakura country's first trial ranking? Another chimed in. Oh, how fortunate to stumble upon a flower girl while chasing him. I heard his military achievements have exceeded 3,000. If we kill him, my military rank will surely soar. The Sakura cultivators recognized Yang Fan, their eyes gleaming with unrestrained greed. Behind Yang Fan, the disheveled yet alluring girl, Jiang Ziru, widened her eyes in disbelief. Yang Fan, the strongest dark horse from Huaxia in this trial? Incredible. He is even more handsome than I imagined. What a savior, she exclaimed. I heard he is immensely powerful, having already slain several Sakura cultivators. Fantastic. Want to boost military achievements? Let us see if you have the life to claim it. In an instant, Yang Fan's figure vanished like a specter, charging toward the oblivious Sakura cultivators. Damn it. After being ambushed by Qiangu, he was already brimming with rage. Now, a few foolish little devils were coming to deliver themselves to him. Get lost. Chapter 62. Military achievements exceeding 10,000. Leaders stand in unison, of course. We have our lives. The arrogant Sakura cultivator began to boast, only to have his arms severed in an instant. His wretched screams echoed throughout the forest. Baka! You dare harm our comrade? Seeking death. The other Sakura cultivators, taken aback, realized Yang Fan was showcasing formidable strength and dared no longer to underestimate him, roaring as they swarmed him. Meanwhile, Jiang Ziru's expression changed drastically. She immediately rushed forward to assist. Boom, boom. Yang Fan's explosive footfalls resonated, and everywhere he passed, the once arrogant Sakura cultivators were either dead or grievously injured. Their cries filled the air. Ah, my dear mother. Jiang Ziru halted, gasping in shock. With her charming yet alluring demeanor, she began to doubt that rushing to help would only complicate matters for Yang Fan. So powerful. Handsome brother, go for it. Jiang Ziru regained her composure, her face flushed with excitement, her alluring figure trembling with enthusiasm. It seemed she was even more exhilarated than Yang Fan himself. Baka, little wench. Die. One Sakura cultivator, recognizing Yang Fan's ferocity, knew he stood no chance. In an instant, he charged towards Jiang Ziru, attempting a sneak attack. With a swift motion, his head rolled to the ground before he could take 2 steps, his momentum carrying it to Jiang Ziru's feet, startling her. Minutes later, all the foolish Sakura cultivators lay slain. The world fell silent. Yang Fan approached, inquiring with concern, Miss, are you all right? Wow. Handsome brother, you are truly amazing. Jiang Ziru gazed at Yang Fan with adoration. In the next moment, she snapped back to reality and excitedly rushed toward him. "Miss, please don't." A wave of intense suffocation washed over him, nearly choking him. What the hell? Where did this girl come from? Why is she so wild and uninhibited? Terrifying. After a moment, Yang Fan finally extricated himself from the embrace of this bold and wild girl. He took a deep breath, nearly suffocating, and inadvertently glanced at her impressive form, his eyelids twitching. What on earth did she consume to grow like that? Not only he, but even women with curvaceous figures would feel ashamed in comparison. Subsequently, Yang Fan quickly dismissed his wandering thoughts and inquired about the events that transpired earlier. It turned out Jiang Ziru hailed from Magic City. Her luck during this trial had been poor. Her electronic wristband's task was set in the Blackwater Marsh. Upon arriving at the marsh, she hadn't even encountered the first task monster before being ambushed by a group of nefarious Sakura cultivators. Outnumbered and outmatched, she had no choice but to flee. "Brother, you saved me, and you're so handsome. I plan to repay you with my body," Jiang Ziru said boldly, her demeanor carefree and wild. As she spoke, she gazed at Yang Fan with a drooling expression. Yang Fan was taken aback. "Damn, is this gratitude or solicitation?" No. I, Yang Fan, am upright and not that easy to please. "Miss, please have some dignity." Yang Fan retreated repeatedly, unwilling to acquiesce. Ancient wisdom holds true. When a hero rescues a beauty, if the woman fancies her savior, she will offer herself as a reward. If she finds him ugly, she will make him toil like a beast. Haha, I'm just teasing you. Look at how scared you are. Jiang Ziru laughed mischievously. Noticing Yang Fan's face turn pale with fright, her alluring figure swayed enticingly. Yang Fan quickly averted his gaze, cursing inwardly. He seriously suspected that this shameless woman was deliberately trying to seduce him. Subsequently, under the persistent entanglement of Jiang Ziru, Yang Fan found himself reluctantly partnered with her to hunt the demonic beasts tasked to them. He was perplexed by the choice of such a wild and unrestrained girl from the sprawling metropolis of Magic City to participate in this trial. Was there truly no one else available? Roaring ahead, a black swamp beast emerged. Yang Fan, wielding his formidable heavy sword, charged forth and swiftly dispatched it with 2 decisive strikes. Following that, he continued his onslaught against the second and third beasts. Jiang Ziru watched in awe, her eyes sparkling with admiration. "Wow, handsome brother, why don't you come back with me to Magic City? I want to have kids with you." After spending some time together, Yang Fan concluded that Jiang Ziru was utterly infatuated with the idea of romance. With a furrowed brow, he pretended not to hear her. They traversed the terrain, occasionally halting to seek out the designated demonic beasts marked on their wristbands. Any other beasts they encountered were effortlessly dealt with by Yang Fan, causing his cultivation points to soar. Throughout the journey, Jiang Ziru remained starry-eyed, either gasping in astonishment or trying to entice Yang Fan to Magic City. He wondered if there was something amiss with her mental state. At 6 in the evening, Yang Fan's military merit leaderboard updated, revealing his rank. Military merit, 12268. Rank. First, by day's end, Yang Fan had slain nearly 30 cherry blossom hounds, propelling his military merit to surpass 12,000. Unsurprisingly, he maintained his position at the top. Meanwhile, at the entrance of Crescent Moon Valley, the powerful warriors from both nations were in a frenzy. The military merit leaderboard had refreshed. Unlike the first and second phases of the trial, the third phase allowed them to see each participant's military merit values. First, Yang Fan, 12268 military merit, Huaxia Nation. Second, Shanyi Shizhen, 4561 military merit, Sakura Nation. Third, Hanbing. Yang Fan's continued supremacy was expected. Yet the figure of 12268 military merit raised eyebrows. Even Shanyi Shizhen, the second-place contender, had only amassed 4561, an astonishing threefold difference. How is it possible for this pest, Yang Fan, to exceed 10,000 in just one day? He must have treated our Sakura Nation warriors as mere prey. I vow to make him pay dearly. The warriors from Sakura Nation roared, their eyes ablaze with rage. Although the third phase allowed the plundering of military merits from opposing factions in previous years, it had always been their Sakura Nation that held the upper hand, hunting Huaxia warriors like game. This year, however, the roles had reversed, leaving them disoriented and unwilling to accept the reality. The most outrageous part was that his military merit had surpassed 10,000 on the very first day. How many of their warriors had he slaughtered? This was brutal beyond comprehension. Yuji's mouth fell agape, her allure almost intoxicating. She rubbed her eyes vigorously, hardly believing what she was seeing. Yang Fan's military merit truly stood at 12268. Was this fellow a demon? Did he truly disregard the warriors of Sakura Nation as mere insects? Please, it's only the first day of the trial. Could he not tone it down a notch? His audacity might just infuriate the distant warriors from Sakura Nation to their demise. After calming the tempest of emotions within her, Yuji trembled slightly as she reported the situation to the bigwigs in Fengcheng, hundreds of miles away. At the Star Observation Pavilion in Fengcheng, the high-ranking officials led by Qin Beihe collectively stood upon receiving the leaderboard from Yuji. The following day, Yang Fan continued to work alongside Jiang Ziru on their tasks. Initially, he presumed the girl from Magic City to be nothing more than a pretty face. However, when she revealed her agility akin to that of a dragon, he was secretly astonished. Her strength was by no means weak, ranking T1 among the 2,500 cultivators of Huaxia. Throughout their journey, Yang Fan annihilated every demonic beast they encountered. Notification: killed a 4th-order iron-shelled lizard king, points, 88, cultivation value, 18940. Notification: killed a 3rd-order black water snake, points, 51, cultivation value, 16100. Notification: killed a 5th-order rampant giant ape, points, 166, cultivation value, 29800. As noon approached, Yang Fan pierced the heart of a 5th-order demonic beast. A surge of potent spiritual energy coursing through him, leading to a breakthrough. He had ascended to the late stage of foundation establishment. With his realm elevated from the mid-stage to the late stage of foundation establishment, Yang Fan's power saw a significant enhancement. He paused to inspect his attributes. Name: Yang Fan. Realm: late foundation establishment, 003. Spiritual root: ethereal root, devoured once. Bloodline: ancient emperor bloodline, purity 5. Physique: chaotic Dao body, martial skills, Duga 9 swords, earth grade. Initial level: extraordinary. Explosive step: earth grade, perfect level. Puppet control technique, special technique, proficiency level 5, 650550000. A devouring technique, earth grade, advanced level. Proficiency level 1, 6681000. Magic weapon, overlord sword, points, 11620. At this moment, Yang Fan felt confident in challenging ordinary 6th-order demonic beasts without issue. Damn it! If I encounter Sakura Nation's Qiangu, I shall surely reduce her to ashes. The memory of his near-miss encounter with Qiangu from the previous day lingered ominously in his mind. How leisurely! He scoffed, feeling a mix of indignation and incredulity at his own predicament while still harboring the audacity to flirt. Suddenly, a discordant voice broke his reverie. Looking up, Yang Fan's expression darkened. In the distance approached 3 figures, Shenyi Shizen, Song Baimu, and Qiangu, the 3 T0 level super prodigies from Sakura Nation. Yang Fan's gaze settled on them, the murderous intent palpable. You Sakura curs dare to take advantage of numbers? Yang Fan narrowed his eyes, a cold smile gracing his lips. One of you is more than enough for me to handle. Qiangu spoke coldly, advancing with lightning speed. Her petite frame belied her extraordinary strength, having proven formidable in their previous encounter. Yang Fan could not afford to underestimate her, drawing his overlord sword in preparation for battle. The clash of steel echoed as Yang Fan's blade repelled Qiangu. Surprise flickered in her icy gaze. She hadn't anticipated such a significant leap in his power in just one night. Yang Fan remained impassive, seizing the opportunity to press his advantage. Shadow clone technique. In a moment of peril, Qiangu unleashed her signature clone technique, creating 4 copies to confound Yang Fan. Eye devouring technique. Not to be outdone, Yang Fan activated his ocular technique, causing the movements of the 4 Qian Gus to slow to half their speed. Boom, boom. Yang Fan unleashed the Duga 9 swords to its fullest extent, obliterating 3 of the clones. Another thunderous impact resounded as he delivered a ferocious strike towards the last remaining Qiangu. Boom. Her form was sent flying under the might of Yang Fan's relentless assault, the blade she wielded slipping from her grasp. The onlookers were aghast, especially Shenyi Shizen and Song Baimu, who understood the true extent of Qiangu's power. This audacious lad managed to overpower her with sheer explosive force? Die, you wretched creature. Yang Fan's visage twisted into a snarl as he brought his sword down mercilessly. He was certain that should this strike connect, it would undoubtedly claim the life of this T0 level prodigy from Sakura Nation. Suddenly, a shadow darted in, intercepting Yang Fan's lethal strike. The figure was pushed back several steps under the weight of Yang Fan's overwhelming blow. In that instant, Qiangu seized the opportunity to retreat. hastily retrieving her fallen blade. Another ally to contend with? Come forth, let me deal with you all today. Yang Fan wore a cruel smile, beckoning the two distant figures with a taunting gesture. Baka, you Chinese pig, die? Song Baimu's face twisted with malice as he lunged forward. His weapon, a formidable spear, radiated immense power. Following closely behind was Asakura Qiang, gripping her katana tightly. Yang Fan summoned his earth-grade puppet, unyielding in his stance. The clash of weapons echoed as both sides fought fiercely, neither gaining the upper hand. Boom, boom. Yang Fan's footwork exploded beneath him, reaching its zenith. Each swing of his sword carried the might to split mountains and cleave oceans. Initially, Song Baimu was undeterred, attempting to match Yang Fan's strength head-on. However, he was sent flying several meters away by Yang Fan's blade, his face bruised and battered, leaving him humbled. Jiang Ziru wanted to assist, but to her horror, she realized the vast disparity between her meager abilities and the formidable talents before her. At that moment, Yang Fan was locked in a fierce battle with the two top-tier prodigies from Sakura country. If she recklessly rushed in, she risked disrupting Yang Fan's rhythm and placing him at a disadvantage. Ultimately, she could only hold her breath, prepared to respond to any unforeseen events. Crash! Another deafening sound erupted as Yang Fan forcefully repelled Asakura Qiang with a mighty strike. Suddenly, a shadow rushed from behind. Yang Fan, be careful! Jiang Ziru's alarmed voice rang out. Bang! Just as Yang Fan raised his sword to defend, an overwhelming force struck him, sending him flying. Damn it! A sneak attack? Yang Fan's face paled, his eyes burning with fury. The assailant who had just ambushed him was none other than the previously inactive Shanyi Shizen. Yang Fan, are you alright? Jiang Ziru rushed over, her expression tense. Cough. I'm fine. Yang Fan shook his head, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. His gaze remained fixed on the three super prodigies from Sakura country in the distance. Insect, do you remember what I told you the other day? Good luck. Hope you can survive until the trial ends. Unfortunately, your luck has run out. You won't make it to the end of the trial, haha. Shanyi Shizen grinned wickedly, relishing the moment. Whether I survive or not is not for you to decide. Yang Fan took a deep breath, gripping his heavy sword tightly, and launched himself into the fray. Seeing this, Jiang Ziru prepared her own weapon to assist. Sister Ziru, you don't need to help me. Focus on protecting yourself. Yang Fan's words left Jiang Ziru frozen in place. Before she could gather her thoughts, Yang Fan was already engaged in battle with the 3T0 level prodigies from Sakura country. Crash, crash, bang. Despite Yang Fan's strength, facing 3T0 level adversaries simultaneously was a brutal challenge, leaving him battered and bloodied. In an instant, he was covered in wounds. Jiang Ziru could no longer hold back. Gritting her teeth, she charged forward to assist. While she might not be able to match the three prodigies, she could at least distract one. However, just as she was halfway there, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Boom. The strongest among the three, Shanyi Shizen, was sent flying by Yang Fan's strike, crashing dozens of meters away. At that moment, Yang Fan's eyes glowed a fierce crimson, his hair standing on end without wind. His aura surged dramatically. The sound of cracking bones echoed ominously. It was truly terrifying. Chapter 64, Slaying the Super Prodigy Song Baimu. What is happening? Jiang Ziru halted abruptly. Aghast, not only her, but the distant Shanyi Shizen and his companions were also struck with shock. Damn it, how dare you ambush me? I will make you pay. Yang Fan wore a sadistic smile, licking his cracked lips. In the next instant, he stepped forward, closing the distance to Shanyi Shizen in a flash. Baka, how could your strength suddenly increase so much? Shanyi Shizen exclaimed in fear, his voice rising in panic. Bang! Yang Fan swung his sword again. Crack! Shanyi Shizen's weapon shattered instantly. He was sent flying once more, spewing blood midair. Clearly, Yang Fan's relentless assault had severely wounded him. Yang Fan did not linger or respond. His blood-red eyes were cold and merciless, as if gazing at a corpse. In the next moment, he aimed to finish off this Sakura dog. Shadow clone. Asakura Qiang's voice rang out, and her figure split into four. Bang, bang, bang. Three loud explosions followed as Yang Fan obliterated Asakura Qiang's clones. Humph. The real her let out a pained gasp. Bang. Asakura Qiang's body flew backward like a bullet, her complexion turning ashen, blood trickling from her lips. Yet, despite her grievous injuries from Yang Fan's strike, she managed to save her companion, Shanyi Shizen, from death. Shanyi Shizen, shaken, looked at Yang Fan with eyes filled with terror, as if he were a demon from hell. He was truly frightened. Whoosh. At that moment, realizing the peril, Song Baimu attempted to flee. Escape? Yang Fan sneered coldly. Did I permit you to leave? Leave your life behind. In an instant, Yang Fan pursued him, moving with ghostly speed, utterly terrifying. Thud. A dull thud echoed as Song Baimu's head rolled to the ground. Song Baimu. Asakura Kyang's expression shifted dramatically, her eyes burning with fury and hatred as she glared at Yang Fan. Yang Fan kicked Song Baimu's corpse aside and turned back. He aimed to L suddenly. He found himself in a daze, lying on a stone, his head resting against Jiang Ziru's long, beautiful legs. Jiang Ziru appeared lost in thought, unaware of his awakening. Yang Fan hastily closed his eyes again. What to do? Should he pretend to be asleep or get up quickly? However, he had to admit, Jiang Ziru's legs were indeed soft and comfortable to rest upon. Awake, little brother? Still pretending to sleep? Aren't you getting up? Jiang Ziru's slightly resentful voice broke through his thoughts, causing Yang Fan's expression to stiffen. He quickly sprang up, feeling embarrassed. Thank you, Sister Ziru, he muttered, his mind racing. What a predicament. He had just woken up and was caught red-handed. Would Jiang Ziru think he was trying to take advantage of her? Simply expressing gratitude with words won't do. Would you consider a more tangible gesture, perhaps pledging yourself to repay my life-saving favor? Jiang Ziru said teasingly, deliberately tugging at her thin clothing, revealing her alluring, fair shoulder. In an instant, Yang Fan found it hard to breathe. This girl from the bustling metropolis was certainly different, wild and unrestrained. Sister Ziru, no. I'll work hard for you. I'll be your servant. Yang Fan waved his hands frantically, shaking his head like a rattle. But Jiang Ziru, undeterred, became even bolder, leaving Yang Fan on the verge of tears. After some playful banter, Yang Fan checked his injuries. Fortunately, they were not serious. He then rose from the ground, ready to continue his trial. How is it possible that your body heals so quickly? Are you made of iron? Jiang Ziru thought, bewildered. Earlier, she had helped bandage his wounds, and it had only been a short time. He looked rejuvenated. I suppose my physique is just a bit special. Let us not dwell on the details. Yang Fan replied awkwardly, fully aware that his rapid recovery was due to the benefits of the Chaos Dao body. As evening approached, while Yang Fan assisted Jiang Ziru in slaying a task monster, they unexpectedly encountered a group of practitioners from the land of cherry blossoms. I recognize these cherry blossom dogs. They stole several of our task monsters during the trial at Crescent Valley. Despicable. Jiang Ziru exclaimed in anger upon recognizing the group. She had the potential to rank in the top 10 of the second phase trials, but these bullies had robbed her of several monsters, causing her rank to plummet outside the top 20. Fear not, Sister Ziru. I will help you reclaim what they've taken and propel you into the top 5. Yang Fan grinned mischievously. In the next moment, he charged forward with his sword like a specter. Hey, you filthy pig from Huaxia, where did you pop up from? Everyone. Attack. Kill these two great Xia pigs. The distant practitioners from the land of cherry blossoms suddenly found themselves ambushed, their enraged screams echoing. As they realized they were facing two Huaxia pests, they hastily summoned their treasures, sneering as they approached. However, when they truly engaged, they were horrified to discover Yang Fan's formidable strength. In his wake, none of the cherry blossom practitioners stood a chance. A chorus of piteous wails ensued. At that moment, Jiang Ziru regained her composure, summoned her treasure, and rushed in to deliver the finishing blows. Yang Fan had promised to help her reclaim her stolen merits and elevate her ranking. He wasn't joking. He left the nearly defeated cherry blossom practitioners for Jiang Ziru, who swiftly dispatched them with 2 strikes, watching her merits soar dramatically on her electronic wristband. This delighted Jiang Ziru. Finally, just before the military merit list updated at 6 o'clock, the two concluded their one-sided slaughter. Wow, handsome brother, I'm second in military merit. Oh my, am I dreaming? Just yesterday, I was 22nd. Jiang Ziru exclaimed excitedly as she checked her wristband. In the next instant, without considering whether Yang Fan was willing, she dashed over and planted a kiss on his cheek. Whoa, Sister Ziru, how can you be so bold? Yang Fan was taken aback. Goodness, are all the girls nowadays so forward? Oh dear brother, I'm so sorry. I got a bit carried away with excitement. How about this? If you're unwilling, you could kiss me back? Jiang Ziru said, her eyes shining with mischief, making Yang Fan instinctively clutch his clothes tighter. What? Kiss back? Is that even an option? Meanwhile, at the entrance of Crescent Valley, a group of high-ranking figures from Huaxia wore expressions of disbelief. Jiang Ziru. Which city is she from? They were puzzled. Having not seen her in the top 20 previously, how had she suddenly surged to second place, surpassing numerous prodigies from the land of cherry blossoms? Was this year truly a showcase of Huaxia's exceptional talents? The prominent figures exchanged astonished glances, a mix of shock and excitement filling their hearts. Jiang Ziru. Yuji's expression turned skeptical. She then sought out Zhao Filong in the crowd. Zhao Filong, the head of the Magic City. Are you telling me this Jiang Ziru is the granddaughter of Jiang Tianyi, your Magic City leader? Cough. Don't give me that look. I have no idea what is going on. Previously, this girl had decent potential, but her best rank was only 18th. Who knows what happened for her to leap from outside the top 20 to second place? Zhao Filong replied, still bewildered, having rubbed his eyes several times in disbelief. He couldn't have misread. Jiang Ziru was indeed second. Goodness. Was this an extraordinary performance? He needed to report this to head Jiang immediately. Surely. He would be overjoyed to learn that his precious granddaughter had outperformed numerous prodigies from the land of cherry blossoms, achieving second place on the merit list. The practitioners from the land of cherry blossoms wore grim expressions. What the hell? This year's trial has been a nightmare. Watching the merit rankings feels worse than eating dirt. Whereas Matsubayaki, one of our 3 top prodigies, he used to be firmly in the top 10. They searched through the rankings in vain for his name. Hey, you Huaxia pigs, give us an explanation. It must be that Jiang Ziru who killed our prodigy Matsubayaki. The cherry blossom practitioners yelled, their tone aggressive. If an ordinary practitioner had perished, it would have been unfortunate, but Matsubayaki was different. Not only was he the nephew of the emperor, but he was also one of their 3T0 level super prodigies. And now, just 2 days into the second phase of the trial, he was gone? If the emperor's wrath fell upon them, who could bear the responsibility? The Huaxia group was equally bewildered, staring at the ranking list for a long time, realizing that he was indeed missing. At that moment, they were unsure whether to revel in their misfortune or to be shocked. Zhao Filong leaped up, his voice louder than that of the cherry blossom practitioners. Stop your nonsense, or I'll sue you for defamation. Our Magic City's top prodigy Jiang Ziru claimed second place purely based on her strength, surpassing your cherry blossom prodigies. To be honest, even Zhao Filong found it hard to believe his own words. Jiang Ziru, that whimsical little girl, is well aware of her own capabilities. In comparison to the top-tier prodigies like Matsubayaki from the land of cherry blossoms and Shaniabing from Songbei, she undoubtedly falls short. That said, how did Matsubayaki, one of the super prodigies from the land of cherry blossoms, meet his demise? Meanwhile, the powerful figures of both nations stand on the brink of confrontation, their eyes ablaze with hostility. On the other hand, Yang Fan and Jiang Ziru, having spent the day hunting demon beasts, seek refuge in a relatively safe location to rest. Yang Fan's task on his wristband has only 2 remaining. If all goes smoothly, he will complete it by tomorrow. Jiang Ziru, too, has just 3 tasks left. As dawn breaks, the 2 awaken and resume their hunt for the designated demon beasts. Upon completing task 6, Yang Fan is taken aback when he sees task 7 refresh on his wristband. Task 7. Hunt the 7th order demon beast, the Xianming King Snake of the Blackwater Marsh. Time, 10 days. Total participants, 39, 615, 000. Military merit, 18, 111. Ranking, first place, a 7th order demon beast, the Xianming King Snake? How absurd. To expect someone who has just broken through to the late Foundation establishment stage to hunt a 7th order demon beast? Is this a joke? At this moment, Yang Fan's heart is heavy with concern. He recalls his first encounter with Matsubayaki from the land of cherry blossoms, where he faced that very 7th order demon beast, the Xianming King Snake. The creature's strength rivals that of a nascent soul cultivator, and with his current capabilities, attempting to confront it would be tantamount to courting death. Alas, it seems that the final phase of this trial will end in failure. What a pity. Yang Fan shakes his head with a sigh. Subsequently, he accompanies Jiang Ziru to complete her wristband tasks. On their journey, Yang Fan is taken aback to discover that, perhaps due to Jiang Ziru's lower military merit, her refreshed tasks are significantly simpler than his. This only serves to deepen his discontent. What kind of wristband is this, treating them so differently? What happened to gender equality? Suddenly, a poisonous lizard leaps out ahead. A 6th order demon beast, the Crimson Demon Scorpion? Yang Fan exclaims in excitement. The 6th order Crimson Demon Scorpion is precisely the crucial material he needs to refine Earth-grade puppets. Just moments ago, he was lamenting the impossibility of completing the ultimate task of hunting the 7th order Xianming King Snake. Now, the unexpected appearance of the 6th order Crimson Demon Scorpion has reignited his hope. Chapter 66. Those who harm my compatriots will face tenfold retribution. Now, Yang Fan possesses 1 Earth-grade puppet. If he can refine 3 or more, combined with his own strength, he will undoubtedly have a fighting chance against the 7th order Xianming King Snake. Brother, why are you so excited about encountering a demon beast? You don't have any peculiar preferences, do you? Jiang Ziru asks cautiously, her eyes filled with apprehension. Get lost. I'm simply thrilled to have discovered materials for refining Earth-grade puppets. Yang Fan shoots her a glare before charging forward to strike. Despite the formidable strength of the 6th Order Crimson Demon Scorpion, Yang Fan is no longer the novice he was just days ago. His power has surged dramatically, and with the assistance of an Earth-grade puppet, victory is within his grasp. In less than 10 minutes, the suddenly appearing 6th Order Crimson Demon Scorpion meets its end. Ding! Killed 6th Order Demon Beast, Crimson Demon Scorpion. Points, 221, cultivation value, 49,900. After defeating the Crimson Demon Scorpion, Yang Fan promptly commands his Earth-grade puppet to gather materials. He then retrieves the assorted materials he had previously collected from his storage ring and begins the process of refining an Earth-grade puppet. His proficiency in the puppet control technique has now reached the 5th level. While he cannot guarantee 100% success in refining an Earth-grade puppet, the success rate is at least 80%. Meanwhile, Jiang Ziru watches in wide-eyed curiosity. Earlier, she was astonished by Yang Fan's puppet skills, unaware of where he had acquired such talents. Success. After about an hour, a brand new Earth-grade puppet stands before Jiang Ziru. Wow, little brother Fan, you're amazing. Jiang Ziru exclaims, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Of course. Haha. Yang Fan basks in her praise, feeling quite pleased with himself. Little brother Fan, do you sell such impressive puppets? I want to buy one as a bodyguard. I don't have much money on me. How about I offer my body as collateral? Jiang Ziru shyly proposes, leaning forward. In an instant, Yang Fan is confronted with an unfathomable chasm. A mere glance causes his nose to bleed profusely. Oh my. This is a matter of life and death. Sister Ziru, please, don't do that. I, Yang Fan, am not that shallow. Yang Fan, terrified, retreats hastily, only to stumble into a muddy pit behind him. Splash. He falls flat on his back, covered in muck. Haha, I was just teasing you. Look how scared you are. Jiang Ziru laughs heartily at Yang Fan's disheveled state, her alluring figure swaying enticingly. Yang Fan averts his gaze, awkwardly rising from the mud. After a brief bout of playful banter, Yang Fan assists Jiang Ziru in hunting the designated demon beasts, with the help of 2 Earth-grade puppets. Completing Jiang Ziru's wristband task proves to be remarkably straightforward. On the 4th day of the 3rd phase of the trial, Jiang Ziru has successfully completed her first 6 tasks, leaving only Task 7. Jiang Ziru's Task 7 involves hunting the 6th Order Bloodface Spider. Yang Fan is flabbergasted. How can there be such a disparity between people? His Task 7 requires him to hunt the 7th Order Xianming King Snake, while Jiang Ziru's Task 7 merely necessitates slaying the 6th Order Bloodface Spider. It's simply more attractive and seductive. Why the preferential treatment? This is utterly unfair. Just as Yang Fan is about to assist Jiang Ziru in hunting the last designated demon beast, a piercing scream echoes through the air. What is happening? Jiang Ziru rushes over, startled. I don't know. Let us go take a look, Yang Fan replies, shaking his head as he strides towards the source of the sound, with Jiang Ziru following closely behind. Moments later, they uncover the grim scene that has unfolded. Baka, you damned Daxia pigs, all of you shall perish. Dare to retaliate? I will sever your limbs and feed you to the demon beasts in the marsh. Haha. Ahead, a group of cherry blossom cultivators is mercilessly tormenting several cultivators from the Huaxia nation. The ground is littered with corpses, and one surviving Huaxia cultivator lies bloodied and on the brink of death. In an instant, Yang Fan's blood boils with rage, his eyes ablaze. You bastards. Stop this at once. He roars as he charges forward. Oh, 2 more to die? Tisk tisk, this flower girl is quite a catch. She's mine. I haven't tasted a woman in half a month. I'll take her first. A cherry blossom cultivator turns, eyeing Jiang Ziru's voluptuous figure with lewd intent. With a chilling demeanor, Yang Fan swiftly strikes, severing the arm of the lewd cherry blossom cultivator in an instant. A blood-curdling scream reverberated in but a fleeting moment. The despicable and inhumane cultivators from the land of cherry blossoms were ruthlessly vanquished by Yang Fan and Jiang Ziru. Yang Fan hastened to the side of his comrade from the Huaxia nation, who lay on the brink of death. At that moment, his legs had been severed, blood gushing uncontrollably, his pallor strikingly ghastly. Yang Fan knelt beside him, eager to staunch the bleeding, yet uncertain of where to begin. The aura that surrounded the comrade was fading rapidly. Brother, well done. The nameless Huaxia comrade weakly raised his hand to give Yang Fan a thumbs up. In the next instant, his arm fell limply to the ground. Yang Fan opened his mouth, yet the words lodged in his throat, unable to escape. A profound rage and hatred for these cherry blossom fiends surged within him. In the hostile clash between their nations, he had not felt the weight of defeat too heavily. It was merely a matter of skill. However, these heartless beings had tortured his Huaxia brethren to death. Was such atrocity something any human could commit? They were less than beasts. Jiang Ziru approached, covering her mouth in shock, lost in a daze. After an indeterminate time, Yang Fan rose slowly, gazing at the bloodied ground. The veins on the back of his hands standing out prominently. His fingers, gripped tightly, had driven his nails deep into the flesh of his palm. He commanded his puppets to dig graves, where he would lay his fallen Huaxia comrades to rest. Brothers and sisters, I am sorry for being late. You are all heroes of Huaxia, and I shall not allow your deaths to be in vain. I, Yang Fan, vow to return within 5 days with 100 heads of the cherry blossom fiends to honor your souls. For the first time, Yang Fan truly grasped the brutal trials that transpired between nations. Reflecting upon the past half-month, he realized that had it not been for his formidable strength, he would have perished a dozen times over. In this world, it was survival of the fittest, a constant cycle of predation. It seemed that in every realm, the strong towered above while the weak were trampled upon. With a deep bow, Yang Fan turned to leave. Jiang Ziru, still in a trance, bit her lip with determination. Eventually, she too bowed to the deceased Huaxia comrades and hurried to catch up with Yang Fan. Xiao Fan, are you alright? Jiang Ziru glanced at Yang Fan, whose expression was devoid of emotion, concern lacing her voice. I'm fine. Let us go. I'll help you slay the blood-faced spider. Yang Fan managed a strained smile. Jiang Ziru opened her mouth to speak, yet the words faltered on her lips. Following the coordinates inscribed on her wristband, she began the search for the 6th-tier beast, the blood-faced spider. Suddenly, the eerie cries of an infant echoed through the dimly lit forest. The Blackwater Marsh was inherently ominous, and the abrupt sound compounded the dread. Jiang Ziru instinctively drew closer to Yang Fan, while he maintained a calm demeanor, scanning the surroundings with piercing eyes. In an instant, a red shadow leaped from the murky waters, lunging at Jiang Ziru. Humph! Yang Fan let out a cold chuckle, brandishing his heavy sword and delivering a powerful strike. With a resounding thud, the approaching red figure was sent reeling backward. The haunting cries of the infant once more emanated from the grotesque beast before them. The 6th-tier beast. The blood-faced spider bore a resemblance to the 3rd-tier human-faced demon spider Yang Fan had encountered outside Feng City. However, it was entirely crimson, as if drenched in blood. With a strange call, the blood-faced spider lunged once more. Yang Fan raised his sword to meet the challenge. Suddenly, piercing shrieks echoed through the air. Jiang Ziru looked up, her expression shifting dramatically as she beheld numerous spider-like beasts crawling from the depths of the marsh. These creatures bore human-like faces adorned with sinister smiles, the 3rd-tier human-faced demon spiders. They came in droves. At Yang Fan's command, the Earthgrade puppets surged forward to engage the foes. Their strength was sufficient to combat 6th-tier beasts. Dealing with these 3rd-tier human-faced demon spiders was mere child's play. Seeing this, Jiang Ziru rushed to assist. Chaos erupted around the marsh. Yang Fan unleashed his eye technique, the devouring eye technique, and activated his movement skill, the explosive step, channeling his power to its utmost. Despite the formidable strength of the 6th-tier blood-faced spider, it could do little but defend against Yang Fan's relentless onslaught, crying out in agony. Yang Fan felt a chill run through him as he realized the terrifying power of this 6th-tier beast. What then of the 7th-tier, shimming serpent? It appeared he would need to prepare thoroughly before confronting such a foe. The battle raged on for a full half-hour. With a wailing cry reminiscent of a distressed infant, the massive form of the blood-faced spider collapsed to the ground. Jiang Ziru hurried over to deliver the final blow. Within a minute, the twitching blood-faced spider lay still, lifeless. Done. Xiao Fan, I have completed all 7 of my tasks. Jiang Ziru exclaimed, her excitement palpable. The final task rewarded me with 5,000 military merit. The difficulty of the 7 tasks had escalated in a staggered manner, and so too had the rewards. Jia, you should return to the entrance of Crescent Valley now that your tasks are complete, Yang Fan suggested, looking at Jiang Ziru. Xiao Fan, what about you? Jiang Ziru's eyes widened, her smile faltering. I still have 1 task left to complete. I need to develop my strength and find a way to slay the final beast for my task. Furthermore, I made a vow to my fallen Huaxia brethren to bring back 100 heads of the cherry blossom fiends to honor their memory. Therefore, you need not accompany me on this perilous venture. Yang Fan smiled gently, revealing his intentions. After a moment of silence, Jiang Ziru nodded slightly. She was no fool. Their brief time together had made it abundantly clear that the disparity in strength between them was vast. Without Yang Fan's assistance, she would not have been able to complete her final task, and she might not have even succeeded in the sixth task. Xiao Fan, do take care. I will wait for your return at the rendezvous point, Jiang Ziru said softly, drawing close to Yang Fan, her earlier cheerfulness replaced by concern. It was peculiar how, despite having known each other for but 2 or 3 days, the thought of parting filled her with reluctance and worry. Fear not. Those cherry blossom fiends are but fools if they think they can kill me, Yang Fan replied confidently with a smile. With that, he bid Jiang Ziru farewell. Only after she had vanished from sight did he turn his gaze away. From his storage ring, he retrieved a mask he had not worn for a long time. Placing it upon his face, the next 5 or 6 days would become a veritable feast of slaughter. He would instill terror in the hearts of the cherry blossom cultivators, ensuring that his name would invoke fear in their very souls. At 6 in the evening, the military merit rankings were updated once more. First, Yang Fan, 27. 668 military merit, Huaxia. Second, Jiang Ziru, 24, for 46 military merit, Huaxia. Third, Shanyi Shizhen, 15, 560 military merit, Cherry Blossom. Fourth, Qianchuan Qiangu, 13, 661 military merit, Cherry Blossom. By the heavens, that little girl Jiang Ziru is closing in on Yang Fan's astounding military merit? Am I seeing things? Wasn't her military merit only 14,000 yesterday? Goodness, this is remarkable. At this rate, she may well surpass Yang Fan by tomorrow. The Huaxia contingent was thrown into an uproar. They rubbed their eyes vigorously, ensuring they had not misread the figures. They harbored grave suspicions in their hearts, questioning whether Jiang Ziru had employed someone to fight on her behalf. After all, in the first and second stages of the trials, her performance had been rather mediocre. Why? Then, upon reaching the third stage, did she suddenly exhibit an extraordinary prowess, as if under the influence of some invigorating substance? Zhao Filong's heart raced, unable to comprehend this bewildering transformation. In a hurry, he fished out a bottle from his storage ring. Last night's purchase of the 6-flavor Remenia pills, or rather, the instant heart rescue pills, and popped 2 into his mouth. Suddenly, a graceful figure emerged from the direction of the Blackwater Marsh. A group of prominent figures turned their heads in unison. Ziru, it's only the 4th day of the trials. How did you come out early? Zhao Filong recognized her and hurried over to inquire. Uncle Long, I've completed my tasks. What? You've completed all your tasks? Zhao Filong exclaimed in astonishment, his face a picture of disbelief. The powerful cultivators of Huaxia gathered around, fixated on Jiang Ziru with intense scrutiny. In just 4 days, she had accomplished all 7 progressively challenging tasks of the final trial. They found this utterly unbelievable. Well, if you don't believe me, take a look, Jiang Ziru replied, raising her wrist to display her electronic wristband. Hiss! Zhao Filong gasped audibly, his heart tumultuous, struggling to regain composure. Little girl, how did you complete your task so quickly? Asked Yuji, curiosity evident in her tone. The 7th task of the 3rd stage involves beasts of at least 6th rank, right? Typically, very few cultivators manage to complete such a task, let alone in just 4 days. Such efficiency had never been seen in the history of foundational trials between the 2 nations. Others also turned their gazes towards Jiang Ziru. It was my brother Yang Fan who assisted me. What? Yang Fan helped you? How is that possible? The crowd erupted in astonishment, their already tumultuous emotions escalating further. They regarded her with incredulity. Yuji's mouth slightly agape, inquired, where's Yang Fan? If he aided you in completing the trial tasks, why hasn't he returned? After a long pause, she voiced her thoughts. In her view, if Yang Fan had assisted Jiang Ziru in completing all 7 tasks, he must have completed his own as well. His 7th task is not yet finished, and moreover what? Moreover, he intends to behead 100 Cherry Blossom Nation cultivators to avenge our fallen compatriots. What? The venue erupted once more in exclamations. Eyes widened in disbelief, as if they might pop out. If Jiang Ziru's earlier appearance had stirred waves of emotion, her subsequent words rendered them utterly speechless. Beheading 100 Cherry Blossom Nation cultivators? What had transpired? Zhao Filong's breath grew heavy, his speech faltering. The situation is such, Jiang Ziru said, her eyes slightly reddening. She then recounted the events that had unfolded, her voice low and hoarse. As the crowd heard of Yang Fan digging graves for the deceased Huaxia cultivators and making a solemn vow at their resting places, they were profoundly moved. Yuji felt a tumult of emotions within her, struggling to find peace. She hurriedly moved aside to report the developments of the trial to Fengcheng. In the Star Observation Pavilion of Fengcheng, the leader Qin Beihe trembled with excitement. Unable to steady the teacup in his hands as he witnessed Yang Fan maintain his position at the top. Leader Qin, don't rush to drink your tea. There's another matter, an informant interjected. What is it? Yang Fan intends to behead 100 Cherry Blossom Nation cultivators to honor the souls of the fallen Huaxia cultivators. What? The teacup in Qin Beihe's hand slipped, shattering on the ground. He was too stunned to care, his eyes wide with disbelief as he stared at the informant. Surely, this must be a jest. The informant took a deep breath, organizing his thoughts, and relayed the information previously sent by Yuji to the assembly of dignitaries. Instantly, the entire hall of the Star Observation Pavilion was engulfed in profound shock. Each elder's eyes reddened, rendered speechless. A night passed swiftly. On the 5th day of the 3rd stage trials, Yang Fan awoke and resumed hunting beasts to accumulate points. Naturally, while he hunted, he did not forget to seek out trouble with the Cherry Blossom Nation cultivators. The previous day, he had pledged before the graves of his brutally mistreated Huaxia compatriots that he would offer 100 cherry blossom heads in tribute to their souls. Half a day passed, and Yang Fan had already slain dozens of cherry blossom cultivators, moving through the Blackwater Marsh like a god of death. At noon, as he intended to rest, he encountered a group of Huaxia cultivators who were embroiled in conflict with cherry blossom cultivators and were being besieged. Due to their inferior numbers, they found themselves at a disadvantage. Without uttering a word, Yang Fan charged forward, his heavy sword in hand. A shrill scream echoed through the forest, startling both sides of the battle. Who is that masked individual? I don't know, but what a terrifying sword technique and eerie speed. It seems he is slaughtering those cherry blossom cultivators. What is going on? Who the hell are you beast? A distant group cried out in alarm. The cherry blossom cultivators roared in rage, their eyes bloodshot with fury. Yang Fan remained silent, his heavy sword resembling a death decree. Wherever he passed, the cherry blossom cultivators of foundational stage could not withstand even 3 strikes. 1 strike would either kill or severely injure. 2 strikes would almost guarantee death. 3 strikes would see heads rolling. The Huaxia cultivators stood petrified, their faces drained of color, huddled together in terror. Though Yang Fan did not harm a single hair on them, the ruthlessness he displayed was genuinely frightening. After dispatching the cherry blossom cultivators, Yang Fan did not linger but turned to leave. The Huaxia cultivators, hearts pounding with anxiety, were left in a state of bewilderment. Is he just leaving? Who is he? Why did he help us? I don't know. He must be one of us Huaxia cultivators, right? Is there such a terrifying prodigy among our ranks in this trial? They whispered among themselves, their emotions a turbulent sea as they gazed at the bodies of the cherry blossom cultivators littering the ground, their minds buzzing. Just moments ago, these cherry blossom cultivators had been cunningly attacking them, and now, in the blink of an eye, their heads were severed? How surreal. In the afternoon, Yang Fan encountered a 6th-rank beast, the Crimson Demon Scorpion, which thrilled him. Now he possessed 2 Earth-grade puppets. If he could craft 1 or 2 more, taking on the 7th-rank beast, the Xianming Serpent, would be a matter of certainty. Kill. Yang Fan summoned the 2 Earth-grade puppets with a wave of his hand. The 2 puppets surged forward like lightning. The unfortunate Crimson Demon Scorpion had yet to comprehend the situation before it was violently subdued, ultimately meeting its demise. Yang Fan commanded the puppets to gather materials from its remains. Finding a secure location, he began to craft a 3rd Earth-grade puppet. With the experience from previous crafting sessions, Yang Fan easily created the 3rd Earth-grade puppet. Looking at the 3 puppets standing before him, a sense of accomplishment filled his heart. With his current strength, augmented by the 3 puppets, he could confidently confront the 7th-rank Xianming Serpent. However, for safety's sake, Yang Fan decided to continue exploring. If fortune smiled upon him, and he managed to craft another Earth-grade puppet, then defeating the 7th-rank Xianming Serpent would be almost guaranteed. After all, there was still time. No need to rush. At 6 o'clock in the evening, the military merit rankings were updated. First place, Yang Fan, 45, 668 military merits, Huaxia. Second place, Jiang Ziru, 24, 446 military achievements, Huaxia. Third place, Shenyi Shizhen, 23, 640 military achievements, Sakura Country. Fourth place, Qianchuan Qiangu, 20, 600 military achievements, Sakura Country. 445, 000 already? Wasn't it said to be stuck on the final task? My goodness, how many Sakura cultivators must one slay in a day? Does he treat the geniuses of Sakura Country like mere livestock? Yuki and Zhao Filong, upon seeing Yang Fan's military achievements, were utterly stunned. Chapter 69, Facing the 7th level monster. The Xianming King Snake. Bakayara, you Huaxia S. Yang Fan, you are doomed. Today alone, dozens of genius cultivators from Sakura Country have perished, and it must be the work of you, Yang Fan. Indeed, His military achievements are several times higher than others. It is impossible to reach such heights merely by completing tasks. Kojiro led a group of furious cultivators from Sakura country, seeking confrontation. With bloodshot eyes, they howled in rage, wanting to tear Yang Fan to shreds. What an utter humiliation. This year's foundation establishment trial, and the 500 top geniuses from Sakura country have actually fallen to a nameless pest emerging from some remote corner. How could this not infuriate these proud cultivators from Sakura country? You little ones, stop spreading rumors. Our Yang Fan is of pure character. Yes, our Huaxia is a land of propriety. Yuki and Zhao Filong chimed in unison. In the distance, Kojiro was so furious that he nearly ground his teeth to dust. The other cultivators from Sakura country wore expressions akin to having consumed excrement. Bakayara, you Huaxia pigs, just wait. With a sinister expression, Kojiro threatened and turned to leave. Zhao Filong, unfazed, immediately mocked and jeered at him. Yuki felt a pang of anxiety. Having dealt with Kojiro for so many years, she understood the character of this Sakura brat very well. This fellow is treacherous and holds a grudge. Yang Fan has slain so many cultivators from Sakura country and remains at the top of the leaderboard. It's likely he won't let this go easily. Yuki contemplated and hurriedly reported her concerns to Feng Cheng. Preparations must be made for Yang Fan's safe return to Huaxia. The military achievement leaderboard has been updated. Yang Fan did not check it. He returned to the burial site of his compatriots, carrying the heads of the slain Sakura cultivators. Subsequently, he used these heads to honor the heroes who fought bravely for the glory of Huaxia. Yang Fan stood before the graves for a long while before turning to leave. On the 6th day, Yang Fan had good fortune, discovering a crimson demon scorpion. Hiss. The 6th level monster, upon noticing Yang Fan, emitted a series of hisses. As Yang Fan was about to strike, a sound of footsteps approached. Yang Fan's expression froze as he looked up. From the other side of the woods, a group of cultivators from Sakura country emerged. Yoshi, finally found a crimson demon scorpion. My task for today can finally be completed. Baka, what do I see? Capturing a Huaxia pig alive? What is this Huaxia pig doing? Does he wish to challenge a 6th level monster, the crimson demon scorpion, alone? At this moment, the group of Sakura cultivators also noticed Yang Fan. They widened their eyes and laughed mockingly. Heh, you Sakura brats are so eager for me to send you on your way? Yang Fan raised an eyebrow, a radiant smile appearing on his face. Bakayara, what did that Huaxia pig just say? Do you wish to die? If you dare, don't run. Once we finish off this 6th level monster, we'll chop you into pieces. Just yesterday, we killed 5 Huaxia pigs. You will be the 6th, huh? Yang Fan's words thoroughly infuriated the group of Sakura cultivators. Their eyes shone with a fierce light, threatening him menacingly. There's no need to wait. I'll send you on your way right now. Yang Fan's expression turned cold, and he instantly summoned 3 Earth-grade puppets. Whoosh, whoosh. The 3 Earth-grade puppets, under Yang Fan's command, dashed forward like lightning. Meanwhile, Yang Fan wielded the Overlord heavy sword, unleashing his full power. Boom, bang. A loud explosion resonated beneath his feet. The Sakura cultivators, taken aback by Yang Fan's imposing momentum, were momentarily stunned. Bakayara, everyone attacked together. The Sakura cultivator who had just boasted about killing 5 Huaxia cultivators had his head cleaved in half by Yang Fan's sword, dying on the spot. Yang Fan moved swiftly, like a ghost, weaving through the group of Sakura cultivators, leaving behind endless cries of anguish. Hiss. The 6th level monster, the crimson demon scorpion, also cried out in agony under the assault of Yang Fan's Earth-grade puppets. In a fleeting moment, as Yang Fan slayed the last Sakura cultivator, the crimson demon scorpion was also defeated by the puppets. Subsequently, Yang Fan commanded the puppets to collect materials and found a place to forge new puppets. The forging was a success. Now he possessed 4 Earth-grade puppets. With 4 puppets and his own strength, he was indeed capable of contending with the 7th level monster, the Xianming King Snake. After completing the puppet forging, Yang Fan set off toward the territory of the 7th level monster, the Xianming King Snake. Previously, he had encountered the Xianming King Snake during his skirmish with Qian Chuan Xiangu. Today, without any mishaps, he would surely slay this beast. Half an hour later, Yang Fan arrived at the location where he had previously encountered the Xianming King Snake. He summoned the remaining few mystic-grade puppets from his storage ring and dispatched them to seek the whereabouts of the Xianming King Snake. After an indeterminate period, having lost 3 mystic-grade puppets in succession, Yang Fan finally located the 7th level monster, the Xianming King Snake. Hey, so this beast was hiding here. Yang Fan looked at the gigantic creature stretching dozens of meters long before him, a cold smile forming on his lips, astonishment filling his heart. The 7th level monster, the Xianming King Snake, was truly immense. If struck by its tail, it would undoubtedly break several bones. One might even die on the spot. Hiss! The Xianming King Snake, with eyes like sapphires, hissed repeatedly. Whoosh! In the next moment, it lunged toward Yang Fan. Despite its enormous size, its speed was astonishing. Yang Fan summoned 4 Earth-grade puppets and initiated the attack. The Eye Technique Devouring Eye Technique activated. In an instant, Yang Fan's eyes transformed into black and white orbs. The Xianming King Snake's speed in its assault halved. Kill! Yang Fan roared, wielding the Overlord Heavy Sword. Spiritual energy surged into the sword, charging into battle. Clang! Clang! Boom! Yang Fan's strength, augmented by the assistance of the 4 Earth-grade puppets, reached an incredibly terrifying level. Yet, the Xianming King Snake, being a 7th level monster, possessed an exceedingly formidable strength. Even when facing Yang Fan and the 4 puppets, it did not falter. Yang Fan's heart raced. At this moment, he was grateful he and T recklessly approached to hunt this beast with just 3 Earth-grade puppets. Otherwise, not only would he have been unable to slay this creature, but it was highly likely that all 3 puppets would have met their end in its jaws. Get lost! Yang Fan roared, unleashing both Explosive Step and the Solitary 9 swords to their utmost potential. His body transformed into a series of afterimages, utilizing Explosive Step to gather power. When the moment was right, he would deliver a fatal blow to the Xianming King Snake. Bang! A muffled sound echoed as the palm-sized scales on the Xianming King Snake were cleaved apart by Yang Fan's strike. Blood gushed from the wound. Hiss! The Xianming King Snake, in pain, roared and became increasingly frenzied in its attacks. In an instant, the 4 Earth-grade puppets struggled to withstand its violent onslaught. Yang Fan, alarmed, quickened his attack speed. You little pest, I underestimated you. I never imagined you could face off against the 7th level monster, the Xianming King Snake. Unfortunately, today you must die. Suddenly, a chilling and sinister laughter echoed through the air. Chapter 70. The Adventure of Asakura Qian Gu to the Rescue. Bang! Bang! 2 dull thuds rang out as 2 Earth-grade puppets fell victim to a sudden ambush. Damn it! Is that you? Yang Fan exclaimed, his face darkening to an extreme. In the distance, Yamashizun from the Cherry Blossom Kingdom wore a wickedly charming smile. Under normal circumstances, Yang Fan's Earth-grade puppets would not have been so vulnerable. However, they had already been weakened from battling the Xianming King Snake, making them easy prey for this scoundrel's treachery. I have been waiting for this day for a long time. Do you really think that by activating your bloodline power, I cannot kill you? Today, you will undoubtedly become a soul under my blade. Yamashizun's sinister smile grew ever more radiant. Rest assured, after your demise, I will ensure that several prodigies from the Huaxia Kingdom join you. Furious, Yang Fan's eyes turned blood red as he activated his bloodline power once more, determined to eliminate the vile Yamashizun at any cost. Hiss! With 2 puppets lost, the Xianming King Snake charged at Yang Fan. It struck with its tail, and Yang Fan raised his sword to defend himself. Bang! In an instant, an overwhelming force struck him, sending him hurtling through the air like a cannonball. Incredible! Even with the activation of his ancient emperor bloodline, Yang Fan's cultivation level was merely at the foundational stage, preventing him from unleashing even a fraction of that power. The 7th-tier beast, the Xianming King Snake, dealt him a devastating blow. Just then, the despicable Yamashizun launched a ghostly ambush. Uft! In an instant, a hidden weapon pierced Yang Fan, creating a gaping wound. The searing pain contorted his face into a grimace. Yamashizun, you scoundrel! Yang Fan roared, desperate to retaliate, but was obstructed by the oncoming Xianming King Snake. Haha! Insect, are you furious? Desperate? Don't worry, I will soon send you to your demise. This trial will undoubtedly crown me, Yamashizun, as the victor. Cunning and sly, Yamashizun refrained from approaching, instead continuously shifting positions to launch surprise attacks. The Xianming King Snake's hatred was firmly directed at Yang Fan, leaving him in a precarious situation with his earlier advantage completely obliterated. Minutes passed, and Yang Fan's clothes were utterly soaked in blood. With wounds inflicted by the furious Xianming King Snake and the shameless Yamashizun, he was battered and bruised. As the Xianming King Snake prepared to strike once more, Yang Fan barely managed to lift his massive sword. Bang! With a dull thud, he was sent crashing into several trees. Struggling to rise, he found his injuries too severe to allow him to stand. At that moment, despair enveloped Yang Fan as the bloodline power within him ebbed away like a receding tide. Waves of weakness washed over him, causing his consciousness to blur. It was over. He was truly going to die here. Insect! Isn't it delightful to witness your own slow demise while feeling utterly powerless? Yamashizin's mocking laughter pierced through Yang Fan's despair, igniting a fire of rage within him. Yet, he lacked even the strength to curse. Hiss! In the distance, the seventh-tier beast, the Xianming King snake, opened its gaping maw and lunged forward. From afar, Yang Fan could already smell the pungent scent of blood. Sighing bitterly, he closed his eyes, awaiting the arrival of death. Go! Suddenly, a deep, hoarse voice resounded. In the next instant, a shadow appeared beside him. Yang Fan's weary mind jolted awake, and he barely managed to open his tired eyes. Through his blurred vision, he saw a figure clad in black with a masked face. The figure grasped his shoulder and swiftly pulled him back. Unable to discern their features, Yang Fan, before losing consciousness, exerted all his strength to retrieve the remaining 2 Earth-grade puppets into his storage ring. The heavens do not entirely abandon those in despair. It seemed he would not perish after all. The next moment, Yang Fan completely lost consciousness. After an unknown period, Yang Fan slowly opened his eyes, regaining awareness. Sunlight filtered through the leaves above him, warming his face. Night was approaching, and it appeared he was still alive. The question arose, who had saved him? As the dull pain in his head subsided, he gradually regained clarity. Rustle, rustle. Footsteps echoed in his ears. Instinctively, Yang Fan turned to look, and his expression shifted dramatically upon recognizing the approaching figure. It's you. Yang Fan shot up as if electrified. Hiss! The movement jarred his wounds, causing cold sweat to bead on his forehead. The person approaching was none other than Asakura Qiangu. Yang Fan instinctively reached for his storage ring to retrieve his heavy sword, only to find it missing. Despite this, he remained vigilant, eyes fixed on the formidable girl before him. Damn it! This little girl was exceedingly sinister. The first time they clashed, he had nearly met his end at her hands. Now, severely injured and disarmed, his situation seemed to have worsened. Just as he escaped one peril, he fell into another. Truly cursed. How is it you wish to fight with me in your current state? Asakura Qiangu's icy gaze swept over Yang Fan with palpable disdain. She raised her delicate hand slightly, sending a beam of white light flying toward him. Yang Fan instinctively raised his hand to block. Then, he noticed a small object fall to the ground. Looking down, he was taken aback. Wasn't this his storage ring? She had stolen it and then returned it? Wait. There was something amiss. Hadn't he been on the verge of death, saved by a mysterious figure in black? Suddenly, a thought struck Yang Fan. He lifted his head, eyes wide with realization. You saved me earlier? What else could it be? Asakura Qiangu replied, her face twisted in mockery. Did you expect Yamashizun to show mercy and spare your life? Why did you save me? Yang Fan stammered, his expression stiffening as he awkwardly inquired. Just moments ago, she had wanted to kill him. What had prompted her to risk herself for him now? Did she not fear being discovered by Yamashizun and facing repercussions for her actions? I do not like being in debt to others. Asakura Qiangu replied coldly as she took a seat. In debt? Yang Fan was utterly bewildered. What kind of debt could there be? They had only met 3 times in total, and the previous encounters had been life-threatening. Last time, when Yamashizun ambushed me, you chose not to kill me. This time, I saved you once, so we are even. Next time we meet, I shall still find a way to kill you. Asakura Qiangu's explanation left Yang Fan speechless. Good heavens, this girl's logic is truly peculiar. After a moment, Yang Fan glanced at his wounds, his expression stiffening. Wait, did you treat my injuries? Did you undress me while I was unconscious? How dare you? I saved your life, and instead of gratitude, you question me? Asakura Qiangu's expression hardened, her cool demeanor tinged with mockery. Yet deep down, she felt a twinge of guilt. That's not what I meant. I was just asking, Yang Fan replied awkwardly, attempting to change the subject. By the way, how long have I been unconscious? 3 days. What? I was unconscious for 3 days? Yang Fan exclaimed in astonishment, his eyes widening. He hurriedly checked the time on his electronic wristband. It was already the evening of the 8th day. His military rank had plummeted from 1st to 2nd. You're gravely injured. Be grateful you've managed to cling to life. Shachuan Qiangu cast a glance at him, then chose to disregard him. Yang Fan felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Regardless, he was sincerely grateful to Shachuan Qiangu. Had she not risked her life to save him, he would surely have met his demise in the treacherous black swamp. Damn it, Shan Yi 13. Just wait. I will surely sever your head and use it as a ball. Yang Fan's mind was consumed with rage as he recalled the ambush orchestrated by Shan Yi 13. He then checked his status panel. Name, Yang Fan. Realm, Late Foundation Establishment, 1109. Spirit Root, Ethereal Root, Devoured Once. Bloodline, Ancient Emperor Bloodline, Purity 10. Physique, Chaotic Dao Body, Martial Skills, Duga 9 Swords, Earth Rank Beginner. Extraordinary, Explosive Step, Earth Rank Beginner, Perfection, Puppet Control Technique, Special Technique, Proficiency Level 5, 125, 255, 0000, Devouring Eye Technique, Earth Rank Advanced. Proficiency Level 2, 122150000, Treasure, Overlord Sword, Points, 19810. Alas, as expected, the purity of the ancient emperor bloodline had risen to 10. At this rate, before he could elevate his realm, his consciousness would likely be usurped by the ancient emperor bloodline within him, transforming him into a mere killing machine. An intangible sense of crisis loomed over him, causing great anxiety. No, I must devise a way to suppress the purity enhancement of this ancient emperor bloodline. Meanwhile, at the entrance of Crescent Moon Valley, the head of Feng City, Yu was on the verge of madness. 3 days. That scoundrel Yang Fan had been missing for 3 days. His military achievements had remained stagnant since the last update 3 days prior, and his rank had fallen from 1st to 2nd, surpassed by Shan Yi 13. Had it not been for his continued presence on the military leaderboard, Yu would have suspected he had met with foul play. The first to return from the 7 trial tasks, Jiang Xiaoru, was also deeply worried. Though her time spent with Yang Fan was brief, she did not wish for any misfortune to befall him. For the past 3 days, she had been praying daily for Yang Fan's safe return. In Feng City, at the Stargazing Pavilion, the prominent figures led by Qin Bai He wore expressions of grave concern. At that moment, a hurried informant rushed in to report. Any news on that rascal Yang Fan? No, Chief Qin, still nothing. As the informant's words fell, a pall of gloom enveloped the entire hall. The atmosphere was thick with despair. Previously, everyone had harbored great expectations for Yang Fan. However, since 3 days ago, when his military achievement stagnated, it was as if he had vanished from the mortal realm. This bizarre situation left everyone on edge. With only 2 days remaining until the trial between the Sakura Nation concluded, where could that boy possibly be? Just then, a messenger burst through the door, hastily making his way inside. Qin Bai He was startled, quickly rising to greet him, with the others following suit. The emperor has decreed, young Yang Fan must be found alive or dead. Everyone was taken aback. Qin Bai He's heart roiled with shock. He had never anticipated that even the emperor of the capital was paying attention to the trial with the Sakura Nation's foundation-level cultivators, personally issuing a command to locate the young lad. In the Black Swamp, Yang Fan remained oblivious to the worries plaguing the prominent figures of Feng City due to his disappearance. That night, perhaps due to an infection in his wound, Yang Fan developed a fever. Coughing fits startled the resting Sha Chuan Qiangu awake. She frowned slightly and approached him. Under the moonlight, she noticed his pallid complexion, curled up in a ball. What is the matter? Sha Chuan Qiangu inquired with concern. After a prolonged silence without a response from Yang Fan, she crouched down to check on him. Unknowingly drawn to her warmth, Yang Fan instinctively edged closer to her. In an instant, Sha Chuan Qiangu found herself sitting on the ground, pressed against him. Ah, you rascal. Sha Chuan Qiangu's eyes widened in shock. She then realized Yang Fan's eyes were tightly shut, showing no signs of awakening, and his skin was as hot as a branding iron. Recognizing it as an unconscious action, she felt a slight flush of warmth on her cheeks, and ultimately forgave him. At dawn, Yang Fan was blissfully asleep when suddenly, a punch jolted him from his sweet dreams. Ow, that hurts. Yang Fan cried out, scrambling upright. He was met with the fierce gaze of the little girl, Sha Chuan Qiangu, glaring at him. You little troublemaker, are you out of your mind? What is wrong with you so early in the morning? Yang Fan, covering his nose with his hands, retorted angrily. He had been dreaming peacefully, savoring chicken legs, when suddenly awakened by a punch. Who wouldn't he be irked? And you have the audacity to complain? You drooled all over me. I should have done away with you. Sha Chuan Qiangu exclaimed, wiping the drool off her clothes. A mix of disgust and fury etched on her face. Last night, when Yang Fan had been feverish and unconscious, he had knocked her over. She had intended to push him away, but he had held on too tightly. In her exhaustion, she had accidentally fallen asleep. What a disaster. That morning, Sha Chuan Qiangu felt something licking her. Upon opening her eyes, she found Yang Fan had drooled all over her. This can't be tolerated. A punch is too lenient. I'm sorry, wait. How could my drool get on you? Yang Fan, realizing his blunder, quickly apologized. However, he soon noticed something amiss, his expression turning skeptical. Sha Chuan Qiangu's cheeks flushed slightly as she feigned indifference, recounting the events of Yang Fan's feverish state the previous night. After hearing her explanation, Yang Fan's expression shifted to one of understanding. He examined his injuries and marveled at the prowess of the chaotic Dao body. Despite his severe injuries, he had already healed significantly. Suddenly, Shachuan Qiangu presented him with some materials from the Crimson Demon Scorpion. For me? Yang Fan's eyes widened. Disbelief etched across his face. I saw you hunting Crimson Demon Scorpions everywhere earlier, and I happen to have some here. Why? Yang Fan was utterly bewildered. What was going on with this little girl from the Sakura Nation? Had she caught a fever? Or perhaps, after days of companionship, feelings had blossomed? Chapter 72. Slaying the Seventh Order Beast. Silver Fang Tyrannosaurus. My ultimate task is to hunt the Seventh Order Beast, Silver Fang Tyrannosaurus. I cannot accomplish it alone and require your assistance. Ah, so it was a gesture of goodwill. How careless of me. Yang Fan felt a pang of embarrassment, realizing his earlier misjudgment. Noticing the sudden chill in Shachuan Qiangu's demeanor, he hurriedly fell silent and readily agreed. Subsequently, he utilized the materials gifted by Shachuan Qiangu to refine Earth-grade puppets. Previously, 2 of Yang Fan's 4 puppets had been destroyed in the ambush by Shan Yi 13, leaving him with only 2. With the ample materials provided by Shachuan Qiangu, he was able to successfully refine 2 new puppets, restoring his count to 4. Witnessing Yang Fan craft 2 Earth-grade puppets capable of contending with Sixth-order beasts in less than 2 hours left Shachuan Qiangu exclaiming in astonishment. After completing the puppets, the duo wasted no time and, under Shachuan Qiangu's guidance, set off to hunt the Seventh-order beast, Silver Fang Tyrannosaurus. As they arrived in the territory of the Silver Fang Tyrannosaurus, they spotted a colossal beast towering 5 to 6 meters high from a distance. The demon beast resembled a Tyrannosaurus rex from the Jurassic period. Its massive form was cloaked in silvery white skin, and its sharp teeth dripped with blood. Even from a distance, Yang Fan could perceive a pungent scent of blood. It was a 7th-tier demon beast, the Silver Fang Tyrannosaurus. Attack! Yang Fan summoned 4 Earth-tier puppets, immediately channeling his spells to initiate their offensive. A roar erupted from the distant Silver Fang Tyrannosaurus as it sensed the commotion, its voice thunderous enough to cause pain to one's eardrums. With a resounding crash, it charged forward, its powerful legs pounding the ground. Yang Fan drew his heavy sword, the tyrant's blade, and, with a burst of speed, engaged the beast head-on. Beside him, Qiangu, the aloof little girl, was equally resolute, brandishing her razor-sharp katana and launching a flanking attack. The sounds of clashing echoed as their strikes met the beast's armored skin, impervious as steel. The Earth-tier puppets struggled to breach its defenses, yet Yang Fan and Qiangu's enchanted weapons delivered substantial damage, proving their worth in combat. In a deft maneuver, Qiangu landed a critical blow, carving a deep wound into the Silver Fang Tyrannosaurus. The beast howled in agony, turning its massive head to snap at her. Startled, Qiangu retreated, but her speed was no match for the beast's ferocity. Just as it seemed she would be caught, a figure swiftly appeared before her. With a thunderous impact, Yang Fan, gripping the tyrant's blade, met the beast's gaping maw head-on. The force of the collision pushed him back several steps, his palms torn and bleeding, crimson flowing down the hilt of his sword. Behind him, Qiangu's eyes widened in disbelief. Without a moment to catch his breath, Yang Fan charged again, rallying the 4 Earth-tier puppets to continue their assault. Hey, little girl, stop dawdling. If you keep this up, we will both meet our end here, Yang Fan urged. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Qiangu snapped back to reality, her expression adorably bewildered. Shaking off her scattered thoughts, she tightened her grip on her katana and pressed forward. Time ticked by. The 7th-tier demon beast, Silver Fang Tyrannosaurus, was indeed formidable. Even with their combined efforts and the assistance of the Earth-tier puppets, it took them a grueling hour to finally slay the beast. With a deafening roar, the creature's colossal body collapsed to the ground. Yang Fan, utterly exhausted, relinquished the tyrant's blade and lay on the ground, gasping for air. Beside him, Qiangu, the once proud little girl, also lay down, disregarding her dignity. Exhausted. This is truly draining. The strength of a 7th-tier demon beast far exceeds what we foundation-level cultivators can handle, even for the most elite among us. Finally slain it. That was quite a struggle, Yang Fan exclaimed. Indeed, Qiangu replied, joining in the laughter, their spirits lifted by the sense of accomplishment. Wow, you, the aloof little girl, can smile too? Yang Fan teased. Qiangu's smile faltered, her expression cooling as she retorted. Shut up. Laughing heartily, Yang Fan closed his eyes and rested. After a considerable time, his weary body regained some strength. In the afternoon, after both had recovered, they set out to hunt the 7th-tier demon beast, the Xianming King Snake. Compared to their arduous battle with the Silver Fang Tyrannosaurus, Their coordination had markedly improved. Moreover, the Xianming King Snake's defenses were not as monstrous, and they dispatched it in just half an hour. After completing their respective final tasks, the evening set in. Yang Fan bid farewell to Qiangu but did not return immediately to the Crescent Valley rendezvous point, as he had other matters to attend to. Despite having forged a friendship with the aloof little girl during their time together, he did not wish to complicate her situation. Yang Fan examined the heads of the Sakura Kingdom cultivators in his storage ring and made his way to the burial site of his fallen comrades from Huaxia. Along the way, he encountered a group of Sakura Kingdom cultivators setting up camp. Without hesitation, he launched a surprise attack. Through his encounters with the fallen Sakura cultivators, Yang Fan learned that the notorious Shan Yi Shizen's final task involved hunting the same demon beast. A grin spread across his face. Tomorrow would undoubtedly herald the end for that scoundrel. At the graves of his fallen Huaxia brothers, Yang Fan neatly arranged the severed heads. Brothers, I have returned to pay my respects. 100 Sakura heads are still needed. Tomorrow, I shall bring Shan Yi Shizen's head for you to kick around. He bowed deeply and turned to leave. At 6 o'clock in the evening, the military merit rankings were updated once more. First place, Yang Fan, 66, 680 merits, Huaxia. Second place, Shan Yi Shizen, 63, for 100 merits, Sakura. Third place, Qiangu, 33, 000 merits, Sakura. Wait, Yang Fan has reclaimed the top position. The Huaxia elites, witnessing the rankings, were rendered speechless with excitement. Yuki, the head of Fengcheng, covered her mouth, overwhelmed with emotion. Before the intel from Yuki could arrive, new orders came from the imperial capital. The divine Xia Pagoda was to be deployed to ensure Yang Fan's safe return to Huaxia. Everyone was astonished. My heavens! The emperor is mobilizing the strongest ace, the divine Xia Pagoda, to ensure the safety of this youth as he returns to Huaxia. Chapter 73, Slaying the Sakura Super Demon. Shan Yi Shizen. On the morning of the final day of the trials, Yang Fan arrived early to guard the territory of the venomous Spider Emperor. He was waiting for Shan Yi Shizen to come and hunt the 7th-tier venomous Spider Emperor. Yesterday, Yang Fan gleaned from the slain Sakura cultivators that Shan Yi Shizen's final task involved this very creature. It was fortuitous, as the venomous Spider Emperor was also one of the materials needed for Yang Fan's top-tier puppet crafting. This was truly a 2-for-1 opportunity. After an indeterminate time, footsteps approached. Shan Yi Shizen arrived with nearly 20 cultivators from the Sakura Kingdom. The strength of a 7th-tier demon beast was terrifying, even with Yang Fan and Qiangu. Along with the 4 Earth-tier puppets, they had expended tremendous effort to defeat it. Thus, even with Shan Yi Shizen's troop, their attempt to slay the venomous Spider Emperor would inevitably result in heavy casualties. As the venomous Spider Emperor detected Shan Yi Shizen's group, it hissed and launched its attack. Charge! Shan Yi Shizen, with a grim expression, led the charge, while his companions brandished their weapons to assault the venomous Spider Emperor. In mere moments, Yang Fan heard the harrowing cries of the unfortunate. Clearly some had succumbed to the venomous Spider Emperor's onslaught. Yang Fan concealed himself in the shadows, biding his time, waiting for Shan Yi Shizen and the venomous Spider Emperor to exhaust each other, ready to reap the benefits. Just days prior, this despicable scoundrel had dared to interfere while Yang Fan faced the 7th-tier Xianming King Snake. Now, the tides had turned, and it was Yang Fan's turn to scheme against him. Time passed slowly, and after half an hour, 13 Mountain Wild's delegation of Sakura Realm cultivators had dwindled to a mere 5 or 6 survivors. Even the formidable 7th-rank demonic beast, the venomous Spider Sovereign, lay on the verge of death, 3 of its 8 legs severed, the remaining 5 trembling and unsteady, barely able to bear its own weight. Its demise at Mountain Wild's hands was all but certain. Yet Yang Fan remained unruffled, patient, poised, and utterly composed. He waited, deliberately, for Mountain Wild to deliver the final blow. For the venomous Spider Sovereign was his designated trial beast, the very creature whose slaying would grant him an exorbitant bounty, over 10,000 military merits. Only then would Yang Fan strike, not to claim glory, but to seize the spoils, the merits freshly earned, the triumph freshly won, to reap where another had sown, to savor victory, unsullied and absolute. A shrill, ear-splitting shriek pierced the air. Then, with a thunderous crash, the Spider Sovereign's colossal, ox-sized body collapsed to the earth. Yosh! Magnificent! My 7th trial is complete. Mountain Wild erupted into wild, unrestrained laughter, elated, triumphant, utterly unguarded. It was in that fleeting instant, when vigilance waned and arrogance bloomed, that a shadow detached itself from behind him. A blade flashed, swift, silent, lethal. A guttural scream tore from Mountain Wild's throat as his arm severed cleanly at the shoulder, blood gushing forth like a crimson fountain. Bakayaro, Yongfan, you wretched beast. Shaken to his core, Mountain Wild jerked his head upward and froze. There, in the distance, stood Yongfan, face twisted in a cruel, feral grin, eyes gleaming with the cold, predatory light of one who gazes upon the already dead. Dog of Sakura, surprised? Delighted? Yongfan's voice was velvet over steel. Do you recall the day you ambushed me after I slew the Xianming Serpent King? Did you ever imagine this moment? He raised his blade and slowly, deliberately, licked the fresh blood from its edge. Bakayaro, attack him now? Mountain Wild roared, gesturing frantically to his remaining subordinates, while he himself staggered backward, already calculating escape. Running? Yongfan's smile vanished, replaced by glacial stillness. A pity. You won't make it. In an instant, he dissolved into a wraith, vanishing, then reappearing mid-lunge. A chorus of agonized cries erupted, then fell silent. The battered Sakura cultivators collapsed like wheat before the scythe, slain or maimed, none spared. Mercy was not in his lexicon. Thwip. He caught up with Mountain Wild mid-flight, another slash. The scream that followed was raw, animal, inhuman. Mountain Wild's body cartwheeling forward like a discarded sack. Don't kill me. Please, don't kill me. Name your price, I'll grant it all. His voice cracked, his hair wild, his face a mask of gore and terror, no longer a cultivator, but a cornered wretch, pleading, weeping, unraveling. Spare you? Yongfan's voice was soft, almost tender, then turned to ice. When you sought my life, you showed no such hesitation. Why should I? Another strike, another scream. This one choked, broken, rising from a throat thick with blood and dread. His eyes, wide, bleeding, burning with terror and venom, darted sideways. His hand, trembling, slipped toward a concealed weapon. Bakayaro, die, you filthy insect. Clang. Yongfan's black tyrant greatsword rose with effortless precision, intercepting the strike before it could leave his sleeve. Truly, Yongfan mused, a faint, contemptuous smile playing on his lips. A dog remains a dog, forever bound to its nature. He stepped forward and planted his boot squarely atop Mountain Wild's skull. The man writhed, futile, frantic, desperate, but could not dislodge him. Know this, Yongfan murmured, voice low and resonant. In my eyes, you are less than dust, worthy of death 100 times over. Don't fear. The pain will pass, just for a moment. He leaned in, voice dropping to a whisper. I shall reunite you with your fallen countrymen, this very instant. The blade fell, a soft, wet thud. Then, silence. Mountain Wild's head rolled across the earth, eyes still wide, mouth frozen in a final, silent scream. With the tyrant slain, Yongfan dispatched his grade D puppet to harvest the venomous spider sovereign's rare, high-tier materials. Then, cradling the severed head, still dripping crimson, he turned and walked, solemn and unhurried, toward the quiet hillside where his fallen compatriots lay buried. Before the row of fresh mounds, he placed Mountain Wild's head at the fore, the crown jewel of retribution. Then, one by one, 99 more, each a testament, each a vow fulfilled. Brothers of Xia, he said, voice steady, unbroken, I swore you would not die in vain. And I have kept that oath. He bowed, deep, slow, reverent, holding the posture for a long, silent breath. Then, without another word, he turned and walked away. Beyond the graves, Yongfan steadied his spirit. The sun still hung high. Time remained. He would not return yet. There were still beasts to hunt, merits to claim, cultivation to advance. 40 days had passed since the 100-day trial began. His cultivation had only just reached the late Foundation establishment realm. 3 great realms still stood between him and divine ascension. And deep within his veins, the ancient emperor's blood grew ever more potent, volatile, unstable, a sleeping storm. He could not afford hesitation. He would not. Half a day slipped by, swift, silent, unremarkable. By afternoon, Yu-ji, Zhao Filong, and the others grew restless. Their concern had long since eclipsed ambition. All they desired now was Yongfan's safe return. Xiaoru, where did you last meet Yongfan? Lead us there. Jiang Xiaoru nodded, and without hesitation, took the lead. Guided by a cohort of divine ascension elders, their passage was swift, unimpeded. No beast dared bar their way. Within half an hour, they arrived at the burial site, the quiet, windswept knoll where the fallen Xia cultivators rested. This is where Jiang Xiaoru began, lifting a trembling finger toward the mounds. Then she saw them, and screamed, a raw, shattering cry, cut short by her own hand clamped over her mouth. Yu-ji and the others rushed forward, then froze, breathless, stunned. Yu-ji's hand flew to her lips, Her face, for the first time in decades, paled to ash. Even a divine ascension expert could not suppress the tremor in her voice as memory surged. He said he would not let them die in vain. He swore, before the trial ended, to sever 100 heads of Sakura's most gifted prodigies and offer them as tribute to the fallen. A rustle, a hush, then another. Behind them, the elders of Xia stood motionless, hearts hammering, souls stirred beyond measure. Every head, arranged with chilling precision, belonged to a prodigy of the Sakura realm, and at the very front, unmistakably him, was Mountain Wild 13, their T0, tier sovereign, their undisputed trial champion. Great heaven above, one elder whispered, awe and dread warring in his voice. What, in the name of the celestial mandate, has that boy done these past few days? Ha ha ha, what is all this squealing, you filthy Xia pigs? Did that vermin Yang Fan finally perish? A voice, sneering, arrogant, cut through the silence. It was Koji Ichiro. He followed, drawn by curiosity and by hope. At Jiang Xiaoru's scream, his heart had leapt. Yang Fan was dead. Then he saw the row of heads. His breath hitched. His pupils dilated. Mountain Wild? That's Mountain Wild's head. Bakiero Yero. Where is he? How did his head end up here? Then, realization, dawning like a thunderclap. No, these are all Sakura's elite. All of them. Who dared? His voice cracked, raw, furious, unhinged. His eyes burned crimson. His breath came in ragged, animal heaves. Blood welled between his clenched teeth. Yes, the third phase permitted mutual hunting. Yes, it permitted merit theft. But this? 100 heads, neatly aligned, unflinchingly displayed? And among them, Mountain Wild 13 and Matsuboku Ichiro, the twin pillars of Sakura's prodigy class? I'll gut him. I'll flay him alive. He roared, voice splintering. Then, catching himself, spat with venom. Nonsense. Our Yang Fan is gentle, upright, virtuous to his core, utterly incapable of such barbarity. Precisely. As the chief of this trial in the magical city, I can assure you with utmost confidence. I can testify to this as well. Furthermore, we, the land of Huaxia, are a nation of etiquette. Do not wrongfully accuse others. The esteemed figures from various cities in Huaxia are in complete agreement. They staunchly refuse to acknowledge any connection to Yang Fan or any affiliation with them. However, why does each of them appear so visibly distressed, their shoulders trembling? How absurd. You shameless and despicable beings from the land of cherry blossoms, cease your attempts at subterfuge. The twisted visage of Kojiro, filled with fury, seemed ready to devour. Look, Yang Fan has returned. Suddenly, with keen eyes, Jiang Zeru spotted a figure approaching from the distance. Everyone turned in unison, and indeed, it was Yang Fan. You little brat, dare to slay 100 of our country's most talented prodigies? Prepare to meet your end. With bloodshot eyes, Kojiro roared and lunged forward, intent on slaying Yang Fan on the spot. Kojiro, you wretched being from Huaxia, you have no right to act so brazenly. Yuki's face darkened. The last time, Kojiro had ambushed Yang Fan, and she had failed to intervene. Such a blunder could not be repeated. In an instant, she surged forward, striking back Kojiro with a powerful blow, positioning herself protectively in front of Yang Fan. You wretched cherry blossom creature, what have you done to me? Yang Fan was taken aback, his expression contorted with rage. The last time he was ambushed by these cherry blossom fiends, he had yet to settle the score. Dare they come again? Do they think Yang Fan is an easy target? How absurd. You Huaxia pig, stop your pretense. Are the heads of over 100 prodigies from the cherry blossom nation not yours to claim? Kojiro's eyes burned with fury as he pointed at the rows of severed heads, demanding answers. Heads? What heads are you talking about? How can there be so many heads here? It's terrifying. Yang Fan feigned confusion, turning his head as if startled. Yuki, observing from the side, felt a twitch at the corner of her eye. This boy is truly a master of theatrics. Earlier, Jiang Zeru had informed her that when they parted ways, Yang Fan had indeed left behind the heads of the cherry blossom nation's prodigies, though not in such an exaggerated manner. At this moment, his expression of feigned shock could easily deceive anyone unfamiliar with the truth. How convincing. How absurd. You cunning little insect, stop lying. Kojiro trembled with rage, unwilling to believe Yang Fan's fabrications. As both sides drew their weapons, the military merit leaderboard updated. First place, Yang Fan, 120, 100 military merits, Huaxia. Second place, Asakura Shikaku, 33, 000 military merits, Cherry Blossom Nation. Third place, the esteemed figures from Huaxia, upon reviewing the military merit board, nearly bit off their own tongues. 120, 000. Good heavens. Asakura Shikaku has only 33, military merits. How could he possibly amass such a staggering amount? If they could have concealed this earlier. It was now impossible. Just yesterday, this lad had military merits of 66, 680, and now 120, 100. The final task of the third stage trial. Even if one were to slay a 7th tier demon beast, would not yield more than 20,000 military merits. The additional 40 to 50,000 merits could only come from one source. The first prodigy of the Cherry Blossom Nation, Yamano Juza, was undoubtedly slain by him. How absurd. With military merits reaching 120,000, how could Euhuaxia pigs still deny it? This insect must die today. Should Euhuaxia pigs dare to intervene, the strong from the Cherry Blossom Nation, will not hold back. Kojiro roared, charging towards Yangfan. The other powerful figures from the Cherry Blossom Nation also surged forward. Should the warriors of Huaxia dare to obstruct them, a bloody battle would ensue. Setting aside the matter of Yamano Juza's death at Yangfan's hands, it was evident that this individual's talent and potential were truly astounding. Except for those few days of absence, he had consistently held the top position on the military merit board, far ahead of others. Who could withstand such pressure? What truly ignited the desire to kill among the Cherry Blossom Nation's strongmen were the 100 severed heads of their prodigies. This insect, merely at the foundation stage, was already so terrifying. Moreover, with a heart as ruthless as his, he would undoubtedly become the most formidable threat to their Cherry Blossom Nation if allowed to grow unchecked. Thus, he must perish today. I dare anyone to move against him. Just as the powerful beings from both nations stood poised for battle, a cold voice rang out. Suddenly, 3 figures clad in crimson armor appeared in the distant sky. The Cherry Blossom Nation's strongmen, led by Kojiro, looked up in unison, speechless. The Divine Summer Guardian? Chapter 75. Military merits of 120,000. An unprecedented anomaly. The Divine Summer Guardian? Yangfan's eyes widened in shock. He had heard legends of the Divine Summer Guardians. It was said that 30 years ago, when abyssal creatures invaded the eastern continent, Huaxia dispatched 12 Divine Summer Guardians, nearly sweeping through the entire abyss, shaking all nations across the eastern continent. He never anticipated that during this ordinary trial between 2 nations, 3 Divine Summer Guardians would appear. My heavens, what is this situation? You Cherry Blossom Nation dare to harm our Huaxia prodigy? While Yangfan was lost in his thoughts, a female Divine Summer Guardian clad in scarlet armor approached. Though her face was concealed by a helmet, her eyes radiated an icy arrogance. The intangible aura she emitted was akin to the cold plum blossoms blooming in a wintry valley, making one reluctant to meet her gaze. What a terrifying presence. Yangfan's heart raced, and his scalp tingled. How absurd. It is you Huaxia insects who first slew our cherry blossom prodigies. You have taken 100 heads from our prodigies. Blood must be repaid in blood. Though the Cherry Blossom Nation's strongmen were shaken, they still mustered the courage to retort, their tone aggressive. Blood for blood? The female Divine Summer Guardian chuckled lightly and continued, during a trial between 2 nations. Blades have no eyes, and casualties are inevitable. Do not think you can accuse this individual without evidence. Even if he did slay them, what can you do to me? So domineering, so assertive, so unreasonable. Yangfan stood at the back of the crowd, his blood boiling with excitement. A true son of the great Xia should act thus. By heavens, let us vanquish these little devils. How absurd. You arrogant woman, do not be so brazen. Yes, do not think that we fear you just because you are a Divine Summer Guardian. The 2 previously furious Cherry Blossom Nation strongmen shouted once more. However, before their words could fully escape their lips, piercing screams echoed. In an instant, their heads rolled to the ground. Thud. Their lifeless bodies collapsed with a resounding thud. Gasp. The crowd was struck with terror. The fearsome female Divine Summer Guardian had struck without warning, and no one had time to react. Yangfan's eyes nearly popped out of his head. It was important to note that those 2 Cherry Blossom Nation strongmen were no mere weaklings. They were both at the transformation stage. To be dispatched in a single strike? Even Yangfan hadn't seen how she made her move. I have always believed in governing through virtue. If you have any objections, feel free to voice them. I will listen. The female Divine Summer Guardian spoke calmly, as if conversing with the Cherry Blossom Nation's strongmen. The Cherry Blossom Nation's warriors dared not breathe, not wanting to provoke her further. The one who had been the most boisterous, Kojiro, had retreated to the back of the crowd. Governing through virtue? If we voice our objections, can we even return alive to the Cherry Blossom Nation? The atmosphere was heavy and suffocating. The female Divine Summer Guardian surveyed her surroundings, and seeing no one willing to speak up, declared, since you Cherry Blossom Nation have no further objections, then be gone. Do not presume that the mere existence of the divine Xiaofotu within your Huaxia nation instills fear in us. We too possess our own sovereign elite. Mark our words. This grievance shall not fade into silence, nor shall it be quietly buried. The pride of countless Sakura Nation cultivators, elders and sovereigns alike, has been deeply wounded. Originally, they had resolved to slay Yang Fan, that insignificant youth, without hesitation. Yet he stands unscathed, while two of their own sovereign divine cultivators lie dead. Worse still, they were driven away like hounds by this very divine Xiaofotu, this formidable goddess before us. Who among them could bear such indignity? Though fear coils cold in their veins, they could not depart without issuing threats, sharp, defiant, and unyielding. Once the Sakura Nation's sovereign divine cultivators withdrew, Lin Nianying slowly turned, her gaze settling upon Yang Fan. His heart sank. An overwhelming, suffocating pressure descended, not born of malice, nor deliberate intimidation, but emanating naturally from her very being, an aura ancient, imperious, and terrifying in its quiet majesty. Hail, Elder Lin! Hail, Elder Lin! Yuji, Zhao Filong, and other trial overseers from Huaxia's major cities approached in unison, bowing deeply. Their reverent expressions spoke volumes, testament to the divine Xiaofotu's transcendent authority. No need for formality. Lin Nianying lifted a slender hand, then stepped forward toward Yang Fan. Hail, Elder Lin! Yang Fan, heart pounding, bowed hastily, mirroring the other's deference. She paused before him, her gaze sweeping over him with quiet intensity, neither acknowledging nor dismissing his bow. Then her eyes fell upon the 100 severed heads of Sakura cultivators, arranged in grim, precise order. A flash of sharp, incisive light flickered in her otherwise serene, moon-bright eyes. Did you slay these Sakura cultivators? Her voice remained crystalline, cool, composed, and unshaken. Yes, Elder Lin. They slaughtered our Huaxia comrades first. As you yourself declared, trials are battles without mercy. Losses are inevitable. The fallen may only blame their own inadequacy. But these Sakura dogs, they severed limbs from our brethren as though they were beasts, torturing them to death. I could not stand by, nor could I swallow such outrage. If this warrants your censure, I accept it without protest. And even were I to choose again, know this, I would do precisely the same. He did not know her intent in asking, yet he answered with unflinching candor. Then, drawing a slow, steady breath, he lifted his gaze, meeting hers directly. Unblinking, his resolve as clear and unyielding as tempered steel. Silence fell, thick, heavy, and absolute. Yuji, Zhao Filong, Jiang Ziru, none dared speak. Their very presence felt provisional. Their voices unworthy of the moment. Lin Nianying's expression remained inscrutable, yet beneath that glacial composure, a subtle, knowing warmth flickered in her eyes. Admiration, quiet and profound. Well done. Youthful, yet formidable. I did not come to punish you, but by the sovereign's decree, to escort you safely back to Huaxia. A collective gasp tore through the forest, sharp, stunned, disbelieving. The sovereign emperor himself had dispatched the divine Xiaofotu, the pinnacle of Huaxia's sovereign elite, to personally escort this youth home? Good heavens! Such honor, unprecedented in annals, unrivaled in history, unmatched in grandeur. Yang Fan stood frozen, eyes wide, breath caught, utterly bewildered, rising from deathbed delirium, only to realize the great powers were me all along. Moments earlier, he wondered why the divine Xiaofotu had graced this place at all. Now, he learned, they'd come for him. He, Yang Fan, an 18-year-old high schooler who hadn't even sat for the JKO. What virtue, what merit, what destiny warranted such distinction? The sovereign's command is absolute. All matters concerning Yang Fan shall remain classified. Breach this secrecy, and punishment shall be swift and severe. Lin Nianying paid no heed to his stunned silence. Her gaze swept across the assembled cultivators. Yes, Elder Lin. Yes, Elder Lin. Their voices rang in unison, hushed, reverent, absolute. Yuji stood dazed, as if drifting through a dream. This year's trial had their Fengxing truly risen from obscurity, transforming into the nation's most astonishing dark horse? Her gaze drifted to Yang Fan, awe and wonder warring in her chest. When she led Fengxing's cultivators in a trial, such triumph had been beyond imagination. Yet this youth, barely 18, still untested by the JKO, had single-handedly cut down 100 Sakura prodigies. Even Sakura's elite T0, tier geniuses, Yamano Juzin and Matsukita Mokui, fell beneath his blade. In a single trial, he amassed 12,000 military merits, an achievement unparalleled in recorded history. Not merely extraordinary, epical. Chapter 76, The Sakura Emperor's decree of absolute elimination. Sakura Imperial Palace. Baka. Fools. Cowards. Worthless wretches. The Sakura Emperor roared, his voice a thunderclap of fury. One filthy Huaxia insect slays 100 of our elite warriors? And then, dare he mount their severed heads as offerings to his fallen comrades? This is not mere defeat, it is shame. The gravest disgrace our great Sakura Empire has endured in 1,000 years. I demand his death immediately. Issue my decree. Spare no cost, no effort. Eradicate him. The Emperor had just read the final battle report, his face purple with rage. Before this trial began, he had envisioned effortless dominance. His Sakura Foundation establishment prodigies crushing Huaxia's so-called weaklings without contest. Instead, after only half a month, the battlefield report delivered a crushing verdict: utter devastation. Hundreds slain. His most cherished geniuses, Yamano Juzan, Matsukita Mokui, dead. The Emperor choked, his breath seizing, so furious he nearly collapsed on the spot. Fengxi City, a gathering of dignitaries stood before the city gates, elders, overseers, and heads of prestigious academies. Even Jiang Danan, principal of Mengxi High, and Zhou Heidao, principal of Rudo High, had been summoned to await the triumphant return of the trial's heroes. Zhou Heidao stood radiant, elated. Earlier, he'd received a whispered rumor. His school's top prodigy, Han Bing, had ranked among the trial's highest achievers, a senior still ungraduated, competing in the foundation establishment tier, a feat unprecedented in history. Old Jiang, forgive my boasting, but our Rudo High's celestial prodigy, Han Bing, has achieved something truly extraordinary this year. Ha ha. His grin stretched impossibly wide as he turned to Jiang Danan. Congratulations, congratulations. Jiang Danan replied perfunctorily, though inwardly, his nerves were taut. He had no such rumors, no word of Yang Fan's standing. Earlier, he even bribed the wily Elder Tang with 2 bottles of Moutai, only to be met with stony silence. A colossal waste. Just then, Elder Tang arrived, hands clasped behind his back, striding with the unhurried, self-assured gait of a man who knew he held the world's most coveted secret. His expression? Unmistakably triumphant. Ah, Principal Zhou, you've nurtured a true, celestial maiden. Elder Tang raised a thumb, his voice rich with admiration. Ha ha ha, modest, modest. Zhou Heidao beamed, then leaned in eagerly. Elder Tang, just a tiny hint. How high did Han Bing place? The exact rank is classified, but I may offer this. She stands within the top 10. What? Zhou Heidao's eyes bulged, his jaw slack. He'd heard only vague praise before, never imagined top 10. Unbelievable. He'd boast of this for a decade. He'd commissioned a statue, Han Bing's likeness carved in jade, enshrined in Rudo's central courtyard for all students to revere. Director Qin has arrived. What? Director Qin himself? This year's trial is extraordinary. The Fengxi Dark Horse has claimed first place nationally. Of course he'd come. The sight of Qin Beihe, Supreme Director, personally greeting the returning cultivators sent shockwaves through the crowd. But Elder Tang's words struck Jiang Danan and Zhou Heidao like lightning, leaving them speechless, jaws nearly grazing the earth. Elder Tang, what did you say? In our Fengxi, are we really #1 in the nation this year? It seems unbelievable. Even if Han Bing ranks in the top 10, it could only be considered a dark horse, but it hardly qualifies us as the best in the country, right? Shortly after, the two pulled Tang Lao aside and quietly pressed for answers. Their instincts told them that the situation was far from simple. Since you both asked, I'll share a little secret, Tang Lao said, his excitement barely concealed. The two were taken aback. Is it really that serious? What kind of matter could warrant such grave consequences? The reason we, Fengxi, have surpassed all cities in both countries to seize the first place is not just due to Han Bing's outstanding performance. The primary reason is that we have produced an extraordinary prodigy, Tang Lao whispered, fearful of being overheard. In truth, he was so overwhelmed with excitement that he could no longer contain it. After all, it was about that young man, Yang Fan, a senior student at Mengxi High School. An extraordinary prodigy? Just how extraordinary? Not just an ordinary first place. He has maintained the top rank for over 10 consecutive days since the trials began. What? He has dominated the leaderboard for over 10 days? But that's not even the most outrageous part. Can you guess what is? What? Tang Lao. Don't keep us in suspense, just tell us. This young man has defeated 100 talented prodigies from Sakura country, including the formidable Shanyu Shizun and Songbamui. How many? He has slain over 100 Sakura prodigies? Indeed, with a military achievement of 120,000. The king personally issued a command to dispatch the divine Xia Pagoda to escort him back to China. Wow. Jiang Danan and Zhou Heidao were completely stunned. 120. 000 military achievements? Slaying 100 talented prodigies from Sakura country? The divine Xia Pagoda personally escorting him back? My goodness. In comparison, they suddenly felt that the leader Qin Beihe personally coming to welcome this strongest prodigy back was not extraordinary at all. Tang Lao, who is this extraordinary prodigy? Jiang Danan asked, swallowing hard. I cannot disclose that. This year's trial results are all confidential. However, you will meet him when he returns, Tang Lao said, smiling mysteriously at Jiang Danan. Meanwhile, Lin Yinying had escorted Yang Fan into the territory of China and then led the two members of the divine Xia Pagoda away. Along with Yang Fan's friends he had made during the trial, Zhao Wuzhe, Zhao Ruoluo, and Jiang Zeru from Modu. They exchanged farewells and well wishes. Subsequently, Yang Fan returned to Fengcheng with Yuji and Han Bing. Looking back, a wave of emotions washed over him, filled with nostalgia. They had set out with 50 foundation-building cultivators, but only fewer than 20 returned, each bearing scars from the ordeal. Upon their return to Fengcheng, the leader Qin Beihe personally came to greet them from a distance. In the crowd, Jiang Danan looked up in disbelief when he saw that the young man who had slain 100 Sakura cultivators and earned 120. 000 military achievements was none other than the masked Yang Fan. He was left speechless, overwhelmed with tears of joy. Indeed, heroes emerge from youth, Qin Beihe remarked, patting Yang Fan on the shoulder. Due to the capital's strict orders regarding Yang Fan's identity, he did not elaborate much to the high-ranking officials from Fengcheng. Behind them, Yang Fan's companions wore expressions of envy and admiration. They were acutely aware of the brutal and bloody nature of the trial they had participated in. The young man before them, wearing a mask, had managed to stand out by slaying hundreds of Sakura prodigies, a testament to his extraordinary prowess. Yang Fan humbly shook his head, refusing to take credit. The trials and experiences over the past half-month had matured him significantly. Leader Qin, those of us who survived do not deserve to be called heroes. Oh, why do you say that? Qin Beihe responded, his expression momentarily stunned with confusion, as did those around him. When we set out, Fengcheng had 50 foundation-building companions, all carefully selected prodigies. They were the future pillars of our Huaxia. Upon our return, I counted and found only 17 remain. We lost 33 in this trial, which is 2/3 of our group. Their sacrifice should not be forgotten, nor overshadowed by our survival. Compared to our return, they are the unfortunate ones, more deserving of the title of heroes and respect. Yang Fan's voice was calm yet tinged with an indescribable sorrow. His words left everyone around him in stunned silence. Qin Beihe's smile faltered, and he fell silent. Even those seasoned in various affairs were touched to the point of tears. Indeed, they had been so absorbed in excitement and joy that they had forgotten those Huaxia children who had perished in the trials. Their remains would forever rest in Crescent Moon Valley and the Blackwater Marsh, and yet, no one would remember their names. In contrast, those who sacrificed their lives for the nation deserved far greater respect. The once lively atmosphere grew somber and oppressive following Yang Fan's words. The group of previously elated dignitaries lowered their heads in shame. Zhou Heidao stared wide-eyed, incredulous. This young boy, so young yet possessing such a broad heart and mature disposition, was destined to soar to great heights in the future. Hey, Lao Jiang, what is going on? This boy isn't even from your school. So why are you trembling all over? Zhou Heidao inadvertently turned and noticed Jiang Danan's eyes were reddened with excitement. Unable to contain his curiosity, he asked, "Mind your own business." Jiang Danan steadied himself and retorted, "Humph, not from their school. Apologies, but that young man is indeed the extraordinary prodigy from Mengxi High School. If it weren't for the capital's strict orders against discussing it, he could have shared more." Wow, Lao Jiang, impressive. I give you some face and you dare to challenge me. Wait a minute, your eyes are nearly in tears. And you're trembling with excitement. Do you know this young man? Zhou Heidao, the cunning old fox, quickly grasped the situation and pressed Jiang Danan for information. How would I know? I have no idea, Jiang Danan replied, his heart brimming with joy, although his expression feigned ignorance. Zhou Heidao, filled with suspicion, knew Jiang Danan too well after years of acquaintance. He found it hard to believe that he knew nothing at all. Suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, Zhou Heidao spotted Han Bing from their school, whispering intimately with the masked prodigy. Their closeness ignited a spark of excitement in him. Lao Jiang, look, that girl from our school, Han Bing, knows that extraordinary prodigy. Observing the two of them whispering to each other, it is evident that their relationship is quite intimate. Truly, they are a match made in heaven, a perfect pairing of talent and beauty. Ha! Zhou Heidao, brimming with pride, trembled with excitement. Jiang Danan cast a sidelong glance at him and scoffed. Old Zhou, don't flatter yourself. That girl from your academy is hardly a match for my unparalleled genius. Oh, you old coot, is that sour grapes I hear? How is it any of your business? Why wouldn't it concern me? Pray tell, how does it affect you? Both of you, cease this bickering. Elder Tang interjected, witnessing Zhou Heidao and Jiang Danan, their faces flushed and necks bulging from the argument. Qin Beihe had already arranged a welcoming banquet, inviting the returning prodigies to the stargazing pavilion for a feast. Yang Fan graciously declined. After being away from Fengcheng for over half a month, he wished to return home to see his parents first. Qin Beihe did not press the matter, gifting him a talisman of martial arts. In the future, when time permitted, he could visit the third floor of the martial arts hall in the stargazing pavilion to select techniques. This was his reward for the recent trials. After expressing his gratitude, Yang Fan turned to leave. At that moment, Zhou Heidao hurriedly approached, eagerly questioning Han Bing. Ice, what is your relationship with our Fengcheng's top prodigy? I noticed you two seemed quite close. What is his identity? Have you seen his true face? Zhou Heidao's barrage of inquiries left Han Bing feeling quite embarrassed, a rosy hue spreading across her typically aloof visage. Dean, we are merely ordinary friends. Please do not speak out of turn. As for his identity, I am also unaware and have never seen his true appearance, she hastily explained. On their journey back, Yuki had strictly instructed them to keep the matters of this trial confidential, as the consequences of disclosure were severe, particularly regarding Yang Fan's identity, which was personally mandated by the emperor from the capital. She dared not divulge anything to Dean Zhou Heidao. Meanwhile, upon returning home, Yang Fan found the house empty. His parents had yet to return. The familiar sight of the furniture and the comforting scent of the air filled him with an inexplicable warmth. While awaiting their return, he took a shower. A notification appeared on his phone, 99 messages. Upon opening it, he discovered that most were from the little girl, Li Fei. Little brother Fan, why have you ignored me for so many days? Today I heard from my aunt that you participated in the trials with Sakura Country. You naughty boy. You left without telling me. Little brother Fan, you must do your best. I've broken through a realm. When are you coming back? I miss you. Reading through the heartfelt messages moved Yang Fan greatly. Ah, this little girl is indeed quite clingy, he mused. He replied, letting her know he had returned. After sending the message, he found that Li Fei had not yet responded, but the class group chat was already buzzing. Zhao Lei announced, breaking news. Our Fengcheng prodigies have returned. Guess what place our school's super prodigy secured? What place? Could it be that our school's super prodigy is among the top 10? Impossible. This is a national competition of top-tier prodigies. Right. I also find it hard to believe. He hasn't even taken the college entrance examination. How could he outperform those who have graduated? A group of frogs at the bottom of a well, they exclaimed, look, see that? Qin Beihe himself is welcoming him. Wow. Is that really our school's super prodigy? Could he be within the top 5? In the chat, Zhao Lei had somehow acquired a photo of Qin Beihe leading the Fengcheng elite to personally welcome Yang Fan. Instantly, the group erupted with excitement. Zhang Ting and Zhao Lei chimed in. Quick, tell us what place my dream boy ranked. I'm dying to know. Yeah, since you've got the photo. You must know the place, right? Humph. Naturally, our school's super prodigy secured first place, by a wide margin, leaving the second place 20 streets behind. What? First place? No way, is that true? There's no doubt about it. I tell you, first place is his lowest score. He has a military merit of 120,000. Having defeated 100 participants from Sakura, class teacher Zhang Dongliang shouted, Zhao Lei, shut your mouth. If you continue to spout nonsense in this group, your entire family will face dire consequences. Whoa, teacher, I was wrong. I won't do it again. The others listened with rapt attention as teacher Zhang Dongliang quickly reprimanded Zhao Lei to prevent further chaos. Too late. I've screenshot your messages and sent them to your father. Rebellious child. You have 5 minutes to return immediately. I have 7 wolves ready. Ah, Dad, I was wrong. Please spare me. Seeing his teacher's cunning, Zhao Lei panicked as he pulled his father into the group chat, nearly soiling himself from fright. The other students were equally terrified, going silent. After a moment, once they confirmed Zhao Lei's father had left, they began to speak again. Wow, that's intimidating. Is he serious about the family punishment? Who knows? Let us not mention it. It's genuinely frightening. Zhang Ting asked Wang Dazhuang, can you tell me the identity of our school's super prodigy? I'll pay for the info. Get lost. You scheming girl, why would I reveal his identity to you? Ah, Wang Dazhuang, you're crossing the line. Teacher, Wang Dazhuang, is insulting me. Zhang Ting, aside from being insulted, had no fault in the matter. Meanwhile, Yang Fan had not yet finished reading the chat when Li Fei replied, little brother Fan, are you back? I just finished my shower. Want to see a photo of me fresh out of the bath? Hee hee. It was clear that Li Fei was thrilled about Yang Fan's safe return. I could take a look, Yang Fan joked. However, his voice message failed to send. Li Fei unexpectedly sent a photo. Upon seeing it, Yang Fan was taken aback. Oh my goodness. This girl is being far too bold. Is she trying to tempt me into wrongdoing? This is outrageous. At that moment, Yang Fan's parents returned home from work. He quickly set his phone aside and engaged them in conversation. Little brother Fan, do you think I look good? Li Fei sent another message. Yang Dajin and Duan Kuohua instinctively looked down at the phone screen. When they saw the photo, they were instantly dumbfounded. Mom and Dad, please let me explain. Yang Fan's face turned pale, and his heart sank in despair. This was it. There was no way to clear his name now. Don't explain. We understand. Indeed, in this day and age, love is free. With such a beautiful girl, we want to interfere. Mom and Dad, please listen to me. Be quiet. When you have time, bring her home for dinner. It's settled. Yang Fan looked at his parents, who were harmoniously agreeing, utterly bewildered. Who are these people? They want to even give him a chance to explain. What about his rights? After dinner, Yang Fan chatted with Li Fei for a long time, arranging to meet the next morning. Early the next morning, Yang Fan arrived at the city gate, and from a distance, he heard a voice calling, Little brother Fan. He looked up to see Li Fei running towards him like a gust of wind. Her fair little face was filled with excitement. Perhaps due to not seeing each other for half a month, her gaze toward Yang Fan was shy yet slightly unfamiliar. She nervously fidgeted with her clothing, unsure where to place her hands. Having not seen her for half a month, she looked even more beautiful. Yang Fan raised his hand and ruffled her hair to ease the awkwardness. Come, I have a gift for you. Subsequently, Yang Fan took Li Fei's small hand and walked towards the city gate. Brother Xiaofan, what surprise awaits us outside the city? Li Fei's heart was filled with sweetness as she curiously wrapped her arms around Yang Fan's. I will teach you the burst step. Burst step? But my comprehension is too poor. Li Fei exclaimed, her adorable face revealing a deep sense of disappointment. This is for you. Yang Fan smiled, producing a small vial and handing it to Li Fei. Brother Xiaofan, what is this? Li Fei's face grew even more curious and puzzled. It's a comprehension pill, obtained during this trial. I thought to save it for you. Why are you crying? Yang Fan's words trailed off as he noticed tears welling in Li Fei's eyes. This left him utterly bewildered and at a loss. Did I say something wrong? No, surely not. Brother Xiaofan, woo. Li Fei did not answer, but suddenly threw herself into Yang Fan's embrace, sobbing. An overwhelming elasticity surged through Yang Fan, causing his expression to freeze as he lowered his gaze, offering a bitter smile and consolation. After a while, Li Fei's emotions calmed down, her eyes still red. The two resumed their journey outside the city. Hey, did you hear? This year's trial, our Feng City emerged as the strongest dark horse, taking first place. I heard. Moreover, a mysterious masked youth from Feng City has slain over 100 prodigies from the Sakura Nation. This news is true. I have photos to prove it, which I acquired at a great price. As Li Fei and Yang Fan passed a few Feng City cultivators, they inadvertently overheard their conversation. Participating in the trial? The masked youth? Li Fei's expression froze, her curiosity piqued. Instinctively, she turned her head to glance at their phone screens. Although it's not a clear face and he is wearing a mask, I still recognized him at a glance. The person in the photo is Yang Fan. In an instant, her eyes widened in shock. My heavens, what did they just say? Slaying 100 prodigies from the Sakura Nation? Brother Xiaofan, could that person possibly be? Before Li Fei could finish her inquiry, Yang Fan quickly covered her mouth and tugged her away, sprinting into the distance. The group of discussing cultivators was left in confusion, wondering what was happening with the two. Chapter 79, The 7th Rank Demon Beast. The white-armored earth dragon arriving in a deserted area outside the city, Li Fei stared wide-eyed at Yang Fan, lost in thought. Yang Fan, feeling somewhat awkward, said, Feier, please don't look at me like that. I have a thin skin. Brother Xiaofan, could that person truly be you? Did you slay 100 prodigies from the Sakura Nation? Li Fei stuttered, still shaken by the shocking content of the previous conversation. No more pretending. It's me. Shoo. Keep your voice down. It must remain a secret. Yang Fan quickly covered Li Fei's soft mouth again, urging her not to shout. He then secretly recounted the details of the trial to her. Wow, Brother Xiaofan, you are incredible. I knew you were the best. Li Fei cheered joyfully like a sprite, her gaze toward Yang Fan sparkling with admiration. Look at you. You should take the comprehension pill I gave you, and I'll teach you the earth-level beginner movement technique, the burst step. Yang Fan chuckled, playfully flicking Li Fei's forehead and urging her to consume the comprehension pill promptly. The comprehension pill was extremely precious, and a cultivator could only take one throughout their lifetime. Taking more would not only be ineffective, but could also lead to severe side effects. You silly brother Xiaofan, don't treat me like a child. Li Fei sniffed, displeased by Yang Fan's flick. She then carefully took out the comprehension pill and swallowed it. Half an hour later, Yang Fan began teaching the burst step. Li Fei stood nearby, her eyes wide open as she diligently tried to comprehend it. Despite the enhancement of her aptitude and talent from the comprehension pill, she still found it challenging. Yang Fan demonstrated several times, and Li Fei practiced earnestly. Suddenly, a bloodied cultivator came rolling in from the direction of the southern thicket. Help! There are monsters over there. They are eating people. Monsters eating people? Yang Fan's expression changed, and he was about to inquire further when the terrified cultivator, utterly panic-stricken, fled back toward the city, glancing back every few steps. Yang Fan turned to look toward the thicket, faintly hearing a series of low, rumbling dragon roars. A dragon? That should be impossible. This is merely the outskirts of Foam City, inhabited by low-level demon beasts. How could there be high-level dragon beasts? Feier, stay here and practice the burst step. I will go check the situation. Yang Fan pondered for a moment, feeling bold, and decided to investigate. Okay, brother Xiaofan. Please be careful, Li Fei nodded, reminding him. Yang Fan stepped toward the thicket. Upon entering the thicket, he suddenly remembered that this was the place where he had been ambushed by unknown demon beasts before. Yang Fan recalled vividly that he had lured a monster puppet here, only to encounter a third-rank beast, the face-devouring spider. After a grueling battle, just as he had managed to kill the spider, he was ambushed by another unknown beast. Had he not fled quickly, he would have met a dire fate. With this memory, Yang Fan's vigilance heightened. Drawing his heavy sword, he proceeded cautiously. After an unspecified duration, he reached the depths of the dense thicket, finding nothing. The ground was littered with dried bloodstains, indicating that a battle had indeed taken place earlier. Suddenly, a strong, pungent scent of blood filled the air, increasing Yang Fan's alertness. He turned sharply to look behind him, but there was nothing. No, this feeling of danger is approaching. Suddenly, the solid rock beneath him shattered, and a dark shadow emerged, letting out a low, rumbling dragon roar as it opened its gaping maw. Yang Fan, wielding his heavy sword, wore a cold expression as he swung fiercely. Boom! A deep, thunderous sound erupted, and he was struck by an abnormal force, sending him crashing against a distant tree. A 7th-rank demon beast, the white armored earth dragon? He had refined this as one of the materials for a top-grade puppet. Emerging from the rocky ground was a dragon several dozen meters long, its body grayish-white and covered in thick scales. With a pair of dragon horns and eyes like bronze bells, its features closely resembled those of a legendary dragon. Yet Yang Fan knew well that the white armored earth dragon was not a true dragon, but rather a subdragon species, akin to the 10-tailed dragon scorpion of Crescent Moon Valley, possessing dragon blood within. Suddenly, the sound of rushing air filled the space. Yang Fan looked up to see Tang Lao, Xiao Tong, and other prominent figures from Foam City arriving. Upon their arrival, they were astonished to see the massive white armored earth dragon, a 7th-rank demon beast. Foam City is truly facing a change, with dragon beasts appearing near the outskirts. This is bad. The white armored earth dragon is about to launch an attack. That little guy Yang Fan is in danger, Xiao Tong exclaimed, instantly rushing to help. However, the distance was too great for her to arrive in time. Tang Lao felt a tightness in his chest. Yang Fan was their precious gem. If anything were to happen today, the consequences were unimaginable. Facing the roaring white armored earth dragon, Yang Fan had undergone the trials of Crescent Moon Valley and was no longer the naive youth he once was. As the dragon lunged at him, Yang Fan remained calm, instantly summoning 4 earth-grade puppets. With his heavy sword in hand, he advanced rather than retreated, charging toward the white armored earth dragon. What? Danger! Kid! That's a 7th-rank demon beast. Come back! Tang Lao and Xiao Tong shouted in alarm, chastising Yang Fan for acting recklessly and showing off. Boom! Boom! Yang Fan continued undeterred. Stepping into the burst step, a series of sonic booms echoed, deafening to the ears. Compared to half a month ago, his power had surged several-fold. In his grip, the mighty sword emitted a blade of light nearly a foot long. With a resounding crash, a single strike sent Yang Fan staggering back 5 or 6 steps. Yet, the white-armored earth dragon, relentless in its assault, was withstood by him with sheer determination. What? He withstood the attack of a 7th-tier beast? My heavens! Is this boy a devil? Xiao Tong and Elder Tang, rushing to the scene, halted abruptly, eyes wide in disbelief, nearly popping out of their sockets. What realm of cultivation does this young man possess? A mere foundation-building novice enduring a blow from a 7th-tier beast? Their worldview had been utterly shattered. Boom, boom. Yang Fan's internal spiritual energy surged into the mighty sword, launching a ferocious assault alongside 4 Earth-grade puppets against the 7th-tier, white-armored Earth Dragon. The spectacle was nothing short of terrifying. Elder Tang trembled, his blood boiling. At that moment, he finally comprehended why this little rascal had consistently topped the military honor roll among 5,000 foundation-building cultivators during the trial, even decapitating 100 genius prodigies from Sakura Nation. MMP. The strength of these 4 puppets was not inferior to any golden core cultivator. Roar. The white-armored Earth Dragon, infuriated by its inability to prevail, unleashed a desperate strike. Yang Fan's expression tightened as he swiftly wielded his sword with both hands. Boom, boom. The ground beneath him erupted, amplifying his explosive step to its zenith, showing no fear as he charged forward. Clang. The sound was akin to steel snapping, blood gushing from Yang Fan's palm. Yet, he did not get blown away. The sharp blade pierced through the skull of the white-armored Earth Dragon, embedding itself in the hilt. Roar. The white-armored Earth Dragon lifted its massive head, emitting a thunderous roar. Its colossal body crashed to the ground. Thud. Yang Fan also fell to the ground nearby, gasping for breath. Ding. Killed the 7th-tier beast, white-armored Earth Dragon, earned 556 points. Cultivation value, 99660. Such a bountiful reward. Yang Fan scrambled to his feet, eagerly rushing to collect materials from the white-armored Earth Dragon. Beyond the generous points and cultivation value, he was even more delighted by the treasure trove of materials on the dragon, essential for crafting high-grade puppets. Elder Tang, Xiao Tong, and the others stared at Yang Fan, who had transformed into a material hoarder. After slaying the 7th-tier beast, his first instinct was to gather materials, leaving everyone utterly speechless. Could he not consider his image? Kid, you actually managed to single-handedly kill a 7th-tier beast? Elder Tang inhaled deeply, approaching him. His eyes widened as he gazed at the white-armored Earth Dragon, which resembled a small mountain, still in disbelief. I've killed 2 during the trials, so what? Yang Fan casually explained. What? You killed 2 during the trials? My goodness, are you serious or jesting with us? Elder Tang and Xiao Tong exclaimed once more, their gazes fixed on Yang Fan as if he were a monster, nearly having their eyes pop out. Xiao Fan, are you alright? How did you sustain such injuries? Just as Yang Fan was about to respond, a flurry of concerned exclamations erupted. Li Fei rushed over, her face filled with worry. Earlier, she had been practicing the explosive step, and upon noticing Yang Fan's prolonged absence and the distant roars of dragons, she disregarded his warnings and hurried to check on him. A mere scratch, nothing to fret over. You call this a scratch? You've lost so much blood. Li Fei quickly retrieved supplies from her storage ring to staunch and bandage Yang Fan's wounds. Nearby, Elder Tang and Xiao Tong watched with smiles on their faces, causing Yang Fan's cheeks to flush with embarrassment. Feier, it's just a minor injury. It hurts. It hurts. Please be gentle. Yang Fan began to speak again, but as Li Fei exerted a little pressure, he cried out in agony. Laughter erupted from the crowd. Yang Fan, when do you plan to marry our Feier? Xiao Tong teased, unable to contain herself. Auntie, why are you speaking so recklessly? Li Fei exclaimed, her hands inadvertently tightening as she bandaged Yang Fan's wounds. Ouch. Feier, easy now. Yang Fan let out a dramatic wail. Moments later, Li Fei had tended to his injuries, and faced with the teasing of those around him, he quickly sought an excuse to make a hasty retreat. He dashed back to the city in one breath. Yang Fan thought of the storage ring filled to the brim with various beast materials and immediately headed to Wang Fugui's shop to sell them. Boss, I've come to sell. What the heck? You're here too, fatty? Brother Fan. Oh my, Brother Fan, I've missed you so much. Wang Dazwang, resembling a small mountain, thundered over, shaking the floor beneath him. In an instant, he enveloped Yang Fan in a bear hug. Ouch. Fatty, be gentle. Your bare paws are breaking my little frame. Ha. Brother Fan, it's just excitement. You didn't even inform me you were back. I returned last night. It was too late to notify you. I haven't forgotten my good brother, and I brought you a gift. A gift? What gift? Did you bring back a sister-in-law? Get out of here. Here, this is for you. After some playful banter, Yang Fan presented the last insight pill from his storage ring to him. Brother Fan, what's in this little vial? Insight pill, a reward for participating in the trials. What? Insight pill? By my father's name, I kneel before you, my adoptive father. Wang Dazwang instantly fell to the ground, preparing to bow to Yang Fan, his adoptive father. Get lost. Your uncle is still here. Be careful, or you'll get beaten. Yang Fan laughed, kicking him aside. Beat what? I also wish to recognize an adoptive father. I wonder if the little brother would accept? Stop, stop, stop. Uncle Wang. Don't say any more. You two are simply unbelievable. Yang Fan was utterly dumbfounded. Initially, he thought Wang Fugui would be more serious, yet he found himself mistaken. The gleam in Wang Fugui's eyes rivaled that of his plump nephew. After selling the materials, Wang Dazwang dragged Yang Fan off to eat. At the dining table, Wang Dazwang rubbed his hands together shyly, casting flattering glances at him. Yang Fan, upon seeing the expression on this chubby face, instantly grasped his ulterior motives. This gluttonous fellow. Dining was a mere pretense. He was truly after his puppets. Yang Fan was generous, gifting him several retired spirit-grade puppets. These puppets were capable of single-handedly taking on third-tier beasts, more than sufficient for Wang Dazwang to utilize until graduation. You are indeed my dear father. Please allow your son to pay his respects. How absurd. I could never bear such a large son as you. Upon encountering this rotund man, Yang Fan, in a fit of irritation, impulsively declared him his father, delivering a swift kick that sent him tumbling several times. Wang Dazwang, shaking off the dust, rose with a jiggling grin on his face. The spiritual puppets require more intricate incantations to operate, but fortunately, Yang Fan gifted Wang Dazwang a comprehension pill, enabling him to manage the task, albeit with difficulty. After their meal, while handing over the puppet to Wang Dazwang, Yang Fan inadvertently discovered a scroll of techniques lying quietly within his storage ring. This reminded him of the words spoken by Qin, the leader, last night when he presented the scroll, stating that it granted access to the third floor of the Star Observation Pavilion to select a martial art technique. Upon exiting the hotel, Yang Fan bid farewell to Wang Dazwang and proceeded towards the Star Observation Pavilion. The aloof guards at the entrance, upon seeing the young man holding a prestigious golden scroll, were taken aback. They greeted him with utmost reverence and personally escorted him inside. At that moment, Zhang Ting and her friend Wu Yu happened to pass by the main road outside the pavilion. Wu Yu, glancing upwards, spotted a familiar silhouette entering the pavilion. Hey, Ting Ting. Look, that figure resembles your ex-boyfriend, Yang Fan. Who? Zhang Ting paused and turned her head. The entrance of the pavilion was utterly empty, devoid of any presence. It did look quite like him. He had just lifted his head before stepping inside. Could it truly be Yang Fan? Uft. You must be seeing things. What kind of place is the Star Observation Pavilion? It's not somewhere that a good-for-nothing could access. Zhang Ting scoffed, recalling that since awakening his spiritual roots, that slacker had only attended school once in over 40 days. He had become so self-conscious that he didn't even dare return to school. How could it possibly be him? You make a valid point. Wu Yu shook her head, convinced she had simply misseen. Under the escort of the guard, Yang Fan arrived at the first floor of the pavilion, noticing numerous cultivators selecting martial arts techniques. To avoid recognition, he donned a newly purchased mask. Wow, look at that young man. Who is he that even the guards of the pavilion are personally leading him? I'm not sure. He seems quite ordinary. And his aura is only at the foundation establishment stage. Perhaps he has some status. Otherwise, the typically aloof guards wouldn't be so accommodating. My heavens. That young man has gone to the second floor of the pavilion? Am I seeing things? The second floor requires an intermediate scroll for entry. At his young age, could he really have achieved military merit for our Feng City? This must be a joke. This is big news. I'm glad I acted quickly to snap a photo. Haha. A group of cultivators on the first floor of the pavilion watched as Yang Fan, under the guard's guidance, headed straight for the second floor without hesitation. Their eyes nearly fell out in astonishment. Some quick-witted individuals hurriedly took out their phones to capture the moment and post it online. Not far away, Wu Yu was walking while fiddling with her phone when she suddenly noticed a post on the cultivator forum. The post had just been published and had surged to the top of the trending list. Surprised, she clicked to take a look and gasped. Wow, Ting Ting. You've got to see this. See what? This post mentions the time and location of the Star Observation Pavilion we just passed by. Our school's super prodigy is at the pavilion. What? The mysterious super prodigy from our school is at the pavilion? Zhang Ting exclaimed in excitement. Yes. The post was published only 10 minutes ago and is already trending first. Wait. The silhouette in this photo looks just like the person I saw earlier. Wu Yu's eyes widened in disbelief. Yui, let us go back. What? Back? I want to wait at the pavilion for our school's super prodigy. I vowed earlier to capture him. Today is the perfect opportunity. Zhang Ting quickly grabbed Wu Yu and turned back. Arriving at the entrance of the pavilion, she hurriedly pulled out a small mirror from her pocket, adjusting her appearance. Meanwhile, Yang Fan had already reached the second floor of the pavilion via the staircase. In contrast to the first floor, the number of cultivators on the second floor was noticeably reduced by 3/4. Access to the pavilion was not granted to just anyone. It required a certain level of military merit. In simpler terms, one needed to have made significant contributions to Feng City. After guiding Yang Fan to the entrance of the second floor, the guard departed. Yang Fan began to scan the area, searching for the staircase leading to the third floor. Suddenly, a cheerful head popped out. "Brother, you seem unfamiliar here. Is this your first visit?" "I am Hyuki. What type of technique are you seeking?" "I can assist you." Hyuki observed Yang Fan's attire, revealing his surprise. A cultivator at the foundation establishment stage had made it to the second floor of the pavilion. This was indeed remarkable. "Thank you. I would like to inquire about the stairs to the third floor," Yang Fan replied without hesitation. "Oh, so you wish to go to the third floor. What could I provide you?" "What did you say? You want to go to the third floor?" Hyuki instinctively responded. Halfway through, he realized the implications and immediately widened his eyes, staring at Yang Fan in shock and disbelief, questioning whether he had misheard. "Brother could you please tell me how to reach the third floor?" Yang Fan smiled and repeated his request. "Heavens!" Hyuki confirmed Yang Fan was serious, gasping in astonishment. "The entrance to the third floor is over there." "Thank you." Yang Fan followed the direction pointed out by Hyuki and made his way towards the third floor of the pavilion. At that moment, the few cultivators on the second floor turned their heads in curiosity. Initially, they wondered what this masked novice at the foundation establishment stage was up to. However, when he produced the golden advanced scroll and passed through the barrier to enter the third floor, everyone was left dumbfounded. "Wow, we've encountered a big shot. Is he truly at the foundation establishment stage? Am I seeing things? He must be at least at the transformation stage, using the foundation establishment as a guise." The few cultivators selecting techniques on the second floor of the pavilion were instantly astounded. Yang Fan traversed through the barrier and arrived at the third floor of the pavilion. He discovered that the techniques displayed on the shelves here were of a significantly higher caliber than those on the lower floors. The grading of techniques is categorized as common, yellow, profound, earth, and heaven. Each category is further divided into beginner, intermediate, and advanced. The first floor primarily consisted of common techniques, while the second floor featured mostly yellow techniques, with an occasional glimpse of profound techniques. In contrast, the third floor showcased techniques that were all at least of the profound grade. Yang Fan looked around, finding himself alone. This indicated that access to the third floor of the pavilion was not something just anyone could achieve. He approached the shelves, inspecting the various martial arts techniques available. There were sword techniques, fist techniques, knife techniques, stick techniques, body techniques, body refining techniques, and sword control techniques among others. However, after a thorough examination, Yang Fan's heart sank with disappointment. He already possessed an earth-grade beginner technique, the 9 Swords of Dugu. He had an earth-grade beginner body technique, Exploding Steps, and an earth-grade advanced eye technique, Eye Devouring technique. In the special category, he owned Controlling Puppets technique. Aside from Controlling Puppets technique, all the techniques he had were above earth grade. The few earth grade techniques on the shelves of the third floor were not appealing to him. Sigh, what a letdown. It would have been better had I drawn from the lottery myself, Yang Fan muttered, contemplating taking another look. If nothing suitable was found, he would select a technique appropriate for that little girl Fayer to gift her. Suddenly, something caught his eye, a great ancient tome tucked away in the corner of the shelf. Upon picking it up and inspecting it, his eyes widened in astonishment. Heavenly Finger Remnant. Heaven grade beginner, incomplete version, cannot be upgraded. Gathers all spiritual energy to unleash an attack, 5 times one's own strength. Heaven grade technique. What a treasure. Yang Fan was overwhelmed with excitement. This is the one. As Yang Fan prepared to place the advanced technique order into the shelf's recess, intending to retrieve it, Hyuki unexpectedly appeared. Brother, do not act rashly. In Chapter 82, effortlessly comprehending the celestial level technique, Heaven Cutting Finger, Hyuki exclaimed, Brother, what's the matter? Yang Fan's eyes widened in surprise, realizing Hyuki had also arrived on the 3rd level. This is your first visit to the technique hall. You may not be aware of its intricate paths. I am eager to learn more. Are you aware why this celestial level technique appears on the 3rd floor of the technique hall, and why no one has taken it for decades? I am not sure, Yang Fan replied, shaking his head in confusion. Although entry to the 3rd level requires a golden advanced technique order, it is hard to believe that no prominent cultivators have visited here over the years. Logically, if they discovered this legendary celestial level technique, they would have prioritized it. Why is it still gathering dust on the shelf? There are 2 reasons. Firstly, this is merely a fragment of the celestial level technique, incapable of improving proficiency through cultivation. Secondly, this fragment is extraordinarily complex. It is more challenging to comprehend than intermediate celestial level techniques. Therefore, I advise you to choose another technique. This one is beyond the grasp of ordinary individuals, Hyuki cautioned earnestly. Once the technique order is embedded in the shelf's recess, retrieving the technique will result in a direct downgrade. In other words, if you select this fragment with a golden advanced technique order and later realize you cannot comprehend it, your order will be downgraded to silver, forcing you to start anew on the second level. Thank you for your concern, Brother He. But I still wish to give it a try. Yang Fan expressed his gratitude, resolute in selecting the celestial level technique, heaven-cutting finger fragment. Presently, Yang Fan lacked no techniques. The only thing he yearned for was a high-explosive, one-strike kill technique. Should he comprehend this heaven-cutting finger, he could maximally harness his bloodline power, avoiding the pitfalls of rapid amplification in bloodline concentration that could lead to madness. Hyuki shook his head, anticipating a spectacle. How could a celestial level technique be so easily comprehended? Not to mention a novice at the foundation establishment stage. Even a master at the divine transformation stage would require days, if not weeks, to grasp it. Furthermore, this peculiar celestial level technique fragment is an incomplete text, increasing the difficulty manifold. As Yang Fan embedded the technique order into the shelf, the bindings surrounding the heaven-cutting finger fragment dissipated, allowing him to take the technique book freely. Ding. Detected celestial level technique, heaven-cutting finger fragment. Would you like to comprehend it? Yes, Yang Fan silently affirmed. Ding. Comprehended celestial level technique, heaven-cutting finger fragment. As the system's notification resonated, the technique book in Yang Fan's hand transformed into a beam of white light, merging with his being. Wait, where's the book? Brother, you can't be. Hyuki, who had been waiting to witness a spectacle, suddenly widened his eyes, nearly dropping his jaw in disbelief. His expression mirrored that of someone observing a supernatural phenomenon. I comprehended it, Yang Fan said awkwardly, scratching his head. Was it difficult? Quite simple, actually. I learned it immediately. How could Hyuki exaggerate so? At that moment, Yang Fan began to seriously doubt that Hyuki had been truthful. Comprehended it? Impossible. I am about to faint. Hyuki's eyes rolled back, and he collapsed, hitting the ground with a thud. After a moment, he scrambled up, eyes gleaming as he stared at Yang Fan, as if beholding a demon. Yang Fan felt a shiver run down his spine under that intense gaze, his skin prickling. Brother He, I have matters to attend to. Farewell. Goodness. Could he be gay? This is terrifying. Best to keep my distance. Hyuki watched Yang Fan hastily depart, filled with mixed emotions. He then pulled out his phone to post on Weibo. Family. Who understands? Today, I encountered a low-key genius with comprehension skills that defy belief. Celestial level technique learned effortlessly. At the entrance of the technique hall, Wu Yu and Zhang Ting were anxiously awaiting. Oh dear, it's been over an hour. Why hasn't he emerged? Zhang Ting said, applying a fresh coat of lipstick with a wistful expression. Do not fret, he should be out soon. Look, he's coming. As Wu Yu spoke, a figure emerged from the technique hall. Instantly, Zhang Ting and Wu Yu rushed over. Yang Fan looked up, startled to see the two women approaching. What are they doing here at the entrance of the technique hall? Thankfully, I did not remove my mask. Otherwise, I might have been recognized. Super genius, we meet again. Zhang Ting approached with a dazzling smile, playfully tossing her hair and adopting an innocent demeanor. Wu Yu, not to be outdone, subtly showcased her attractive figure. Yang Fan smiled faintly. Are we acquainted? His voice was icy as he glanced at them dismissively and began to walk away. Super genius. How can you treat me this way? Oh no, I accidentally tripped. Zhang Ting's expression froze as she desperately pursued Yang Fan, attempting to feign a stumble and fall against him. Thud. Yang Fan slightly sidestepped, causing Zhang Ting to crash to the ground, bruised and battered. Get lost, you wretched girl. Yang Fan coldly dismissed her, striding away. You. Zhang Ting scrambled to her feet, trembling with rage. They had baked in the sun for an hour at the technique hall's entrance, only to be treated this way? How could a young man be so callous to them? What a heartless brute. Is he a steel-hearted man? Ting Ting, do you not think he resembles your ex-boyfriend, Yang Fan? Wu Yu couldn't help but comment. Resemble? Not at all. That useless good-for-nothing, with a second awakening of the weakest spiritual root. Is he even worthy of being in the technique hall? Zhang Ting erupted with fury. In the distance, the guards at the technique hall's entrance cast stern looks at them. No loitering near the technique hall. You two should leave. Yang Fan, the young prodigy, was their city's hero. How dare these insignificant individuals mock him? Had it not been for their duties, they would have loved to silence these two green tea bitches with a single slap. Upon leaving the technique hall, Yang Fan headed towards the outskirts of the city, intending to find a beast to test the power of his newly learned celestial level technique. Little Fan, we meet again. Let's grab a drink tonight. Just as Yang Fan exited the city gates, a robust figure approached. Brother Hu, what a coincidence. What brings you here? Yang Fan exclaimed in surprise. The individual before him was Huzi, a member of the mercenary group led by Li Fei. The overlord's sword Yang Fan currently wielded was a gift from him. Over a month ago, after completing a mercenary task, he had mentioned wanting to go for drinks together. It was a pleasant surprise that Huzi remembered. My sister took on a beast hunting mission and called me for assistance. Come, let us go together. You owe me a drink, and today, you cannot escape. My sister is exceptionally beautiful. I will introduce you. Huzi grinned mischievously, dragging Yang Fan along. Brother Hu, let me explain. Why are you insisting on this? Yang Fan's face turned green, desperately trying to decline. But Huzi was adamant, insisting on bringing Yang Fan along. Sigh, what is this world coming to? Why does everyone want to introduce their sisters to me? Are they afraid they won't get married? Surely, she isn't some dinosaur girl. Chapter 83. The initial trial of celestial level technique power on the way. Yang Fan checked his attributes. Name, Yang Fan. Realm, Late Foundation Establishment, 3111. Spiritual root, Ethereal root, devoured once. Bloodline, Ancient Emperor bloodline, Purity 10. Physique, Chaos Dao body, Martial skills, Duga 9 swords, Earth level. Initial, Extraordinary. Explosive step, Earth level, Initial, Perfected. Puppet control technique, Special skill, Proficiency level 5, 145, 255, 0000. Devouring eye technique, Earth level, Advanced, Proficiency level 2, 4223500. Celestial finger fragment, Heaven level, Initial, Incomplete version. Magical treasure, Overlord sword, points, 28860. Celestial finger fragment, due to its incomplete nature, it cannot be upgraded in proficiency. Nevertheless, this does not diminish its formidable might as a heaven-level martial skill. Little Fan, have you heard? Suddenly, Huzi turned his head to speak. Yang Fan's expression froze. What? In this trial between Huaxia and Sakura Nation, a super prodigy has emerged from Fengsheng. Oh, really? Yang Fan's face stiffened. Could the prodigy Huzi mentioned be him? You're young and your network is limited, so it's understandable that you don't grasp the inside scoop. I, however, am different. As a mercenary, I am well informed. Let me tell you, that super prodigy from Fengsheng single-handedly defeated 100 geniuses from Sakura Nation. Huzi recounted, his excitement palpable. Yang Fan's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. After all, it was merely vengeance for the fallen brothers and sisters of Huaxia. Why was everyone elevating him to such heights? Huzi, it can't be that exaggerated. You're overstating it. Yang Fan interjected modestly. What do you know? I am not exaggerating in the slightest. The performance of that super prodigy at the trial was even more astonishing than I described. Nevertheless, let me tell you, even my sister, who is quite discerning, has taken a liking to him. But don't worry, we're good friends, and I will definitely assist you. Huzi insisted, his enthusiasm unabated. Yang Fan felt a chill run down his spine at Huzi's words. Huzi, please, I'm still young. I haven't even graduated high school yet. I'm not at the age for marriage. Let us discuss this later. Yang Fan nearly cried, eager to back down. You shouldn't speak so confidently. Huzi replied with a mischievous grin. When you meet my sister, your eyes will surely widen. After a brief interval, the two met up with Hughes's sister. Brother, you're here. This is... A spirited girl approached from a distance, clad in a tight-fitting outfit. Her tall stature and long, graceful legs accentuated her striking form, particularly her alluring curves. She was undoubtedly a stunning beauty. Even Yang Fan, who was accustomed to beautiful women, felt a wave of admiration. Did Hughes's family genes mutate? He looks so rugged, yet his sister is so stunning. Could she possibly be from a different mother? Sister, this is my good brother I mentioned earlier, Yang Fan. Yang Fan, let me introduce you to my sister, Luo Qingxiu. Surprised by her beauty, aren't you? Huzi said with a chuckle. Hello. Hello. The two greeted each other. Luo Qingxiu cast a glance at Yang Fan, her disinterest apparent. Meanwhile, Huzi was nudging and grinning at the side. Yang Fan felt utterly awkward. Was Huzi worried that such a beautiful sister wouldn't find a partner? Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed from the nearby forest. Oh no! My companion is being attacked by a beast. Luo Qingxiu exclaimed, rushing forward. Huzi followed suit, abandoning his playful banter with Yang Fan. Moments later, they discovered a massive black python in the thicket. Black-scaled flood python, a 7th-level beast. Get lost, beast, Luo Qingxiu shouted, brandishing a spear and launching herself into the fray. The spear, despite its sharpness, struggled against the python's armored scales. Even with her full strength, she found it difficult to penetrate its defenses. A wounded companion was in dire need of rescue. Brother, stay here. I'll go help, Huza declared, drawing his large blade to charge into battle. However, before he could finish, Yang Fan had already dashed forward. What the hell? Brother, are you crazy? That's a 7th level beast. Huzi warned, his heart racing. Yang Fan paid no heed, invoking the explosive step, moving with the swiftness of lightning. As he charged, he summoned the Overlord sword. With each stride, his strength surged. Luo Qingxiu, entangled in combat with the python, frowned at Yang Fan's reckless behavior. Then, a thunderous boom reverberated. The enormous black-scaled python was unexpectedly forced back several meters by Yang Fan's sheer power. Its scales, once impenetrable, cracked, and blood flowed freely. What the? Huzi's jaw dropped, gasping in disbelief. How had this kid grown so formidable in just half a month? Was he a fake? Luo Qingxiu's eyes widened in surprise, reassessing her initial judgment. The python, in pain, abandoned its meal and lunged at Yang Fan. Humph. Yang Fan scoffed, preparing to charge once more. You're merely at the foundation establishment stage. Don't be reckless. Luo Qingxiu's expression shifted dramatically as she tightened her grip on her spear, ready to support Yang Fan against the python's retaliation. Yang Fan paused, slightly taken aback. I'm not being reckless. I merely wish to test the prowess of my newly learned martial skill. With that, he sidestepped Luo Qingxiu and fearlessly faced the black-scaled python. You're courting death. Luo Qingxiu scoffed. Though impressed by Yang Fan's earlier display of strength, his arrogance irked her. Huzi's expression turned grave as he urgently advised. Little Fan, don't be impulsive. A 7th level beast is no trivial matter. Celestial Finger. Yang Fan shouted, channeling all his spiritual energy into his left hand. In an instant, he aligned his index and middle fingers, while the other 3 remained clenched, striking forcefully. As Yang Fan unleashed the heaven-level technique, Celestial Finger, an overwhelming aura surged forth from him, striking terror into those behind him, causing Luo Qingxiu to involuntarily take a step back. With a single thrust, he pierced the advancing 7th level black-scaled python, which emitted a chilling cry before collapsing lifelessly. The scene fell into a profound silence, the air thick with disbelief. Is it dead? Instant kill? Is a 7th level beast really this feeble? A wave of incredulity washed over the onlookers, leaving them speechless. Yang Fan bent forward, resting his hands on his knees, gasping for breath. He had drained every ounce of spiritual energy in an instant. It seemed that this formidable and overwhelming celestial finger fragment could only serve as a last resort life-saving technique. If one cannot eliminate the enemy in a single strike, then in his current state, it is assured that he will be the one to perish. You managed to slay the 7th-tier beast, the black-scaled flood serpent, in one blow? Luo Qingxiu's eyes widened in disbelief. Well, it was somewhat of a stretch. Yang Fan's explanation, delivered in a rather pretentious manner, ignited a fierce urge in Luo Qingxiu to retaliate. One-hit kill, and he claims it was difficult? Is this even human speech? Goodness. My word. Brother, you are astonishing. Huzi snapped back to reality and rushed over. Brother, you flatter me. Not flattery at all. Not in the slightest. Sister, what do you think of my brother? Isn't he impressive? Huzi gestured animatedly, eager to boast to his sister, Luo Qingxiu. Taking a deep breath, Luo Qingxiu suppressed the tumultuous emotions within her. She fixed her beautiful gaze on Yang Fan and suddenly asked, could it be that you are the one who single-handedly defeated the top 100 prodigies from Sakura country? No. How could that possibly be me? I didn't even participate in the trials. Yang Fan's expression stiffened as he hurriedly denied it. At that moment, Luo Qingxiu's suddenly intense gaze sent a shiver down his spine, instilling a sense of fear. She seemed unconvinced. Luo Qingxiu withdrew her gaze, and Yang Fan secretly sighed in relief. After slaying the 7th-tier beast, the black-scaled flood serpent, and with an injured companion, the group did not linger and promptly returned to the city. Upon arriving, Yang Fan noticed that night had fallen and intended to head home. However, Huzi adamantly refused to let him go, insisting on dragging him out for drinks. Yang Fan looked at Hughes's exaggerated expressions and mischievous grin, feeling quite overwhelmed. Ultimately, he had no choice but to acquiesce. A short while later, they arrived at a private room in a hotel. Huzi was exuberant. At the drinking table, Luo Qingxiu's demeanor had shifted significantly compared to their initial encounter. She proactively raised a toast to Yang Fan, expressing gratitude for his assistance in saving her companion. Little Fan, what do you think of my sister? Isn't she superior to that little girl, Li Fei? Why not take this opportunity to exchange WeChat and get to know each other better? Huzi was genuinely eager to establish a connection between Yang Fan and his sister. Yang Fan felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He could hardly believe it. Goodness. He hadn't even graduated from high school yet. Could they not act more sensibly? Brother Hu, please, I'm still young, Yang Fan awkwardly interjected. You should focus on finding me a sister-in-law instead. You're 30, after all. Husey coughed, trying to redirect the conversation. Sister, how can you speak like that? A man should possess a positive and ambitious spirit. Ambitious spirit? Luo Qingxiu scoffed, leaving Husey blushing furiously. Yang Fan sat there, sipping his drink, secretly amused. Serves him right. At 30, he was still single. How could he try to push his sister onto an 18-year-old innocent boy without a second thought? Little Fan, although your looks and talent are extraordinary, you are not really my type, Luo Qingxiu remarked, casting a glance at Yang Fan, effectively putting an end to Hughes's matchmaking efforts. Sister, if Little Fan isn't your type, then what do you prefer? Hughes's expression shifted to one of surprise. Nearby, Yang Fan also looked at Luo Qingxiu with curiosity, eager to learn about the preferences of such a stunning beauty. Could it be that she favored the rich and handsome? Indeed. I'm particularly interested in the super prodigy from Feng City who emerged as a dark horse in this year's trials. Luo Qingxiu's cheeks flushed with a hint of shyness as she spoke. Yang Fan, having just taken a sip of his drink, sputtered it across the table. What on earth? Little Fan, what's wrong with you? Husey, bewildered, inquired. Luo Qingxiu frowned, expressing her dissatisfaction. Cough, cough. I just choked on my drink by accident, Yang Fan coughed, hastily sitting up and attempting to explain. Under Luo Qingxiu's scrutinizing gaze, Yang Fan felt a surge of anxiety. Compared to Hughes's attempts at matchmaking, he was now more apprehensive about Luo Qingxiu discovering that he was her dream man. What in the world? It truly was a case of siblings being cut from the same cloth. One was still single at 30, desperately trying to market his sister, while the other had never even met him and was engaged in unrequited affection. Was there no sense of propriety? After dinner, they returned home, and it was already past 11. Yang Fan took a hot shower and lay down, intending to sleep. However, he soon discovered that the class group chat was abuzz with activity. Have you all heard? A few young practitioners from Sakura Country have arrived in Feng City, claiming they want to challenge all the prodigies here. Such significant news was bound to have reached everyone. Our Dream Creek Academy's goddess, Li Fei, couldn't stand their arrogant behavior and reportedly got injured during the duel. Really? Is she badly hurt? Not sure. If our academy's super prodigy were to fight, those Sakura punks wouldn't stand a chance. Yang Fan had intended to see what everyone was discussing, but upon hearing about Li Fei's injury, he felt a sinking sensation in his heart. That girl had been perfectly fine that morning. How could she suddenly be injured? And what was the deal with those Sakura practitioners? Yang Fan wasted no time pondering and hurriedly messaged Li Fei. Moments later, she replied, and upon learning that her injuries were not severe, he breathed a sigh of relief. During their conversation, he also learned what had transpired. It turned out that a group of practitioners from Sakura Country had come to the Feng City arena, and they were quite formidable, intent on causing trouble. The young girl, Li Fei, saw their arrogance and decided to teach them a lesson, but ultimately fell short against their strength. Just then, Yang Fan's WeChat lit up with a notification. It was Wang Dazwang, the chubby classmate, sending him a message. Brother Fan, a bunch of classmates are urging me to ask you to help our goddess Li Fei take revenge on those Sakura punks. Everyone was unaware of Yang Fan's true identity as the super prodigy of Dream Creek Academy. Only Wang Dazwang was familiar with it. Thus, they urged him to seek Yang Fan's assistance in avenging Li Fei. I won't let those Sakura practitioners off the hook either. They may have one more day to live, but tomorrow will be their demise. The next day, in the morning, in the Stargazing Pavilion's main hall, the atmosphere was heavy and oppressive. Led by Qin Beihe, a group of influential figures from Feng City gathered. What are your thoughts on the practitioners from Sakura Country coming here to challenge our city's prodigies? Qin Beihe scanned the room, gravely inquiring. He had pondered this matter deeply the previous night, and the more he thought about it, the more unsettling it became. It was no coincidence that they chose to challenge Feng City's prodigies just a day after the trials concluded. I suspect these Sakura practitioners are using the guise of a challenge to target that Yang Fan kid. I concur. We must keep a close watch on him. We cannot allow anything to happen to him. A chorus of influential figures chimed in, voicing their suspicions. Qin Beihe nodded slightly, agreeing with their sentiments. Having experienced the trials in Sakura Country, it was evident that Yang Fan was beginning to shine. He was a treasure for Feng City. And even the emperor of the capital had begun to take notice of his growth. They could not afford any mishaps. Suddenly, a guard rushed into the hall in a panic. What is it? Qin Beihe asked, his heart tightening with concern. Head Qin, we just received news that Yang Fan has gone to the arena. What? That kid has gone to challenge the Sakura practitioners? The assembly gasped in unison. The little rascal cannot remain still, can he? What one fears most often comes to pass. Those cultivators from the land of cherry blossoms are evidently coming for him. Should he find himself in the arena, any misstep could prove disastrous. The crowd breaks into a cold sweat, their hearts too anxious to contemplate further. Meanwhile, Yang Fan remains oblivious to the fact that he has become the prized treasure of the powerful elites in Feng City. Every action he takes resonates with them. Upon entering the arena, a loud thud reverberates through the air. He then witnesses a figure plummeting from the largest platform in the center of the arena. Blood splattering across the sky, Yang Fan's expression shifts slightly as he looks up, discovering that it is a severely injured cultivator from Feng City. Useless, you Chinese pigs. Who else dares to step up and meet their demise? A brazen cultivator from the land of cherry blossoms, sporting a long braid, exclaims with a smug grin. The onlookers, many from the Huaxia nation, scowl in anger. How dare you, you cherry blossom dog? This is Huaxia, and we will not tolerate your arrogance. One enraged cultivator declares, I will take the stage and deal with this cherry blossom dog today. However, before they can ascend the platform, a graceful figure has already floated to the top. The crowd pauses in astonishment, then erupts in excitement. Han Bing. She is hailed, for she is among the top 10 in this trial against the land of cherry blossoms and is a recent graduate of the senior class. With only 2 months remaining until the college entrance examinations, her cultivation has already reached the foundation establishment stage, showcasing her remarkable talent. Seeing Han Bing ascend the stage before him leaves Yang Fan momentarily taken aback. He strides over to assess the situation. At that moment, he notices a female cultivator from the land of cherry blossoms, adorned with a white fox mask, gazing in his direction. Although her features are obscured, he feels an inexplicable familiarity in her gaze, as if he has encountered her before but cannot place when. Are you sending a flower girl to her demise? Is there no man left in Huaxia? The brazen cultivator on the platform sneers, his gaze lasciviously roaming over Han Bing. Yang Fan, too, feels a surge of anger and yearns to confront him immediately. That cherry blossom dog dares to act so brazenly in Huaxia. The crowd rallies behind Han Bing. Yes, defeat him and let us vent our frustrations. With a resolute demeanor, Han Bing remains silent, her expression as cold as ice as she draws her slender sword. In the next instant, she employs a mysterious footwork technique to launch a fierce attack against the long-braided cultivator from the land of cherry blossoms. Clang, clang. Despite his taunting words, the braided cultivator possesses formidable strength, holding his ground against Han Bing's relentless onslaught. The crowd collectively holds its breath, their anticipation palpable. In the midst of their fierce exchange, an opportunity arises. Han Bing strikes with precision, her sword swift and lethal, leaving a gash on the face of the braided cultivator. He reacts swiftly, narrowly avoiding a fatal blow. Well done, Han Bing. How does it feel, Cherry Blossom Nation? The crowd bursts into laughter, reveling in the moment. The braided cultivator's expression darkens as he touches his wound, seething with rage. You vile wench, I shall strip you bare and make you beg for mercy. With a fierce resolve, Han Bing retaliates, abandoning her defense to launch a counterattack. This, however, plays into the hands of her opponent. The braided cultivator seizes the moment, delivering a brutal blow that sends Han Bing flying, her sword slipping from her grasp. Just as she is about to plummet from the platform, Yang Fan catches her effortlessly. Yang, why are you here? Han Bing's body stiffens as she attempts to push him away. Upon recognizing him, a flicker of emotion crosses her previously stoic face. Isn't this the super prodigy from Feng City? I heard he has taken down over 100 talented cultivators from the land of cherry blossoms. The crowd is abuzz with excitement, eager for the spectacle that is about to unfold. I've come to send these cherry blossom brats back home for free. Yang Fan remarks with a cruel smile. Concealed by his mask, his true identity remains unknown. He places Han Bing down and leaps onto the platform. Han Bing, watching intently, understands Yang Fan's prowess all too well. With him on the stage, victory is all but assured, given her knowledge of his character. It is clear that the arrogant cultivator from the land of cherry blossoms is in grave danger. Are you the first prodigy from Huaxia at the foundation establishment stage? The braided cultivator sneers, his gaze fixed on Yang Fan. I am your father. Yang Fan retorts, a storm of fury brewing within him. Only last night had he witnessed Li Fei's injury at the hands of these cherry blossom dogs, and now he sees another Huaxia cultivator wounded, along with Han Bing's humiliation. Yes, our super prodigy from Feng City is indeed your father. Hurry and call him daddy. Yang Fan taunts, eliciting laughter from the crowd. How dare you? Little bastard. You're courting death. The braided cultivator's smile falters, replaced by a chilling fury. Do you think you can speak like that after leaving this platform alive? Yang Fan scoffs, raising his arm to reveal the formidable sword he wields. In the next instant, he vanishes from sight, appearing before the braided cultivator in the blink of an eye. Such speed elicits gasps from the onlookers. With no elaborate maneuvers, he delivers a devastating strike with overwhelming force. Boom! The sword descends, and the braided cultivator hastily attempts to defend himself, only to be sent staggering back several paces. The crowd draws in a collective breath, astonished by the sheer power of Yang Fan's swordsmanship. It is essential to understand that in the arena of combat, the use of spiritual power is strictly prohibited. The confrontation relies solely on the raw strength of the body. The might of Yang Fan's sword is truly astonishing. He is indeed the foremost prodigy of the Foundation establishment stage in Huaxia. Remarkable. The practitioner from the land of cherry blossoms, with his long braid, wore a grimace as this strike nearly shattered his arm. His heart was filled with both shock and fury. He yearned to see Yang Fan torn to pieces. In the next moment, he unleashed a torrential assault upon Yang Fan with all his might. Clang! Clang! Yang Fan, wielding the Dominator's heavy sword, was poised for both offense and defense, responding with calm composure. Even as the cherry blossom practitioner exerted every ounce of strength, he could not breach Yang Fan's defenses. Below the stage, the previously frustrated citizens of Huaxia erupted into ecstatic cheers, mockingly deriding the long-haired cherry blossom warrior as a coward, a weakling. The cherry blossom practitioner's face flushed with anger and embarrassment. In a moment of desperation, he resorted to a despicable sneak attack with a concealed weapon. Whoosh! A dark projectile zipped from his sleeve, striking towards Yang Fan with lightning speed. Clang! Yang Fan's expression shifted slightly as he adjusted his sword's trajectory, narrowly blocking the attack. How dare you attempt a sneak attack on me? Yang Fan's countenance darkened as he coldly questioned. Cherry Blossom Nation, do you have no sense of shame? In the arena, you dare to resort to such underhanded tactics? You will pay for this. You shall not leave this arena alive today. As the crowd realized what had transpired, they joined in a chorus of furious rebukes. The cherry blossom practitioner smirked sinisterly, feeling no shame in his actions, but rather pride in his audacity. The rules of the arena prohibited the use of spiritual power, yet they did not forbid the use of hidden weapons. Ah, is that so? Yang Fan chuckled, his mask obscuring his smile, leaving only a glimmer of cruelty in his eyes. Indeed, the arena rules did not prohibit the use of hidden weapons. However, they also did not stipulate that one could not kill. With that declaration, Yang Fan's figure vanished from the spectator's sight, leaving behind only afterimages. He reappeared before the cherry blossom practitioner. The practitioner's visage paled, a surge of extreme danger coursing through him. Clang! He raised his weapon to defend. Snap! His weapon shattered as the Dominator's heavy sword descended with overwhelming force. Thud! In the next moment, the cherry blossom practitioner, in horror, watched as his body drifted further from his head. Thud! Ultimately, his severed head rolled off the platform and onto the ground. The headless body gushed blood, collapsing with a resounding thud, lifeless. Shock, dismay, terror. Countless emotions flooded the entire arena in an instant. Just then, Qin Shou, accompanied by several prominent figures, rushed in. Upon entering, they witnessed the moment Yang Fan severed the cherry blossom practitioner's head. They were instantly rendered speechless, their scalps prickling with fear, their eyes nearly popping out. My goodness, is this young man truly so ruthless and cold-hearted? You beast, how dare you slay our prodigy from the land of cherry blossoms? Several practitioners from that nation roared in outrage, their faces contorted with rage as they glared at Yang Fan, as if wishing to devour him whole. Faced with the furious accusations and curses from the cherry blossom practitioners, Yang Fan remained undeterred. He raised his hand, curling his fingers in a defiant manner. The gesture exuded an air of arrogance. Come forth, dominant, unyielding. The crowd below, transfixed, felt their blood surge with excitement. If earlier rumors suggested that this young man had slain 100 prodigies from the land of cherry blossoms, it was merely an exaggeration. Yet, witnessing Yang Fan's unparalleled dominance now instilled a profound sense of awe in everyone. The cherry blossom practitioners, witnessing Yang Fan's audacity, turned pale with dread. Qin Beihe and the others exchanged glances, their faces flushed with excitement. During previous trials, as UG reported daily battle updates, their hearts swelled with anticipation. They had even imagined scenes of Yang Fan slaying the cherry blossom prodigies. Yet, nothing compared to the shock of witnessing it unfold before their very eyes. This young man Qin Beihe sighed, unsure if he felt admiration or pride. No wonder even the Emperor of Humanity holds him in such high regard. I comprehend now. To possess such forcefulness in the foundation establishment stage foretells an extraordinary future. The several prominent figures accompanying Qin Bei also expressed their astonishment. Aikawa Kinyu, you take the stage. Suddenly, a voice emerged from the cherry blossom practitioner's side. Subsequently, several of them turned their gazes toward the girl in the white fox mask. Huh, it's her? Yang Fan's expression faltered as he looked at the girl in the white fox mask. Earlier, when he had just arrived, she had turned to stare at him. At that moment, he felt a sense of familiarity but could not identify her. Now, upon hearing the cherry blossom practitioners call her name, he recognized her. Aikawa Kinyu stiffened slightly, raising her head to gaze at Yang Fan on the platform. The raucous atmosphere fell silent in an instant, becoming heavy and oppressive.